So in today's video, we're diving deep into the AWS cloud migration. So we're going to begin with the basics of cloud migration, all the way to the hands-on lab with AWS CloudFormation, the data migration services, as well as cost optimization strategies. We're even going to understand the AWS well-architected framework, just to ensure that your migration is smooth, future-proof, and built for success. Our expert trainer is going to cover everything in simple terms, so you walk away with practical skills, not just theory. So let's dive into the tutorial.
What are we gonna do? And I told you this is the first time we're meeting. I've never met most of you people before. So how does this training go from here? What is the expectation? What can you expect from me? Okay, let's take the first 5-10 minutes to set the context or set the expectations right. So you guys don't feel that, okay, this is not what I expected. So this is a 4 or 5 class batch for AWS migrations. I think the text size is good, AWS migration class. And it would be basically, it will have 4 classes, which is today and tomorrow. And then the next week, Saturday and Sunday. So that's 4. But we can have one optional class for more of best practices and post migration things that we got to do. Best practices, post migration activities, and stuff like that. So that's the duration of the course, and each course will have I think 3 hours. It's 7:30 in India, so 7:30 to 10:30 India time. And we can have one break if needed, like maybe every 80 minutes, 90 minutes, we'll take a 10 minutes break, or maybe 3 breaks in case if there is so much of talking or so much of data to process. Like you can raise your hand or you can put a message in the chat and we all can agree and take a 10 minutes break. So that's the duration. Now, what's the style of teaching? I want to keep it as interactive as possible. I don't want to be that one guy who interactive who just comes and uses a slide deck. Oops, next, 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 next. Okay, that's it. And then probably come up with some predefined demos. And okay, guys, that's it. I'm done with my job. Demo is done. I've taught you some basics or the hands-on labs on migration, and we are good to break. That's not how it's going to be. I want it to be an interactive session, meaning you ask questions, you voice your opinion. If there is something that's better uh, way of doing it, I want you to let me know so that I can take that as a feedback and implement it in the next class. So it's not only on the teaching style or what you're learning, but for example, I'm showing you a demo, or maybe I'm teaching you something on AWS. There are chances that you know better of that specific option or services. Yeah, it can happen. There's nobody knows everything, right? So if there is something, you have to stop and let me know so that like we all are aligned on this. There's no deviation from it. And number 2, I dislike or I hate PPTs. When I say I hate PPTs, I hate just opening a PPT, putting it on full screen, and okay, you know what, this is what we're going to see, and we are going to talk about what is migration, what's the cloud adoption framework, next, 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 next. Okay, that's it for the day. I hate doing that. Okay, I don't want to, because you can do that. Anybody can do that, right? I can just give you a PPT. Probably if there is some comments or messages, anyone can just walk you through what's a PPT or the stuff that's there in the PPT. No big deal. So we're now going to just blurt out whatever that's there on the PPT and go on from there. So what I'll do is I'll be using the notepad and then the console and the talking and all the talking that we're going to do, interaction, I would say, interactive notepad console, and everything that we discussed, we'll just validate it. That's there in the PPT. I mean to say that uh, I don't even have the camera on, right? So 3 hours of just listening to my voice or hearing me out, that can also be boring. So I don't want to just keep PPT for 3 hours because it's extremely boring. Anyone can do that. There's nothing much you're going to gain out of it. I don't want to just keep talking without PPT with a black screen that you just hear nothing but my voice. That can also be really, really boring. And keep typing on a notepad and a black screen, even boring. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that it's a mix of everything so that it's not like a monotonous session. You just come, attend, okay, 3 hours. I heard somebody talking about migration and I'm done with it. So that's why I say it has to be two-way. I want you to stop. I want you to ask questions. I want you to let me know if something is going well. And if there is any doubt, we'll clarify it. Because I see the number of people in this meeting is not that many. Like that's like around 20 people, right? If it is more than 60, 70, I wouldn't have said keep it interactive, because then we'll have like the floodgates are open and then it's going to be only questions for the next 3 hours. But it's a small crowd. We all can help each other, work with each other, and learn something from each other, and then move on with it. So that's the expectation set. Okay, it won't be pure on PPTs. It won't be just keep writing, 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 and it won't be just clicks, 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 and then go on with it. That won't be the case. It will be a mix of everything. Now, what about today's session? Uh, am I gonna learn something really awesomest, coolest technology in the market? Absolutely not. So session one is going to be on the fundamentals of migration. So what does it mean? Am I going to start migrating something? But no, because if I do everything today, then we have 4 days. We have a lot of things to cover, but everything that we're going to cover needs to have some basics, right? You need to have some fundamentals of what are you migrating? Why do you need a migration? What's the benefit? What are the different ways of migration? What are the things that you got to keep as a prerequisite post migration? Different tools, checking the status of the migration. How long does it usually take? What are the stuff that you got to keep in mind before you start the actual work? All of that is going to be today. Meaning today, it's going to be fundamentals or learning the basics of cloud migration. Today, we do not have demo. When I say demo, I'm not going to show you how to migrate a machine from one place to another, but we can definitely play around with the tools, the services that we have for migrations in AWS, and so on. What about tomorrow? Will there be some demo? There will be some demo, but again, it would be something about data migration. What do I mean by data migration? Are we not going to migrate the servers, databases, file servers, applications? We will be doing that. So I actually changed the flow of the sessions, okay? Because what happens is it was like this: session one, fundamentals of migration, and session two was jump into the demo. Start with application migration. Session three, database migration, and session four was the data migration. So what I did was I actually modified it. Just a second. Yeah. So this was the initial flow. Okay, but I went ahead and changed it in such a way that the problem is we're going to start learning the fundamentals. Okay, everything is fresh in your head. Great. And then tomorrow morning we will start deploying the servers, infrastructure, and everything. And then we start the migration. We take a break for 5 days in between, right? Because Sunday is over, and by you just finish your half the work here, which is 50%, and then everything stops. I stop the server, leave everything, and then come back next Saturday to finish the other half. I felt that it breaks the continuity, or it breaks the flow. So what we decided is this is anyways a standalone session. Okay, this session has nothing to do with this or this, but these two are interconnected, because we start with migrating the application and then we start migrating the database, and we need to make sure that after everything is done, application is working, database is working, all of it has to be working. So that's why what I did is I made it this way. Session 1 and 4 will be today and tomorrow. By then you would know what is migration, why migration, benefits, drawbacks. Yeah, migration has its drawbacks, and some services that you'll be using for migration. And tomorrow it would be like, what are the ways you can migrate the data to AWS? Why should we migrate the data to AWS? What are the things that we need to keep in mind when we do the migration to AWS? So this is actually the shortest session. Okay, the data migration is not even 3 hours. We can do it within like 90 minutes to 120 minutes, and it's straightforward, logical. Anyone who has some basics of data or server or storage will be able to pick it up. So these 2 sessions, I need you to have some patience. When I say patience, it means you're not doing the actual work. You're not doing the heavy lifting, but you're preparing yourself to jump into these two. So have patience. If it is boring, tell yourself boring is is basically the flex these days. Doing the awesomest, interesting job, anything can be boring after a few years of doing it. So first, make sure that your fundamentals are strong, your basics are strong. Then you can jump in and start swimming. So first 2 days, you're gonna learn everything that you need to do here. So the demo is very, very little because these two are only demo. For 6 hours, we are only going to keep migrating the servers and the databases and the applications. So whatever you're not going to do, it's going to be, there's no talking. It's going to only be the actual migration. And if at all, if you want to add or remove something, maybe like apart from the demo that I'm going to show, you can actually even we can bring in something else like Azure to AWS migration or GCP to AWS migration, whatever. Maybe we can customize it or we have time to play around with it. But before we get there, make sure that you know everything theoretical about the migration and the migration services approaches in AWS. And are these specific to AWS alone? No, because any migration, the approaches are cloud agnostic. Meaning, if you know one migration, if you know one cloud, the exact same process or the basics of migrations are applicable even for Azure or Google, GCP or AWS or even Alibaba or Oracle Cloud. Okay, so you're going to learn one, but with this one cloud, you will be able to sail through or survive in other cloud platforms also. That's why I say uh, we need to know the fundamentals because if I just show you how to navigate through a tool, for example, MGN, Application Migration Service, and this is a AWS proprietary tool. It works only in AWS, and then you have all the options, waves and global view, launch histories, and many, many things. Now, if I just show you how to set up an organization, how to set up the management account, and then enable the services and so on, it won't make sense, right? Because you don't understand the head and tail of it, but you're just learning the tool alone. So that's why we're going to make sure that these are strong so that after the session 2 and 3 or session 5, we will be at least in a position to understand the logic behind how the migration works on Azure. Because this is an AWS, we're going to do everything on AWS. This is a batch for people who are attending the AWS session. So it shouldn't be that, okay, I learned something and you ask me anything other than what Google taught me, I'm blank. That shouldn't be the case. You should be able to literally sail through wherever I'm asking you to do because the logic or the principles remains the same on Azure or AWS because they both are public clouds. They both have the same um, type of services that they offer and everything else. So I showed you the AWS has a service called Application Migration Service. In Azure, it's called Azure Migrate. So see, there's database migration, service migration, web app migration, and everything. So almost the same things that you see here. So that's why I'm saying if you have the I don't know how many of you are from the coding background or a development background. I'm not a coder or I'm not a developer, but I've been trying to break my head learning Python. So many years I'm just trying and then giving up, trying and giving up, trying and giving up because I don't work on Python every day. So I just forget it or I lose interest somehow. I've always heard from my developers friends that if you know one programming language properly, like the class and functions and then the arrays and so on, if you know one language properly, everything else you can just pick it up because the syntax or the flow or the concepts remain the same. How you define a function, how you define a class, how you define a subclass or inheritance or the memory allotment management and web development, everything is almost the same. If you know one programming language properly from the basics, you can just pick up anything else. So the same way, if you know one migration, one cloud migration, you'll be able to apply the same logic on the other clouds also. Okay, so though it is AWS migration, it doesn't mean that you'll only be able to do AWS migration. And second thing is setting expectation again, that this is not um, for a not a session for a person who doesn't know what is cloud. Okay, I'm expecting you to, when we are talking about cloud cloud migration, I'm expecting you to have some fundamentals, at least level 100. This is a session for at least level 100 and above. Okay, for level 100 knowledge on AWS. Level 100 means the first level knowledge on AWS or cloud. But what if you're a fresher who is in this meeting, but I've never, because I just joined or enrolled for the AWS training. I don't know much about AWS or the fundamentals of AWS. Can I be on the call? Yes, because I told you the first 2 days, it's only about strengthening your fundamentals. So though we are talking about migrations and so on, it's going to be very from the beginner's perspective. So that's why I'm trying my best to do a balancing act. Okay, I don't want to go way too fast and technical stuff that the beginners don't understand what I'm talking about. At the same time, I don't want to start from level 0 or level 1, where the tenured folks in this meeting feels like, okay, this guy is teaching alphabets. So I want to make sure that it's between both. So both of you can make sense out of it. And at the same time, if there is some questions that we have in the chat from the people who has no knowledge of migration, others can also pitch in to respond to it. So like that's why I said it's not that I'm a tutor or an instructor where you're all just listening to what I'm saying. We are going to work together, help each other out, and we're going to come out uh, and learn something out of this session. Are the expectations clear, guys? I wanted to spend 20 minutes just to make sure that these things are set right. So we all are aligned on what is expected from this. All good? Perfect. Thanks, Moshe. Thanks, Prasad. Oh, there's someone named Lenovo. Okay. Nitesh, thank you. Okay. So here is the thing. What we'll do is we will, thank you. So let's go to our PPT. Okay. And I'm going to use the notepad and PPT for now. And whenever we need to, we can just jump into my AWS console. All right. So I have a question for you, for people in this meeting. What are your views or thoughts about a cloud migration? What do you understand by the term cloud migration? Speak up or a chat, put a message in your chat. I don't want you to be like, uh, be there just for yes and no. What do you understand by the word migration? What exactly are we doing in this migration? On-prem to cloud. Okay. What else? Is that it? Just moving some servers from the
Moving
on-prem?
our development of code or
Okay.
services to another
Mm-hmm.
environment or a different cloud,
Mm-hmm.
something somewhere to somewhere or cloud to cloud, something you're
Mm.
moving.
Yeah.
You're,
So it can be on-prem to AWS, or it can be GCP to AWS, or it can be GCP to Azure, or AWS to Azure also, right? It can
yeah,
be anything. Migrating your working applications and databases and servers or operating systems from one place to another. Now,
yeah.
how about this? That's a cloud migration of servers. But if I have 80 terabytes of data, okay, 100 terabytes of data that's sitting in my NAS box. How many of you know what is a NAS box? Let's just Google it to see NAS box and see what it looks like. Okay, this is a NAS box. Okay, so if you see in this box, you have a lot of storage arrays or disks, and within this you have a lot of your company data. Like QNAP is a popular NAS box provider, so there's so much of data inside it. moving them to cloud, is that also a cloud migration? It is, right?
Yep.
So to move a data that is inside it, and it's not a computer, it's just the blocks of storage, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 1 terabyte, 2 terabytes, 3, 4, 5 terabytes, just assuming, okay? So it says 75,000 rupees, which means almost $1,000. So we are buying this box. There's so much of data that I've stored over the last 5 years, and now I want to move to cloud. That can also be a cloud migration. That's what we're going to see tomorrow on the data migration part. So there are a lot of services that are there. And now you tell me, why do we need a cloud migration? Why are we migrating something to cloud? What's the reason? What are the business drivers behind it?
Saving.
Why should anybody move to cloud? I heard it's expensive.
Yeah. I mean,
Access from anywhere.
But that you can do it even now, right? Like in your on-prem, this can be connected from my home also if I have proper connectivity.
Easy to access, I think. And
Easy
just
to
one.
access. But what is the problem here in accessing? Is there any challenges in accessing this?
I mean, if it is on,
scaling, high availability.
Good, very good option. Okay, and then
the maintenance.
Easy to maintenance.
wonderful, perfect. Okay, so these are the reasons, right? Why to move to cloud. No maintenance because it's somebody else's hardware. They'll take care of the uptime, the data redundancy, no maintenance.
No
And
cost of ownership.
correct, cost of ownership, TCO, right? Maintenance. Low TCO and no upfront cost. And what else? No need of 24/7 supervising because I don't have to worry. AWS will take care of it. Okay, so these are the reasons why we want to move to cloud. Tell me some drawbacks of cloud migration, not just the data. Okay, migrate. What are the drawbacks of cloud migration? Like, let's say I want to move a server, not just my data. Like, let's talk about general cloud migration in general. I want to see if there is any images that are there. La, 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 la. Okay.
No security.
Yeah.
I mean to say.
No security, is it?
No, it's, I mean to say, when
No,
comparing to on-prem versus having
no, it's
cloud, not
control over
more
security, we can
secure.
say.
I would
Yeah.
say the second option because security wise, it's good, okay, but no control over my data
Yeah.
or my servers because I'm hosting it somewhere in any of these regions. Okay, let's say I'm in Virginia. My data can be in any of these AWS data center. I'm currently in India, so let's say I go with Mumbai or Hyderabad or anywhere in United States. Uh, so which means I don't know who's going to manage it, how secure it is, nothing. So that's one concern. What about the other concerns?
It's
The
expensive when
reason,
compared
yeah,
to
the reason is
on-prem.
that usage, like you need to educate your users, otherwise cost goes
Why?
high for cloud.
Not the users. Users don't care about the cost. It's you who's managing it for them, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
need to,
Yeah.
Users means my team.
the
Like
IT team.
if I'm the one, so I need to be educated with the myself
Yeah.
with the
Skilling problem.
yeah skill.
You have
Skill
to
is
literally reskill your whole team on the new technology. And then if you move out of AWS to Azure, learn the whole thing there.
yeah. That is the because without
Okay.
skill,
Reskilling issue. Okay. And what else? Um, what are the other issues of moving to cloud?
other issue
Peter
is
has
that
said high latency, meaning if you have something on cloud, latency can be more. Do you think that's correct?
no, that can be purchased with cost.
Mm,
But the thing is that you are at mercy of the service provider
mm,
because recent DDoS attack when we have cloud network down. So
hmm.
it's all at their hand. You can't do
Okay,
much.
fine. So it's almost like security again. DDoS is on the security only, right?
Yeah.
And somebody has said compliance issues as well. Compliance. Who said compliance? Murshid. Murshid said compliance issues. So all of it is correct. Okay, I won't say this is correct, this is wrong, but everything that is great will also have some drawback, and something that is a drawback can also be addressed. So there is no one size fits all, and I want you to remember this forever. Okay, one size fits all is never the case. No one size fits all. Whatever is your threat. The Murshid said compliance issue. Somebody said latency. Somebody said security. Someone said I have problem with reskilling. I have issues with latency, and then I'm at the mercy of service provider. All of these issues can be addressed. Likewise, all these drawbacks can also be reversed if you don't know what you're doing. Okay, so there's no one size fits all. Maybe somebody who's using it, for example, you tell me some. Can you give me some big names who are using AWS? What are the popular services that you currently use on your day-to-day basis running on AWS? Netflix,
Yeah.
Amazon Prime, Disney, Hotstar, or literally almost all the top OTT platforms, right? And what else? New York Stock Exchange and what else? Some more. New York Times, newspapers, um, and many chemical industries and pharmaceutical industries. There is plenty, like there's over 1 million customers with AWS. So Airbnb, correct? Many, many.
Pfizer is there, Centene is there, Cigna,
Yes,
they all are there.
yes, correct. So there is plenty of services that we use on day-to-day basis, which runs on Amazon Web Services. So all these concerns that you mentioned on security, no control over their data, reskilling issues, which means literally they also would have thought about it or faced, and then they know how to address it. Okay, so please remember there can be challenges, but there is always, every time there is a challenge, there is a fix on how to overcome that. And I I didn't hear anybody mentioning something on the cost. I don't see anybody mentioned about cost. What about the cost? Do you think cloud is cheap?
Yeah. Yeah, reskilling was related to cost only, because if you are not skilled enough to use wisely, then your
Hmm.
cost can grow higher. Because that is what I was
Correct.
stating. One example from one of the Indian bank, they
Hmm.
purchased it, but their staff was not intelligent enough to use the cloud wisely, and their
Hmm.
cost shoot up to 75 crore, and they wind up that cloud services and
Hmm.
move back to the, yeah, their hybrid approach, I can say.
Understood. So it's not, imagine this, instead of that 75 crore bill, it's a bank, and then the staff who were not skilled enough to handle it, if they had kept any loopholes and then somebody hacked that bank and stole all the money, what would have happened then?
Yeah, exactly.
Gone, right? Money, 75 crore somehow is like either I'll get some refund or do something about it. But in case if a New York Stock Exchange is attacked and it's down, or hackers steal all the data from New York Stock Exchange, next morning your economy comes collapsing down, right? Because your country's stock exchange goes down. That's where all the money is. All the corporate companies are trading, and they're announcing their market reports and everything. And if a stock exchange goes down, your economy is gone for a toss. So there's risk involved, but why do they still do it? That's what we're going to learn today. Now, what are we going to, by end of today and tomorrow, what will be what will be the stuff that we're going to learn? We will know what is cloud migration and what are the business case or business drivers. When so much of doubts and concerns were raised about cloud migration, why do people still use it, and what are the benefits that they have in migrating to AWS or cloud? And then we are also going to talk about CAF, Cloud Adoption Framework. And whoever brought this bank example or the skilling issue, All these things will have to come in within this. Okay. And then after the CAF, Cloud Adoption Framework, we're going to start the cloud migration. What are the different types of migration? How do I figure out which migration to go ahead for which kind of customer and services? And if it is approach one, what are the prerequisites? If it is approach two, how do we go about it? If it is approach three, what do you call that as? And then how do we address that? And once that's done, finally, the WAF or the WAR, we call it as well architectured review or well architected framework review, WAFR or WAR. After the migration is done, everything is running on cloud. You want to optimize your cost, you want to review the security, you want to review the access for your end users. All that part is done in the WAR review, well architectured framework review, but we just call it as well architectured framework. So this is all you're going to learn by the end of this session. And if you have any questions during this, when we are doing the discussions, we can definitely take it instead of parking it till the end of the session. Okay, let me so Jaspal wants to know which bank. No, Jaspal, I don't think that's something that we need to reveal in a crowd. So let's just skip it, or maybe you can Google it. I don't know which bank, but I don't want to discuss about that anyways. Okay, so Anika says building a cloud application and hosting infrastructure cost us less, and we can leave the maintenance to the vendor. Correct. That's right, Anika. So everything that we spoke, we'll just confirm if it's there in the slide. Okay, this is how I wanted. Let's keep two-way interaction, but then we'll also have to uh, have the theoretical knowledge. So migration, what's a migration? It's basically moving from one platform to another. It can be web applications or databases, servers, or your data. And database migration is a little complex because it's critical. The data integrity is very, very important. I can't leave half my customers' orders or customers' data somewhere else, or it just goes missing for half an hour. They'll not accept it. So there will be much more sanity and much more stringent measures that we need to keep in mind when we are doing the database migration, because it's very, very critical. Now, we will get here on the performance tuning, functional tuning when we talk about database migration. But just a definition wise, this is what it is. Now, what are the advantages of cloud migration? Scalability. Nobody said this, or nobody answered this when we're talking about the advantages of cloud. See, we have data centers or the services that you have unlimited scaling. Nobody ever have exhausted the AWS storage, like whether it is Netflix, the biggest OTT platform, or Stock Exchange, or New York Times, or Spotify, anything that is running on cloud. Nobody has ever complained that I'm not able to scale because you don't have the capacity. That never happens. So if your applications are designed for scaling, cloud is the right place and the only place, because in an on-prem, it's going to be really difficult to keep provisioning hard drives after hard drives after hard drives, or storage after storage after storage, because it keeps filling up quickly. Reduce costs. This is something debatable. Cloud migration help you reduce the operating costs and capital expenditures by acquiring and paying for the license or resources that you're only required. So you can be bankrupt if you don't know how to use it. But if you know how the cloud runs, this can be much, much cheaper than running it on-prem. So depends on how you leverage it. Storage, meaning vast amount of data can be stored without having to worry about the storage capacity, because somebody else has already provisioned terabytes, petabytes, exabytes, and other bytes above exabytes also is running and readily available for you to use. And because everything is done through softwares, we do have more automation capabilities, whether it is provisioning an application in a DevOps method, or provisioning an infrastructure using some Terraform or some scripts, automating some backups, automating some snapshots, triggering some alerts. All of this is possible in cloud, which may not be possible in the on-prem because you don't have enough systems in place for that. And it also gives you the great flexibility for your dev test workloads, or you're working on a new feature. Okay. In the on-prem, I'll give you a real life example. Okay. So let's say you are working on some new application or some program or some piece of code, and you don't have enough capacity to test it. Maybe you need a GPU because it's more of a video encoding or like audio to video or text to video kind of encoding. Now you need a new server. You place the request to your manager, and then your business justifies the expense, and then they approval by finance. Place the order with vendor after multiple quotes with vendor. Assemble, ship it, and configuration. And then test your application. And once it is done, what else are you going to do? I don't know. Am I going to decommission it? I don't know. And how long did it take? It may have taken almost 2 months for everything to go through. And probably after the application is tested, I realize this is not even the right one, or I need more capacity, or it's overkill. I provision something that I don't need something so high capacity, but the machine is already purchased. Now it's sitting like a white elephant. But if it is on cloud, in 10 clicks, I have a server I need, use it, and finish the testing. Maybe if you use it for half an hour, use it, pay for half an hour, and then delete the machine, and you pay only for that time that you used it. So it's much more simpler. It makes our lives easier. And G5. So anything that you need, we have it. G5 X large. It's a big machine, like it has got the NVIDIA card or something. So cloud gives me all the choices, whether I want Windows or Linux or Mac or SUSE Linux Debian. And the size of the machine can be anything, 4 core to 16 GB to 100 core and 16 terabyte of RAM if you want to host some SAP workloads. So there is no limit for me to experiment and try. So that's one of the biggest advantages that I have in cloud. And I only pay for that number of hours that I'm going to use it, maybe for 3 days or 2 hours, 1 hour, 35 minutes. I'm only paying for that usage. So if I know what I'm doing, it is much better, flexible, that I can stay on cloud. And I think I don't want to read through it, but I don't know what does actually mean by extensive mobility. Important application can always be accessed on the move. That's everywhere. So it's not a feature or anything. So that's the advantages of having a cloud migration, right? Because it makes your life much more simpler. And one of the biggest advantages, startups. Startups don't have money to invest millions on the infrastructure. So startups can just go to AWS or Azure, ask them for some credits. Give me like $100,000. Give me $60,000 for 1 year. I'm gonna stick with you. Once my business grows, I'll give you a business of like $10,000 every month. So for now, give me 60,000 just to set up things and stuff like that. So Azure gives credits of 150,000. AWS gives even 1 million if the potential is there. So you can take some free credits, start the business, scale up, and then after like 1 to 2 years, you can start paying the credit amount to AWS, like based on the business agreements that you have with them. So that's the advantages. Now, um, migration of databases, applications, data, you do it to AWS. I don't want to keep reading the same thing. And the other reason, guys, something that we overlooked was, I don't know if you have heard of this concept called burstable capacity. Can someone tell me what is this? Burstable capacity, bursting, exploding. What do you understand by the term burstable or burstable capacity?
To me, it sounds like the ability to scale up and down.
Yeah, but give me an example. Something that you use it on your day-to-day life.
Usually during Thanksgiving period, or uh,
Correct.
where you have a lot of
Black Friday, Cyber Monday.
Cyber Monday. Yep.
Yeah. So for example, let's say Dell.com. Okay. During Cyber Monday or even Amazon.com. Okay. Amazon runs on AWS, so I don't want to take an example. I don't know if Dell is on cloud, but let's assume that Dell is on a on-prem data center. Okay, data center is in Round Rock, Texas, right? They are based out of Round Rock. So let's say they have a data center in on-prem, and usually on a daily average, they serve around 1 to 2 million views visits to their website. But during the Cyber Monday and Black Friday sales, the 1 to 2 million visits suddenly becomes around like 13 million to 20 million. And after this Cyber Monday, maybe by Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, the traffic again goes back to 1 to 2 million. Now think about it. Does it make any sense for Dell just to handle this 4 days of traffic, provisioning another huge data center in Round Rock or California or India or somewhere, and then after 4 days, I'll see you next year, because next year, Cyber Monday and Black Friday, I'm going to have a traffic again. So it doesn't make sense, or it's not even a viable solution to keep two data centers running and then 5 days of spike. So let's invest all our money to serve the customers, and then 5 days later, they'll all go back to their life, and then I'll wait for the next Christmas sale or something. So in such cases, what Dell can do is they have an AWS account. They can host those applications in AWS also. So for this 11 to 20 million of extra users, they can extensively use AWS, and then once they're done, they can just go back to their on-prem application. So that how you architect it, design it, that's secondary. But just for that temporarily for 5 days, I go to AWS. Hey guys, I need some capacity. You have enough capacity provisioned all over the world. I'm gonna take some 100 servers, 10,000 servers, 5,000 servers, use it, and then I'll give it back once the Black Friday sales are over. Uh, that's easiest thing to do. That's what is called burstable capacity. So what Dell did is they didn't move everything to AWS or Azure like a cloud migration. They didn't migrate everything, but they just took that excess capacity, what you guys have. I want to use it for a few days and then I'll give it back. And in other words, if somebody asks you what is cloud, just say it's basically renting the computing capacity, renting the computing capability, computing. So capabilities. It's not your server, somebody else's server. You're using it for a few hours, few days, few years, a few months, and then you're just returning it back to them. That's basically the concept of cloud computing. Now, the reason I jumped into this is because, for example, there's a company A and they have some staff, and suddenly there is an increase in traffic, because of which the performance is not that great. Just to handle that excess capacity, they can host some servers in AWS. So both the places can serve the customers. And once I'm back to the normal traffic, I can just switch back to my on-prem. Now, or you can see there's a company A, they have 80 terabytes of data on storages. It's not server, it's a storage. Okay. It's just sitting there dormant and idle. And I'm buying rack after rack after rack because it's expensive. So I decided, let me just move to AWS if there is a cheaper alternative, and then I don't have to worry about it. Just fire and forget. Move everything to AWS, and it's their headache. I want my data whenever I need, whenever I want to access it. Just give it to me. Until then, don't bother me. You, whenever my data grows, you keep provisioning the storage rack. So that's also making my life much, much easier. And yeah, so other issue is the scalability part, which we just spoke. Benefits, faster time to value, meaning this example that I gave you about the testing an application, or let's say it could be as simple as new feature or a recommendation engine. You're on Amazon.com, you buy some stuff, and then next time you log in, these are the items that you may like, or these are the items that people who bought the same stuff also ordered. So those are small features which are integrated to Amazon maybe in the last 4 or 5 years, or less in the last 10 years, right? It wasn't there in 2010, 11 and all. So those features, how do you think they would have tested it at Amazon scale? It doesn't make sense to train some ML or ML models and then integrate it to my application. I want it to be faster, because otherwise somebody else will catch up with me. So it has to be much more faster. I need to come up with innovative ideas. When I have some innovative ideas, I need some resources to test all of it. And that's where cloud comes in. Please take this off your head. Cloud is cheap. It is not cheap. Okay, nothing is cheap. There is no such thing as free lunch. But you can make sure that you spend every penny if it is worth it to that level. As in, this is exact the lowest I can go up to because I've done all the other optimization. And yeah, that's about it. Like, but there is no capex, meaning there's no capital upfront cost, but you only pay for the usage cost. And I want you to let's play a quiz. Out of the three cloud providers, who's the cheapest of all? Who do you think is the cheapest? Or when I say cheapest in terms of cost, like the most affordable one. Let's use the right word. The most cost-effective one.
Guessing AWS.
With overall stack, I think it's Microsoft.
Okay, so we'll do the answer like this: AWS, B Azure, C GCP, D none of the above. Now what?
On the services.
Peter says depends on the service offering. Okay, so I told you I have worked on all the three in the last few years. I've done comparison because whenever I work on any project, when I was in my previous job, AWS, they would be like, give me a comparison for Azure and GCP. In the one job before that, when I'm creating a AWS Azure estimate, they're like, no, give me AWS comparison. So I've done comparison for so many customers, and then I've come to a conclusion that there is no such thing as cheaper or the cost-effective one because it's always neck to neck. If you want to have a look at it, let's just see it. Okay, Azure pricing calculator. Uh, what is this? So let's, yeah, I do have some samples, but we'll just take a random machine just to validate our claim. So if you see East US, I'll say Windows, and then I'll pick a machine which is B2, B series, okay? B2S. This is like the old machine, but almost 0.042. And if you go for AWS pricing calculator, the burstable machines, this AWS yeah, AWS calculator. There you go. If you see it won't make huge difference that let's say that penny or few cents of the amount that you're gonna make it won't literally have any difference to the pricing. So these are the latest machines. Okay, if you see the B2S, it's a Intel machine. And if you see the price, this is the comparable one, 2 core 4 GB. It's 0.0464 and it's 0.042. So it's probably like 1/100th of a cent or like 1/100th of a dollar. So it's almost the same price if you do the comparison. And then there are latest machines in Azure, and then you have the latest machines in AWS, which is slightly cheaper. So even there, if here it is 0.036, in Azure it will be 0.0324. So it would be like nothing. It means nothing to me because there's hardly any difference to my infrastructure cost. So please don't talk to any of your customer saying that come to me because I'm good in AWS and it's the cheapest. It is not, because the other two are also the same price as AWS. At the max, the difference can be between 2 to 5%. So 2 to 5% on a small or bigger number won't make any the effort that it takes to move from here to here is not worth that 2 to 5%. So unless there is some pressing reason that these services are not there or these capabilities are not there in this platform, then I'm going to something else. It makes sense. Nobody moves from one platform in cloud to another platform for costing reasons. Please get that in your head. This is something which even the people who are working in cloud now don't get it. Okay, especially the sales. If you are from sales or if you are from the marketing, if you are bluffing to some technical guy that AWS is cheaper, so I'm an AWS marketing manager, so come to me because it's cheaper, he will catch you. He knows AWS is not cheapest compared to the others. So technically, it's the neck to neck. And the other benefits are continuous cost optimization. We can always, I told you in the machines that I showed, there are new instances, new servers that gets launched, and the latest technology always keeps coming down. That brings down the cost. And then not just on hosting a server, not just on storing your data. Um, you have these automatic scaling services, right? Whenever I want additional capacity, I'll scale. When there is no additional capacity, I'll just keep coming down. So that will also make sure that my business operates at the efficient cost. So enough talking about money. We'll just move on to the migration part. So I did mention about the CAF, right? What is a CAF? CAF is not specific to AWS. Okay, like though we have AWS CAF, but it is about AWS Cloud Adoption Framework. You have Azure Cloud Adoption Framework also. Okay. And you have Google Cloud Adoption Framework also. Same thing. A Microsoft Cloud Adoption Framework for Azure, AWS Cloud Adoption Framework for AWS. So it's nothing but set of rules that make sure that all the business pillars are ready to adopt to the cloud. It is not just about 2 servers, 5 servers. Your entire business is going to be on a different platform. Your way of doing business is going to be different. You're on a monthly expenses are going to be in a different place, because in an on-prem, you buy the server, and for the next 5 years, unless you want to upgrade it, it's only about replacing the hardware, right? But in cloud, it's about making sure that you keep paying every few months. So there is a lot of other things that you got to keep in mind before you move to cloud, and that includes your business. When I say business, you need somebody, a decision maker, to support your cloud migration journey. That could be your CEO, CISOs mainly, CTO, CEO, COO, CIO, because anything that is at a larger scale, and if it is going to transform the way you do business, without the support of these CISO leaders, it won't work. So there are some checklists, like these cloud adoption framework is nothing but a large list of Excel sheet or some checklists that make sure that your business supports your decision, your CEO is involved in this decision making, and then there are approvals from CFOs and so on. Once the business driver is clear, okay, we'll finish one by one. Okay, there are 6 pillars in a CAF. There are 6 pillars where you need to touch base or make sure that they're covered. The business approvals. The next one is people. What am I going to do migrating to cloud when my guys don't know how to operate AWS? Someone brought this up, right? I need my people to be skilled on AWS. And the problem with AWS, Azure, or Kubernetes is the drawback is long learning curve. You guys are here because you want to learn migration, but before this, you learned AWS, and after this, you're going to learn modernization, and then you will learn about containers, Kubernetes, serverless, and multi-cloud. So it will keep going on forever. It's not like, okay, guys, let's all assemble in a meeting. 9 to 5, I'm going to train you, and from tomorrow, you're back to business. That won't happen. There's the problem with cloud is you need to have constant learning, continuous learning, and mm, people, certified engineers. That's again coming under skilling, but it's more of people who are managing my workloads, right? All that part, certified engineers, and what else can be the people? I need people in 3 shifts with good skills. It all comes down to the ones who are managing it. Decision makers approval. Governance. It's after the migration, governance is all about management, cost effectiveness, secure automation. If there is a problem, it should automatically fix the problem by itself. And then platform, which is designing the applications platform level, as in it could be the auto scaling, serverless, containers, choosing the right workloads for the right kind of applications, and then the operations and security. Okay. So this can be 6 or 7 because these things keeps getting updated every now and then. So all these 6 pillars, we need to make sure that we are covered so that the cloud migration, after the workloads are migrated, we are safe. Not just to save our head, but I mean to say that you're migrating something so that your operations are seamless. You're migrating something because you want to have much better customer experience. Your customer should not be able to complain about latency. Your engineers can breathe a sigh of relief because a lot of things are offloaded to Amazon. So it should be everything, right? It's not like a developer who just writes code and pushes it to the servers or the applications. His life is easier, but everybody else are running helter skelter. So it that's why it's the CAF. It lays down the necessary principles or prerequisites that we need to have in place before even we think about migrating something to cloud. Now let's go and have a look into each of these examples on what do we actually talk about at business value realization. Within 3 years, all this investment that I'm making, is there any what's my return on investment? Because I'm training my entire team, I'm learning the new skills, and then I'm learning a new platform, migrating everything to a new platform with the monthly rental kind of approach. So all that business related, the risks here, if something doesn't work, what's my fallback plan? What's the alternative if one doesn't work? All that perspective, we do it before even we think about the technical aspects. And then the people, training, development, upskilling, optimization, competencies, making sure that you have enough career path. Okay, now that everybody are cloud engineers, what's the next level? Okay, what about solution architect? How do you differentiate between a solution architect and a cloud engineer, senior cloud engineer, DevOps engineer, platform engineer, storage admin, migration admin, many things. So you got to make sure that all those roles and efficiently are managed on those. The governance, control of what level of access, who are the stakeholders for the necessary services in Azure or AWS. What is the process in case of, do you have any SOP documents, scope of work documents, a standard operating procedure document, sorry, not SOW scope of work, but it's SOP. So all these playbooks, automation playbooks and stuff like that. And then platform, that's why I said, what's the right service for the right application? Who's going to manage the network for security? Are we going to provision countless or unlimited storage, though we don't use it? There has to be some kind of a checks and balance on what we're going to do. And then security is basically the permissions, who has access to what level, what services. If there is any intrusion, I want to get notified. Are my data encrypted? Are there any alerts and notifications set up? If there is any compromise, and operations comes under the alerting, reporting, having a DR in place, application performance monitoring, APM, all that. So if you put all of these together, I think you will have a picture that makes we're just putting these things in a puzzle into a single completed frame. Okay, so it's not about I install a service, I go to a machine, and then I'm just going to install the agent. There we go. The machine is migrated. That's it. My job is done. Then it's somebody else's headache. No, every team has to work hand in hand because operations need the platform team, and then the platform needs the security team, and both of them will need a DevOps engineer who's working on the development or the code. So it's basically a team that everybody has to work hand in hand to make sure that the cloud migration or cloud journey is a successful one. Now, we will talk about the customer's AWS journey. Okay, so guys, now what we'll do is we'll just go little to the business. When I say business, the actual migration. So far, we saw the pros and cons, why, what, how, the challenges, business challenges, and stuff like that. Now it's to move away from that and let's talk technical stuff. Enough talking about business. That may not be relevant to you once you're working on it. So we finished the CAF, right? The Cloud Adoption Framework. It's, as the name suggests, it's basically a framework to make sure that your organization adopts cloud in the right way. And everybody has a CAF. So now I want to start the migration. But what would be the valid place to start with? I have a free account or I have a account, AWS account. Can I just start using this account and get going? If it is great, I'll just leave it on AWS or I can just delete it. So in a migration, after the CAF is approved, okay, Cloud Adoption Framework, all good. Move on. I have given you the approval. What's next? We don't know where to start or what should be the servers because all my machines are like at least 5 to 7 year old. What's the right sizing? Because now we have latest, greatest, the best in class machines. And my application code may not run on some machines because the application was written 5 years, 7 years ago. A lot of other challenges. Okay, I'm kind of confused. What do I do? No worries. That's the beauty of cloud. Before we touch anything, we migrate it to cloud. The first step I personally would suggest is POC, proof of concept. Is it free or how does that work? Everybody, AWS, Azure, GCP gives you proof of credit, POC credits, saying that I want to move to cloud, but I don't know anything about cloud. So give me some time, maybe 4 weeks, 8 weeks. I can migrate my applications, databases just to check if they all run fine. I can do the sizing. What should be the machine? How many cores, CPU? How much GB RAM? What should be the storage? They give you credits in which you can test it out. Maybe $1,000, $10,000, $6,000, $200, whatever. But within a few weeks, you have to test it and then use it. After POC, we do the evaluation of the results. And based on that, we do the costing, sizing, and post POC optimizations, right? The code may not work. Sometimes the code works great, but there's a new problem. The CPU is different. The architecture is different, many, many things. But this is how I normally approach anything. I'm currently working on few cloud migration projects. I tell them that it's not going to work, but you can still go ahead and try it, run a proof of concept, test the things that don't work, and then move on with it. And they're like, okay, we'll do that. But is that it? The migration is done or what? No. What to do? Like, I got $10,000 from AWS. I have 45 servers sitting in my on-prem office, on-prem data center. And now I even got the credits from AWS, right? What do I do? Where do I start? What's the migration? Like, does migration mean taking it from one place and putting it on cloud? No. So this is when it gets interesting. I want you to pay attention because all these talking that we did is more of a storytelling. Okay. I just wanted to give you an intro or prepare you to start working on the important stuff. So it's better you remember, but in case if you forget some of it, no problem because it's not going to come back to bite you at all. But whatever I'm going to talk from now, make sure that you pay attention. When we say migration, not one thing, guys. If I say walk, you know what is walking. If I say run, you know what is running. If I say jogging, it's just a jog, all right? But a migration is not about taking a server from one place and then putting it elsewhere. I'm going to share a screen. So let's assume this is my on-prem data center. I have 3 servers, okay? 2 web servers and then 1 database servers. And then there is a application server, okay? So these are the 4 servers, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I want to move them to cloud. So what do you understand by the basic term of migration? Migration means take these servers, move to cloud, and then run it on cloud. That's what everybody understands, right? It's very simple. Migration means I have 4 servers, I moved it, like migrating the servers, migrating the data. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the big deal? That's it. Anybody can learn it, how to use a tool, and we are sorted for life. No. So this is the problem, okay? The problem or what people don't understand is when it comes to migration, we call it as 7 R's of migration. And this is a question that they ask in Google interview also. Okay, they ask you to come prepared for 7 R's of migration. What is this 7 R suddenly? Like migration is a migration. How does it matter how many types of migrations are there? So the 7 R's of migrations are rehost, replatform, refactor, correct only, right? Replatform, refactor, relocate, retain, retire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is the other one? Rehost, replatform, refactor, relocate. There's one more. It was 6 hours, and then recently they made it 7 hours of migration. Which is one second. Repurchase. So these are the 7 hours of migration. When I say 7 hours of migration, do they mean there are 7 types of migration? Migration is just migration. Take from one place, put it in another place. So why do we have 7 hours of migration? So we'll just go one by one in detail. And please, you don't have to memorize it. I'll just explain you the way I remembered it. So it's much simpler. Okay. Rehost. It is also called as lift and shift, meaning you have a server running in on-prem, server 1 and on-prem. You take that as the same, like copy the server to AWS and run it as a server. That's it. Lift and shift. Take from one place, like I have a machine, take that machine, host it on cloud, and run it. Nothing changes. The OS remains the same. Application, OS, app, configuration, settings, all remains the same. Nothing changes. That's why it is called lift and shift. You don't do anything. You take it from one place, put it into the cloud, and you're going to run it there. Okay, remember it that way. Rehost is the first and the simplest and the straightforward approach. Any machine that you have, you're just going to lift and shift. What's the advantage of it? You don't have to worry about compatibility because nothing changes. Your application, if it is on Windows, it's going to run on Windows. It's going to have the same. You're taking a copy of your server and putting it on cloud, and then you're going to run it. That's why it's called lift and shift. Or you're hosting it in another place. You're hosting it in your on-prem. So you take that and host it on AWS. That's rehost, lift and shift. Then comes the second one, re-platform. What's that? The database or the application remains the same, but it runs on another type of platform. what kind of platform is this? Give me an example, right? So you have a SQL server in on-prem, and I want to move to cloud. Then can't I just do a rehosting? Of course, yes. You have a SQL server, copy that server to cloud, and then host it on AWS. Simple, easy peasy. But there is a challenge. Challenge is my SQL Server administrator has just quit the job, or I don't want somebody managing my SQL Server, taking the backup, replicating it, security, and all of it. But I want SQL Server. Is there an alternative option? Because if I take the SQL Server database, SQL DB server, and put it on cloud, the guy who's taking care of the backup, log shipping, security, patching the server, I still have to do the same thing on cloud. It's just that I don't do it on my on-prem server, but I still have to do it on cloud. But now that I want to move and modernize my application or my database, I'll go for SQL Server on managed databases. Give me an example. In Azure, in AWS, there's something called as RDS, Relational Database Services, the Managed Relational Database Service. So it's a database. Aurora, I said SQL. Aurora is not SQL Server, right? I want Microsoft SQL Server. So I go to RDS. Surprisingly slow, my internet. I don't know why. So I want the same SQL Server, SQL database, just that I don't want to run it on a server. Instead, I want to move it on a PaaS, or a database as a service, platform as a service, or we can call it as DB as a service. So this doesn't change, but the platform on which my database is running changes. So my application still talks to the DB, which is a SQL Server. Or I'll give you one more example. Instead of SQL Server, let's talk about PostgreSQL. PostgreSQL. It's on a server, Linux machine, Linux server in the on-prem. Now I want to modernize it because managing a DB server is a headache. I need to have separate skills. I need to have 3 people around the clock monitoring my DB servers, because if my DB is down, everything is down. So I don't want to spend so much of time managing it, because I want to focus on the application development, but I still want Postgres. So you go to Amazon RDS, the Managed Relational Database Service, go ahead and create a database and this Postgres on RDS. It gives me all the options: MySQL, Maria, Microsoft SQL, Oracle database, IBM DB2, PostgreSQL. Okay, I want PostgreSQL. And what's the version that you want? Select the same. I have in my on-prem, I have Postgres 11.2. I select that. Is it production or dev test? Free tier. It's a production server. I want it single database, or I want multiple replica of my database. What's the DB name? What's the username? Next, 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 next. What's the size? How much is the storage? Tuck, 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 tuck. And then create a database. Now I have a RDS Postgres. RDS or Postgres running on RDS. So it's still a Postgres. The database is the same DB running on a managed platform. So what is a managed platform meaning? Managed platform means all this management part, the monitoring, the authentication. I do have multiple customization. How much is the storage? Whether should it be in a public network or a private network? Um, the storages can be automatically scaled. What's the performance that I want? What's the size of the machine that I want? And it also has automatic backup, free automatic backup. All that management part, I've given it to AWS, but I still have my PostgreSQL database. That's free platform. Same stuff running on a different platform. RDS, I give an example. The first one is SQL Server, right? So you see, there is a Microsoft SQL Server also available. Which version? Do you want Express Edition, Web, Standard, or Enterprise? All the 4 flavors are available. I'll go for the Standard because in my on-prem, I'm running SQL Server Standard on a server. So I'll select the same. Which version? 2019, 2022? Which one is it? Mine is a 2019. or even 2017, 2016. I think it goes up to 16. So whichever the version that you currently have, select that. And do I have the license? Okay, it says license included. And fill the rest of it, the sizing and IOPS and everything else. And we are good. My monitoring, patching, security, everything is taken by AWS, but I don't have to make any changes to the application code. It's still the same SQL server. My application talks to the SQL the way how it is doing now. My application will talk to Postgres the way how it is doing now, or MySQL, MariaDB, and everything. That's the difference between rehost and replatform. If it is rehost, instead of RDS, I will go ahead and use the server, which is EC2. Create a new server, install Windows or Linux. I'll say DB server, and copy the database to your machine. That's basically like taking it from one place, putting it in another place. So the second R is also done. First is rehost. Second one is replatform. The third one is refactor. It's also called as re-architect. Now, why did I write it in this order? Lift and shift, lift and small changes and shift, and then refactor, which is re-architect. So we'll add one more line. Easy to migrate. Little changes, small changes are needed because you're still moving to another platform. And this is the maximum changes required. What is the maximum change? What kind of changes? We'll talk. What is a refactoring? Refactoring means you're literally building or rebuilding your application from ground up. I have a .NET 3.0 or a .NET 2.0 application, which I wrote in 2013. And every year, new version of .NET gets released. And it was all on Windows, right? I wrote everything on Windows because back then it was the only one that was supported. I was okay to pay the licensing fee, which is very, very expensive. All that, because for 10 years, that's how it's been running. Now my manager decided, or my business decided, enough guys, we will have to move forward from .NET. Let's go ahead and modernize the application. And let's go ahead and make sure that we write something from ground up. It will still be a .NET application, but it will be .NET Core. Core is like the latest framework, which works even on Linux. And I want to go ahead and containerize it. I don't know how many of you know what is containerization. If you don't know, we will talk in some time. But containerizing is a new technology or a new way of creating and building and hosting the application. So this way, I literally moved away from the old architecture, built a new application in the new way of running the business, architecting it from the ground up, changed my code, application changes, code level changes, all of it. And then I'm going to host it on AWS services like Elastic Container Service, Elastic Kubernetes Service, Lambda. So these are like the modern services to host your application instead of a server. Server is what you've been doing for so many years, right? 20 years you've been just hosting it on the server. Then came a little modern RDS, which is like the platform as a service. Then came the new ones like containerization, serverless, Kubernetes, and so on. So because we're literally making code level changes from the core of the application, it's a lot of effort also, but required for refactoring. I want you to remember only the three things. I made it very simpler by naming or ordering them like rehosting, rehost it, take it, put it, lift and shift, replatform. Take the same stuff, host it on a different platform. That's why I gave the example of SQL Server from server to SQL Server on managed database. Postgres server, PostgreSQL on a server to PostgreSQL on RDS. That's replatforming. And the last one, or the third important one, is refactor, also called as re-architecting it. Literally, you architect something from scratch, it is going to take a lot of time, a lot of effort. So that's why
It's easy to remember that also. Re-architecting something from ground up, meaning you're breaking the foundation, rebuilding everything from scratch, and then doing it. These are the only 3 R's that you need to know or you will be focusing on, because the other R's are, as you can see, relocate. What is it? Let's say I have a VMware server. Okay, VMware servers in the on-prem. Virtualization, right? VMware servers. You move to VMware on cloud, VMware on AWS or Azure, but it doesn't change. Nothing changes for you. You're just moving from your on-prem to Azure or moving from on-prem to another on-prem. Like let's say VMware from Texas to California. So it's not even like a lift and shift, because lift and shift is individual servers. But however your business is running, you're just moving from one place to another. And then the other 3, I don't think we even need to, I don't have to explain it at all. Retain, meaning do nothing. Just continue to run as it is. I'll give you an example. I'm talking to one of my partners recently. They have a lot of Windows 2003, Windows 2000, Windows 2008 servers. Okay, they're at least 20 to 30 years old. They don't have any support from Microsoft. They don't have internet access, because if they access the internet, then they can be attacked due to old technologies and vulnerabilities. And they cannot even migrate it to cloud because they don't support. These old machines are not supported in cloud, Azure and AWS. What do I do? Do nothing. Just continue to run as it is. You can't migrate them. You can't decommission them because they are very, very critical servers for your internal apps. And repurchase, as the name suggests, if you have any SaaS-based applications, for example, if you're using Office like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, instead of buying the licenses, just go for the cloud-based ones like Office 365, Salesforce, P, and stuff like that. Just go ahead and buy the newer version and continue to use them. And last one is retiring, which is nothing but decommission, because we don't need them anymore. Old servers, legacy servers, or we call it as museum environment. Now, anyone has doubts on these 7 Rs, because these 7 Rs from today, if you have learned it, you will forever be living with these 7 Rs. I want you to be clear on what these 7 Rs are and what is this for, and understand the difference between the 7 Rs. If you have questions, please please put it in the chat. How does it come under re-platform or refactor? Okay, so Amit, there's a question. SQL Server to Oracle or Postgres or any other RDBMS. It comes under refactor, because see, it's DB migration is if you're moving from server to server, or if you're moving from server to a PaaS, what you're doing is it's called heterogeneous. So Hamid has a question, guys. If I have a SQL Server, which is a Microsoft product, okay, Microsoft SQL Server, I want to move from Microsoft to Oracle. Is it refactor or replatform? Because it involves both. That's a great question, Amit. So this it's actually called, when you move from one so if you move from one technology to another technology, it's called heterogeneous migration. Okay, migration. So here, if I have SQL Server on a server or a VM, and then I'm moving to an Oracle, you're just not changing anything. It is still, you're modernizing it, but it's the server is a server. Nothing changes there. And you don't have to say that, okay, is it going to be replatform or refactoring? Because it depends on how you are hosting it or the underlying hardware. It's not about which technology to which technology. How you host it matters. And Ronnie wants to know about refactoring a little bit. Ronnie, I have a question. Do you know what is Elastic Kubernetes Service, EKS, ECS, or serverless? What do you understand by the term? Do you know what this is? Otherwise, I'll explain that. You know what is serverless, Ronnie? Okay, fine. He wants a little bit of explanation on refactoring. Let's just jump into the refactoring again. So guys, I have an application. Okay, let's say Amazon.com. Okay, this is my application. Okay, it's a web application. I was just checking some watches and some phones. It's hosted on some server, right? We'll just go back to the diagram. So you need to understand this modernization. What do I mean by modern techniques or latest techniques? So we'll just talk that. So what do you understand by the term web server, guys, or web application? So I have a server, and in this server, let's say this is Windows. Okay. So I need to enable a feature called IIS, which is nothing but web capability. So once I enable it, I can write the code, right? Let's say this is me. I'm a developer, and in my laptop, I keep writing lines of thousands of lines of code. Once the application is written and I test it, I go ahead and push it to the server. So now users who are all over the world, when you type in this website, Amazon.com, you see what is written here, right? This code is populated on your server, right? On your laptop. You see the page, you see the login option and everything. So this is the dev and this is the users. This is how an application, or this is basically how the application works. Now, in the last 20 years, okay, from let's say 1998, 2000s, in the last 10 to 20 years, all the applications to build in a concept called monolith. Monolith. Monolith means I have 100 developers, okay, hundreds and hundreds of developers who are writing thousands of lines of code for this one application called Amazon.com. So I'm Gokul. I'm a front-end developer. And then there is Ronnie, who's my back-end engineer or back-end developer. And then there is another person, Prasad. He is a full-stack engineer. So all these developers team, what we do is we keep writing whatever is needed from us. So one guy will be writing the login page. The other guy will work on the wish list. I'll be working on the UI, the search bar and everything. Somebody else works on the order processing and order management. So all of us will work together and then write the code and merge it. Or basically we put all these code together and then we're going to host it on this server. So the application would look like this, right? A huge application, 10,000 lines of code, 50,000 lines of changes every now and then. And this will have the front end, and then you have the application layer or the login layer and everything. And then you have the backend layer where order is processed or send the email confirmation and everything. But all these three layers are hosted in this one huge application called Amazon.com. So this is how people were developing the applications for the last 20 years. Now, there is a problem in this. The problem is, since so many people are working on it, one incorrect code here on the back end can literally bring down the whole server down. Because if the backend doesn't work, it doesn't matter. There is a problem with the code, the front end page also won't load because something is messed up here. Or let's say the page doesn't load, everything else is working great. Okay, order management, everything is going well, but I'm the front end developer. Instead of the white color, I gave pink or purple or red accidentally. Then the entire page looks different, the Amazon.com. It doesn't matter what Prasad did or what Ronnie did. It's because it's a huge single application, Amazon.com. One guy made a mistake and the entire site is down. That's not a great way of doing things, right? But because it was the only option, everybody were like very, very cautious. And the other drawback of it is because I know even a small mistake can cost me everything, right? If I make one incorrect change of this code, the whole website will be down. So what happens is I will never try to release a new feature unless I test it 100 times or 10 times because I want to be very, very sure that this is going to work. I don't want to take chances. So due to these, even a new feature used to be released every month. Like for, I don't know how many of you are using Android and iPhone for the last 12, 13 years. Back then, we never used to get so many application updates. But today, every day we have 7 to 8 updates. I don't know how many of you have noticed it. That's because nowadays everybody has moved out of this monolith approach, and now we are actually doing microservices approach. What does microservices mean? You understood monolith. Monolith is like that big dinosaur sits here, and every code, every line of code, front end, wish list, order management, back end, recommendation, um, the shipping data, order data, all these code are into one single piece of code, and which means even if I want to make something a change here, I have to make sure that everybody are aligned with me. So it's going to take a lot of time. So monolith is a not a great way of doing things, at least if unless it is absolutely necessary. So I don't want to use monolith anymore. Instead, what we started adopting is everybody, including Amazon.com, Flipkart.com, Google, Facebook, all of us moved out of monolith to microservices. Most of us, okay, Microsoft, we moved to microservices. What does microservices mean? What problem does it solve? And what are the advantages of it? My apologies. So microservices means, as the name suggests, I'm gonna break this whole big application of Amazon.com into small chunks. Like in this huge application, I have a lot of capabilities, right? So what I do is I build the login page as a separate application, cart as a separate application, a recommendation engine as a separate application, order management as a separate application, engine is order, and then customers data as a separate application. Shipping details, like as soon as you order shipped, I want the notification, right? Shipping as a separate app, and sale or deal every day, that's a separate application. Now I'm going to put all of them together and make it into a single application. So these are 10 different small applications or services, microservices, which are working together as Amazon.in or .com. What is the advantage of it? If one service doesn't work, I can still be useful for all the other capabilities. Let's say my recommendation engine doesn't work. My customer will even not notice it. He'll still go to Amazon.com. The front end loads fine. He'll add something to the cart. He'll place the order number gets generated, delivery details are being sent, notifications sent, everything works. By the time I realize my recommendation is not working, the guy who's supposed to fix it can just work only on that without having to worry about breaking something else. And what's this is about fixing something. Then the other thing is, even if there is a new feature that I want to release, I want to release a feature that SMS notifications are sent as soon as the order is shipped. So I can attach it to this order management microservices. If something doesn't work, I can always roll back. So it's like I built something in such a way that they all are independent. They all can be scaled immediately. They all can be fixed if there is a problem. And if I want to release some new features, they can be released individually. So let's say this is a microservices application. We go back to the Black Friday and Cyber Monday, fail. So my recommendation engine usage or my customer based databases won't change much. But the front end application, cart, order management will be used excessively. So I can scale only the capacity of that capability without having to scale the whole Amazon.com. See, it gives me all these advantages, right? Because rather than having all my eggs in one basket, I moved the eggs to the respective boxes. And whenever I want to scale increase the number of eggs to handle more capacity, I can do that. That is microservices. So this is what is refactoring, because you can't just go ahead and take this code and then I'll cut down first 10 lines of code, host it somewhere. Cut down the next 20 lines of code, host it to another microservices. You are literally rewriting the whole application from ground up. That is what is called refactoring. And when we refactor the application, you can't, like, you can host it on the same server. Like, for example, if a monolith is running on a server, a microservices can also run on a server. So as microservice. But you broke down the service. So you have something, a modern approach that solves a lot of problem. So why to host it on a server? Instead, you have many other platforms which which are designed for hosting microservices, which can scale only one microservices. For example, we'll go back to the diagram again. So let's just clean up one last example and then we'll go to the PPT. So I want to just take the same approach. My code is modernized, okay? My application is from here, amazon.com. I have the lengthy, large monolith. I broke it down into small microservices, and then I'm hosting it on another server as a microservices. So there's one service, the second service, this is the cart, this is the front end, this is the order management, this is the customer, this is the recommendation, this is the wish list. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And again, I'm hosting it on server 1. And this is also server 1. Now, my application is so modern that each of it is independent. Each of it is auto scaling. Each of it is auto healing. It can automatically detect any spike in the workload and it scale. But think about it. My front end is also on the same server. My wish list is also on the same server. My recommendation engine is also on the same server. So if I want to scale just one of it, I will still go ahead and create new machine and then put all the 8, 9 servers on a new server, which is server 2. That's not so efficient. Just to scale one server, why will I deploy another machine? Or just to scale one microservices, why should I deploy one more server? So that's when we use these containerized platform like ECS, Elastic Container Service, or Elastic Kubernetes Service, which gives you the ability to scale only that you want. Okay, I have one service, make it another one or 3 more. I want to scale only these 2, increase it. So that without having to worry about the others, you will be able to scale the individual services. So my application is modernized, as well as the platform I host my application. No more servers, virtual machines. I will use these latest services which are available at my disposal. So that's what is refactoring. You change the code, you also change the platform where you host the code. That's refactoring. I hope everybody learned something out of this. Correct. All good? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right. So what are the 7 R's, guys? Can someone just paste it in the chat? What are the 7 R's of migration? See, if you notice, we don't actually use 7 R's for migrating. Only 3 R's are used for migration. You either lift and shift, or you re-platform it to another platform, basically move it to another platform, or you do the complete re-architecting. But the rest of it is, you don't even touch it. Like retain is not a migration. Repurchase is not a migration. Retiring a server is also not a migration. Or you move from one server data center to another data center is also not a migration because it's not your problem. It's the same technology hosting somewhere else. So when it comes to cloud migration, these are the only 3 migrations, but you need to know all the 7 because I'll tell you why. So you know what is 7 R's of migration now. Then here is what happens. Just a second. All right. Yeah, I have a sample inventory. So the first step when you're talking to a customer who comes to you for a migration, saying that, hey, I want to migrate something to cloud. You don't know whether you're going to use refactor, replatform, rehost, or you tell them don't do anything. We don't know anything, right? Like I'm a customer who then tells you that, hey guys, I am evaluating cloud. I want to migrate it to cloud. Can you please guide me on how to do that? No clue. Like what application do you have? I don't know. How can I propose something or suggest something? So it's always get the inventory sheet like this. See, look at it. Server 1, it's in the NetMagic Mumbai data center. It is actually simulation server. The CPU usage is this much. Memory usage is this much. Is it a physical server or virtual machine? What's the operating system? How many CPUs? How many RAM? What kind of disk? Is it SSDs or HDD? okay, SSDs or NVMe drives. And what's the name of the cluster? It's in my data cluster. I have 6 servers or 7 servers, and they're all physical servers running CentOS. I have my DevOps machine, which is another 10 servers. File servers, I have 4 of it. Database servers, I have 7 of it. And what is the database? It's a ClickHouse database. It's on CentOS physical machine. And then I see CPU usage is around 55. So you get an inventory like this, or another one like this. For example, all of it is running in Bangalore, and my server 1, server 2, and they are production servers, they are staging servers, they are DR servers. And is it an app server, a web server, or DB server? What's the operating system? If it is a DB server, what is the database? MySQL, Microsoft SQL, MySQL 20, Microsoft SQL 2019, MySQL 5.7, PostgreSQL, and MongoDB. So everything, like you get the utilization, operating system. Once you have it, then we start looking into it. What are the reasons why they're looking to migrate it? If something is already the latest, okay, the database is latest one, the operating system is also latest. So there is no reason for them to do any major work. Okay, most of it is compatible. And then I see there's a Linux machine, there is Red Hat Enterprise Linux, there is Windows, everything. It's a mix and match of everything. Based on the inventory that we have, we will decide this machine, I'm going to do lift and shift, that is rehosting. This machine, I'm going to do lift and shift. And then some machines which are app server, I can go ahead and replatform it, host it on something else. And here, this machine, I have some pain points because this is a DB server that people are accessing so much, but I don't have any data that changes. Is there something else that we can do? Yeah. And so that's how you decide based on the application to application. You'll sit with the customer, discuss how you want to do it, what do you want to do it. So here is a server, let's say server 65. It's a production server. Application and DB are hosted on the same server, running Windows and Microsoft SQL database. I don't want to touch it because customer said, I want it as it is. Don't split the app and DB, keep it like this. I'll say, okay, fine. I'll go ahead and rehost it. What is rehosting? Lift and shift. Take the same server, put it on AWS as it is. Nothing changes inside it. It's going to be running as it is. And then here I have a replatform. What is it? It's a server number something, 64. There's no database. It's running on Windows application. And maybe, I don't remember, it's a sample DB, sample inventory, guys. So don't get carried away. Maybe I would have proposed we will go ahead and move it from a VM to App Engine or Elastic Beanstalk. It's a platform as a service in AWS. So based on use case, based on the requirement, you will go ahead and use it. For example, look at this. I have a MongoDB server running on Red Hat Enterprise Linux. I want to replatform it. So I don't want to host it on a machine. Instead, I want to host it on a RDS platform, which is a managed services platform. So let's see if we have something in RDS. Okay, I see Aurora, Postgres, Oracle, MySQL, Microsoft SQL, IBM DB. Oh no, I don't have Mongo. That's because Mongo is not part of RDS. It's part of DynamoDB. Okay, so DynamoDB is a equivalent NoSQL service. So I'll move it to that. So either you host it on a server or you host it on a managed platform like DynamoDB or RDS. So that's how you first decide which one is lift and shift, which one is rehosting, which one is replatforming, and you can put the comment on why, what, like what is the use case, and so on and so forth. So then you will decide. Okay, now there's a question. I'll share the notepad, Ronnie. How to plan migration for application which is using Microsoft SQL DB clusters. Okay, we will see that. We have a demo next week, and we will deploy the application, a .NET and Java application, and then we'll migrate it. So now you understood the basics of migration. You understood what is a CAF. What are the things you got to keep in mind before you migrate it to? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, see, I asked how to plan the migration from planning perspective. Like, I I was planning for a DB cluster and I came to know that DB clusters cannot be migrated directly. They have to be in cloud first. So is it true? Do DB cluster need
No,
to be created
no,
first,
no.
or they can be through tools?
Okay, see, if it is a DB cluster, okay, that's a good question. We will explain it to everybody to understand what is it. Okay, so for example, this is my source. Okay, I'll just clean up everything. Good that you brought this up. So this is my on-prem. What is a cluster? I hope all of you know what is a cluster. Cluster is nothing but a group of computers, okay, working as one. So this is one cluster, server 1, 2, and 3. And let's say all the 3 servers have a database. If it is Microsoft SQL, so anything that you write here automatically gets replicated here and here. Okay, anything that you write here automatically gets synced between here and here. So all 3 are interconnected. Okay, that's a cluster. So anything that you do here, it gets impacted on the other one. So the reason why we have a cluster is suddenly if I have one machine going down, because I have the same data on server 2 and 3, I'll be able to serve my users. My application won't be down because I still have 2 machines running. That's a cluster. Okay, cluster 1. Now he wants to know how to migrate it or what is the process. There are 2 things you can do. What is the first one? Rehosting. So how do we approach this? Can someone tell me in the chat? So this is AWS. I can go ahead and add one more machine. Okay, make it the 4th machine of the cluster. Just make sure that the cluster is extended to 4th. So the data that is there in 1 and 2 and 3 will also be there in 4th cluster, 4th node, okay, 4th node, which is part of the same cluster. And then I can just decommission one server, deploy the 5th server so that all the data is here, and then deploy the 6th server, all the data is here. Once my server is running on AWS, go ahead and decommission this. This is one way of doing it, right? You provision a cluster, extend it as if it is your current cluster. Or I don't want to deal with this cluster because managing a cluster is a huge thing, because keeping 3 servers running all the time and making sure that they're up and running, and then there's a guy sitting and taking the backup of all 3 machines, making sure that the performance is not impacted. That's a lot of headache, man. I need a better solution. In that case, what we do is go ahead and create AWS RDS, which is also supported for Microsoft SQL. And SQL Server clustering is only supported, I think, is in enterprise version. Okay. So even in RDS, you do have MySQL enterprise version available. If you noticed it here, uh, it was there. I don't know if you noticed. Now, using the tools, like one of the tool is called DMS, Database Migration Service. It's an AWS tool. You can replicate or copy the data from the nodes through DMS to RDS. It will track it, as in you can keep a track, like 99% of data is in sync. Suddenly somebody writes it, and then 99.99% of data is in sync. Once it is 100% in sync, you can stop the servers here, and then you have 100% of data here. You can start using it. So this is re-platform. First one was rehosting. You create a server, replicate that server, and continue to run there. You don't want a server because that's a lot of things to manage. You want some automated backup, automated patching, better secure, easy to manage. You use RDS, which is also supported for Enterprise Edition, and you re-platform it. So now how do I decide which one to go for? Cost, definitely. Uh, RDS is slightly expensive than rehosting because rehosting is just another server. So you can decide, okay, if I go and do a rehosting, it's going to cost me $1,400. But on top of the 1,400, I'll also do the administration, management, patching, automation, scripting, backup, logging, all of it. But RDS is going to give me all of it for like, let's say 1,750. Then decide which one to go for. Cost-wise, it's slightly expensive, but it takes off so much of your responsibility, and what works for your business, you can go for it. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for covering it up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. How do we okay, the Excel. Peter, I'll share this. Peter. This is my Excel sheet that I just created some sample data. I'll upload it to a Google Drive, or I'll share it with Sumti from K21. She'll share the notepad and the Excel sheet. So we spoke so much on theory about all these R's. Now somebody asked this question, and then as soon as they gave the example, you understood, right? Moving from a VM to a VM is rehosting. But if I move from a VM to a platform as a service or a DB as a service, that's replatforming. But eventually it's still same Microsoft SQL, Microsoft SQL Enterprise, Microsoft SQL Enterprise. But I don't manage the server. It's taken care by AWS. That's replatforming. Now, we also saw what is monolith and microservices. Monolith runs on a server. Microservices also runs on a server. But if you want better, if you want to use full use of it, don't run it on a server. Instead, use it on containerization platform. Now let's go to the slides. Okay, whatever we learned so far, we'll just validate it's there in the slide. Okay, so 7 hours of migration. I'll put it on full screen. Yeah, you have your inventories. That Excel sheet is my inventory. You have all the configuration data and everything. What's your SLA? What's the management? What is your knowledge of the tools and everything? All these things will be considered, and then you'll decide whether you want to refactor or rehost, or do you want to retire it because nobody uses that application. Why are you even paying for it? Level of effort. So refactoring is basically the most effort. Okay, yeah, it's a great analogy here. Retire means there is hardly any effect. You're just going to stop the server and then go about your business. Retain, still no effort. Keep the server running, don't touch it. Relocate, take the boxes, put it somewhere else, and then use it. Rehosting, small effort, or like some migration effort is there, right? But nothing changes on the application. Repurchase, you're moving from one mode of payment to another, like a cloud-based model from perpetual license. Replatforming, some additional efforts, but it's still the same platform. I mean, a different platform, but the same applications. Refactor, you're literally rebuilding the whole thing, so it will take a lot of effort. So these are the only 3 R's, okay? Rehost, replatform, and refactor. But every other R is just for your knowledge. We'll just read through this. Rehost is this lift and shift strategy of rehosting your application without making any changes to the application. Take the application, put it on another server which is running in AWS data center. Relocate. Take it, Hyper-V host to another Hyper-V host. VMware to another VMware in a different location. Refactor. It's a strategy that is used to add new features, increase the scalability, increase many other things in your application. And it is also the expensive and the long time consuming one because it's literally refactoring it. And repurchase, nothing, just buy it. Purchase it as a SaaS product. If you're using CRM or CMS, see if there is any better alternative, cheaper, and none of the things to manage, go ahead and purchase it. And then lift, tinker and shift. Okay, the easy way. Lift and shift is rehost. Replatform is lift, make small changes so that your SQL server runs on RDS, and then shift it. Lift, tinker, shift. Okay, lift and shift, lift, tinker, and shift. And then refactor is re-architecting it. So just get these 3 things into your head in a proper aligned manner. Rehost, replatform, refactor. I always used to get confused between replatform and refactoring. Replatforming means I'm literally building it on a new platform, meaning it will take a lot of effort. Oh, what is refactor then? Oops. I keep getting confused. So that's why replatform is lift, tinker, and shift. Rehost is lift and shift. The only option that's left out is refactor, which is re-architect. That's how I remember. Retain and retire. I don't even have to read. I hope we get it. So it's an image that we have it in the AWS documentation as well. So this is how the migration works, guys. Whatever I just showed you. First part is discovery. Get the details of the servers that you're planning to migrate from the customer. Go through it. Prioritize it. Which are the dev machines, which are the prod machines, which are the staging machines, which are the machines that you don't want to migrate. Okay. Once you have some idea on the inventory, then decide what path you want to take. If it is retain, forget it. Just don't touch it. If it is retire, it's not your problem. Headache. Just ignore these. Then I have some servers to migrate. Which approach should I take? Rehost, replatform, and refactoring. These are the only three things that I have to worry. If I'm going to do a rehosting, lift and shift, replicate, or either do manually install the replication agent, use the tools, go ahead and migrate it, validate it, and then run it on cloud. If it is replatforming, again, I'll decide what is the new platform. Is it going to be RDS or is it going to be some other platform? Make some changes to the code or small changes, migrate it, move to production. Refactoring, sit with the application redesign, infrastructure redesign, and make sure that you build the code that suits the new infrastructure. Completely test everything through software development lifecycle or the DevOps and everything. Integrate it to the new platform and then move to production. So look at it. This is the easiest one. Rehosting is like replicate, migrate, and finish it off. Platforming is still the same, but just modify. Small efforts are needed to make sure that it runs on a newer platform. But refactoring is or re-architecting is the entire different journey. Somebody will develop it, somebody will test it, somebody will integrate it, and then you will host it. So once this is done, okay, this is the post-migration, well-architected framework. After your workloads are running, the CAF is your cloud adoption framework, a framework before you start the cloud adoption. Well-architected framework is basically the post-migration. You've migrated all the workloads or your workloads are currently running in cloud. What do I do? Everything is running. I don't have to worry about it. No, see, there is always some scope or room for improvement, whether it could be cost optimization, performance optimization, governance, security, reliability, resiliency. There's so many. Everything fails all the time. Okay, who said this? AWS CTO said this. His name is Werner Vogels. I think Werner Vogel. Yeah, Werner Vogels. The spelling was incorrect. If you see, everything fails all the time was said by, yeah, this is one of his famous quote, and he says this in all the AWS reInvent. So the only way we can make sure that we are surviving is if you do the reviews properly on time. Make sure that there's no data leak, there is no unnecessary exposure of your applications on the internet. Make sure that you provisioned enough servers in place or you didn't over provision it because it's going to come back to bite you on the bills. And there is enough redundancy built into your application. So if one region goes down, you have another region. All these things is your problem. It's not AWS platform level issue. You have to do all of it in your application and then the platform, not that, okay, it's on AWS, they should have done it, right? Monitoring, they should have notified you if there is an attack. You keep the server open, inviting trouble, they're not going to come and save your workloads. I'm sorry. So it's a shared responsibility, guys. Please remember, in cloud, nothing is yours or theirs. It's a shared responsibility. Responsibility. Meaning AWS handles the infra and underlying platform, but you as a customer takes care of everything that runs on the platform. It's a shared responsibility. You can't say that they didn't do it. They can't say customer didn't care about it. It's a shared responsibility, whatever you guys are doing. This is for PaaS. I didn't understand. Like it doesn't matter whether it is on infra as a service or PaaS, it's a shared responsibility. Just that the things that you manage comes down in PaaS, but if I have a vulnerability or a bug in my code that exposes the credit card details of my customers, AWS doesn't know. It's my code fault, right? It's not a AWS problem. I didn't write my code secure enough to safeguard my customer's credit card or SSN numbers. And now it's not AWS problem. So there are a lot of ways how you can secure, make sure that they're in different, like in terms of reliability and all these pillars of WAF. Uh, it could be like automation, make sure that you anticipate failures. Always look for a problem and just act like you're being attacked. What would you do? What are the practices that you have if at all there is an attack now and you realize somebody has hacked your AWS account? What should be the first thing that you would do? You need to have a standard operating procedure document. So always anticipate the problems so that you have some backup plan in place. And apart from that, make sure that you give the least privileges and make sure that there is monitoring enabled for all the workloads, security to protect your data in transit and rest. These are the basic that I would expect everybody to do it, and nobody is an exception for it. And there are many, many services like IAM, CloudTrail, Cloud Config, CloudWatch that is used for monitoring, two-factor authentication to log in for the users. There are many, many services AWS gives. How you leverage it. For example, today is the first day that I set up a MFA for my account. This K21 Academy account never had a MFA. And today they forced me to do it. So all these years that I didn't use it, it's not AWS's fault. But they still made sure that they forced me to change or update the MFA because it's for additional security. So that's why I say it's a shared responsibility. Okay, wherein I have to do what I'm supposed to do, and then AWS will also do what they're supposed to do. Apart from that, understand sustainability. This is like not our problem as of now. Okay. This is very, very useful. I already covered on the top, right? I don't know where to do or what to start with. Always start small or start with a proof of concept. You get some free credits, you get POC credits from AWS. Start with this and then do the calibration, sizing. Try to find out what's the right resource. Is this even the right fit? After POC, you may realize I don't think AWS is the right platform for me because I'm not even spending $100 a month because all the investments were already made. And in AWS, it shows I have to pay $700 every month. No, then you can just say like, not right now. I'll hold on. I don't need to move to cloud as of now. And monitoring, um, leverage the managed services wherever possible so that AWS will handle the maintenance, which is the replatforming part, where they will take care of the underlying hardware security, patching, management. If they have to restart it, they will do the host level part of it. So all these are AWS's headache. And I don't know if we have to focus on this enterprise support. All of it is only for large customers. We don't have to worry about it. So that's it on the slide for today. If you want to know some generic questions, or like I've done hundreds of migrations from AWS to Azure, Azure to AWS, on-prem to AWS and Azure. So if you want to ask some questions like some out of box or common scenarios that you want to discuss about, we can do that. We like though the session is still 10:30, we can take another 15 minutes to cover it before we connect tomorrow for the data migration.
Yeah, I have one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I have worked on few migrations and I want to know how you do plan for the wave grouping. That
Nice.
servers will
Mm,
go into which wave, how you
mm,
plan for that.
Okay, good question. So for those who are new or not heard of wave planning, so guys, this is my inventory. Okay, there's 66 servers for this customer. Okay, or if I go to the other inventory, there's 96 servers, and there's 800 terabyte of data. They have 3 NAS boxes, 800 TB of data. So, and it contains my DB server, file server, system server, DevOps server, data servers, and then the clusters in Mumbai. And then there's another cluster called Jupyter. There's so much of the data. And it doesn't make any sense to go ahead and click, click, click. All 70 servers or 90 servers are in cloud. And now I'm confused what to do next. So what we do is look at this one. I have a column called business, like it can be anything, or I would say wave plan, or you can just give it uh, uh, wave plan. So you first group it. Either I group it based on the clusters, like cluster 1, cluster 2, or you see this critical, business critical, low critical, medium critical. So I'll group all the low critical machines and then see if there is any group of servers. For example, in this group, all the machines are low, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So these 4 servers are part of one cluster and they're all low machines, right? So I'm going to keep them as my wave 1. So they'll all be the first movers. And once it is, and I see there is a production server, preferably I don't want to touch it, but the rest of it is all staging. They're non-critical. If something goes wrong, it won't impact the business. If something goes wrong, I can still restart the migration any given time. So this will be my wave 1. And once the wave 1 is done, once these machines are on cloud, I will do extensive testing, as in all the performance, sizing, connectivity. Do I have all my data? Is there any issues in users getting connected to this machine? Permission issues? I'll finish it. And then once I get a sign off for wave 1, the second fleet of machines on wave 2, which will have their dependencies, or from staging, I'll go to UAT machines. And one other advantage of this migration is, okay, I don't know if you were able to imagine something or picturize something. Guys, the whole point of migration is, the advantage or the beauty of it is, I am going to do all this discussion or the migration while the computer is still running. Okay. So I have 3 servers. A customer came to me saying that go ahead and migrate it for me. Let's say they are production or non-prod machines. When I'm moving to AWS, I can continue to run all the 3 machines there. Okay. The users are being served from here only. I've copied or migrated these machines in AWS. I will go ahead and test it, confirm they're all working fine, and then I can route the traffic to this AWS. I can stop the machines here. So the advantage here is, it's not like, okay, now that you're migrating it, stop the whole server, wait for 2 days, 3 days, and then let's see. No, I can replicate, or I can sync all the machines. I can sync the changes. I can continue to run my on-prem servers while they are sending the data to AWS. And after it is replicated, I can go ahead and test it. I can log into the machine, check if all the data is there, is the performance, CPU usage, everything is behaving as it is expected. After all of it is done, then go ahead and stop the source and run everything in AWS. So the wave plan is also something that you do as part of the migration approaches. Whether it is rehosting or replatforming, we'll group it based on the low critical servers and then go to the medium critical servers and then the most critical business servers. In this, both these waves or the fleet of migration, we will know whether I should even touch the production server or not. Did that help you understand something on how the migration works, guys?
Yeah, yeah, totally.
So
Sorry to
migration
disturb you.
is, yeah, go ahead.
Under what group does this Excel sheet belongs to? Is it business case or which
Yeah,
part of the
it is
migration does it
discovery.
belong
It's
to?
phase 1. Okay, I'll also write down something. So we
Yeah.
know what is 7 hours of migration. We know what is CAF and WAF and all these theories.
Mhm.
Okay, 7 hours also is more
Yeah.
of, I told you, they ask in the interview. But what is, give me a flow, like just forget everything. I don't want to know what happens behind the scenes. Just tell me what are the different stages of migration. Everything is fine, deal is signed. Okay, customer said let's go to AWS. I don't care about the billing because I need AWS for a lot of other business
Mhm.
reasons. Everything is
Mhm.
done. What's your first thing
Yes.
that you do on day 1? So
Mm.
we will have different phases within migration. Okay, phases of migration. First phase
Mhm.
is discovery or assessment. That is what did on the Excel sheet. As soon as you get the inventory, check it. Okay, 25 production servers, 35 staging servers, 19 Ubuntu, 10 Red Hat Enterprise. Rest of it is Windows. Out of the 70 servers, 30 servers are database servers. They're all standard edition, which is expensive. which I don't need standard edition for my dev machines. Is there a way I can reduce the cost? MySQL community is open source. Great. Can I use it on RDS and PaaS, or should I just stick to the VM? Okay, they're all on Intel and AMD. Is there a cheaper one out of the two? Okay, AMD is cheaper 5% by Intel. Great. And then storage. I see this is the total and this is the used one. Okay, maybe I don't need so much of storage. You do all of it in the first phase, which is assessment and discovery. And you will make your own report where how many of it needs to go to rehosting, how many of it is something that you have to do replatforming, how many are we going to retire, how many of it is refactor, all that part you do it in phase one. This can go for 3 weeks, it can go for 10 days, it can go for 2 months. You will sit with the customer and you will understand which application is talking to which one, what is the database replication technique, how many clusters are there, how many minutes of downtime can they afford if something goes wrong. All that you will sit with the customer and do it. Okay, that's the first thing. Once this phase is done, that's phase one. Okay, phase one is discovery or assessment. The next phase is mobilize. What are you mobilizing? Your troops. Because the discovery is done, now it's the actual work starts, right? So when you say actual work starts on day one or day one of mobilize, you don't say, okay, click, click, click. There we go. The replication is done, rehosting or refactoring is done. It doesn't work like that. There are a lot of work that you have to do, like creating your VPC, the networks, creating the security groups, creating the users, because you will work with the customers. You need to log into the AWS console and create your own permissions, right? So I have to go give you the access. Hey, uh, Mike, you're going to be the database administrator. Prasad, you'll be the infra networking guy, and somebody else is going to be the IAM permissions. Creating the users, permissions, roles. What else? Everything, cost alerts, budgets, alerts. All these things you will do it, which is part of mobilizing your troops, just like you're preparing for a war. Okay, the assessment is done, you start moving your troops towards the border, and then third day is, or the third phase is your migrate phase. That's where you start the replication or migration or copying to the cloud provider. So here, this may also go for days, weeks, months, depending on the number of servers, size of the data. While this is happening, you will continue to use your source machines because it doesn't impact your source. Because if I have to shut down something or stop my business for days or months because the migration is going on, it defies the purpose of migrating to cloud. So while I start the migration to cloud, it may go for weeks or months. The business runs as usual. Business as usual for your customers, for your company. The data keeps getting replicated. After all of it is done, I go ahead and perform the cutover. Cutover means, or failover, from on-prem machines to cloud machines, passing on the control. If there is a problem after the cutover, I should have tested all of it here. Okay, before I do this cutover, I should have done the wave plan, non-prod machines, least critical machines, everything. But worst case, God forbid, after the failover, something is not working as I expected it. I find a new problem. Then what do I do? After, the opposite of failover is fail back, roll back from cloud to on-prem. The tools that we use supports all of it. Now, because any which ways I didn't stop or I didn't shut down my servers, if failover doesn't work, go back and run the business on on-prem while you go ahead and fix what is the problem. Great. It was successful. Migration is successful. Now what? Keep monitoring. Everything goes well. You can stop the on-prem servers for some time, but don't delete it or decommission it. Observe it for a few weeks. Is that it? Is my migration successful? Am I good to go to sign off? No. After the migration is done, you will go ahead and optimize it. optimize or modernize, all that thing, you will do it as part of phase 2. Not phase 2, I mean like the second kind of project. What kind of optimization? The cost, check the usage. Do you need such a big server? Do you need a machine that is too small? Do you want to scale up or scale down? Have you set up the alerts for the performance monitoring, the logging, revoke all the access that you granted during the migration, and see if there is anything else that you need to do in terms of security, reliability. Is there a single point of failure? Resilience. Basically, all the cleanup activities. Nice. All good. Everything is happy. Customer is happy with the performance of the machines. Then you get a sign off. And that completes the migration. But I had mentioned a word modernize. These are all about optimizing, cleaning up. That's not modernizing. So why did I say in phase 4, optimize or modernize? So in all the experience that I have worked on a cloud migration or with the cloud companies, 90% or 10 out of 10, the first step is always lift and shift or migrate. So this customer, okay, let's say 76 machines are there. They, even if, I mean, though you can see it is more of like lift and shift, replatform and hosting, I personally tell everybody, don't do anything. Don't, if you want to do that experimentation, R&D, research and development, or you want to get your hands dirty, do everything that you want to do after you migrate these servers to cloud. So 66 servers that you have in the list, go ahead and migrate it as rehost, meaning all the 66 will come and sit in AWS as it is, as the same server to server migration. Why? What's the point? The point is, here, you don't have to make any changes. You don't have to do any compatibility checks. You don't have to modify the code, application, database, nothing. First, you come to AWS. Any which ways your business is running on a server, bring it to cloud. Once you're there, I have 200, 400, 500 services that I can experiment. If I want to do refactoring, I can test it. If I want to do serverless, I can do that. If I want to try replatforming, I can still try it. It is easier to do everything that you want to do when you're on AWS rather than keeping everything on-prem, and for each and every testing you go to cloud. So now I'm literally in a cruise ship that gives me all the ability that I want to experiment rather than going back to the coast for every time that I need to do something. So preferably, though, like in some cases, listen, anyways, I know I'm going to use RDS. So why should I even come to cloud, lift and shift, and then do the replatforming? I'll just do it directly because it saves some time. Great, go ahead and do it. But you can see primary and secondary migration. Primary approach will always be lift and shift. But if I want to, after the lift and shift, let's go ahead and replatform it, because this is easier than jumping one step before that. Because this is one, I mean, in India, okay, I mentor a lot of people for career guidance and so on. So the one challenge that I know, or not a challenge, one mistake that I see a lot of people are making is when they want to learn cloud or when they want to learn DevOps. See, first thing is you need to have some understanding of operating system, Linux, right? And okay, I'll give you the background about why I'm talking about. So I don't know if you guys know, in the last 2 to 3 years, the highest paid job all over the world is a Kubernetes administrator. Okay, K8S, Kubernetes, Kubernetes. Okay, so this is since 2023, 24. One of the highest paid jobs is a Kubernetes engineer, a Kubernetes admin, Kubernetes architect. So everybody wants to learn Kubernetes. I want to be a Kubernetes architect. I want to be a Kubernetes admin. So they start learning Kubernetes. But the problem is, in order to learn Kubernetes, First thing is you need to know Linux, and you need to know basics of networking, little bit on application hosting and so on, and then containers or Docker, I would say Docker, and then you go to Kubernetes. Or before Kubernetes, it would be better if you also have some cloud knowledge. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, the learning curve is huge. So from the time you start this to get to Kubernetes, it may take 6 to 9 months also if everything goes well. So what people do is, Kubernetes is highest paid. I'll start learning Kubernetes. Straight step 5. Okay, there is step 4. Step 5 is Kubernetes. Instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, they just jump directly into step 5, and they don't understand the basics, which means they don't understand Kubernetes. They don't understand cloud. What is load balancer? What is microservices? What is containers? What is communication between two servers? They don't know anything, but they just jump all the way directly to Kubernetes and start learning. So that's not going to be very efficient, right? It's going to cause a lot of problems. So what we do is first come to cloud. Cloud gives you all the additional bells and whistles that you need to experiment and try the new stuff. That is easier rather than you breaking your head on-prem and then, okay, now that all the changes are made, let's go ahead and host it and see how it works. Oops, not working. Let me go back. I'll work on it. I'll come back again. I'll go back. I'll come back again. Easier to be like, it's almost like the Swiss knife, right? You have all the tools at your disposal and it makes your life easier rather than trying out a different tool for each of the work that you're going to do. So that's why I would prefer, like even here, that's what is mentioned. Primary, secondary, and possible modernization scenarios. Is there, like after I move from, let's say this is the app server, I do a lift and shift, and then I host it in a new platform. And if it is still not good enough, I can even go ahead and do the containerization. So like there is always different ways of achieving the final state, or sometimes what works for you may not work for me. But regardless of it, I would say that, okay, these are all servers of different clusters. First step, come to cloud or migrate it to cloud. And once you're on cloud, do whatever you want to do. I don't care, because you have all the tools at your disposal. Play around, find out what works, doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, then don't do anything. Just delete it and stay where you are. If there is something that can be modernized, go ahead and start all the modernization for the next phase.
At the end of step like phase 3, before we start phase 4, we'll be completing transition to operations, correct?
Yes.
And then we'll be having post-care support, which like phase 4 is what I understood it
optional.
Post, yeah.
See, optimization means this is mandatory. Okay, after the migration, you will still do inspection and all of it. This is optional. Meaning sometimes you have only 2 servers. What's there to modernize?
No, what I mean by that, like we give it to the operation team, transition, they check it everything, and when they give their nodes, not that it is working as expected, then we'll be having that alert, logging, revoke access, everything.
Yeah.
And then a final sign off come from the project kind of thing.
Correct. Once the project migration is done, then there will be some workloads that they have recently updated to the latest technologies like containers, or they want to use some serverless options. Then those things we can always experiment it, because
migration support some 1 month or kind of stuff.
Yes.
Can I ask a question, please?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I worked on a project. Where do we use ETL tools?
Good. So where do you use ETL tools, right? Yeah. What is ETL? Do you know? You can speak. Do you know what is
transform load?
Okay. What does it actually do? Like that's a full form of ETL.
Right.
But what do you mean understand by the term ETL?
I worked on a small project where we just worked on a database, and we used Informatica Power Center, and we have something called Designer. So we clean up the data, we put it, drag it and drop into Designer, we transform it. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So when will you use ETL? when you have, see, for a server migration, you don't use ETL. Okay, there is nothing to extract or transform or load. Okay, everything just works seamlessly because all you do is rehost. But
Okay.
this ETL is basically when you are working on data analytics projects. Like I'll show you an architecture. Okay, data analytics project, AWS architecture. So if you see, and if I go to an image, this is there a ETL here? I don't see. Okay, this must have something. Okay, let me just open this architecture. So you want to know when do we use it or what is in ETL part in live? So oh, it's a paid one. Mhm. Okay. Okay, great. This is, there is ETL in this. Okay, this is an Amazon documentation, guys. So if you see, there is a small, not a small, it's a pretty decent architecture of AWS services. And what is happening here is lot of sources are sending data. Okay, that could be your YouTube likes, the comments, or the social media feeds. When you're watching a match, you just keep commenting on the social media posts, Instagram likes, and everything. So many different types of data is being sent from your mobile, laptop, application, social media profile, advertisements, all of it. Okay, everything is getting ingested into AWS cloud. How? Through different AWS services like Kinesis, database migration service, IoT signals. And because it's coming from different sources, they all are different kinds of data, right? Maybe one is a like, one is a comment is a text, like is not even a text or anything. Sometimes it's a temperature. You have some sensors in your office. Suddenly the air conditioning doesn't work. The temperature goes up. So the temperature is sent for every second. Like at 9 o'clock in the morning, 2 minutes later, 30 seconds, this was the temperature. So each device sends different kinds of data, right? My IoT sensor sends one, my television sends another data. My YouTube will know how many hours I spent, how many videos I watched, how many likes did I click on, how many comments, how many people I fought with. All of it is different data which is coming into AWS. And we are using different types of services to ingest all that data. Now, my data engineer has to do some meaningful work with that data. We are collecting from everywhere, air condition to microwave oven to television to social media to mobile phones. I have different kinds of data coming into AWS. I have to do something to streamline it so that my managers or my data engineers can work on it. So what this ETL does is extract, transform, and load. I'm extracting all the different kinds of data and I'm transforming it. And once the transformation is completed, I'm going to load it to my data warehousing. You see the number 10? So this ETL is a process of taking the source data, modifying it to the way I wanted it, and then I'm going to feed it to the sources where you will do the analysis. And in AWS, ETL is done through a tool called Glue, AWS Glue. Okay, in Azure, it is called Data Factory, Azure Data Factory. In AWS, it's called Glue, and both of it is a ETL tool. So if you see the architecture, so many different types of data source is feeding data into AWS, which is this data ingestion. Data source is injecting all different types of data into AWS. Once I have all this data, I'm going to do the AWS Glue data catalog or AWS Glue to go ahead and seamlessly do the ETL transformation. I do transformation. Now, what do? I have some meaningful data that I can read or do something with it. I feed it into the clusters where the Redshift is nothing but the data warehousing. EMR is also a data warehousing cluster. So I pass that modified data into this, and then I run some analysis, write some queries, complex queries. The last 6 months, what's the trend? What's the trending topic in Twitter today? Which advertisement generated the maximum revenue? What's the last sales record for the 6 weeks during this campaign that we ran? I do all the analysis, and then I have to present it on a dashboard, which I use AWS QuickSight. AWS QuickSight is just like a Power BI or a Looker Studio or the Tableau. tool where you processed data, you have to present it in a graph or a colored coding pie chart or something, right? In a real-time visualization. It's a business visualization tool, business intelligence tool, BI tool, where you can present it to your boss. Is it making sense, guys? The first step, data is being collected through different AWS tools. I have a lot of different types of data, which I'm going to massage it or modify it using ETL. After ETL is done, I have to do some analysis of it. I feed it into data warehouse. From the data warehouse, I have the report, but unfortunately, my CEO and CTO don't understand numbers. They want it in a visual representation. I put it to QuickSight and give it to them. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can I share my experience over here?
Yeah, cool. Please. I want to know and let everybody can learn from
Thank
it.
you so much for the explanation.
Okay.
Very
You're
clear.
welcome.
Basically,
Yeah.
basically for migration, including data warehouse and ETL, what we do in the second phase where we say mobilize. That is where we say pre-migration activities. In that
Yes.
activities, we build actual ETL servers. Okay, and then ETL servers may be anything. Maybe your Informatica data stage, like Glue, Azure Factory, whatever. So that server is already built in pre-migration. At the same time, we are recreating data dictionary in the data warehouse, that is database. What we are saying here, Redshift. We have Redshift, Oracle Exadata, Teradata, whatever you name it. We create those, and then at the same time, the source that you have seen in the first, data sources. So between sources and our the second part, what we say, we need to create a connection strings, which we may copy from the existing thing, or if required, we make the changes. What we say, the reconnecting string we create, and we test the entire flow whether it is working. Okay, for that we will put seed migration. That is, we won't be giving entire data, but say some thousand records. Okay, that is called seed migration. We will try this entire flow, ETL flow, whether it works perfectly. We get that sign off by the business person, and then before migration, actually, we flush off the seed migration data, and we get ready for the actual that is third phase of the migration. And this is what I have done altogether with Informatica, Data Stage, Teradata. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So another architecture, just to make it very clear for everybody. So you see, there is so many services sending the data. We capture all the data into Azure's or AWS storage. Like the flow is like this, where you have different sources to capture the data, store it here, and once you have it, start the ETL. You have Azure Data Factory, AWS Glue, or step functions, Apache Airflow, or Google Cloud Data Flow. Modify the data, feed it into the data warehousing or wherever you run the analysis. And from there, you can go ahead and present it to your business application. If you see the architecture here, yeah, simple. So
We can
the
make
data
it
is generated, and then you do the ETL, transform the data, and then you do the analysis, and then you present it to your business.
Can you share this link, please?
Yep, definitely.
Thank you.
What is blue and green deployment? Does it come under any of those?
Where is the blue and green?
No, I'm just asking. I just.
Okay, blue-green deployments you want to know, is it? So blue-green deployments are about application hosting. Okay, so
It's not about that data.
let's say
Okay,
it's not about data. Okay, I'll show you what it is. Let's say you have an application which is serving all the requests. Okay, this is you. Request keeps coming in. Now your team developed a version 1.1 or version 2. Want to host it, but what if there are some bugs? We don't know, right? So what you do is you will keep both the applications running. Half the request will go here, half the request, like 10% request will go here. And that way, this is blue. and this is green. Okay, blue, green deployment. So here you will do the monitoring to check if there is any performance issues, are everything going well. And if everything is good, then you will transfer all the 100% requests to the green. That's it. And then you'll decommission. That's blue-green deployment, but it is for not for us. It is for the application developers,
Oh, got it. No,
right? While I'm on Amazon.com, maybe half an hour ago when I logged in, they would have already done some changes, okay, which I don't know because the main site is still running and they're also testing the new version of the site. So
yes.
that's blue-green deployment, because of which I'm not impacted. Imagine thing, every time they upgrade the application to the next version, if they need 5 minutes downtime, that will have a very bad experience.
Okay. Yeah. And regarding this DMS service, right, we are going to you are going to show for like a server
Yeah.
as well as
Yes.
database. So if let's say there is a big schema like 100 I mean like let's say like some terabytes of 10 terabytes or 20 terabytes, are you going to show that info also?
No, I don't
No.
have 10 terabytes, but I have 4 or 5 databases which we will show next week. But
Okay.
when you have terabytes of data, no, you don't store it in a single database in the first place. Now, before the data migration, I want to talk about one good to know information: serverless. Have you heard of this term serverless? And you tell me what do you understand by it? Serverless architecture, serverless computing. What is the serverless architecture? Does it mean that there's no servers because I'm migrating my servers to cloud, and as soon as I'm there, is it gonna just magically disappear or vanish?
We don't own the server or we don't maintain the servers.
But what about this? Like if I go for RDS or S3, so even if I go for this service, RDS, I don't own it, right? I still let AWS manage everything for me. Okay, this is, you may be asked in the interview also. Could just be aware, like yesterday someone asked us about what is ETL, uh, when do I use it, right? They are servers, but deployed by AWS. Then see, these are servers deployed by Azure. Is it serverless? If I go ahead and start this machine, I'm going to start my Ubuntu server. It's running in the next few seconds. How is this different from I owning it? Like, it's the same, right? Like I'm in the RDS, Amazon RDS. What is an Amazon RDS? It's a managed database services. AWS manages the underlying hardware. AWS manages the database. AWS manages the security. So is this serverless? Cloud provider is taking care of the platform and client focuses on the code. That's platform as a service, right? It's not serverless. It's PaaS, platform as a service.
RDS is not serverless
Why?
because underlying there is a server or there is an infrastructure which is there, which is being managed by AWS.
Okay, then what is
So if you go
serverless?
for a serverless is something like which is event based, triggered based on an event or
Give me an example of a serverless service.
Lambda is the serverless service.
Yeah, Lambda is serverless.
yep,
And
Lambda or anything
something
like
that
an event
not a lot of
in
people
your
think about. What about S3? Is that not serverless?
Yeah, it is.
It is serverless, which nobody gets it. S3 is a serverless. And
I just figured
give
it
me
out.
another one.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
SQS. And then simple email service,
SNS.
SNS. All of these are serverless. Now,
Yes.
let's explain what is serverless to others. Okay, I see some messages. Serverless is bundled service which acts as an underlying OS and database. Anika has messaged. Servers are created during runtime. Client do not configure explicitly. Processed by application. API gateway, Fargate, um, Azure Functions, AKS, EKS. No, 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 no. AKS, EKS, these are not serverless. Now let's, Azure Function is a serverless. Okay, Azure Functions. And then Fargate, I don't know if I can call it a serverless, but API Gateway, yes, it is a serverless. So now let's see what is serverless. Guys, now, if I deploy a virtual machine right now, there is a machine which is running in Azure, okay? Ubuntu VM1. It's in EastUS. It's running. I'm not doing anything. If I want, I can connect to it and I can just start using what I want to. But am I connected to this machine? No, right? Like I can just log into this machine. There we go. I've logged in. Now I'm doing something, right? Clear sudo apt update or whatever I want to do. I'm using this machine. But once I'm done with the usage, and I'm paying for it, right? The computer is running and Azure is charging me for the minutes that the computer is running. Okay, I see there are some packages that can be updated. I don't want to update it. I'm closing my session. Now I'm not using the machine. Am I paying for the server even now? Though I'm not using it.
Yes.
Okay. What if I have a website, or for example, I'm creating a RDS. Okay, I'm creating a database because I want to use a SQL server. After 11 o'clock in the night, none of my users are accessing that SQL server, okay, which is running in RDS. Am I getting charged for it even then?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you differentiate between this RDS, virtual machines versus serverless? I'll give you a very simple example. A service that is designed based on event-driven architecture, meaning you don't deploy a server. Okay, here I have deployed the server on Azure and it's running. I'm using it or not, it doesn't matter. Microsoft is charging me for the server. I'm going to stop it. I'm still going to be charged for the storage. The VM has stopped. Okay, Ubuntu machine is getting stopped, but I'm still paying for the disk attached to this 30 GB. What? Even if the machine is not running, am I paying for 64 GB of disk? Of course you are. So a server is provision, whether you use it or don't use it, you're getting charged. And if I go for RDS, same. The database is always running. Whether I use it, don't use it, that's not Amazon's headache. I gave you the database. I'm going to charge you for every minute. You better pay for it. Now, sometimes you may not want a computer that is always running. Uh, like if it is a blog, okay, some sample blog sites. If I go here and, for example, okay, there we go. I'll just pick some random website, guys, Wix, or I'm not focused on what I want to. So it opened up. The page loads fine, which means this website, this blog site is hosted on some server which is always running, right? Whether if I open it or there is no visitors, the computer is always running and it is ready to serve my request. But in some cases, you may not want that. It's not a website, it's not an application that is always running. I wanted something like as soon as a request comes, process it and then stop it. As soon as an email is received, now execute 1, 2, 3. As soon as the order is placed, trigger an email with order number, estimated date of delivery, and the address. As soon as the amount is credited in my bank account, send me an SMS. As soon as money is debited, email and SMS me to notify. My order is shipped, notify. How many of you are based out of India, guys? Or anybody who lived in India in the last 4-5 years or since 2016, 17? I'll tell you, Jill. I'll come to the how can it be free? There is a catch. So how many of you are based out of India or somebody who lived in India since 2016, at least recently? You guys know about UPI, right? UPI payments. And this is a mode of digital payment that we make in India, even if it is like less than a dollar or few pennies. We just scan a QR code and we make the payment to, if it is a Mercedes-Benz showroom or somebody's selling green chilies or spinach in the roadside. It's the de facto payment option in India. And most of these people who are selling vegetables on the road are not tech savvies, and they're not very well educated. They don't speak English. They don't speak anything other than the local language. But even they receive the payment on the bank account. And you know how they track it? They have a device. As soon as my 10 rupees is credited, they get a audio note in a device that they have that like rupees 10 is credited. And that way, like in the local language, obviously. So they know my transaction is correct and I'm not bluffing, or I can't cheat them, or I can't fool them. So that's a serverless, because the moment the payment is successful, a voice reads out how much was the payment that got credited. And why am I even beating around the bush so much? There is a serverless offering that majority of us have in your home right now. I don't have it, but I hope most of you in North America and Europe have it, that we use it on daily basis. And it's just sitting there in your living room right now.
Alexa.
Correct. Alexa, Google Home. Hey, Alexa, what's the temperature outside? As soon as the request is received, Alexa gets triggered. It checks what's the weather through the APIs, and then it tells me it's 25 degrees. Hey, Alexa, can you please remind me my mother at 8:30 today? Alexa gets the command, so it triggers some code which runs in the background, and then it sets up a reminder. Hey, Alexa, tell me a joke. The code is executed. It will look for a joke on the internet, and then it will tell me the joke. Hey, Alexa, can you please stay quiet? That's a code, so it just goes to sleep. So that's serverless. Now, what is the big deal, or why is it gaining popularity? Microservices, we saw good and bad, right? Microservices gives you all that amazing things that you can do, but too much of a management overhead. If you don't know how to manage it, it can even skyrocket the cost. And even Amazon went back from microservice to monolith for the Amazon Prime. Only the Prime, guys. It's not like they just disowned it. Only the Prime, Amazon Prime streaming services has gone back to monolith because they feel it is much better than hosting it on microservices. But serverless is gaining popular because I don't have to pay when I'm not using it. When I say use, if it is lying idle, don't pay anything. Idle, there's no charge, no cost. Execution, you pay. Execution per execution, like you basically pay per execution. So pay per execution. So for example, if Alexa is hosted on this, Alexa is actually hosted on this. Okay, this is the service which is hosting Alexa function Lambda. So let's say I build something. Oh, what is this? I see a lot of functions already there. Okay. I didn't even realize it. See, everything is written on Python and they're like almost 2 years old. And why didn't I realize it? Because I didn't see it in my billing. And why didn't I see it in the billing? These code were never executed in the last 2 years. So I was never charged. And because I was never charged, I didn't care about coming here and deleting it because it was not there in my AWS billing. So if you see these functions, I have 5 functions. They're just sitting there. I'm not running it. I didn't run it. But in the same scenario, I have 3 machines. I'm not using the 3 machines, but I'm still paying for it, for the disk, for the IP address, and for the backup, and all of it. So how can you remember what is serverless? You can call it as function as a code, or function as a service, or like code as a service. So you write a code, like for example, if I want to host a website, instead of hosting it in a VM and then keeping this VM running all the time, make sure that you write a code that can be hosted on Lambda. Like you see, it even allows you to upload your microservices container. And I'm going to give it as my sample blog. Where is my container image? I don't have it, but Do they have a sample? No. Okay, if I have a container or if I have my application into the container storage, I can just keep it, or I'll just use something else instead of container. Let's do Python. Okay, I'll leave all of it as the default, and everything is good. I'm just creating a function. It's a Python function. Now, if I have the code that can do something meaningful, I can just upload it into this Lambda and I can forget about it. Unless and until I execute that code more than 1,000,000 times. Okay, look at it. I've just created my Lambda function. It says my sample blog. It doesn't have any incoming, outgoing, nothing. So let's just go ahead and publish it, or I want to, yeah, there's an upload button. So do you want to upload your code? Yeah, this is my sample code. Let's say you want to write something, okay? And you can even test it to check if the code is running. All that part, we can do it. And once it is all executed well, how do I almost forgot this, like, okay, test this, yeah, because the UI has changed. Now it's sample, okay, key one means value one. It doesn't do anything. It just says hello world. Okay, it says the function is executed successfully and it prints hello from Lambda. Now I've executed it once. I'm going to do it again, twice, thrice, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1,000,000 execution is free in a month. So technically, if I have a service which I'm hosting on Lambda, and if I use it less than 1,000,000 times, 10 lakh times, I don't pay anything. And I don't have to worry about hosting a server and then making sure that the operating system is secure, take the backup of this machine. All of it is eliminated. It's a code. My sample blog is the name of the application. I have a small code, and every time I run this code, I pay for it. And if it is only after 1,000,000 executions. So that's meaning I don't manage the server. I don't manage anything. Don't have to worry about the backup. It is only the code. I bring my code, I'm hosting it in Lambda. And then every time I execute the code, I pay for it. And let's see if these 5 executions that I did is even showing up. Something has to be there. Invocations. Okay, you see this blue dot? That's the it shows 1, but I think I executed it 5 times. So if at all, if it is like 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, you will see the number of times I called the code. Okay, that's and you can see everything else, how many requests received, how many times the execution happened, all of it. But you can create multiple layers. Like it's a sample code which just says hello, nothing else. But if you have some meaningful Python code, you can bring it here. I have used something for my production setup. For one of my customer, I used, this was the requirement. And you tell me a fix or a solution, okay? This customer, this is a college, university, I would say, a college, which hosts SQL Server. And during the admission period, okay, during the academic year, all that admission and then the transactions that they do, the fees collection and all of it, during the admission period, their disk used to be filled so quickly, like every few days, they had to extend the disk. So they wanted a solution that will zip the file and upload it to Azure storage. So we wrote a function using, I think I didn't write the code, I'm not a developer, but my organization wrote a code that will run every 6 hours. Okay, I can run the code based on a trigger, based on the timing, based on as soon as a new file is uploaded, go ahead and do it. So we wrote a script that runs every 6 hours, takes a dump of the SQL data and convert it into zip file and then upload it to Azure storage. That way, the storage disk on the SQL server was freed up a little bit. So it runs every 6 hours. It takes the oldest data, squeezes it into a zip file, and then it uploads to Azure storage. So this was done using Azure Functions. And the number of times they ran this function in a day, if it is 6 hours, every 6 hours, then in a day, how many times does it run? 4 times in a day. 4 times a day. And how many times in a month? Let's say 30 days in a month, right? 4 into 30 is 120 times. So Azure function also has 1 million execution free. So they are not even 1,000, like 120 times the code runs, and they literally get away with not paying anything because it's much, much lesser than 1 million times. And how does it work? Like I said, it's a code, you bring your code and you run it, it's a function as a service, all of it. And I gave an example of this UPI payment. We gave the example of Alexa, and then this Azure functions for the blob storage or the SQL Server data. So what is it based out of? Like, what's the starting point? I have my sample blog, and then I also have so many other functions which I never knew about. And because there's nothing it does, and I never had to check. So let's see what does the code says. CID initial setup. Uh-oh. Okay, it's a .NET application. Oh, to not run, not .NET. It's a Python application. .py, index.py. You can see if anybody who's a developer understands, probably you can explain it. But this is what the code runs. Every time I trigger this function, it gets executed. How many times? Just maybe I'll try to execute it once and see if I get some output. Yeah, it's execution in progress. 5 seconds it took, meaning it came nothing. 93 MB of memory it used, and it took 1.4 or 1.5 seconds to execute that code. Or I'm sorry, it's 15 seconds, not 1.4. So 15 seconds and 93 MB, you will be charged after the 1 million executions. Okay. So that's serverless. Now, the serverless, I told you it is event-based or event-driven architecture. That event meaning trigger. What is the trigger for Alexa? The hey Alexa, that's the trigger. It's a voice, right? And what's the trigger for Siri? Hey Siri, can you call my father? It does. So that's the voice note is the trigger. And what's the trigger for my customer? I gave the example of SQL Server. The trigger is time-based trigger. Every 6 hours, run it. And what's the other trigger? You can have storage trigger. As soon as a new file with .mp4 is uploaded, run the code and do something. Do whatever you want to do. As soon as a file with .mov, which is a video file, is uploaded, run a code to convert it into MP4. As soon as my images like .img or .jpeg is uploaded to my Azure storage or AWS storage, zip it and compress. So all of it can be done through code, and then we can also have a trigger that we can set. I want it to be like running it every time, or the trigger can also be simple as soon as a new order number is generated in my SQL, like let's say I have a SQL server. As soon as the order number is generated, execute the code in Lambda to send an email with the data. You take it from the order number. So this is serverless, and it is extremely cost effective because of the way it is designed, and it may not be suitable for everything. Okay, like if you have a website that is accessed by everybody, you can't have Amazon.com or Microsoft.com or Google.com on a serverless, because it's gonna blow up your bill like anything, because 1 million visits are like chicken shit every day that happens, right? So it's not just for the cost, but you use the right tools for the right services. I don't want to name the customer, but there was one cloud training company, just like K21. They were hosting their application on like almost 4 to 5 servers on AWS. Okay, but they modified their application and they moved that one part of it, the order management service, to Lambda, so that they decommissioned one of the servers because Lambda was able to do what they were doing on that server, and they were paying more than like $4,000, $5,000 for that order processing. And because they moved to Lambda, their bill almost came to $0 because they didn't have 1 million orders to process every month. Even if they didn't have, the computer was running all the time. They were paying for it. But now they moved it to this event-based or trigger-based architecture. And every time there's a trigger, Lambda runs, does something, whatever they had to. And if it is within 1 million executions of the code, they were not paying anything. So that's one use case. And it can't be for everything, but think about it and then do the right service, use the right service. I hope you learned something useful from this discussion. We can take a okay, so before we take a break, we have 6 minutes. Isaiah has a question. Very good question. Is RDS serverless? It is not. Why? Serverless means if I'm not using it, I shouldn't be paying for it. But in RDS, I create a database, whichever the database flavor, okay, MySQL, PostgreSQL, whatever. I take something and look at the options that you have below. Okay, so here, where's the size? You see the instance configuration, this database that you are going to run. What's the size of the machine you want to select? I want 2-core, 16 GB RAM, and then I'm going to create it. Okay, multiple replicas or don't have a replica, whatever. I'm going to, as soon as I hit create the database, my billing starts. It's $190 per month for 24 hours if I keep it running. Like, I mean, 30 days and 24 hours. So $190 per month, right? So how much is it? If it is $190, if I do the math, 190 divided by 730 hours. 730 hours is 30 days, 24 hours. So $0.26 I'm paying every hour just to keep this thing running. Whether I use it, whether I store database, whether there are requests being served by my database, it doesn't matter. I created a DB, and this is the hourly charge that I'll be paying, even if I don't use it. Or maybe for this demo, I go ahead and create it, okay? And then I forgot about it because the session is over. And then next Saturday, I'll again log into my AWS console, and then I see a bomb. The bill of around maybe how many hours? Like 1 week of charges, it would be there. At least 20, not 20, $40 will be my bill, even if I don't use it because the server is running. You selected the size R6G large or 8X large, 32 core, 256 GB RAM, whatever the size that you select, that machine is running even if I don't use it. It's $4,000. Imagine somebody creating it accidentally and then forgetting about it. Like how I forgot my Lambda. I never knew there were 5, 6 Lambdas, but since I didn't know, I didn't use it and I was not charged. But I can't do the same thing with database. But there is a catch. The catch is Amazon is also offering serverless databases also. Let me see if I can show you here. No, serverless is not there. Okay, if I go to DynamoDB.
It was there.
It was there in some
Gaurav,
it
while
was
you
there.
Where?
it was
Where?
serverless queue option.
Yeah, there
Go
was
to
like
previous,
option
like
there.
when you go to down, go down
Mhm.
now. Go down here when you are selecting this option, no, server option when we were creating, it was giving serverless queue
Is
option.
it here? Okay,
Yeah,
let me just go to Aurora again because it may not be there on Postgres, but it can be there on Aurora. Aurora is AWS native one.
yeah,
And
the
this is
first
you can
example
see my
when
billing console. Like I've cleared all my dues, but it's at zero, even though there were some Lambda services that were there, but I didn't run it, I didn't execute it. So it's like I never thought about it. Okay, yeah, let's just go to, and I'll select Aurora. And there must be some serverless option for this. Aurora iOS, where is it? Yeah, there we go. So again, I told you before I started, there is a catch, okay? It's not for everything. Postgres, Oracle, it's AWS native service. And even if it says serverless, it's technically you can't do that on a database. So I'll just let me select. Look at this. So though, what does serverless? What did we speak for the last 45 minutes? We've been telling serverless means event-based, event-based, event-based. Something has to trigger. Only then you run the code, and then it does something event-based. Or if you don't use Alexa, it just stays quiet. It doesn't keep asking you, right? Hey, give me some command. Give me some command. But in database, there is this minimum capacity that we have to provision. Okay, that says less than one. Okay, just to keep this thing active. Like if we sleep, your heart still beats, right? You're not dead. You're gonna wake up after 8 hours or 6 hours of sleep, but your body, mind, everything is in complete standstill, right? But your heart still keeps beating. So the Aurora serverless is something like that. It's serverless, but you still have to provision. What's the minimum capacity? Ideally, serverless means minimum is 0, right? I don't want anything, I don't use it, so it has to be dead 0. But here, just to just that you don't pay um, the maximum, like how much was my bill? $4,000, $6,000, whether I use it or don't use it. So here, if I go for serverless, I'm telling minimum, like for example, when there's no traffic, keep it the lowest of the lowest, just to think that, okay, the service is active. But when there is a sudden surge, you can increase the performance capacity to the maximum, like whatever I want to give it. So that it's not technically serverless, but they're still offering it as a serverless, saying that if you don't have request or traffic, I'll reduce it to the lowest capacity or the lowest power, just that I charge you this minimum possible amount. But if there is a spike in the usage, I'll push it to the maximum. But it's not actually serverless. Serverless means like Lambda. I don't execute. I don't have to specify. Just keep one CPU, 1 GB of RAM always running. And then when you need to increase it, increase it. That's not serverless. But for people who don't want to pay for the databases, because there is no heavy usage every time, Saturday, Sunday, hardly use it. So is there anything like an alternative? That's why the serverless concept came for Aurora. But yeah, you can, if you want to take it as serverless, you can take it, or you can just say like, why is it called serverless when I'm already specifying my minimum performance limit? Then it's not serverless. It's running all the time, just like my virtual machine. So if you don't want to take it as serverless, you don't have to take it as serverless for that. Okay, and S3 is also a serverless service. S3 is a storage service, and you can see there are so many. Oh my God, what is this? I had so many buckets, and there's some usage reports, and see, some reports keeps coming in all the time. So I create a bucket. I don't pay for that bucket. There is nothing in it. But as soon as I upload something, as soon as I do something, the charges get triggered, right? How much is okay? See, there's no object. So there's demo snowball unipath. I have a bucket. I'm not using it, so I'm not paying for it. But if I upload some files, the billing gets triggered immediately. So that's why S3 is also serverless. But people, when we talk about serverless, everybody says cloud functions. Everybody says Lambda, SQS, SNS. But dude, there is a service that you use day in and day out. That's the first service that you learned in AWS, and it's also serverless. But we never, our brain didn't go to that side to imagine that as a service, like a serverless service. But S3 is also a service which is serverless architecture because it works on the trigger, right? You upload something, you delete something, you move a data, and as soon as a new file is uploaded, you can execute the code. So S3 and Lambda can work together in a lot of ways. So I have this bucket. I can set up a trigger as soon as somebody uploads. It's a sensitive bucket. Okay, I don't want any external users. So as soon as any file is uploaded, as soon as a file is deleted, send me a notification. So that can be triggered. Or as soon as somebody uploads a file, the user who uploaded the file should be disabled. You can write a Lambda code for it. So S3 is a serverless, Lambda is a serverless. They both can work together and integrate services together. So that's one more thing I wanted you to be aware of. Monolith, if they ask you what it is, you need to know what is monolith, what is microservices, what is the advantage of monolith, drawback of monolith, advantages of microservices, drawback of microservices, advantages of serverless, drawback of serverless, everything. Okay. So these are at least like a story because you use these every day. We need to know what we're using so that we can relate to it quickly and then explain it. So the reason I brought this serverless discussion for like 30 minutes is I told you today is a shorter session. I don't want to waste your time. Let's just go back with something that we like a new thing that we didn't know this before. Right. Okay. So that was it on Lambda or serverless. Let's go to today's slides. Guys, we have spoken about migration so far, but migration is not always about servers, not always about applications or databases. Sometimes you have a huge chunk of data that's just lying on idle and you don't have enough space to store it. You keep it in AWS. Or it can be like the OTT platforms, the streaming platforms that we spoke, Netflix and Prime and Hotstar, Disney. So they all serve the end customers by leveraging S3 buckets. S3 is the backend of all those applications. So maybe when they first moved all the data, they would have used some services to just copy the files, the movie files or the video files. So today we're going to see what are the options that we have and how do we optimize the data that we copy to cloud and what are the ways you can accelerate the performance of it. Okay. So today this is all we're going to see, like what is data migration, what are the use cases, how do we leverage the right services for it, and what are the ways you can serve it. And I've already set expectation. I hate just reading through the slide because we all can read and we all know English. So I'll skip the ones where I just have to read whatever is there. Okay. There's no content. I don't want to still read. It's a process of moving the data from on-site computer to AWS, which most of you can. So what are the challenges though? Like if it is straightforward, it's simple, then everybody would have done it. But during the data migration to cloud, uh, there are challenges in terms of size. There are petabytes and terabytes of data. It's impractical to transfer it over a public network. You can't just, if I'm uploading something from my laptop to a bucket, I'll just, if I upload something here, it's about adding a file or a folder or downloads or yesterday's file. I can just upload it and finish it, right? It takes kilobytes of space and it takes few seconds. But that's not the case when I have 80 terabytes, 120 uh, exabytes of data. If and imagine NASA or Indian Space Research Organization or any R&D companies that's based out of United States, like Texas Instruments, Boeing, or Citibank, fintech companies, if they want to move their workloads to AWS or Azure, the historical data is so big that it's almost impossible to do it over a public network, right? So what is the alternative? There has to be some offline transfer methods. What exactly is an offline transfer? If I don't want to do over public internet, then what is the alternative? There has to be some way around it, like a shortcut. Okay, so that's there. But by the time I copy my data and by the time I upload it to Azure or AWS, the new data gets generated. How do I address that? Okay, we found out a solution for that. Move on to the next one. How do I confirm all the data that I had in the on-premise fully restored to cloud? Is there any way that I can check the data integrity? Okay, there has to be some other way. We'll figure it out. And this is my on-prem. I have so many storage racks. And I want to move everything to AWS S3. And let's say this is around 75 terabyte of data. I want to move all of it to S3. Impossible to do it over the internet, right? There's so much of data. It may take months to migrate it. So that's one challenge. And then the security while I'm doing it. I want to make sure that all the data is safe and secure. There is no data leak. and it has to be fully encrypted. It has to be making sure that no, it doesn't land in the wrong hands, and there has to be some integrity checker. All the data is getting copied, or all the files integrity. Okay, and all the files are there as they expected to, because after all the migration is done and then the services are restored, I can't say that this file from this year, part of it is missing. It doesn't make any sense. So those are some of the challenges that we normally have when we are migrating a large chunk of data to cloud. And the solutions are, we have AWS Snow family, okay, Snowball, Snow Mobile, Snowball Edge services that can do the offline data transfer, which is nothing but they are physical boxes that you order. Snowball, AWS. These you order the Snowball, and AWS ships something like this to you. You connect it to your office network or the servers where you have the source data. Once it is done, you ship it back to them. You ship it back to AWS in this box. Inside it, you have so many disks attached. And once you ship it back to them, uh, AWS will offload the data to your S3 bucket, whichever the S3 bucket that you configure. This is Snowball. And this can store up to, I think, 10 TB, 100 TB, 80 TB, 16 TB, and so on. But let's say you have some exabytes and petabytes of data. They send you a truck. They literally send you a 60-foot or 20-foot truck, which is this. They brought it inside the auditorium. So this truck is a moving data center. So this truck comes to your office. You can connect this truck to your on-prem servers, copy all the data inside the truck, which contains all the racks and storage like this. And then the truck can be driven back to the AWS data center. This is Snow Mobile. And this is, yeah, you can see Snow Mobile is 100 petabytes up to that. And then for anything that is in terabytes and gigabytes, you have the Snow Ball. Okay, Snow Mobile is very, very rarely used, and it's not even there in all the countries. It's only in I think it's in US for sure and Canada, but it's not there in any other regions. So it's very, very limited, not available everywhere. So you can't just promise that we will use Snowball or Snowmobile for every customer. That's impossible. And now let's try to order something on the console. Now, I'll see if the service is in India or not. Okay, AWS Snow family. Mm-hmm. So it says no family helps the customers to run the operation in non-data center environments. You can order a snow cone, snowball, or snowmobile. What is snow cone? I spoke about snowball, that box, the big suitcase, and then there's the truck. And the snow cone is just a sample hard drive. Okay, let's say you don't have 100 terabyte or you don't have so many terabytes of data. They just send you the small box, which contains 2 or 3 hard drives inside it. It's much smaller than, yeah, you see the size comparison? This is no ball, this is no cone, and the truck is no mobile. Okay, so that's the difference between the three. And which one to choose when? Simple. Basically, here's a comparison. If you have up to 8 terabytes, I have 8 terabytes of data. I'm in the remote location where the internet is not that great. And I run 24/7, so I can't afford a data transfer over the network. So you order a snow cone, they send you this small, like a tiffin box, kind of a box. You can copy up to 8 terabytes. You can order more than one also. Let's say you have 15, 20 terabytes. You can just order 2 snow cones. They'll ship it to you, copy the data, and ship it back. If you have something around like 100 TB to 10 petabyte, you use Snowmobile. And anything more than 10 petabyte in a single location, you use the truck. These are the three. I think, okay, it's an image from K21. Okay, I didn't see it in the slide deck. Maybe it's a new one. The snow cone, snowball, and snowmobile. looking at the size, you know what is the difference. That's it. Okay, there's nothing fancy about it. It's just a storage device. You copy it like this. You connect it to your laptop. You have a network cable. You start moving the data through the network, and then you ship out this portable box to AWS. Look good, no? Yeah. Okay, so that's the Snow family, and those are the three. Okay, Snow Cone, Snow Mobile, and Snowball. Let's try to order something. I just want to say K21 sample job. So what is it? Do you want to import your data to S3, or are you moving out of AWS? You may have some terabytes and petabytes of data that you want to take it out of AWS. And unfortunately, taking it out over network is also not possible because there is 100 terabyte and 1 petabyte. So you can still use the Snow family device to export the data also. It's not just import. In Azure, it's called import export service. As the name suggests, it's Azure Data Box. You can use either import or export. Both of it can be done. The same three things that you just saw can be done. See, import to Azure, export to Azure, export from Azure, import to S3, export from S3. So they both give you pretty much the same capabilities. I'll just select something sample. And which country are you in currently? I'll select United States in Azure. And where is my target? Is also in West US. Okay. So look at it. Data box up to 35 terabyte. You have a disk that they send you. Up to 80 terabyte, they give you the same box like the Snowball. And then there is a Snowball, like the data box heavy, 800 terabyte. But unfortunately, they don't have that truck in Azure. But AWS also doesn't have the truck everywhere. So it's almost like you have to rely on these data box heavy, or data box disk. These three, and AWS has those three. So it says, which one do you want? Snowball, or Edge, or the compute optimize? I'll just select something. And this is the bucket I want my data to be offloaded to. And is there any IoT services that you want to use? No. I'll leave everything. What's the disk? Demo, Bangalore demo. And I can give my address, and then I can use a shipment, what kind of shipment I want, and then hit next, and then order the disk. But I don't think it will allow me, but I don't want to do it also because it's gonna, you see, the device provisioning may take up to 4 weeks before it is ready to ship. I don't want it for now, but this is how you order the disk, order the item. And here in Azure, I can't even select it because it's a free trial subscription. I don't have the access to order it. But you see, I'm just doing a side-by-side comparison just to give you an understanding that the services are the same. Almost the names are also the same, and how they work is also the same. Okay, so that's the Snow family. But there is another one called Direct Connect is a networking service. How many of you know what is Direct Connect? Because I set the expectation yesterday that this meeting is for those people who have basic understanding of AWS. So if you have basic understanding of AWS, you know what is Direct Connect. Can someone tell me what is Direct Connect?
You have a cable from your
private connection.
Yeah, to AWS.
Private connection from on-prem to AWS.
Right.
And what is the equivalent of it in Azure? In Azure, it's called Express Route. Same service, instead of Direct Connect, in Azure, we call it as Express Route Circuit. This one, Express Route. So again, data box service, and it's almost the same. You fill in the details, you select the network providers, and next, somebody will come and lay the cables at your office, and you can start using it. What's a storage gateway? We'll come to this. I want to park it for the last one. And Kinesis Firehose, Kinesis service. How many of you know what is Kinesis service? What do we use this for? What is Kinesis used for?
Data streaming.
Yeah, like give me an example.
Netflix.
No, that's not data streaming. That's content streaming. You're streaming from AWS, right?
Still. Notify you.
Like games.
No, yeah, games, your
live score.
live streaming,
Stream.
game streaming, and then your YouTube video likes and comments. Those are like live feed, right? Or your IoT. You have some sensors in your office, like even in a house, we have air conditioners with IoT devices, microwave ovens, fridge, refrigerator with IoT, your smart TV. They all these data is being streamed somewhere to somewhere, right? So to in order to get that in a real time streaming, we use Kinesis service. Okay, but those are used dedicatedly with application developers, but just good to know because I've never deployed or worked on Kinesis in the last 7 years of my cloud experience. But the people who build such application, they do it often. So just to give you a context, Direct Connect is a dedicated network from on-prem to AWS. It's a private connection dedicated only for your organization. Because it's a private connection, the throughput performance is lightning fast. It's really good, and it's much more secure. Because of these two reasons, it's also very, very expensive because somebody is coming and laying the direct cable from your on-prem to AWS, hence it is expensive. I don't want to read through because I already explained you what is Snowball. I showed you the image, how it works, what it does, and we even tried ordering it. So learn it by doing it if you ever work on it. And the size, like you can do both import and export up to 80 terabyte. You can use Snowball, the big box. Everything is completely encrypted, and you can just do the management of the copying and everything directly from one single console. And what's the process, which I just did? You create a job in the console. You will receive the Snowball after 2 to 3 weeks, connect it to your server where you have the data, copy the data to Snowball, and then return it back to the AWS using the same return label. And the export, same way. Create a data box job or create a Snowball job and select this storage account or the S3 bucket where you have the data. They'll copy it and then they'll ship you the disk with the data. Use cases. I told you what is the use case. And guys, how many of you know or heard of this company called Dropbox? Dropbox, have you heard of Dropbox?
Yeah.
What is a Dropbox? Yeah, you have, right? So did you know Dropbox used to be an AWS customer? The data that we all used to upload to Dropbox application was stored in S3, okay? But the storage cost went so high that it was like the storage cost was more than like 6 million, 10 million a month. So they decided it will be cheaper for us to host our own data center. And then they moved out of AWS and they are currently running in their own data center. They're not on AWS. So for their use case, I'm sure that Snow Mobile or Snowball would have worked because the data size is so big. It's a data storage company and they run their storage on S3. And when they are moving out of AWS for cost reasons, then definitely Snowball or Snow Mobile would have been the solution. Snow Mobile, you don't need to know about it. There are chances that you may never work on these services in your lifetime. At 45 feet shipping container with exabytes, you order it, the container will come and park in your office. You connect it using a huge cable and start copying the data. And those things, any which ways, you will never work on it because the data center technicians themselves will come and do it. And there's also a service called S3 Transfer Acceleration. Okay. If you are hosting a Instagram, or if you're hosting some application where your users upload an image, and then as soon as the image is uploaded, your Lambda or your AI services kicks in. Like for example, if I upload my photo and then the Albert Einstein's photo, or my video and Albert Einstein's photo, probably my AI service will take the voice of Albert Einstein from its database, and then when I'm talking, it would make it look like I speak in the Albert Einstein's voice. Probably that's one sample. Or your Snapchat, your other applications where you add the filters and then the dog face and then the donkey face and all that thing that we do.
So when you have an application where people upload some content and then it has to be processed quickly, there's a service called S3 Transfer Acceleration. Okay. So if I go to my S3 bucket and I want to take this new ball, new ball. So this is the bucket where all my users' data comes in, sits, right? I add a folder or I add the um, files, and it just goes like that. For me, there's hardly any files, and I'm just doing it for the demo purposes. 4 MB means nothing, just 4 files and 4 MB, and then I'm going to delete it. So what happens is when you are uploading from all over the world, you can see the speed at which it is getting uploaded. It's very slow, okay, because my internet is not that great. 132 kbps is not really fast. But when I have millions of users uploading, accessing, deleting their files from a single S3 bucket, I can't rely on speeds like this. And I want to have some kind of an accelerator which can just speed up or push my application to be much, much faster by caching some of the content or maybe uploading it to the nearest location. And then from the nearest location, it will take it to the storage account. For example, I'm uploading it from Bangalore all the way to Virginia in United States, North Virginia in United States. I'm uploading this data, and that's why it is taking some time. The latency is higher. Now, is that in, yeah, oh, it is in Mumbai. Okay, I'm uploading it from Bangalore to Mumbai. It took some time. But sometimes when I have the application being served by for all the users across the world, a guy in US will also be using TikTok, and a guy who's in Brazil is also using TikTok. A person in Malaysia also uses the same TikTok, and they all upload and view, like all the content across the globe. So in such cases, I can't rely on the basic performance that I get from a bucket. Instead, what I would do is there is something called as transfer accelerator. You see this option called transfer acceleration. Use an accelerated endpoint for faster transfers. If you want to read more, you can do it, but it says this it's disabled on this bucket. I didn't enable it. Let's just go ahead and enable it. And now, instead of uploading it to the S3 bucket endpoint, if I go ahead and use this in my application to go ahead and upload my content or files, it will be much, much faster. On how does it work or what is the reason why the transfer acceleration works great is because they use caching, or it's called basically it's CloudFront CDN. How many of you know what is a CDN? What's a CDN, guys? Content Delivery Network. That's the full form. But tell me, what is CDN?
It's a service where we can access the content fast.
Okay, how does it make it fast?
It uses a data center with Amazon, or whatever they have like data centers using the
Yeah.
edge location.
Yeah, edge location or pop location, presence of a point of presence. Okay. So what this does is if I am sitting in India, and then, for example, we'll take the example of Netflix only. Okay. I'm sitting in Bangalore right now, and you guys are all over the world. So where does Netflix run? It is in AWS, right? But AWS means it's not only in one region. AWS US, that's North Virginia, and then AWS is there in Korea, AWS is there in Mumbai. All the regions we do have AWS, right? Mumbai, and then there's Seoul. Now, I'm Gokul. I'm not into movies or series, guys. So if I'm giving you some wrong names, please pardon me. So I want to watch some Korean drama. Okay. I'm sitting in Bangalore with my family and we want to watch a Korean drama. And most of the Korean dramas, because it's popular in Korea, my request will be served from Seoul. So for each time that I'm watching a movie, the latency is going to be so high because every request from Bombay to Korea, come back. Korea, come back. So that will have some buffering. My streaming experience won't be great because of the distance. So what this, if you enable the transfer acceleration, what this does is, or if you enable the CDN caching, because somebody else in India would have watched the same series, or if at all, if they had watched any video in YouTube from this nearest location. I'm in Bangalore, but there is also a data center in Bombay, or let's say there is somebody who has watched the same content in Bangalore. That content would have been cached in the nearest location. Okay, this is basically what the CDN does. Now, if I want to watch the same content, like this is me, I will not go all the way to Seoul. Instead, that local content is available in Bombay data center. It will be served from Bombay, because of which the latency will be much, much lesser and the streaming experience would be much faster. And same way, like for the first time, it will go to the source. For example, I want to watch what is some, let's say GOT, Game of Thrones. Okay, it's being served from USA. Let's assume that. And then this guy wants to watch GOT. The first time, it will go take it from the US data center. But the next time, there will be some cache or a copy in the nearest edge location, nearest POP location, which is like a small data center. From the next time, it will just access from the nearest cached location. It's a cached content. So first time will be slower when you watch something which not a lot of people are watching it around you. But anything after that will be much faster because it's not streamed from Korea or USA. It's getting streamed from the nearest AWS location, which is Mumbai, which is not very far. And when you enable transfer acceleration on your bucket, that's how it works, where you're uploading your data. The data that I uploaded now um, goes directly to Mumbai. But let's say some of you are uploading it from Europe or North America. The data first gets uploaded to the nearest location. And from the nearest location, using AWS Backbone Network, will come to Mumbai. So that's what is the transfer acceleration do. So if you see, it's bucket level feature. It enables fast, blah, blah, blah. Transfer acceleration is designed to optimize the upload speeds or transfer speeds from all over the world. Okay, so if I'm uploading it to one bucket, the data doesn't come directly to that bucket. Instead, it will go to the nearest edge location where you have the CloudFront, and the CloudFront will go ahead and push it. As the data arrives at the edge POP location, then the data is routed to S3 over a optimized network path, which is the AWS backbone network. So when I'm uploading this is me. I want to upload something in AWS North Virginia bucket. So what I do is when I'm uploading through transfer acceleration, it will first go to Mumbai. That's all counts for me. And from Mumbai to North Virginia, it will use the AWS backbone network, not public internet. This is public internet. I uploaded my data using public internet. But once it comes to the nearest location, it will go through AWS backbone network, which is private and much, much faster. So that's what the storage acceleration does when you upload it here on the application. Yep, it's enabled. And this is the endpoint. So whoever wants to upload it to my bucket can use this link in their application APIs to upload it. It will first go to the closest POP or the edge location, and then it will come to my bucket. Any questions on that? I think these are the things that we just saw so far. Okay, one last is the storage gateway. Is there anything else? I think Snowball is done. Snowball, Kinesis, Firehose. And yeah, okay. So we'll talk about the storage gateway. Let's see what are the options that we have here. And in the meantime, I just want to delete the files that I uploaded. Okay. All right. There's no data. Good. Because I don't want to forget it. Storage gateway. Let's see. What does it have? Okay. It says on-prem access to virtually unlimited cloud storage. Interesting. It says deploy storage gateway without any changes to the application, low latency, optimized transfer, scalable, durable, cloud integrated. All right. And then I see file shares, volume, many, many things. So what is this actually? File storage, tape gateway, volume gateway. FSX is stopped, I think. And then where do you want to host it? Okay, fine. So all these while, okay, whatever we spoke yesterday, whatever we spoke today is different to what we're going to be discussing now. What did we cover? Migration to cloud and storage in cloud, databases in cloud, and everything is in cloud. But this service, AWS Storage Gateway, is a hybrid service. That's the only difference. So what is a hybrid storage? Can someone tell me what do you mean by hybrid? Anyone? Take a guess.
On-prem and cloud.
Sorry?
It combines storage with cache.
More like both, right? You keep some copy in on-prem. Like basically, it's a storage service that works in both on-prem and cloud. Okay. Now, why is it required? Why can't they just use S3 or why can't they use a cloud server to store their data? Why do they need a hybrid storage service? You can chat or you can unmute and speak. Why would anybody need a hybrid storage service?
I think the main reason why they need an hybrid service maybe is cost optimization.
Is cloud not cheaper than on-prem storage?
Yeah, but like
on-prem gives you access to your data immediately.
If you already have the infrastructure already on the on-premises and the service is idle, I mean the servers are idle, so it's better you just pay for what you need, other than using accessing
compliance, right? Audits and so on. That can also be there. Okay, so I'll give you the proper justification why I would need something like a storage gateway. Okay, and the alternative service instead of storage gateway, if you want to use Azure, it's called Azure File Sync. File Sync, yeah. So this is the name of the service in Azure. What is the equivalent of it in S3? Well, sorry, not S3. AWS Storage Gateway is called as Azure File Sync. And if you see, it's basically to sync your services. It's a hybrid service that allows your local Windows servers to keep it in both cloud and on-prem. Now, what can be the use case is, firstly, I have my on-prem machines, right? Like I have multiple machines, and then there is a NAS box, or I don't think it is the like, okay, this is the DB, and these are my servers, and then I have my NAS, the network attached storage, which is being accessed by all these machines. Now, what happens is this NAS box is getting filled, okay? I don't want to buy another NAS box, or I want to keep my historical data, okay? Like this is a NAS box because of security reasons, and it's for performance. When I keep something in the same network, the latency is much super fast, right? Like you don't even have to go out of your network. It's really fast reads and writes. So I want to use the same, but the storage size keeps getting increased every day, every week. It keeps adding few gigabytes of data. What I want is, I want a cloud storage solution that I can just use it as an extension of my on-prem. So I just use storage gateway to offload the rarely accessed files. And then I can even set a rule, 80-20. 80% of unused files are going to be here, and 20% of the frequently used, the daily usage files are going to be in my storage gateway service, which is on the on-prem, which is another server. Okay. So because the cloud cost is cheaper, this 80% of rarely used data can be stored in S3 or in the storage gateway service, which uses S3 as a backend, and pay very less. At the same time, as in when the volume gets generated on-prem, the old data can be purged here. Now, if at all, if I want to fetch, sometimes there is a yearly audit, right? My employee data who quit the company 2 years, 3 years ago, I don't need to keep it, but sometimes I have to hold it for 2 to 3 years for compliance purposes. And every year I need to access it. Only during that audit period, I can just retrieve it from the cloud storage, access it locally, and then put it back to cloud. So this way, I have an entire copy of my data in cloud, but I'm still making sure that the application code, nothing changes because my end users are still accessing the servers, which are in the on-prem using the NAS box. And this is literally meaning I have a copy of my data here as well as here. If at all, if this goes down, okay, or if my entire on-prem is burned down due to some natural calamity, my data still resides, an entire copy of it is in cloud. So this is one of the reasons where your primary users or all the requests are being served from on-prem, but I have a copy of it in cloud, but the frequently used or the cache files are all in the on-prem. Only the rarely used files, just for the compliance purpose, I have to keep it. I'm going to put it to cloud because it is cheaper. So that's what is a hybrid cloud solution, where you have the storage on both the locations and you're just accessing it whenever you need it. And it is not that I have some compliance requirement. Sometimes it is a use case where I'm using cloud as my secondary location. This is my on-prem, right? I have an NAS box. I'm literally taking a backup of it in cloud, AWS. And if at all, if something goes wrong, the NAS box can go wrong or the data center can go wrong, I have an entire copy of it in my storage gateway or in the S3 bucket. I'll buy a new NAS and then restore the data to this. So it is also like a copy or a backup of your on-prem data centers, the storage, which is actually in cloud. That can also be one of the use case. Now, Jonathan has a question. What's the cheaper option between AWS and Azure for storage gateway? It's the same, Jonathan, because even the storage costs are almost the same. Only I know Google storage is somewhat cheaper. S3 versus Azure storage account price.
Another question, where do we deploy this? Is on the AZ level or is it VPC level?
Okay, I'll explain that. Good. 1 minute. Pricing part, if you see, yeah, it's AWS. Okay, disk wise, Azure is somewhat expensive than EBS, which is the disk in AWS. And if you see the blob price, yeah, pricing. So S3 costs 0.023, Azure costs 0.018. So almost 0.025 cents difference between them. But when you try to put it in a much bigger scale, then you will start noticing some 3 to 5% of difference. Now the question is on how do we deploy it? Let's go ahead and see where do we get it deployed. I'm just going to give it as a K21 demo gateway. I'll select the time zone. What kind of gateway that you want? Are you trying to back up your tape backups, or are you trying to back up your disks from a server to S3, or you have some file storage which uses SMB protocol that can be mounted to the machine? So you get to choose one of the three. And obviously we are not going to use tape because it's kind of obsolete. I'm going to use the file gateway because I have a file server. I want to have kind of a similar setup, like take the backup of it in a file gateway. And it says platform options. You need to deploy this gateway somewhere, right? It says in your host currently, is it a VMware environment, or is it a Hyper-V, or is it a physical server, or are you hosting it on a EC2 instance? If you have a direct connect or a VPN connection. So whichever the one that I select, it gives me the steps on how to do it. This OVF template, meaning it's the ISO image for the VMware. If I go for Hyper-V, you can see there's an image that is available. It may take up to 10 minutes. I can just download this image, and in my machine, I have a Hyper-V, but I don't have the disk of that Hyper-V, for example, like this. It's my laptop, not a server. So you see, I have some sample machines that I had created long back. So I download this image from here and I'm going to import it. Okay, it's downloading. How many minutes is it? It's 2 GB. I don't want to do it, guys, because if I unzip this, it's a zip file. If you see, if I just unzip it, it's going to be a huge file, literally occupying the space on my laptop. So you download the image, unzip it, and then go to your Hyper-V. You have an option called import virtual machine. Next folder, go to downloads, and wherever you have downloaded it, just take that image, select the folder. Next, like, because I selected something incorrect, it's okay. Previous. So just hit next, 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 finish it. You will have a machine like this. That's your gateway. Now I can literally sync the data to be sent from these machines to AWS using this gateway that we downloaded. And like basically unzip it, do this time synchronization. And once you start the VM, like I can't start these machines because I told you the data of these machines are not locally, it's on a different drive. But if you, once the machine is there, you have an option to start, stop the machine, right? Just right click, start the VM, and then you can follow the instructions on how to set up this storage gateway. Here's a link. Let's see if it has some screenshots. Yep. Okay, so here we are. We are in the console. We gave the name, select what kind of gateway, what's the platform. I selected Hyper-V. You download the ISO image for Hyper-V, and then you start it. You specify the IP address. You do, it's all the GUI or the command line that you will follow. Like once the VM is started and up and running, and post that, you will have to like you will just go here and you hit next. Here's the IP address of your gateway server, the server that you would have created from the IP, sorry, from the ISO image. Let's give a sample IP. Okay, and is it publicly accessible? Yes, because it's a machine that I have it on my sample network. Next. It will fail because it won't, it is trying to reach this IP address 192.168, which doesn't exist. But if my endpoint is there, or if my machine is running, it would have accessed it. Okay, the connection is interrupted because I don't know if you noticed, the page moved from my AWS console to my storage gateway's IP address, blah, 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 blah. And here, if my storage gateway is up and running, I can go ahead and do the configuration, the backup, storage, all that part. It says, you can't just connect to that IP address, which is not available. That's the configuration, how it works. But I would suggest you to, if you want to practice it, please go to YouTube and you can just take some sample videos on the tutorials. It's AWS S3 storage gateway. Overview, how to back up your on-prem to cloud. Yeah, the storage gateway, if you ask what's the use case, you can use cloud as your backup for your on-prem services. And within minutes, how to configure it, you do have the fundamentals and the tutorials. So you can just follow along and that should help you understand. But that's little way too much because in case if you don't have the configuration done right, if you don't have a Hyper-V setup or a VMware setup, it doesn't make sense. And I have used this AWS storage gateway just once in my past, and I was only guiding them on how to do that on the AWS configuration. The rest of it was all done by the customers themselves. So like unless It's a very rare scenario that we would work on one or two scenarios like this, but in most of the cases, I don't think we would even come into you as a cloud engineer wouldn't even come into the picture for this. So was it clear, guys? And do you have any questions apart from this? I see some messages in the chat. Why is tape obsolete? Okay, see, tape backup is not actually used in a lot of places, except in banks, they still use tape because we have disks like SSDs, thumb drives, and the cloud storage. So why would somebody use a tape? Tape is something that you have to manage it, right? Tape is going to occupy so much of space. It is slower, and then you need to have necessary infrastructure in place to run a tape backup, and then to restore the backup from the tape. It's a lot of it's a pain. Tape backup. We'll see how it looks. You see the devices, yeah, the cassettes. That's basically the tape backup, and I don't think anybody uses it these days. Yeah, tape backup. Like it's not so easy and very slow, and nobody. Why would somebody wants to use tape these days? Unless it is some compliance from the federal government that says that I need a physical copy that cannot be stolen easily. Otherwise, we have these SSDs, super fast, lightning fast. It can store more data, easy to replace if there is a problem, easy to manage, doesn't take up so much of space. That's the reason why tape is not so popular. In case of ransomware attack on AWS infrastructure, who's responsible? Wonderful. It's very common, Isaiah. I know it can be scary. I it's like there were some cases where my heart skipped a beat because one of my customer is a hospital. Okay, they are a hospital based out of South India, and this is an application that stores the X-rays, MRI reports, CT scan reports, uh, all these other imaging reports were uploaded to this application, and these hackers hacked their computer and they implanted a ransomware which literally brought the hospital to the complete stoppage. Patients were suffering, and there was nothing we could do. We had to restore it back to the old data, and it was a complete chaos. Very critical. Imagine a hospital, and there are people. I mean, the doctors have to prescribe the medicine and your surgery based on your reports, and then suddenly the reports are not there, and they don't know what to treat you. Should they go ahead with the surgery, or are they gonna start all over again? Imagine a cancer patient. It's kind of really yeah, like playing at the cost of lives, but they don't know, right? Like the hackers may not even know that it's a hospital data for them. They got access to the machine, but it's not. I can't blame the hackers. That's their job. But it was the person who did this was the IT admin of that hospital. So we offered them to set up everything securely, but they said you're going to charge me like 1,000 rupees. I can do it by myself. And then he ended up setting up a password, admin as the user and password as password. So admin password, extremely difficult password to crack, isn't it? And this is the credentials that he had used for that such a sensitive machine, and then it ended up in the hands of the hackers or the ransomware team. So who can we blame other than the administrator who said something like this? A dumb guy who opened up the machine to the whole world. Like, yeah, I know it's ransomware is scary, but it's not AWS's fault or it's not Azure's fault. I mess up something like that, and in fact, even the ones that I'm doing, all the buckets that I have, they're all public buckets. I kept it on purpose because it's demo. It doesn't matter. Like there's nothing inside it, nothing sensitive. But I shouldn't do that on a production setup. If I go to my virtual machine in Azure, look at it. I have set open to all, which is not the recommended one, but since I shut it down when I'm not using it or I don't have anything very critical in it, SSH is open, port 22 is open to everywhere. That's not supposed to. I should have either deleted it or I should allow it only from my IP addresses. But it's my test setup. Even if somebody hacks it, I'll just delete it and recreate it. So to answer the question, whose responsibility is it? 100% it is customer's responsibility, because AWS made sure that the platform is safe, but you didn't lock it properly. You invited the guests unnecessarily, and then your machine is attacked. And that is very, very common. If you think just because you're on cloud, uh, just because you're on cloud doesn't mean that you can't be hacked. Lots of attacks happens on cloud because there are chances people don't know what they're doing. Okay. And how do you know you got attacked? Can somebody guess? Like I told you, I have come across this problem many times. People log into your account, and how do you even know that you've been hacked or attacked other than ransomware? Is my account attacked now? How do I know? Because I don't have any machines in my AWS. It's all zero, right? EC2 instances are zero. So if somebody takes over the control of my machine, what can they do in my account, my K21 Academy account?
Credit
Take a
card.
guess. What credit card? I don't have a credit card in my AWS account.
I mean, account information.
What will they do with that?
They hack your accounts and clean up your amount.
I mean, I don't have credit card saved. So what's the point of hacking my AWS account when I don't have credit card?
Just add some services charges. Billing.
And do what?
Bill up.
Yeah. So I'll tell you, 9 out of 10 hackers or ransomware who gets access to my AWS account, what they do is they'll spin up instances in the regions which I don't use. Okay, I use most of it in Mumbai or Virginia because it's the cheapest. This is the closest. Okay, but when every time I get a message from my customer saying that my AWS account is hacked, what they do is they do take up some users like Stockholm, Sao Paulo, or Sydney, Singapore, and then they deploy huge machines like the GPU machines with 50 core CPU, 150 core GB RAM, or 1 TB RAM, and they'll start mining Bitcoins. So they don't steal anything because there's nothing to steal. I don't have any machines. So if they log in, and they're going to be disappointed because there's nothing inside it. But what they do is they start launching instances in my account, and let's say Ubuntu or whatever, and they deploy huge machines. And then they'll start buying. Look at this machine, C6 to 24x large. I've never used this machine in my life. Okay, it's $2.3 per hour. Okay, and then they create a machine, and then they'll start mining the Bitcoins using my machine. And because they're doing it in Stockholm, Singapore, Osaka, which I never log in to check. If I log into my AWS console, it's in Mumbai. I don't see any instances. I feel I'm all good. But end of the month, I get a bill, $50,000, $24,000, $11,000. My actual usage is $1 or $2, but I get a bill of 1,500 or 15,000, 20,000, $25,000. And then customer comes to me saying that I don't know why suddenly my bill has shot up. And then when we check the usage, I see machines are created in all these regions that they never use. And we raise a request to AWS, and we apologize, or we tell them that it's a hack, and we'll go ahead and change all these things. AWS gives you a list of things. Go change your username, change a password to a complex password, change your user permission, rotate your access keys, API keys, and then come back to me. I'll process the refund. So whenever somebody attacks your machine, the first thing that they do is they start deploying big machines, and they'll start mining Bitcoins, cryptocurrencies. And that is the only way you will get to know that you've been attacked. I don't know if my account is even hacked, because I don't see any difference in behavior. But suddenly one day I get a bill of $25,000, and I'm like, I know I didn't use it, so it's attack. So AWS, what is AWS fault in this? Your password was stolen. You didn't set up a MFA, and they logged in to AWS, and they launched the instances as if it was you. So you didn't do the due diligence, and then you can't expect the platform guys to know what it is, right? And AWS underlying host or these, I mean, it's not an attack, but the most of it, 9 out of 10 compromises happens with the username and password. I gave this that dumb admin and password example. Like who wouldn't guess this? Even if you're trying to hack your dad's phone pin when we were little, the numbers easily we could have guessed one or two, his date of birth or the year of birth or something, right? So the same thing hackers also do. And if it was so easy to guess, then you can't blame AWS for it. And that is very, very, very common. If please don't tell your customers that cloud, please come to cloud. It's extremely secure, because if the customer knows about cloud, he will just laugh at you, because there are far more attacks in cloud than on-prem. Right? So that's why it's a shared responsibility. AWS made sure that their instances are safe and secure, but you securing your user accounts and passwords, it's on you. Okay, so I guess that's it, guys. I don't have much. I wanted to use that extra time that was available for us so that we can discuss on the serverless, and then whatever I could do on the storage gateway, do a comparison with the same services what we have here on Azure and all those. So let's, as always, we'll set the agenda for day 3 on what are we going to see and how prepared have I come for this session, because I told you multiple times that I practice it before I join the session. So it looks like everything works great for me, but when you do it the first time itself, you'll falter. So I'll tell you what is the agenda for today. We learned the fundamentals of migrations. Today we're going to do the migration. So we will be doing the today and tomorrow, right? 2 sessions. What I'm going to do is we will deploy the infrastructure, which includes a WordPress app, website, and then there is I think it's a Node.js application, and then 2 databases, MySQL and MariaDB. So this will be deployed and we will be migrating it. We will migrate them to VM to VM today. And tomorrow, day 4 is database migration. So what will we do? The databases that are migrated from a VM to VM, we will replatform them from a VM to RDS. So where are the source, where is the target? So, and can you show me an architecture, or can you practice the same stuff? If you have all those questions, yes. So I will be using a workshop lab from AWS. What does it mean? I'll give you the link. You can deploy it in your AWS account and do the exact same thing that I'm teaching you until you get better. And so what do you mean? Which means the source and target are going to be on AWS. Why do we have to do that? Yes, it will be both on AWS. And the reason is, see, I'd have an Azure account and I have some VMs running. We can try to migrate them also. Okay, Windows machine is here, 2 Linux machines are there. We can even go ahead and migrate them. No problem on that. But these are my dummy machines, right? These are my test machines that I'm just using it for nothing. Like I have a web app that just shows a sample Nginx. Oh, okay, great. Let's go ahead and migrate this to AWS. And once you're in AWS, if you refresh the page, the same thing will load up. So rather than doing that, what this, I'm sharing my screen here. I'm just moving it from a different tab. So this plays, okay, please make a note of this URL, guys. It is workshops.aws. Okay, this will be your go-to place to do anything and everything hands-on within AWS. Is it only for migration? No. You want to learn AI? It's there. You want to learn CI/CD, DevOps? It's there. You want to learn containers, monoliths to microservices, legacy to modern containers? There is a workshop there. So I'll just show you the second. So I'll just walk you through what I did so you can just make a note of it. So this homepage, Workshops Data AWS, you have hundreds and hundreds, I think, yeah, hundreds of workshops, not thousands, for everything, for application development, AI and ML, VMs, API gateways, pretty much every AWS service that you can think of is here. If you want to do something on AWS Outpost, you don't even know what that is, you can learn what that is. Private link, secrets manager, you want to work something on step functions or Lambda. I want to learn some serverless. Search for Lambda. You have how to build a CI/CD pipeline with Lambda, and then you have how to migrate your Spring Boot applications with Lambda. You can just search for it, take it, and do it. And what about us today? I just search for migration, and then so many labs are there for migration. Here, Downtime, migration to AWS, end-to-end migration program for Windows Server, AWS Application Migration Workshop, Database Migration Workshop, Migration Immersion Day, and many things. So this is what we're going to be using, Migration Immersion Day. And if you see, it says, you know what, this is going to be deprecated soon. You may want to use something latest, but latest is nothing different. Whatever you have it, everything is put into a same page, right? Where you see rehost and replatform, and then you have your database migrations and then modernization. All of it is in one place, but what they have done is they've just changed this document to something like on day one, do application migration. Day two, you do the modernization. Day three, we're going to do the uh, database migration. So it's basically the same document, but they've just segregated or broke it into three. And this is what is a lab that we will be using today. And I want you to use the same thing for your practice as well. And yes, there is Ashish, there is a hands-on lab for Azure also. I'll share it with you. It's free, like it's just a web page, right? So does it come with AWS free tier account? I don't think so. Why? Because there are, I'll show you. You will get the answer shortly. So this is the lab that we'll be using. Now, once this is, you see, it's level 300. Okay. That's why even in the previous sessions that I kept telling you that, see, if you know AWS, then everything will make sense. Otherwise, you're going to find it little difficult because it's not level 100. Level 100 means the level 1 basic. Level 200 is intermediate. Level 300 is little more complex, and level 400 is even higher than that. So you need to know the transfer family, storage gateway, and everything to get started with this. So it's a great place if you want to get your hands dirty with storage gateway. This is the lab for you. And it says everything is like 2 hours, one is 8 hours, one is 1 hour. So if you just sit on a weekend, you can finish it off and then get yourself ready. And look at the AWS. This is one of my favorite labs, Database Migration Workshop. If I open that, you can think of anything. Okay, whatever the database flavors that you have, you can just think about that, and then you can migrate, whether it is Oracle, SQL Server, to Oracle, to MySQL, PostgreSQL, or Oracle to Oracle, SQL Server to SQL Server, DynamoDB, and also you have, if you want to migrate your serverless database, if you have somewhere some third party, you can just pretty much do everything that you need to know on database migration services in AWS. This is your go-to place. And they have like almost everything that you need to know to migrate from these two popular services. And the same works for you on your the open source databases also. This is also one of my favorite labs, but I primarily use this to teach my students on how to do the migration. So not this database migration. Immersion Day. Okay, it's called MID, Migration Immersion Day, and you will see the names and everything with MID. MID means Migration Immersion Day. So let's go to this and show you what is this used for. So this workshop is used to emulate an on-prem environment with EC2 servers. So you're just going to build an environment in AWS, and we're going to pretend that's an on-prem environment. We're going to simulate the same. It may mix the customer environment with public network, private network, DNS, everything. It's an intermediate level. So for solution architects, sysops, infra ops, not for the beginners. And The first step of this will be rehosting. We will take the machines from here and we're going to host it in a target EC2, which is source VM to VM. And after that, we're going to re-platform it. So first we will rehost it today, and tomorrow you'll re-platform the databases from a VM to Amazon Aurora, which is RDS flavor. And then it says like you need this, you need that, you need everything. And by end of this workshops today and tomorrow, you will understand how migration works. You will know what to plan, how to track, how to do the discovery, how to group the machines for migration, how to migrate the machine, how to modernize the machines and databases, and then all the tools that get along with it, as well as this migration hub, discovery services, migration services, data by migration services, migration portfolio assessment, blah, 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 blah. So now, is this free? Yeah, the tool is free. Anybody can just go through it and do it. But what if I go ahead and deploy the whole setup? It says you're going to deploy the workshop, right? So it says for customers who are running this on a workshops on your own account, it will cost you approximately $10 to $20 over the next 2 days, or like 8 hours today and tomorrow. And because the default region selected by this lab is Oregon, so approximately $20, but it can be lesser than that if you use it wisely. But make sure that you delete everything after the workshop. Clear? And we also saw in the end of the first session the different phases of migration. First thing is discovery. We call it as SS. Second thing is mobilize. And then migrate. And finally, optimize or modernize. That's optional. Okay, then the same thing is mentioned here. In this section, we'll explain, like, don't go with this. You don't need to know about it. It's basically not for you. It's for the AWS partners. Okay, Migration Acceleration Program is a program where you bring in the customers, AWS pays you money, and they pay you based on different phases. If you do the SS phase, I'll give you 5,000. Do the mobilize phase, another 10,000. And then after you migrate everything, if the customer's consumption is 10K, I'll give you something out of that. So it's not for you, but it's basically the funding program. AWS will fund you as a partner based on every stage of the migration that you are moving. So it's just to track it. So yeah, and this is something that we discussed: assess, mobilize, and migrate. What do we do in the assessment? You do the discovery. You create the business case, how much it's going to be my monthly cost. Get the approval from CEO, CTO, CFO, COO, and then you create the readiness assessment. Is the team ready? Are the machines compatible? Do they have the budget? Do they have the team to manage everything after the migration is ready? And you conduct the workshop, the training day, which is basically what we're going to see today. This is part of the assess. Whatever we're going to learn today will be part of assess. Once this part is done, you go to the working part of it. Like you start building a landing zone, you start creating the platform, make sure that the teams are formed, the people will start working on setting up the networks, security, VPN, monitoring, alerting, budget, blah, 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 everything. So assessment, mobilize, and finally, once the second stage is ready, you start moving the workloads to cloud. And I had mentioned it in my day 2 or day 1 also: assess, mobilize, and migrate. And modernize, like migrate and modernize, or just migrate and optimize. It's all the same. So this is what is good, like good to have the information. Just to repeat what I taught you guys last week. Now, the documentation talks about what is SS. What do you do in SS? You will perform an assessment, migration readiness assessment, to understand how long your company is in the cloud journey. What are the gaps? Gap analysis to fulfill those. Okay, these are the things that we are lacking. Go ahead and fix it as part of the CAF. In these 6 segments, whatever you have to plug the loopholes or the leakages, you go ahead and do it. So the assess can go up to 1 week to 6 weeks, 8 weeks also, based on how big the company or the organization is. So once it is done, okay, you everybody are aligned. We want to use cloud. We have the budget. We are going to start with it. And then you create the business case, start the complete discovery, group the applications for migration, and enable the governance, set the operations and monitoring part, set up the landing zone, security risk and audits and compliance that needs to be in place. All that thing, you would do it in the second stage. This may go for a few weeks again. And finally, you start the migrations by using the necessary tools that are there in AWS. So what is the next one? It's a new service, guys. It's Migration Hub Journeys. It's again not a service that you want to use it today. AWS Migration Hub Journeys is a tool where you can literally track the entire migration project, as in stage one, where are we, what have we done, what's the pending task, when are we planning to complete it, who are the people that needs to track it. So you see, phases, module, tasks, subtasks. It's more like a Kanban board or a tracking board. Migration Hub Journeys lets you like migration one, customer one. For customer one, the VMware machines are being migrated. We are in phase one. Assessment and mobilize are done. Gokul is doing it. Subhash is doing that. John is actually taking care of the modernization. So it's basically a service that's used for tracking, but you don't need to use it today, or we don't even need to work on it because you're just learning how to do a migration, not how to track the project. Okay, you can add the group members to the migration of journeys, and let's just see it, how it looks. Where's my, yeah, migration hub journey? AWS Migration Hub. So it's a central hub or a centralized place so that you can actually get a complete visibility of your entire the status of the migration or what's happening, where are we stuck, is something going wrong, and things like that. Surprisingly slower today. I close multiple tabs. Okay, I think there's something wrong with my network because even Azure portal is playing up. Okay, no worries. Here we have. So you see the migration hub dashboard. You kind of get all the information on how many servers have you migrated, what is the recent applications that were migrated, how many applications have you migrated, pretty much everything. Data collectors, agents, have you installed it somewhere? Okay, you see, there's so many things that were done in 22, 23. Okay, so this is basically the one. And like I said, it's used by the project managers. You as a solution architect, you don't have to worry much about it as of now. But once you start handling bigger projects, which will go for 6 months, 18 months, 20 months, then yeah, this will be a very useful service. But 5 servers, 10 servers, you don't even have to break your head. Just move on and start the work and finish it off and hand it over to the customer. Okay, now, so that's the migration hub journey. I do not want to use it. It's again taking you like go to the services. See, it's basically how many machines are in progress. We have 35 servers that's planned. One server is going on, and we have one more day to finish it. And we have planned another 67. 3 are there, 2 are completed. So this is what the migration hub journey does. You can just create a journey based on the project size. Is it a general migration? Is it for database migration? What kind of workload is it? Fill in all the details. What are we planning? When are we planning to complete a tentative date? What's the name of this project? And then you can start tracking it. It's not anything related to migration. You don't do anything inside it to migrate. That's the reason I'm skipping it. I don't want to stress so much because these are pretty on-screen instructions. They're self-explanatory. Creating a team. These are the things that I wouldn't want to do that. I'll skip this. And this was not even there before, guys. It's a very recent addition. It was never there. Okay, now let's talk about our lab. Okay, connect to the lab environment. So usually these workshops or the lab environments are given by the AWS to its employees or for their trainers to conduct some workshops on behalf of AWS. But in my case, I'm using my own account for my own practice. So deploy a emulated source in your account by following these steps is what it says. I will do that. I have already done it, but I'll also show you in one of my other account because I faced a lot of issues and I want you to see what are the problems. So when you come across it, you already know it's working as designed. So let's actually look at the architecture. So when I go ahead and deploy this workshop environment, this is what the architecture would look like. This is my source. Okay, on the left side is my source. I'll have 2 app servers and 2 database servers. And then I'll also have a machine that will be used to connect to these 4 machines. We are going to migrate these 4 machines to the target. Once the migration is done, we will be using that. That's it. That's rehosting, right? You're taking these 4 machines or 4 VMs. You're going to migrate these 4 machines to the target. 4 machines, 4 VMs. Migration is successful if the application runs fine. Now, once the 4 machines are in the target, tomorrow I want to go ahead and modernize it. I want to move this DB servers from a VM to RDS, managed service. And we're going to use AWS DMS, Database Migration Service, to modernize it. So this is a simulated environment. So you have to consider this as your source. We will migrate the app and DB to the target, and then we're going to shut it down so that it will run in the secondary region, okay, or in a different network. Now, why am I using something which is already in AWS to be migrated to AWS? Why can't I just use Azure? So in this lab, when we deploy the environment, it is literally provisioning an entire application for me, like a fully functioning, working application. So if I go to this environment, look at this. The 2 machines, like the 2 machines, one is a WordPress, and then it's another Java application called Offbis. It's running CentOS operating system, it's running Postgres, and then it has MySQL, MariaDB. So I won't be able to literally build a full application with the database that's working properly and then just use it for the lab. But if I use my labs, it's a Windows machine. I just create some files. I host a basic web app, and then I'm going to show you next, and then we're going to migrate it. But if I do it in AWS Lab, they're literally giving me a fully functional application that looks like this. This is my WordPress app, and then I have an Offbis. It's basically an application in which I can log in, do something. So I get the touch and feel about like, okay, literally I have an app that's called Offbis, and I'm going to migrate this application from one machine to another machine and then see how it works. So that's the reason why I don't want to just stick to a dummy machine which doesn't have anything, just to show you how the migration works. But technically it doesn't matter because what I'm going to do here, we are only going to learn the process, right? Because it doesn't mean that you will tomorrow work on migrating the same WordPress app or a Java application or a Postgres database. It may be anything. It may be .NET. It could be Node.js. It could be Ruby. It could be Python, anything. But the basic remains the same. Okay. So I always believe if you understand the fundamentals, if you have the fundamentals strong, it's much, much simpler to grasp the rest of the things. But if you have no basics, then you're going to struggle as much as you can think of because you have no idea about head and tail of what you're talking. And whatever we're going to see, it won't make sense because you don't know what I'm doing. If you understand the concepts, it will be easier. Easier for what? To do another AWS migration? No. The same concepts, fundamental concepts are strong, meaning you can even do an Azure migration. I mean to say that just like how we're going to migrate the services or servers in AWS now, Azure also has DMS, same thing that we have in AWS. Azure also has Azure Migrate, which is basically the AWS equivalent of the migration service in Azure, which also helps you migrate your Hyper-V machines, VMware machines, AWS machines, and everything. So once you know the AWS migration, it's the same stuff. Look at the names: Azure Migrate, Discovery and Assessment, Next is migration modernization. Oh, wait a minute. That's the same thing that you're learning on AWS. So if you understand the fundamentals properly, you don't have to relearn something because it's the same thing that you're going to do it on another machine. Whatever you're going to install the agent, discovery agent, and then you start the replication agent, and then you will do the cutover, and then you will do the DNS change, right? And if you go to Azure, it's pretty much the same thing. You will install the discovery agent, but the name or how you do it, like you see, there's a discovery appliance that you will do. What do you want to migrate? I want to migrate my AWS servers to Azure. Give it a name, AWS to Azure, and then download the appliance, set it up. Next, wait for the discovery to be completed. Once the discovery is done, you will see all the machines in your console, and then start the migration with the data that you discovered. Is this not what we're going to learn in AWS? 100%. So that's why I'm saying I will use everything. Like I'm going to use this environment, which is self-hosted, as well as we'll use something that's on Azure, and it's the process remains the same. So once you are comfortable with this in AWS, you can go ahead and do even GCP to AWS migration, on-premise to AWS migration, AWS to Azure migration, because the underlying logic remains the same. Can you build a website to host a static website? Say, you know how to do it, and then you do it. And if somebody else comes and asks you for a similar website with a different design, will you be able to do it? Of course, yes, because the bottom line is it's the same website, just that you're going to add some different colors and borders and logic or images, but a website is a website. So if you know how to develop a website, you can do it for me or even for my colleagues for their blog website because you have the basics strong. So that's the focus here, okay? Not to memorize, not to be a master tomorrow, but understand what I'm doing so that you can actually do it. Or if you're stuck, you know what to look for. It won't work. I'm telling you, it won't work the first time. It still doesn't work for me. So when you do it a few times, it will get better. So let's go to the documentation. Guys, this is a extensive lab, okay? Like 8 hours of work. So I don't have everything on top of my head. I'm going to move the screen to my other monitor, and obviously the username, password, the access key, credentials, I'll obviously be looking at it, and then I'm going to do it. Though I have done it for the last 3 years, I can't just keep everything in my mind and then follow along. So I just want to show you what this is, and then yeah, it gives me the copy paste and where to copy paste and everything else that's coming up. So you understood the architecture, right? We will also draw it once and summary. Okay, wonderful. So then it starts the actual work. Let me open my whiteboard. It's here. And I'll just, whatever we spoke, I have toggled between Azure, AWS, Notepad, Azure, AWS. I just want to draw something and show you so that you guys are completely clear on what we're going to do. Okay, so we will be deploying the source environment in AWS. And this AWS environment has a web server, 2 web server basically, and both these web servers has a database server. Okay, and I will also, just for your easy understanding, so let's say this is source. Okay, source, and source is also in AWS, but just assume, tell yourself that it is not AWS, it's in on-prem. And I also have an Azure environment, just so that you feel it, it's outside AWS. We can take a Windows machine and a Linux machine, which I have. This is VM1, and then this is my jump box. So these 2 machines. Now, what are we going to do? Or I'll just another color. What are we going to do? We're going to migrate these 5 machines to AWS. This is my target, okay? Target. So the 4 machines are going to come and sit as per the lab, along with these 2 machines also. As it, this is DB, DB, so BD or DB. And then this is my WordPress. This is my off AWS application, and these are to my Azure machines, AZ1, AZ2. This is what we're going to do today. And once it is all sorted, tomorrow, I'm going to take these databases and put it on a RDS. This is the plan. This is as per the lab. Okay, now you saw the re-hosting from these 6 machines, and then you're also going to see the replatforming. Now, okay, so how well are we ready for it? Because it looked like a lot of work. It is a lot of work. So what are we going to do? We will start with provisioning the infrastructure. But am I going to go ahead and create the architecture? Because it says you have to provision this. You have to keep the network and everything ready. So shall we go ahead and start the deployment? No, because the entire deployment can take some hours, and then hosting the application databases is going to take another half a day, which is not enough for our session itself. So we're going to use an AWS service called CloudFormation. What does it mean? Does anyone know what is a CloudFormation service? Can you raise your hand? And yes, nobody? CloudFormation, yeah, infra as a code, right? What is infra as a code? What is infra as a code? Infrastructure as a code. So what do you understand by the term infrastructure as a code?
You can deploy the code to build up the infrastructure.
Exactly. And why should we do this? Why can't we just go ahead and set up something over this one?
Manually?
Manually.
It saves time, right?
Saves time, and we can keep redeploying it as many times as we want without making any human errors.
Human errors.
Yeah, so it's faster and then recyclable, or you can actually just call it as reusable. Multiple times you want to reuse. I can give you the same script, do it on your lab. I will also use it. Everybody else can use it because it's the same script. And the second thing is idempotent. Okay, what does this mean? Meaning if there is any resource that you've already deployed and you're just trying to run this code, it will skip it because it's already there. I don't have to delete it and then redeploy it. So if a resource exists, it will skip it. And you can also specify it won't always work, right? Sometimes your code can have some issues. So in the code, you can even specify if there is a problem, do you want to roll back everything or just retain the resources that you've deployed successfully? So those are the things that you can do with infra as a code. So my architecture or this lab, which we have, the whole thing is available as an infrastructure as a code, a sample code in AWS. I'm going to use it and I'm going to deploy it. Where? In one of my AWS account. Why didn't I do it before I joined the session? So it would have saved time, isn't it? So the problem is I did try deploying it multiple times and I faced some issues. And I wanted you to see the same problem so that when you're doing it, you will also face the same problem and you know how to handle it. And you see, everything is already deployed in one of my account. K21 Academy is one account that I have in which everything is running: Linux, WordPress web, WordPress DB, Offbase web, Offbase DB, and then my Azure machine. So my infra is ready. The source, this part is ready. Or I would say I'll just move the screen and then I'll just go to this one. So this is completely sorted for me. Okay, I've deployed the AWS infrastructure, Azure infra. So what do I want to show you? How to deploy the code. And I'm going to use a private browser. And let's go ahead and deploy the code. And where is the code available? In the same lab. If you go to the connect to the lab environment, it says if you're using a personal account, click on it. It says follow the steps. Go to Oregon, US West 2 region, create a key pair for your machine that you will to connect to the resources, and then go to CloudFormation, create a stack, and then here's the link. So I can just copy paste this link, or I can download this link to my machine and modify it and reuse it. So this is the CloudFormation looks like. Oh no. Oh damn. Where is the tab? Here, let me just minimize everything. Oh. Also. There we go. Damn. Okay, this is my CloudFormation template. So this script can be modified. And in this script, I've told everything that I need to be deploying as part of this architecture. I've deployed the ports that needs to be allowed. I've deployed which images to be used. I've deployed the storage account to store some data, the caching and logging. And then I'm also mentioning what kind of instance the web application should be T3x large, the password should be this, whatever I'll be specifying, and off-biz, like create the off-biz application with EC2 Linux machine. And this is a CloudFormation template. There are plenty of templates available in AWS. You can download it or use ChatGPT or take a template from AWS and then modify it the way you wanted it. So you're just mentioning what are machines that are allowed. You see the allowed values. So these are the machines that I can create when I'm deploying this template. And these machines are not very cheap, like not expensive either, but it is not part of the free tier anyways. So what should the S3 bucket contain? The EC2 key pair should be what the password must be minimum 5, maximum 16 character. So I'm mentioning all of that, including like the name of the application, servers, what should I create, what services to be modified, synced. So I'm doing even the roles that should have permissions on what. So once I have this, I'm going to just deploy this template and it will provision the infrastructure for me. Okay, so what's the catch or what is the big deal in it? The big deal is the script doesn't always work as we expect it to. And sometimes or off late, it has been failing. And because it's a free workshop, right? You don't have support from AWS. It's all these workshops are free. And if at all, if you want to give them any feedback, you have to, I don't know who's the contact, but maybe if you sit and then try to figure it out, somebody who created this lab, you'll be able to reach out to them. There is some bug in this code, and due to which it keeps failing when we are trying to deploy it. And how did we address it? Like, how did I address the problem? Because if it fails, then how about these? Like, how did these things come up here? So I'll just show you that because when you are practicing it, you will also face the same problem. And that time you can just thank me later. Okay, let me log into my other AWS account. So in K21 account, just remember it, okay? So K21 account, I have it ready. And the infra is almost good to go. Like the machines are running, but it's not just the machine, right? There are many other things that got provisioned. If I just show you, there are 8 VMs that are running. And then if we go check the VPC, there are some source VPC, target VPC, staging VPC, and a lot of things gets created as part of this template. Okay, so if I just go to, you see, multiple EC2, CDK stack, VPC, source, target, staging, none of it were created by me. All of it was created using template. So please remember in K21 account, everything is deployed in Oregon, West, US West, Oregon, it's deployed. Now I don't want to use it. I'll just minimize it. We don't, and Azure, you know, Azure, I don't have to worry about. So this MCT Club is my other personal account, which we're using to deploy this CloudFormation stack. And before we go do something, you see there is nothing. It's blank. And then if I go to my EC2 also, there should be no working machines. Everything would have been either failed or deleted. Okay, 0, 0, 0, all good. Okay. Yeah, so there's no machines. Everything is blank. And what region? Okay, it's Ohio. I'll just change it to Oregon to see if there is anything there, because I was just playing around with that for some time. Okay, no instances, all good. Everything is blank. So now let's go ahead and follow the lab and deploy the environment. So first thing it says, select your region to Oregon, which I have done. Oregon is my region. Oh, it's Ohio. Let me change it to Oregon. So we are deploying it in MCT Club, okay? And then its first thing is create a key pair that will be used when you're creating the stack. You need to give some input. You see this EC2 key pair public key, you have to give a name. So it's asking you to create the key pair that you will be using later in this lab. So let's go ahead and create a key pair. Nothing. I'll create a key pair. And I made a mistake. I'll tell you what that mistake is. So I'm going to give it as MCT club -KP key pair. So this key pair is going to be used by one of your Windows machine, and Windows accepts only PEM. I accidentally created a PPK key when I was doing it on the other account, and then I was scratching my head, trying so much to convert the PPK to PEM. Finally, I realized it's easier to just delete it and redeploy it with the right, because you can't even change it. After you create it, you can't do anything. So I'm just creating a new key pair. Ensure you do the PEM. I believe even in the documentation, does it say PEM? No, it doesn't. But okay, it's a learning. I learned it hard way. So use the PEM, create a key pair, and says it's asking you to download it. I'll say yes, I'll download it. I'll say MCT Club AP. It's a PEM file. PEM file is downloaded. Good. Now let's go to CloudFormation. Use this URL. Okay, I'm going to copy the link. Go to CloudFormation, create a tech stack. It says, do you already have one? Yeah, I do have it. Do you want to upload it from the S3 bucket, or you want to upload the file that you just downloaded? It's all the same. The new MID, you can upload it or use the S3 bucket if you have the link. You can just create your own stack, upload it to AWS S3 and call it from there. Okay, then let's just go hit next. And what do you want to give it a name? It's a migration immersion day lab, right? So I'll just go with the same name, migration immersion day. And I'll leave. So it's asking you for the server password, root password for the Linux machine, sudo user. And it must be exactly 8 character, use alphanumeric. So I'm just going to give it as something. Okay, and then it's asking for the EC2 key pair, which I just created. What did I name? We named it as MCT Club AP. Okay, and then see, it gives you the choices. Which models can I create? And Linux machines can be this, or the Bastion servers can be this. And these options, because I specified it in the template, that these are the allowed values: T3 micro, small, medium, and C4 large, T3 small, micro, and medium. And if I go to the template, which we are just trying to deploy, you will see allowed values. You see, model of EC2 for your Bastion. Micro, small, medium, and C4 large. These are the 4 allowed values, and the same are the 4 allowed values. And if you go to the EC2 model Linux and look for it, you will still find something similar. Allowed values will be, so yeah, so these are the allowed values. So whatever you specify, if you remove something, then it won't populate. But this is just to reduce the cost, okay? These are not mandatory parameters, but preferred so that you don't exceed your bill. And the rest of it, do you want to launch the Offbase? Do you want to launch the WordPress? Do you want to launch the Bastion? I get to choose yes, no, because I want to just show you guys just one app. I can say false. I want to show only the WordPress. I can say true or false. So these, again, are customizations that are available based on this. So like in my case, I told you we're going to deploy Offbase and WordPress, right? WordPress and then Offbase. So if I don't want both of it, DB1, DB2. So listen, it's the same thing. Why do we need to do it for 2 different setups? Just show me this, I'm good. Let's not waste time on this. If that's the case, you can just go ahead and say yes, no, maybe, whatever. And the rest of it, don't bother. These are the networks that you're getting created and everything. Now, this is the most important screen. Okay. The reason I'm deploying it and showing it to you is because I told you there is some problem or bug with this code, right? If you know Terraform or if you know the CloudFormation, fix it. Or let's find a way around it. So since yesterday, I was trying to deploy this stack on both my accounts. It kept failing. Okay. It was not allowing me to deploy it at all. And then I was a little unhappy because I wanted to show a proper demo for a migration. But if this doesn't work, then all I can do is just tell you guys, listen, guys, I'm deploying some apps on my Windows machine in Azure and Linux machine in Azure. Let's go ahead and migrate these 3 machines. I won't be able to show you a full-fledged DB migration with an app that is talking to the DB and like a production migration. So I was like, what do I do? Is there an alternative? Is there a way around it? Let's see how to address this problem. I was checking these documentation, and then I found, because it's infra as a code, it does have the options. I was like, one service named AWS Config. I don't know how many of you have heard of the service, AWS Config. This was a service which was the blocker. I never needed the service for the demo. I have not used the service much in the past, but see, I have not used the service at all. But this service was not getting deployed as part of the template and it was failing. I'm like, wait a minute, I don't need the service and it's failing. What do I do? Is there any way I can skip only this part? I was like, okay, let's see what are the services that are getting deployed properly. So the default option is rollback, meaning if something fails, the script deployment, delete everything and then go back to the initial stage. But that means every time it fails, it will delete everything and then go back to the starting point, which is not what we want, right? So when you're doing it, pick this. Preserve the successfully provisioned resources, because for me, AWS config doesn't matter. I only need these machines to be provisioned and running so I can go ahead and migrate them. Okay, so keep this option. The rest of it, you don't have to make any changes. Instead of rollback, just keep it as preserve, and rest of it, leave everything as default. Acknowledge, acknowledge, and next. Okay, are you sure you want to do this? Yes, 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 yes. Validate, verify, and then hit submit. Now, that ARM template, which we just uploaded, is going to provision the entire infrastructure for us. Even if it fails on some service, which was not configured properly, it will provision the resources. You can see what's happening. The current, it's creating in progress. It's a template, like description, basically. What is this template for and all of it. And here it's just started. Tuck, 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 tuck. It's creating the config. It's AWS config. This is the service that's going to fail most likely. And then it's creating the source VNet. It will create the roles and permissions. It will create the other services like users, and then many, many, many things. And what are the resources it's getting created? You can see it here. It's creating a role, an IAM, it's creating AWS config. It will create the source network. It will create the target network. Finally, once the services are in place, it will go ahead and create the EC2 instances. Okay, create complete, create it, progress, create and progress. Just have to wait for a few minutes and then it will deploy everything. So because it is going to fail, I wanted to show you where is it failing and how is it failing, even if it takes some time, so that it doesn't come as a surprise that when Gokul did it, everything was fine. But now I'm doing the same thing, it's not working. So be ready to troubleshoot or be ready to address the blockers, because we need the demo. I want to see how this migration works, but it's okay if some part of the infrastructure that I have doesn't work. So you can see everything is create, create, create. So what we'll do is let's take a 4 minutes break, guys. Yeah, I think, what is it, 1 hour it's been, right? Since we still have 2 hours. Okay, let's take a 4 minutes break, because we will also take another 10 minutes break a little later. So come back at 8:45, take 4 minutes, because by then it will deploy or it will fail. So take 4 minutes. I'll also move from a machine for a few minutes.
Just a question.
Yes.
So if you have this environment in like database, in physical database, and you want to take it to cloud, what kind of agents that you will deploy and on the edges to talk to AWS, like, for the data to migrate?
So once
Is it
the
storage
infra is
gateway?
ready, no, it's not storage gateway. There is a different agent altogether. It's called Application Discovery Service, ADS. So we'll be using that. We're going to install
Okay.
it, and it's a Python script, which we will be doing it.
So we can assume that the source is like physical data center somewhere, right?
Physical Hyper-V, VMware. For any type of infrastructure, you have a different discovery script.
All right.
For all of it, physical or Zen hypervisor, VMware, Hyper-V, or Azure VM.
So
You
like
can.
if we are tasked with like say migration, who provides us with the script? Do we have to write down or?
Yeah. No. It's there in the AWS documentation. We are going to
No, I
take
mean
it from the
for
AWS console.
no, for like practical scenario, like in a job.
Same. Everything is there in the official documentation. Okay. If you see AWS Application Discovery Service, there is a documentation for it, and you will have the script there. And there we go. So nothing is there as a separate tool or a script. Everything is in the documentation only.
Okay.
Yeah. So if I go to setting up, getting started, discover, user discovery tool, discover application discovery agent. And if I go to the application discovery agent, it will tell me, yeah, so select whatever the regions you want, and it gives you all the options, installing the agent. There we go. So even if I don't have the lab, this is how you
install this
download.
on like source machines.
Yes, you have to.
Okay.
So it's not just for the lab. This is literally in the production setup also.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, it's everything isn't only in documentation. You don't have to go look around for solutions on Reddit or Stack Overflow unless you don't find an answer here. But on how to do it, it's purely on the documentation.
So no, I was just wondering, maybe DevOps, maybe they write a code for us or something.
Yeah, like no, they don't, because it's AWS proprietary tool. It's their service, so AWS script should be the ones, not some third party.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm just moving away for a minute or two. I'll come back and let's see what is the status. Right, it didn't fail. I'm surprised. No matter how many times I tried, it kept failing. But let's see if everything goes well. Great, and I'll just go check the events. Nice. It's still no red mark. Okay, I think it's going to be successful. So far, so good. And you can see the IAM config, everything is getting created by it had already failed. Oh, nice. ADS, WordPress, off-biz. What did I do? Maybe when I deleted last time, something was done right or what? Okay, nice. Then it means it will work in your account also without a problem. But if it fails, you know what had to be done. So, and if at all, if you know how to modify the script, you can select the template and then you have an option called update. You can go ahead and even update the changes, okay, that you want to modify. Okay, so that's also something that you can do. Let's see if the VMs are going up. If yes, then we can even use this. Okay, the VMs are also coming up. Nice. You can see it's initializing, right? It's running, but it's all starting up. First, it created this DNS machine, and then it created the off-biz, WordPress, and all of it. So the only reason I wanted to deploy it and show it to you is because it kept failing. But maybe there was some conflict with the services that I had, but that's fine. Anyways, if it works, works. Okay, there we go. It failed. Let's see what has failed. E2, EC2 CDK stack. So it says it failed to create some resource. It failed to create some roles. AWS IAM roles. It's first, I don't know what this code means. But is that the only thing that failed? I think yes, everything else got created. No worries. But because we said even if something fails, just go ahead with the rest of the resources. It will go ahead and create it. So uh, if you want to just troubleshoot what is the issue, see, you can just make a note of it. IAM role is in failed state because resource handler said this role with an identifier of this already exists, which means then we are fine. It's just not able to overwrite an existing role. So if you want to do it, go to the IAM, take this role, and then try to delete it and then rerun the same script. It will work. So there a message says it already exists. Let's see if it exists. Roles and search for the role. Yeah, it says the role migration. Maybe some years ago or last time when I tried to deploy it, it got created. See, it was created in 2023, like over 2 years ago or something. And then I just used it for 1 hour. So this role was created 2 years back and then I didn't delete it. Now it's coming up to create some conflict, but that's fine. The role is there. Hence it didn't create the new role again. I'm good. I'm okay with that. Okay. Everything else is going well. I'm happy to see that there are no other problems. Okay, then we can use one of the stacks only because I have two screens. One is this MCT club and the other one is my K21, and I have my infrastructure in both the places. Let me show you, like I kept telling you, right? It failed, failed, failed. Let me show you what are the things that failed on my the K21 account when I did it. Okay. Okay. Let me just pick this nested. I'll open the stack. So see, there was this AWS config service that failed. After provisioning all the resources, something happened, and it says that this failed. And there was another WordPress. Yeah, WordPress template also failed. Why did it fail? Following resources failed to create. Web server role was not created. And maybe I can just debug it properly. It says it's a web server is blah, blah, blah. What is the event? This is how you just navigate, okay, saying that following resources failed to receive one signal. Okay, maybe it took some time. My internet was not great and my web server deployment failed, and due to which the rest of the conflicts came up. But I see what else. There's one more failure. What is this? Is the same error that we also got in the other account as well. It says it already exists. So that's fine. So I only have three problems here, which is AWS config, resource was not created, my WordPress server didn't get deployed properly, and my role creation failed because the role already exists. But these three didn't matter to me because my EC2 still runs, and that's all matters to me. And what's the current status of the EC2s? Okay, looks like everything is up and running. All are good. 3 out of 3. Okay, then I don't have to worry about this because any which ways it won't complete because some of it failed. Let it just be in creating and progress. So now I have my whole setup, the source, which is my off-base web and DB, WordPress web and DB are created. These are the 4 machines. The rest of it are like dependencies that got created along with the lab and the DNS configuration, application, DB communication, and all of it. That's why I use the lab workshop because I do not have bandwidth or time or experience in literally building a full stack application. But when someone gives it to me, I'll just take it and use it. So this is my Bastion server. What is a Bastion server, guys? What do you understand by the term Bastion server? Bastion, jump box, yeah, jump server. Jump server means I have 4 machines, right? And I want to access these 4 servers from a single machine. That is what is Bastion host. And look at these 4 servers. These 4 servers do not have a public IP address. I cannot access the servers from outside AWS. So I'm going to log into this Bastion server. From the Bastion server, I'll connect to these 4 machines and access the web application database, install the agents and all of it. I'll be able to do it from this machine. And this machine has a public IP. So let's connect to the Bastion host first. connect RDP client, and it's asking, let me get the password. How did I get the password, or where will I get the password from? That's the private key that I created and downloaded. MCD Club KP, decrypt the password, and here's my password. And oh, I think I closed my notepad accidentally. Sorry. Okay, so this is my administrator is my username, and then the password is the alphanumeric code. So let's just connect to my Bastion host. We may even just use this MCD club, okay, because it looks like WordPress is working here, so that it's good for us. I don't want to use the K21 setup. It's the same. I just deployed it in 2 places. Okay. Password is this. Username is this. Okay. Guys, now that it is working, or the setup is the same setup that is ready here, can we just use this MCD club instead of K21? Because I just deployed it in front of you. I'm paying for these machines and they're pretty expensive. So I'll just stop all these machines for now, okay? Because the same setup is deployed in 2 places. Let's just go ahead and stop it. I'll not terminate it. I'll just stop it for the time being. And that way I don't have to pay for all these 8 machines. Yeah, thank you. If everything works there, we will even go ahead and clean it up using the CloudFormation here. Okay, K21, I don't want it. I'll use MCD Club, or maybe I'll move that window from the screen so it doesn't conflict. Okay, K21 part. Azure, we'll log in again on another window. I'll just move this. I'll not close it just in case. If I forget it, tomorrow my credit card is going to be like on fire. This is the lab, and where is the MCT Club? MCT Club is here. We'll just log into the Azure just in case. Okay, so is my jump box ready? Yeah, jump box is ready. I'll put it in smart sizing. Okay, smart sizing is already there. So please let me know if you have a problem seeing it, okay? Because I'm on a different monitor. So I'm just trying my best to keep it as compact as possible. Oh, okay. I'm on a private window. That's why it's prompting again. Incognito mode. Oh, yeah. Okay. Back to business. In Azure, it doesn't matter. I can keep these things running because anyways, I'm running on free credits. Okay. There we go. So the machine is ready. Let's try accessing the, okay. The infrastructure is ready. Hit next. And I also got the password. Next. And then see the architecture. So I'm logged into this Bastion server. Now I want to access these machines to check if things are working. But I want to see if the application is working. And this is my WordPress app URL. This is my offbase. We'll just copy this. And then because this is why I need a Bastion host. They are not public applications. Public application means if I access it here, it may not work. It won't work because this is not a public website. It's a private website. So I have to do it from the jump box. What is this? It's not working. Maybe I should try a different browser because it's HTTP. And so the WordPress was actually the tool that I had an issue with. So we'll just see if both are working. One of it should definitely work because in my previous setup, WordPress didn't work. It says it's not working. We'll check what is the problem. No? Okay, we'll just see if the other app is working. This is the Offbase app. The WordPress seems to have some problem. Either we'll have to troubleshoot the WordPress app or the connectivity, or we just have to see. Look at it. Both are not working. So what happens is the infrastructure has been deployed, okay? But the application configuration is still doing it at the backend. Okay, so that if I wait for a few minutes, they'll actually start working, and we just have to give it some time, because it was the same thing on my other setup. Let me just go ahead and fire them up, because if it is going to take time, considering the time when I have the infrastructure ready, let's just go ahead and fire them up and keep them just in case. So these are backend configuration. It has nothing to do with your account or the setup or anything. EC2 CDK stack. I don't know what this role does actually, but I'm fine if it doesn't work. See what's going on. Everything else is still creating. So we'll just wait for a few more minutes. Okay, do we need to check the route tables? Can you ping the app servers? Yes, we can even SSH into the app servers. Okay, like there is in this being a pre-deployed setup. If you see there is a putty, and then I can actually log into the machines. I can just log into the machines directly. Sorry. See, I'm logged into the machine. The machines work, just the application. If I want to log into Offbase Web, I'll just increase the font size. No, it's not. See, I'm able to. Infrastructure is deployed, just the application configuration is happening in the backend. Oops. The second machine also logged in, which is Offbase Web, Offbase DB. And then let's go to WordPress Web and WordPress DB. Okay, logged in. And then we'll log into the WordPress DB. Okay, clear. So we will just check some CTL, status, Word, Press. So it looks like the WordPress service, or I'll just try VP, WP. It doesn't say that. It says there is no such service as WordPress because the service is not running, maybe. And it, like I said, it did take some time to populate the application. We'll just give it a few minutes. Finally it's working. Yeah. Okay, now where is the, so that's what the infra was deployed already, but the application for it to start, it took some time. WordPress, is it working? No, WordPress is still not working. I don't know what's the problem, but my Offbase application, the important one, is working. I can just log in and show you what this looks like or what this application does. Okay, so this is my application. I can log in with the credentials, which are also given in the documentation. This is a financial application. I can go create the invoices for whoever is there on this meeting. Let's Adil from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I can just create it. Okay. Transaction limit, exception handling, something happened. Okay. Is there anything else that I can do? Okay, so it's fine. Like the app works. I don't know how to use this app, or it's just a dummy app, guys. So it's a just assume that it is a ERP application which has a front end of this, which is a Java, and then the back end, the database is hosted on this OffBizDB website. Okay, it's the OffBizDB server. So the infra is ready. Now we can actually start the work of deployment. And I am going to do the discovery service deployment even on my jump box or my VMs, which are here. So what I can do is I can log into my Azure machines from this jump box also. Okay, so login. Okay, perfect. It's logged in. Now I've logged into my jump box also. And then if I want, I can even log into my Ubuntu VM1, which has my NGINX web server. Yeah, continue. Yeah, it's a basic web server, right? What's my SSH key for this? Security. Connect. So we'll just log into all of it. Okay, this is the key pair, and this is my SSH key. Pub key. Okay, I've logged into my Azure VM. This is my Azure Jump Box VM. So I'm logged into Windows VM from a Windows VM. Okay, so this is my Windows VM, and then I have 4 Linux VM, and then I'm gonna log into 5th VM, which is my Azure VM1. Notepad. I'm just creating a SSH key of it. Okay, we'll just try using putty to log into my Azure Linux machine. Okay, it is asking for the PPK. I don't know if it allows. Okay, no worries. We'll just make it as a PPK file. Done. 192.190.41.73. Okay. Okay. So looks like the key is not correct, but nonetheless, fine. Anyways, I have one Azure VM. We'll just use that. Okay. Now I have 5 machines, guys. So the first step is to do the discovery, right? And I have something called as Application Discovery Service that is used for discovering the machines. And what does it do? Like, I already know what I have. So what's there to discover on top of it? I have 4 machines, which are Linux, and then I have 1 machine, which is Windows. So what am I even discovering? When I know what I deployed and there are only 4 machines plus 1 Windows machine, that's fine. When I have 70 machines, 80 machines, 100 machines, or you're doing it for your end customer, you won't have all the details unless they give you in an Excel sheet. But still, it would be better if there is an automated discovery that kind of runs, checks for the compatibility of the operating system, size of the machine, processor, type of application which is running. So it would be nice if you have all the details before you do the migration, right? That's why you're doing a application discovery service, running the application discovery service on the machine, just to ensure that it captures all the necessary detail, system performance. It can give you the recommendation for the machine that you have over provisioned. Go ahead and provision a machine that is a smaller size in AWS, because that can be good enough. So that's what a discovery process is. Please don't assume that Gokul already knows what he provisioned. He knows what's running inside it. And why are we even wasting our time doing a discovery? I personally feel you do not have to go do a full-fledged discovery doing it for weeks when the machines are less than 10. Take the details from the customer in writing or in an Excel sheet. You know this is what is running. And for lift and shift, it's pretty straightforward. But when you have a size 15 to 20, 50 machines, 75 machines, you will miss out on 1 or 2. It's better that you do a proper discovery. So let's see how it works and what it does. VM export, VM application discovery services. Do we have anything? Identifying the application for migrations, prioritize your applications, dev machines, non-prod, staging, and then the most critical ones. Where is the ADS part? It's okay if it's not there. Yeah. So these are the tools, application discovery connectors, and then discovery agents. You do have serverless discovery. Okay, this is what the slide I was looking for. What does ADS stands for? Application Discovery Service. This is the service that we use for assessment or discovery. It collects the usage pattern, operating system details, underlying infrastructure, the RAM, how much is the RAM that you have, what's the CPU, how much is the total storage, system performance, metrics, all of it, it captures. So now I'm going to start capturing the behavior of my machines using ADS. So let's go back to our the documentation. This part is done. Everything is done. Let's go ahead and start the discovery service. So there are 2 ways you can run the discovery. One is agent-based, which is, as the name says, you install the agent on each machine, you run it, and you discover. The other one is agentless discovery. What does this mean? Agentless, which means, do I not even have to touch the machines to install the agent? No. So when you have setup like VMware or Hyper-V, those machines are not directly exposed to the network or to the internet or anything, right? So I'll just clean it up, or maybe I'll just move this. So for example, we know these 4 machines are there. I install the agent on all the 4 machines, ADS, 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 and then my Windows machine, ADS. So 4 or 4 plus 1, 5 machines will start sending the details of all the information about those 4 machines or 5 machines to the migration hub or the AWS console continuously. But in some cases, like VMware, for example, I don't usually have to touch the machines directly. So if it is my on-prem, and then I have a VMware that is managing all the machines in my on-prem, I don't have to go ahead and log in, install, log in, install, log in, install, on every 100 machine or thousands of machines. So I manage my entire environment using VMware vCenter. Okay, vCenter is a tool. vCenter is a tool that is managed, that is used to manage all the VMware hosts. Okay, these are the hosts, and you manage all these hosts through vCenter. So in agentless discovery, you just install the agent on this machine, or basically it's an appliance, or you just create a small appliance, a VM, OVA appliance, open virtual appliance or something. If you install it, it will talk to your vCenter and it will get everything that you need about your setup. It will send it to AWS. Did you get it? You didn't install the agent on all the machines. That's what is agentless collection. Here, you install the agent on every single machine manually because the setup is small. I don't have to worry about getting access or time consumption. But when I have hundreds of machines, just spin up a new machine called Discovery Appliance. That will talk to the vCenter, which is managing all the underlying machines, and it will give you all the details that you need to AWS. Okay, this is agentless. I'm not installing the agent on every machine. That's what is called agentless. You don't have to use this for everything, but for Windows, like where you have direct access, just go ahead and follow this. But anything that you don't have direct access to the machine, you want to still identify all the virtual machines associated with vCenter, you will use this method. Clear? So in the interview, if they ask you, when do you use agentless and when do you use agent installation, give the example. Now, the agentless, what is the agent, how long it takes, great news about it. Let's skip it. So it says, go ahead and set your migration hub home region to Oregon, which I will do it. I think I've already done it, but we will just see. Migration hub. First time, if you're using it, you'll have to set the default location. But if you have already used it, I don't think it matters. I think majority of it is complete. Yeah, okay, the migration hub. Go to the settings. Okay, I've already set the region to Oregon as it is suggested, but you can set it to anything. Okay, but because the lab is suggesting me to use this region because of the cost effectiveness and whatever, I'm just doing the same thing. Okay, you don't have to worry about that. So there's just the preferred region, whatever you want to do. Then it says go ahead and create some credentials for ADS user, meaning you are going to install the agent. So it needs to have some permission to go ahead and do that, right? So let's go to IAM. Guys, I'm using a root access. Okay, the user that I'm logged in now. Okay, if I just go to the users, I'm a root user. I'm not using ADS user or Gokul. I'm logged in with my email address and I have full permission for this, and everything. So I can just go ahead and do, or I can even skip the step, what they're asking me to do, because I don't need to create an ADS user, give him the permission to do the discovery, and then the next, because I'm already using a super user who has this permission. But still, let's go ahead and do that. There is an ADS user got created through my Terraform. Sorry, not Terraform, the CloudFormation. And if I go to the ADS user, open it, go to security credentials, there is already an access key. And it was created 37 minutes ago using my CloudFormation, but I don't have the password of this access key. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create another access key just in case. Create an access key, and I want the access key to be used mainly for CLI because I'll be installing the agent. Okay, it says application running on AWS Compute Service. You plan to use this. Yeah, okay. It says if you're using it for EC2 or something, then go for this option. I understand. Okay. And I don't have any tag. I'm creating the access key and then it has a secret. Why did I create an access key when I already had an access key there? Because if access key is nothing but a username. Okay, just like a username, like how I have administrator and the password. So access key is the same, but the only difference is Along with the username, you also need a password, right? This is my access key. Instead of administrator and password, I can even use this and password. And the password is called secret access key. This. And the secret access key, you cannot see it once you exit out of this page. Okay, so whatever CloudFormation created for me, I can't see it. I say either I have to download the file so I can see it later, the ADS access. I'm just gonna put it in the demo folder and save it. And then I hit done. Okay, where am I? Access key, where is the access key? There are two access keys and I can't see the secret key now. Oops, I just exited. Oh, what's my password? I don't know. Go ahead and create one more, or deactivate one and then create another one. Delete one, create another one. But in my case, I've downloaded it as a Excel sheet. I can take it. So this is why I created one when I already had, see, this is the access key, the same thing that I just access key, secret key. Now, because I saved it, I have it. But if I don't save it, I can't find it. It doesn't say anything, right? So that's it. So you created a user and you gave him the necessary permissions, ADS group, and this ADS group has the permissions for what? It has no permissions. Let's go ahead and give the permissions. Okay, I think it's the group already. Okay, it just says go ahead and install it. Fine, I'll just use mine. And where is my IAM? Because I want to create one for myself. There is one called admin group, and there is a user called Gokul. And I created 3 years ago. Let's see what are the permissions that Gokul has. Gokul is part of admin. Gokul doesn't have an access key, but I'll just create one for Gokul because he's the administrator, just to be on safer side. This is Gokul, the access key. Why am I storing it? If at all, if the ADS key doesn't work, I'm just going to do it with my full access permission. Okay, so the IAM part is done. Let's go ahead and start the installation of agents. Now, we're going to install the agent on 5 machines, 4 that we have in AWS, which is my source, and then 1 machine on Azure. What is it? User, and then, okay, it doesn't matter for me. Now, here is the download and install instruction. If you just see this, and if I just walk you through what this contains, it says curl. Curl is like a download. Download this file from this URL to the machine. And once you download it, tar. Tar means unzip. Tar the file that you downloaded. After you unzip it, install the file in this region with this user and password. That's precisely what we are actually going to do. And now I can just give the credentials or the access key and then the password that we just created for ADS user on this script. And we will just run it on all the machines. Okay, so we'll just copy this. We'll do it on 1 machine, which is the off-biz-db. I'm just going to go ahead and paste it and see if it works. Okay, it says bin install. You cannot execute a binary file. Did it download? Okay, it didn't even download it. We will troubleshoot it now. Curl. Okay, do I have to change the region? No. US West 2 is the correct region. And then the username and password -s. Okay, the user access key, secret key, and it should technically work.
I think maybe we need to execute one
command by one. Yeah, that's the next thing. Okay, let's ls. Yeah, the file is there. Now I'll just go ahead and unzip the file that we just downloaded. ls. Okay, it's unzipped. Then I'll just go ahead and install the file that got unzipped. Perfect. Finish phase by installing the agent. You agree that the install is created, and in most cases, the version should be the same. I think it's done, and I'll just wait for a minute. Now that the discovery agent is installed, it's not agentless, right? We just installed it on one agent. We'll just go check in the ADS or the Application Discovery Service to see if it is starting to send any data. If yes, we will go ahead and install it on the other machines also. Azure, Ubuntu, Windows. Okay, we will. Okay, we just wait for a few minutes. And in the meantime, we'll do the same thing on the second machine also. So sometimes if it fails, it's because the user that you're trying to install the agent does not have the permissions. Okay. Current running reports as of now, it's running and running. Okay. So we'll just give it a few minutes to see if these two machines pop up here. Okay, is there another page? No, right? Okay, we'll just wait for a few minutes. And these are not the ones, this was some time that I did a few years ago, and these are some sample machines. Okay, so we are done with two machines. In the meantime, let me just go and do it on a Windows machine, so box. Okay, because I wanted to say if the Linux commands works here. Okay, and guys, please note that these are Linux commands, right? And the reason why we have it is only for the Linux is because pretty much everything, all the machines are Linux. But for Windows, I think there is a different agent that we have to use, but let me just check it, okay? Maybe all the steps and all the machines have been agent, and so it just says it works. Let's just try to install the same thing and see if it works or not. Something is happening. I almost forgot the location where to download it from. Let me just AWS ADS. Documentation. Where is the documentation? Okay. Okay, the file is downloaded. Okay, nice. Because the latest Windows machines have the Linux terminal and the commands also. It says, okay, sudo. Sudo is not recognized. No worries. We can just install it directly from the, where am I? It's in C users. I'll go to this folder, the users, Google, and then there is this RPM deb files, and then there's an installation. Okay, this is actually the Linux version of the file. I never knew. No, you of late they have actually added this Linux ecosystem, Linux system for Windows. Okay, that's a Linux subsystem for Windows. You can actually run even on your personal laptop, like even your Windows 10 laptop does have this feature. We need an exe or a MSI. Correct. This is not the file. I just unzipped it just to see if it is gonna give me a Windows compatible file also. But no worries. That's what I'm gonna be checking in AWS Application Discovery Services. We'll go by the documentation. Application Discovery. So someone asked, right, where will I get it? Because as part of this workshop, we didn't have a Windows machine, but we will have to find it out for the Windows machine that we have it in the discovery agent, and select the region, how it works. Installing the agent. To install the agent in your data center, install the agent on Linux. Okay, install it on Windows. Perfect. There is a Windows agent. Copy. Double click, add or remove, and then you just, okay. So here is the command. Now you just take it. After you downloaded that, you will use the region. And then the rest of it, the secret key and then the access key. Access key. And you're running it in quiet mode. What does it mean? Quiet mode means it runs in the background. So first, let's go ahead and download the Windows agent onto your Windows machine. I hope you guys are learning something out of it, because I'm doing these things on purpose, guys, because usually if it is a workshop, I come prepared, set up. See, you just press the switch and then the bulb lights up. But we are making sure that we do something which is not the usual one, so that we face the issues and then we resolve it, like what we are currently doing. No. Okay, did it download? I want to save it. Report this file as safe. Okay. Oh. Perfect. Now we just have to go to the location where this file is installed. I'll just rename it. And now let's open the terminal to run the command from this location where the file is there. Ta-da. Okay. If I didn't give the quiet, probably it would have prompted something or some like a blip that just keeps going here and there. So it's going. And how do I check if it is running or not? Let's go ahead and check in the services to see if there is any service that's running. Application information, application readiness, application something. Do we? Yeah, AWS Discovery Agent. You see this file that is running? AWS Discovery Agent. It's collecting the system information. So now we have installed the Discovery Agent on our Windows machine as well. I can just minimize it or close it because The software is installed and the software is running. Okay, this is my Windows VM jump box. Within the jump box, I've connected to my Azure VM. So we can close this. The discovery on 2 machines on Linux is done, and then 1 machine on Windows is done. Let's hope we start to seeing something, because it takes up to 15 minutes for everything to come up. Okay, no, not this one. None of these machines. Application Migration Service, no, 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 no. Okay, we'll just wait for some time just to see. Because the agents are installed and I can see the service is running. We'll just give it some time just to confirm that there is no issues with the permissions or what. We'll take a 5 minutes break. Okay, it's or we'll just take 10 minutes break. It's 9:35. Come back at 9:45. Take 10 minutes. I'll also just move away from a machine, and we'll just wait for it to show up here. The servers, what we were looking at, is not the right place to see. Ideally, we have something called as data collectors. Okay, this is for the discovery part. So if you just go here, you have discovery agents, which are installed on the machines, and then the 5 machines that we have installed, 4 Linux, then 1 Windows, are here. And you can see it's collecting, and the status is currently running. And this is the IP address of the machine. This is the version of the agent that we have installed. And ideally, it should be like collection status collecting, and this should be healthy. Okay, because 15 minutes to 3-4 days, we can continue to run, and it will keep capturing the data. And you see this option that says start and stop. If you want to pause it, you can do it. But in the chat, I did mention that we'll have something to play with, as in like let's wait for 10 minutes. We'll have some data to play with. What am I referring to? Like, what data do I have to work around? I know it's capturing the information. I know these are Linux machines. There's nothing much to discover, but is there anything that meaningful that I can do with this data? It's discovering the stuff which are running inside these machines, and it's running in the background. It's running in the background as a service. If you saw in my Windows machine, I saw when I went to the services, I see the discovery agent was running here. It's collecting, it's collecting the system event, CPU, processor, and everything. We're going to induce, or we're going to use one extra service. Yeah, you go to the data collectors and then discovery agents. You can see it's collecting, and the status must be healthy. Otherwise, for it to be healthy, it does take time. Once it has so much of data, it knows that the instance and status, everything is healthy. Great. Now, we are done with this. And agentless collector is not something that we need to do, because we don't have a VMware, or we don't have any setup that needs the agentless connector. We'll just skip directly from here. Now, once the discovery is initiated, it's running. I want to be able to see the machines, right? Like basically, if I go to once the discovery is ready, based on the data that we have, we should be able to find the server list which are being discovered. Now, if I open the server, I should be able to see I'll just minimize this machine. So let this keep running in the background. Yeah, so these 5 machines, let it keep collecting the data. It's running. In the meantime, do we have any other information that, okay, 16 machines are there. Off biz, I don't know which of it. So now all these information that I'm getting, I want to be able to do something with it. When I say something, query to figure out the IP addresses of that machine, query to figure out how many are Windows, how many are Linux, how many are compatible for the operating system compatibility. So I want to be able to run some queries and find it out. Okay. So there's a tool or a service in AWS. If I go to the AWS, the data collectors and the discovery agents, you see there's an option called Athena export. I've allowed it, saying that yes, go ahead and do it. And what is Athena? It allows you to view time series data from the discovery agents. All the data that your discovery agents are sending should be able to run a query and then view it in AWS Athena. Then what is AWS Athena? It's a serverless service that you can actually run queries interactively. Okay, what's the big deal about it? Why are we using it, or why are we talking about it in terms of migration? Even if you don't do it in this step, okay, it doesn't matter. But because I want you guys to know what an amazing tool this is, I just brought this into this. Like it was there in the lab, so we'll just cover it. It's a serverless service, okay? Meaning, if I go ahead and run the query, I'm going to be charged for it. Otherwise, I will not be. Okay. How relevant is it? Like, what is the big deal about it? What's the problem now? So I proposed AWS Athena as a solution for one of my customer who wanted, they were storing a lot of SQL server database servers, and they were paying for the SQL licenses. So what we said is, why do you have to keep everything in a SQL server and paying for it? Instead, you upload everything, all the tables, the SQL tables, to S3, the AWS S3, which is the cheapest service. Once you have it in S3, we can use AWS Athena to query the data as if you do it on a SQL server. Sounds nice, right? No license, no always on uptime cost. This is S3 is very, very cheap to run, to store the data. And using AWS Athena, like I'll just open it and you can see the tables where we have the databases. It's in Oregon, right? Okay, I think we still didn't get enough data. But once the discovery services starts sending the data to the tables which are there in S3, we can write our own queries and run it directly from the Athena. So let me just go and open Athena's here. And we have already done this. Data collectors, we have enabled Athena in our setup, which means it's great. I know it's going to cost me something whenever I run the query. So when I go to the servers and then, yeah, okay, it goes to view Amazon Athena. And you can see what tables you want to run the query on. And then wherever your data is, we can write some queries in the pane like this. We'll just do it directly here. All right. What's the status? Okay, it still shows running and collecting. In the meantime, I'll just see if there is any tables that created by Athena or by the discovery agent in the S3 bucket. Okay, there is one that got created some time back, migration immersion day, AWS config. Do we have some meaningful data that we can run queries on? Okay, it's just the AWS logs, nothing else. Config logs. No, I think it's just a JSON file. Fine. So when we have some data, we should be able to just start querying it. 1 minute. Servers, view and Athena, but for that, we need to have the servers discovered properly. We had 15, now we have 16. Okay, this is one machine that which we are migrating from. This jump box is coming up in the servers. Let's just actions, view and Athena. See, it should ideally have created, like once the discovery is completed, it should create a data catalog and a database for AWS Athena to run the query. Now, once the data or the database or the data catalog is ready, we can just write the own queries, just like your SQL servers. We can write our own queries to, see, a bucket gets created. Like once the bucket is ready or once the ADS service is ready, it will create a application discovery service database once the agents and everything is healthy. And based on that, we can run, like, all these tables will also get created about your network interface, operating system information, system process, performance, and all of it. And once the information is available in the S3 bucket, we can start writing our own queries, like to get the information, like proper SQL queries, using which we can just run from here. Obviously, now it will fail because I didn't even select where the data is. Obviously, it says no, there's no default database. You didn't select where to run it. Okay. Okay, so there is a new bucket that just got created a minute back, 1 minute ago. So it's the access log. It is not the ADS service log. We'll just wait. Hopefully that comes too. And if we like, that's about it, guys. Basically, I just wanted to educate you on what is Athena. It's a query editor, and you can run the queries on the tables or the databases which are stored in AWS S3. Okay, so this is not just for the discovery service. Even if you don't do this, it won't make any impact on your migration. But if you are ever working on a solution where you need some ways you can write some SQL queries without managing a SQL server or a SQL database, this is a service. So I don't want to wait for all the data to come up and then proceed with it. Since Athena has nothing to do with the migration, we'll just move on to the next steps while the discovery is going on. The next step is basically, let's assume that the discovery is completed, or because I know what I'm discovering, I don't have to wait for it to be done. Usually, I suggest my customers to run the discovery at least for 7 days, minimum 7 days. Why 7 days? Because in a week, there are days your usage will be peak usage, and Wednesdays are my heavy usage days, and then Tuesdays are the lean usage days. So if you have multiple days, okay, so you have a graph that you want to be able to see, right? Monday to Friday, and what days is my CPU usage, how much? And Mondays, it's always like 80%, and Tuesdays, it's like less than 30%. Thursdays, it's hardly anything. There's 15% of CPU usage, and Fridays, it's always at 90%. So if you don't do it for like at least few weeks, you won't be able to assume or guess how much is my peak usage, what's my average usage, what's my lowest usage, and stuff like that. But here, if you see, I have 5 machines. I'm only capturing or collecting it for 2 minutes, right? It's been there for like last 20 minutes. So in 20 minutes, there won't be much of a change. There won't be much happening inside my machine. I'm not even using these machines. 4 machines are lying idle, and then the 5th machine is also just quiet. I'm not doing anything. Maybe I'll install some Firefox or something. But apart from that, I'm not doing anything. But in your production setup, that won't be the case, right? You will have the usage pattern in such a way that we know what's our the load factor, what is our performance factor, and stuff like that. So usually the discovery is something that we are supposed to run it for minimum 3 to 5 days. Around 15 days is even better. Okay, like 3 to 5 days if you know that it's not a lot of churn. But when you know it's a large scale production setup, run it at least for 1 week, Monday to Sunday, or sorry, Monday to Sunday, correct. Monday to Sunday. And by then we will have so much of data that we want to run some queries, figure it out how the usage pattern is, and all of that we can get it. Like if I just leave it running, it will run and then it will stop once it has all the information. Now that's it. Like there is nothing much I'm doing on the discovery part. Let's wait for it to finish. But while we are running the discovery, let's also move on to the next step, because we have to finish everything by today and before tomorrow in 3 hours. So the discovery is done, guys. Like the first step, you install the discovery agent and let it run. Does anyone have a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you set the time period for the agent or not?
Can we set a
time period?
No, we do not
No.
have that option. But it is, see, it's not a time-bound activity. Your setup may need more time to discover. My setup is hardly a demo environment, which can be done within an
No,
hour.
I mean, you said you must run like from Monday to Sunday.
Yeah.
So is there any start and stop like we can
No.
configure or not?
No, we don't have that. Okay. The
Okay.
machine runs, along with it, your agent runs.
Okay.
And it doesn't take up your resources to slow down the performance or anything. It's a small agent, a small Python script that runs in the backend. So it won't impact in your performance or the system usage, nothing. So the machine runs, just keep this thing running. And after a few days, you will have enough information to analyze what to proceed, what's the size and everything.
Sure.
Yeah. So the discovery is done. Whatever the data that you have discovered, if you have a lot of data, write some queries to pull and cut and copy paste the data that you want from here. It's the same SQL query. If you know how to write SQL queries, it's the same query that will run on Athena as well. So, and these are some sample queries. Once we have enough data, you can just try running it and it will give you the output. So that ends the discovery part. Then comes the next service, which is MGN. So whatever we were doing so far is called ADS, Application Discovery Service. And did you run the no. Okay, Peter wants to know, did you run the discovery on the Bastion host? I did not on the Bastion host in AWS, but in my Azure console, there is a jump box. Like in AWS also, there is one jump box with which I've logged in. So this is the AWS jump box. From the AWS jump box. So this is the AWS jump box. You can see the host name EC2 AMA something. It's a US West 2A. This is my jump box. From this machine, I've logged into my Azure VM. There is a VM, Windows VM in Azure, and I'm connected to that VM, and I've installed the discovery on that Azure VM jump box, not my AWS jump box. So from this VM, I've logged into another Windows VM, which is running in Azure, this one. Peter? I didn't do a discovery of my Bastion host in AWS. There is a Bastion host on Azure also. Just the name is the same. So now, what did we do? Like so far, we have completed the discovery, and whatever the data that we have discovered, we can write your SQL queries if you want to analyze something in Athena. And now we're going to go ahead and proceed with Application Migration Service. And in other words, it's called MGN migration. Okay, this is ADS, Application Discovery Service, and the name suggests it is used for discovery, and the second one is used for migration. So in one machine setup, 3 machine setup, you don't even need these steps. You can just eliminate it. I'm just putting a comment saying that like you already know there's only 3 machines. There's nothing inside it. 1 Linux, 2 Windows, and then it's 4 core. You have done the discovery manually, so you don't have to do this. So if it is a large scale, go with the traditional and the conventional approach of running the discovery for some days and then analyzing the data if you want to, and then finally proceed with the migration step. I'll close the PPT, guys, because I don't think anything is there. Same architectural reference. Just to remind you, these 4 machines will be migrated here, plus with my Windows machine. You will migrate 4 machines, 3 CentOS, 1 Windows Server. I don't have Windows Server in this case. On-prem is emulated as this one, and we will be moving it to target. All good, all good. Okay, you guys saw there. Okay, so there's one says Linux install me. I don't think we have used that. Instead, we have one extra machine from AWS. It just says you will install the replication on this source server and begin its replication. But any which ways, we'll also do the same. Okay. So it says to save time, they have already installed the replication agent and the initial replication has been completed. Wait a minute. Where is it? Okay, now let's go to the migration service. I don't want to, I'll skip it. Where is the installer file? AWS account access. Okay, there is the command. So now, just like how you install the discovery agent, you will install the migration agent on all the machines that you want to migrate. And if you see, it's basically a Python script again. You're downloading it and you're installing it on the machines using the access keys and the secret keys that you just created for each user. I'm just keeping the commands handy in my notepad. Okay. Okay,
So
this is for...
are these machines going to be target machines or just the sync servers?
No, these are neither. These are actually the source server itself. Okay, they're whatever the machines that we have deployed in the using the CloudFormation, they're source. Inside those machines, we will be deploying we have deployed the ADS, which is the discovery service. And on those machines, we are also going to install the migration agent, or we're going to add the application migration. You see?
So on source, you installed
Yes.
the application discovery first, now the migration agent.
Yes.
And then it will go towards the AWS.
The last one. Yeah, correct. So first time setup, it's asking us for the IAM username and password. Where will you install it? How will you install it? And it gives me the same command that we just downloaded on the machine. Okay. And I believe that's the same. Is it the same? Yeah, it's the same. So it was there in the workshop and we can just confirm. Oh, okay. So it's giving me the entire, even the whole command, including this username and password. I'll just copy it. I'll do this. Oh, fine. So let's log into the machines and then we'll start the installation. Yeah, I'll keep my Windows machine also handy. And we haven't even done the target part, guys. It's all in the source, whatever we are doing. We'll just go to the first machine, clear the screen, download the replication agent. Okay, downloaded it. Now I want to go ahead and install the replication agent that I've just done it. Installation of AWS application is started. It says learn more about the error, downloading the agent, unexpected error, installation failed. What could be the issue? Clear ls. AWS replication installer is there, or what if the installer is already running? We'll check the status, systemctl status, AWS replication. No, let's check if there is any service that is running top. Okay, I'll put it in a bigger screen. Configuration K thread, migration. There is one service that is already running called migration. Migration 1, migration 0. Okay, so there seems to be some conflict because the reason I'm checking if there is any service running, because in the workshop lab, it said we have already installed the migration agent, but unfortunately, I don't see the machines added here. One moment. What I will do is I'm just going to go ahead and do the same thing on my Windows machine because Windows is fresh. I don't have anything on my Azure machine. So let's just see if my Windows machine works. Okay, it says AWS Replication Windows installer. Okay, I'll just and you need to validate this and then go ahead and run the replication. Okay, I'll just copy this, go to the place where I've downloaded my file. Okay, replication Windows file is here. Now let me just run it.
Okay, the installation of replication agent has started. Okay, it's verifying the disk space. Minimum 2 GB is needed. It does have sufficient space. Okay, it says unexpected error, installation failed. Learn more about the installation and the documentation. So it looks like an issue with my user permission, because if it is the AWS machine, then there can be something that we are not doing it correct. But I believe even my installation is failing on my Windows machine. And there is only one thing that is common between the two, which is the user that I'm using to go ahead and install the package. So let me just try to run it as a GUI, because if there's another way to do that. Okay. What's the AWS region name? It is US West 2. It will prompt for the access key and password. Put it on full screen. Or maybe I'll use a different credentials, because this ADS user may not. Oh yeah, correct. I just realized something. Wait, I just try the username and secret key of name and secret key of Gokul. If it works, I'll tell you what was the problem. Let's do this. Clear, and then enter. Installation has just started. All volumes. And finished. Okay, I think it's going to work this time. If it works, we will go ahead and do the same thing on other machines. And okay, first download the replication agent on the Linux machine and install the replication agent on the Linux machine. Go ahead and do the same thing on the third one as well. Usually what I do is, instead of doing step 1, step 2, step 1, step 2, I just run step 1 on all 4 machines, and then step 2 on all 4 machines. That's faster. Okay, so let's hope it works, because it didn't fail like the last time. Yeah, okay, it says finish, finish, finish. It's installing, installing, installing. And we will also do the same thing on my Windows machine in Azure. And if it works, then I found out what the issue is. Okay, press enter. Okay. To replicate all disks, press enter. Okay. It's not. Okay, guys. So glad it failed and we found out what is the problem. When we installed the discovery agent, remember I created a user called ADS user, and then I created the access key and password for that user. And that user, ADS user, is used only for the discovery. Okay, it's for the security reasons. If I go to IAM, I created a user called ADS just to install the ADS, Application Discovery Service. And let's say you work as a team and then you're into the discovery, somebody else does a migration, somebody else does the mobilize part. So for security reason, you don't give everything to everyone, right? So we created an ADS user who was installing the discovery agents that worked on all the machines. Okay,
the curl command and then unzip command and then ran it. So with this, ADS user's credentials. But that guy, ADS user, has access only to install the ADS service or ADS agent. And I was trying to install the migration agent, which is the second one, not the discovery, the migration agent with the same credentials, which he didn't have access to. So what I did is, I'm Gokul, right? I'm not ADS. This guy, Gokul, is part of administrator group. He has permission to do ADS, MGN, everything and anything. So just to go with the flow or to follow the documentation, I used ADS user to install the ADS. And then I was trying to use the same guy for other things also, which did not work. So I was like, I told you, right? I'm logged in as a root user. I have all the permissions of every services and user. I should have just used it, but just I learned what was the problem. And then instead of using ADS user, we use this guy, Gokul, who has all the permissions. And I believe it is, yeah, agent is installed successfully. We are good and we can close it. It will start replicating the machine. And I don't have to worry about this machine for now. And you can see all green, all green. Replication agent is successfully installed. Replication agent is successfully installed. Replication agent is still installing here, but it will be installed, and only on the fourth one, it's the last. So, okay, the fifth one is also installed. So in the next some hours, maybe, like if it is a small machine, it does, yeah, successfully installed. Okay, that was the problem. I was using the wrong credentials to install the migration agent with a person who does not have access to install the migration agent. And then I was like, no, I'm not going to create a new user for it. Let me just use the admin account. He has access to everything. Let's just finish it off. So the agent installation is also completed. The replication begins automatically because the agent installation is done. So we'll check in some time once the entire process is completed. What we'll do is, let's see if we are able to, let me just minimize all of it. Migration. So where are where's the application? There we go. Okay. So you see, I have 5 servers. It says stalled, but don't worry about it. It could be because it's the machines are small, but it says initial sync is 0%, and probably because we just ran something, or I'll just have to restart the server, and the machines will start synchronizing. Okay, great. At least I have all the 5 machines. So these 5 machines will start copying the data from these 5 machines, like 4 Linux and then 1 Windows. Based on the size of the disk, it can take 25 minutes to few days if you have it in terabytes of data. Now, with this, for now, I don't want to wait because it's already like we have only 7 minutes. Let it go through it. I'll leave it on for for today, or maybe I'll leave it on for a few hours so that the initial synchronization is complete. And once the initial synchronization is complete, it should be data replication is 100% healthy. And once we are ready for it, we will start the rest of the steps. As in, the migration has started, we have to start creating some security groups, the permissions for the failover part. And if you see the actions, and you have what is it? Like you have an option called like start, stop, and then the test cutover, launch instances. All of these will be activated once the migration or is completed between the source to the target. And now what I want you to do is, we can just wrap up for the day. We have 6 minutes. I'll give that back to you. Let it complete, and we will connect again tomorrow to complete the rest of it, as well as we'll start the database modernization. Where is it copying? It is copying to the backend vault. Like it's not on a S3, it's encrypted data. You can't see it as a disk, or you can't see it in the bucket. So it's basically copying to the service itself. It's not a data that you can just access it. Like, can I see the 4 GB that it is copied so far? No, you can't. So it's the same process in Azure also. In Azure, we copy it to a vault, and in S3, in AWS, we use the migration service itself that actually does the job. So when we come tomorrow, we can go ahead and do the rest of the steps. So far, we haven't configured the target at all. Correct. Target don't literally have to do anything. Like the VMs, the networks, everything is already deployed using the CloudFormation. If I go to the VPC, most of the configuration on the target in terms of networking, naming is all done through the scripting. But what we will do is once the replication is done, we will have to make sure that use VM1 with this image. VM2 should go sit in this subnet. VM3 should be talking to VM4. So those configuration, the target configuration, we will do it, but not that building everything. You see, this is the source. This is where your machines are. This is staging. It is where it is getting replicated to. And once the replication is done, this is where we will be failing over to. So the necessary things are in place. But is that it? No. There will still be some manual work that we have to do after the replication. We had installed the replication agent, and we were just waiting for the replication to be completed. And here is the current status. Source servers. You see the 4 servers which we are migrating from AWS to AWS, which is like on-prem to AWS. And then there's also a jump box, which is actually my Azure machine, this jump box. So 5 machines healthy because it says rescanning, because I had stopped this machine overnight after it was completed. This morning I stopped it. I just started some time back. So that's why it's just going through it. It will be done. It won't take 100 minutes or 1 hour. Now, you can see all of it shows ready for testing. And let's wait for everything to be come back. Now, in the meantime, like we always do, let's begin the session with a quick recap on day 4. So what did we do on day 3?
If you don't mind, can you show on the whiteboard, the drawings, what we did
Yes,
yesterday?
yes. Yeah, this one. So this is where we are. This is where we were. And so 4 machines and my jump box JB is also replicated. So 5 machines are there, not the second one. And so we had started the replication yesterday, and then we stopped the session. Okay, and if needed, what we'll do is just clean up everything, and then we can just redo it, which won't take more than a minute with the updated one. Okay, so
sure, thank you.
Using the workshop lab, we deployed 4 machines, which is like 2 DB and 2 app 1, and then app 2, DB1, DB2. And due to the error in the lab, I think WordPress wasn't working, but at least we know the server got deployed and then the application was there. So this was the setup that we had deployed through the workshop. But because there were some issues and then we don't know whom to contact, it's a workshop, right? They may update it, they may not, or they will change it. So instead of that, just to be on safer side, I deployed 1 machine in Azure as well. And that's my Windows machine. So these 4 are Linux, and then I have a Windows machine. And on AWS, what all did we do? Like on the target. Okay, this is the target. And these are the source 1, source 2. Now, we did 2 things. The first thing that we did was, as part of the discovery, we installed ADS, Application Discovery Service. And to install the ADS, I created a IAM user called ADS user. And then we used the credentials to install it, which is this. I created a ADS user and This is the access key and this is the secret key. Using this, we downloaded the Aegis agent. You unzipped the file, and then the credentials, the same. These two, sorry, yeah, the v4 and then FAB. So the username and password. Using these three commands, we installed it. And this was there in the lab, but we also got it from the documentation. And exact same thing, we also did it for a Windows machine, right? The app, this one, the second command, Windows ADS installation. And this is Linux ADS installation. So we finished this, waited for some time, and then we were able to see the Application Discovery Service. In the ADS, we were able to see all the machines sending the data. It was communicating and connecting the data collectors, the discovery agents. And if I sort it by time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it says it's running, it's collecting. You see, there is one machine that shows healthy, but other 4 are still running because I just fired them up. I was not running it 24/7 overnight. I stopped it, but I just restarted. So these are the 5 machines which are sending the data to the ADS service in the data collectors, you can see. Now, we also saw this is manual installation of ADS on all of it. But there is also another way, which is basically the agentless installation or agentless collectors. Can someone explain me when do I use agentless? Why did I go for the first option, agent install or discovery agent on my 5 machines? When should I use agentless approach?
With a large deployment.
Not just that. No, not Aniket. No, Aniket. No less number of machines. I told you, VMware, where I don't have to install it on each machine. I install it on one, or like I just have one connector or one machine that will just talk to everything. So if you see here, like this, so this OVA, right? This, when do I use agentless? Because it's only 5 machines. I don't have any centralized machine that can do the job for me, right? So in that case, I just went ahead and installed it on each machine. Login, install, login, install, login, install, login, install, and then login and install on these machines. But if I have some kind of centralized way to manage all my machines, right? Like in the same example, 4 Linux and 1 Windows, okay? Windows, and these are all Linux. I manually logged into all those machines and did it. But let's say these 5 machines are part of some kind of cluster or some environment where there is a centralized management services like VMware, vCenter, okay, VMware, vCenter. Using this, you're controlling all the machines, starting, stopping, resizing the machines. So I don't have to access everything. Just by accessing this machine, I get all the information. So you just deploy one agent like OVA file, or it's basically a appliance or a VM, okay, a VM that will talk to the vCenter and it will take all the details that I need. Why should I just log into each machine and then install the agent when this guy, it's almost like instead of going to everybody and then asking for 10 rupees, you better just put a message in your community or the administrator, ask him, can he just collect everything and give it to you? Then it makes your life easier, right? Why should I go to each machine and do it? So this is when we use agentless. Agentless doesn't mean that there is nothing, like you don't touch anything. Technically, you don't log into each machine. Instead, there is an appliance which will talk to the management machine and it will capture all the details it needs and it will send it to AWS. Just that I don't have to expose or I don't have to give you access to hundreds of machines behind the network. Just take control or take all the details that you want from this guy and then do the work. That's agentless. And we use it mainly for VMware or SCVMM or anything like a Hyper-V host, something like that. Okay, where I don't have to touch every machine, just touch the control segment, and that should take care of it. Now, once that was done, and then we were like waiting for the discovery to be done. In the meantime, we also just checked what was Athena. What is this tool and what kind of service is this?
It's like a query, executing queries now with.
Yeah, but executing query, but when will I use it, or what is the need for it?
You want to query on S3 to get the data from there.
So it's
No need for that server database. Yeah,
correct. So it's basically a service that can run the queries on the data that you have in S3. Okay. So if you have some tables or some data in table format stored in S3, you can directly run direct run query from Athena. So it's like I don't need any other third-party tools, or I don't have to do some other compute services. It's just a querying tool that can run the data that is in S3 as long as it's in table format. That example of not having a server is one example that I gave from a customer experience where I told you they have a lot of data. It's an airline, okay, that it was an airline that we were working with. So they have one server which was always at 90% CPU usage, CPU, because all the airports in India were querying the data from that server. And it was always 90% because airport runs 24/7, right? So we were like, and it has to be a huge server, like entire some almost 50, 60 airports are querying the data on it. And they were not able to handle the load and they were looking for a solution. So when we moved that SQL data to S3 and then use Athena, who needs a server or who cares about the CPU? Because it's a serverless offering. The more and more people are pulling the data and running the query, S3 will be able to handle it, because S3's read and writes are way too much than a single server, because even your Netflix and Prime or Hotstar are streaming the data from S3, right? So imagine 40 million, 100 million, 200 million people reading the data from here. And if the service can handle it, 100 people working to pull some data is going to be like a piece of cake for the service, right? Like when there is a viral movie or some kind of content, and millions of people are accessing it from S3, because the backend of your Netflix, backend of your Amazon Prime, backend of your Hotstar, everything is this amazing service called S3. And that's where all the content videos are being streamed from. And it can handle millions of requests. Hence, just pulling some SQL data using Athena will be like nothing for it. So we propose that. And in your migration case, it is irrelevant. Maybe even if I just say, no, I don't want any data, it makes nothing to your life. There's nothing different, right? Any which ways, we don't need Athena to know what is the operating system of this, what is the operating system of this, what is the IP address of this. It's just a migration demo that we are doing. But in real world, when you have so much of data, it would be nice to have some kind of a way that we can run the queries rather than logging into each of these machines. Then Athena makes sense. But since it was there for us to explore, I just gave you the information. And then once we were done with this, we went ahead and started the MGN service. We finished ADS, and then we went to MGN. So ADS was done. I created the user. I installed on each machine. It was successful, and it started sending the data. Once the discovery is done, the assessment is completed. Next thing is go ahead and migrate it. And what about mobilize? Mobilize is basically you start creating the groups, networks, and everything, which we skipped it because the CloudFormation that we ran, it already created all my target resources, right? The staging network, target network, and everything. So I didn't need to go ahead and do any work to mobilize. Like assessment is done, the next step was mobilize, but we didn't do it because we didn't need to. Here we have the setup, just go ahead and migrate it to the target, and that's about it. And we started the migration, and for the migration, we had to use a tool called Application Migration Service, MGN. ADS is Application Discovery Service. This is Application Migration Service. So you finish installing this agent, started capturing all the details, and it was able to show on your migration hub and Athena and everywhere. Once that was done, go ahead and install the MGN agent. And we were trying to install it, and it kept failing. Like the same way, like I took the script from the internet, we downloaded the agent, and then we installed the agent, and it kept failing. And then when we were troubleshooting it, we realized it's because of the permission issue, because the same user that I used for the ADS user did not have the permission. He had permission only to install this file, ADS agent. But when I was trying to install the MGN, he didn't have the permission. So either I can have a different user or elevate his permission, or what did we do? I just used my Gokul's credentials, which was the admin credentials. So why did I even complicate this? I did not, but it's more like a best practices where if your team, you're the only guy, let's say you work in a startup, okay? In startups, you don't have a huge team that takes care of the entire migration. You're the only one who's going to do everything. Just take the permission, admin permission, install the discovery, do the mobilize, do the migrate, everything with just single user. But on a large enterprises, you will have a team, like when you have 200, 300 machines, and the migration will go for like 6 months, 9 months. So there will be a 20-member team that will take care of the infra deployment. There will be a 5-member team that takes care of all the assessment part of it. There will be a 15-member team for the migrate and ports migration setup. So to avoid any risk of accidentally deleting something, misplacing some resources, I'll be like, Mahesh and Sumti are from my discovery team. Use this credential. Hamid, Prasad are from Murshid are from my migrate team. So use my, I'm going to add you to that group where you will have permission only once the first part is done. Go ahead and start the migration. So that's how a large scale migration works. But in our case, I'm the admin. I could have just gone ahead and installed the ADS by myself, and then install the MGN by myself, and then done the rest of the things also. But it depends, like however you want to do it, you can do it. There was nothing wrong. And I kept telling you from the very beginning, I didn't want to come 100% prepared and then show you everything is deployed. Just hit this button, the migration is done. So I hope the troubleshooting that we did, because every time we tried installing something, it failed, and then we tried to fix it and fixed it, and then we moved on to the next step. That's just to see, because nothing will ever work. Even if you're a 5, 6 year old in migration, it won't be like everything worked at the first time. Okay. And we started the replication. It was just fine. It went on. And if I go to the migration service application, last bit was we got off the call yesterday saying that, okay, these machines were reflecting, but it was like stalled. So apparently, what happened is the machines were not able to replicate because I didn't set up something properly. So what I had to do is, if you look at the options here, there's a replication template, launch template, post-launch template, and then your preferences. So it's basically the same, right? Replication is you have to start copying the data from source. Once the data copy is done, you start preparing the machines to launch in the target. And then what? After the machines are launched, you have to do something like resizing or automation to start and stop, what kind of disks to be used, and all those things. So the reason why all the machines were stalled was they were not able to send the data to this application migration service dashboard. And what was the reason? That the replication service was not able to send the data to the MGN because I didn't select the network or what kind of machines to use to send the data. What machine are we talking about? It says replication server instance type. We never discussed about it. So what is this then? If you just go to my source, we had 8 machines yesterday, 8 machine, and now it shows 9 machine. Who added this? Did I do it after we got off the call? No. So there were 8 machines, which is this 8, right? So these were the 8 machines that we had as part of the template. As soon as you install the migration agent and started the replication, what AWS did is it created one more server called AWS Application Migration Replication Server, a replication server. Where does it fit in? Where does it sit? So I have 5 machines, and then I'm actually replicating the data. So what AWS does is it will create one machine called replication server that is basically taking all the data from the source and copying it to AWS. So these 5 machines are sending the data or pulling the data through this replication server. And then you have all the machines data inside this machine, or it's in this replication servers. Like, I don't know whether this machine has how much gigabyte. Oh, there we go. I think you can see you can see all my machines. 128 GB is my Windows server, and then the rest of it is like my, I think, Linux servers, I believe so. So yeah, so this replication server takes the data from all these machines and it keeps it in the temporary storage. And what do we call that as? What is the name of the temporary location? What do we call it as? So now from the source, before it goes to the target, it's being stored temporarily inside the server. What do we call this as in technical term? We call it as staging area. Okay. So what does a staging area mean? Like a stopover. I want to travel from Bangalore to New York, but I have a stopover in London. I can't exit the airport. I can't just get some visa and then roam around the city. That's more like a temporary area before my next flight arrives, before I reach my target. Okay. All the way from Bangalore to New York is a long flight. So I just stay in a place temporarily before I reach my target. That's called staging area. So it will store the app data, everything. Like it's a disk. So this disk. So if you see the 128, that's my 128 GB disk. If I open my jump box, the disk that is there in the jump box is 128. Yeah, 127, 128. Well, it's the same thing. So this disk, whatever the content that you have, is copied to the replication disk or replication server. Now, what's the status of my machines? The 128 GB, is it all replicated? Yeah, it's ready for testing. It says lagging because it's scanning the disk and whatever, it doesn't matter. So 13 hours ago, the replication was completed. I have up to date. Now, what I can do is if I just select the jump box and then launch the instances, launch the test instance, this 128 GB disk will be converted into a new disk. It will create a new machine and it will get attached there. Let's go ahead and do that. But if you see, there is a lag of 13 hours because I stopped the machine in the morning. That's why it is 13 hours ago. Let's do one thing. We will start the failover part. Okay. And for today, we're gonna like you learned what is staging area. Staging area is the temp location before the final cutover. And what is a cutover? Cutover or failover or before the failover. Now, there are two things you got to remember, guys. Failover and failback. What is a failover? Failover is, as the name suggests, just moving from one to another or failing over from on-prem to AWS or like switching over from one to the other. And what is failback? The reverse of it, reverse of failover. Like if I fail over my machines that are replicated to AWS and I see there is a problem, I go ahead and undo it. That's called failback. Like failing back to the source from the target. That's the reverse, right? Failing over from the source to the target, and now failing back from the target to the source, the reverse of it. And in failover, there are two types of failover. One is test failover, and the other one is the actual failover, or like failover, just failover. And the test failover is basically once the replication is done, I want to create a machine, test everything, confirm all my data is there. I'm good to go ahead and switch over everything to AWS. And the failover is nothing but the actual failover for production, like production servers after the testing. These are the things you got to remember. As of now, we have started the replication and we have all the data in staging. Now, time to test it. And are there anything else that we got to keep in mind? Because I see all of it is going, start, stop, and you see launch test instances and then the launch cutover instances. Test cutover, actual cutover. Okay, so two things. And what do you do after that? Go ahead and terminate, delete, do everything. Like the replication is ready, all good, healthy. Like you can ignore this because it still says ready for testing. If I tested the last 13 hours ago, whatever the last data, it will be there, but that's all I want. So machines are good. You can launch the test instances. And after the testing, you can launch the cutover instances. After this, the migration is successful. Go ahead and terminate everything. 1, 2, 3. So if you notice, all the tools, process, they are designed in such a way that you have to go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can't actually skip anything unless you need to. Okay. Otherwise, it's always like first step is you deployed the services and then you discovered it. And then you played around with analyze some data. And then you migrate it or replicate it. And once you do the replication, you do the test failover. And then you do the actual failover. And finally, after the failover, you delete everything. See, it has to go through this, right? It cannot be that I'm gonna, without discovery, I'm just gonna jump in here, or migration is done, let's just go ahead and delete it. It has to be through the same order. We start with discovery, we start preparing the network and security groups and everything, replicate it. And then once the replication is done, go ahead and test it. Okay, testing is good, everything is working fine. Go ahead and do the actual failover. Everything is completed successfully. Delete everything, all the things that you have replicated. So that's where it is. Now, let's log into each machine and see what are the options. I pretty much can see everything. Initial replication is finished, which is a good sign. It's an agent-based, not agentless. 143 gigabyte of data is replicated because 128 the first time. Now it's scanning through something. And then it started 22 hours ago. I have all the information, server information. What is the CPU? How much gigabyte of RAM? What's the temp storage? What's the actual storage? Okay, the one reason why we saw 140 GB is because the OS disk was 127, and there's also a temporary storage of 16 GB, which was not visible here. Okay, it's within the OS, but the discovery has even seen that. That's why it is showing us 127 plus 16, but it shouldn't matter. And based on the CPU that I'm currently using in the Azure, it's also giving me the recommendation, go for this machine, M5 large. It's a Windows Server 2019 Windows operating system. Great, great, great. And disk, what kind of disk? I'm okay with everything. And replication wise, I don't see a problem, all good. Now, this is the important part, launch settings. Okay, everything is replicated. Should we just go ahead and, yeah, that's where I'm coming to, Adil. Good question. So I saw like it gave me the recommendation of M5. What do I do now? You don't have to go with the recommendation. Recommendation is instance type right sizing is I've set it to yes. That's the reason it gave me the recommendation. I can go ahead and change it. I don't want M5 large. Instance type right sizing mean when an instance type is active, whatever you're replicating, EC2 will be launched according to that. If I just say no, then I have to literally go ahead and select what size of machines that you want and all of it. So recommendation is preferred, but I don't want to. I can go ahead and change it. Like you see the modify. The reason is I've set it to yes. It literally took the recommendation, everything. Now, if I just say no, I will be able to go ahead and change it. I don't want you to recommend what machines to be using. Let me just try modifying. Okay, wait for it for a few minutes so that ignore when the right sizing is active, because it was active. This is being ignored. Let's see if it allows. Okay, what is it? Application service always uses default. Every time you change the launch template, a new version is created in order to I'll say go ahead and modify, and I can go ahead and modify the launch template. I can select what is the name of the machine, Win Jump Box. And what machine do you want to use instead of M5? I'll say T2 medium because that's cheaper. What should be the key pair and login credentials? I don't want to do anything for now. Specific. For now, I'll don't include it. Which network do you want to fail over to? I want this machine to be created in the target public subnet. What should be the security group? I'll just select migration immersion day target security group. It's basically when I'm creating a machine, these are the settings that I should be able to use it. For now, since it was all there, okay, I don't want to go ahead and do it. The launch templates were created for all the 5 machines, but I'll not use that because any which ways I'm using it just for the test purposes. So I don't want to go ahead and use that. Instead, let's go with whatever AWS recommends, because based on the size, they're recommending something. But I just want you to know everything on the size, network, subnet. Do I need the IP address, the login credentials? All of it is customizable. And post-launch is after you launch it. Like once the machine is ready, if you want to change some settings after that, you get to choose to change it. And the same options are available for all the machines. If I go to the source servers, I want to pick my Office DB, and you see it says replication is finished. It's ready for testing. And the same life cycle, what we just spoke here, this is the life cycle, right? So first you start the replication. Okay, replication is complete. Let's go ahead and test it. Go ahead and test, finish, and confirm for cutover. Perform the cutover. Cutover is complete. Go ahead and delete everything. Same thing. And replication launch settings, you have it's only 8 GB C file large. That's a pretty big machine. I don't want to do that, but since it sees what is the source that I'm replicating or how much data churn is there, it's giving me the recommendation, but after it is failed over, we can always change it on all the 5 machines. Now, let's go ahead and select all and go ahead and do a launch test instances. I want to go ahead and launch the instance with whatever launch template, the default launch template. So as soon as I launch, I want the machine to be started. All the licenses are included, so it's not a bring your own license. And if I want to change something, it does give me the option. And some of it is grayed out because I've already launched my instances. Okay, now let's wait and see what's happening. How do I exit from here? Okay, test in progress. It was ready to test. As soon as I launched test instances, it says test in progress. And let's check if the machines are getting created. Okay, there were 9, including the replication server. Now you'll see few more servers getting created, not the failed over from the target. You will see the conversion server. What does it do? All the data that is inside the replication server has to be converted in a readable format or in such a way that now I have 5 disks here, right? These 5 will be taken and converted using a conversion server, and it will go ahead and create 5 new machines. And this will be the target environment. Yeah, there we go, 14 instances. You see, those 5 disks are getting created as a VMs using these conversion server, not this one. Yeah, 5 servers got created, which is basically using the replicated disks from this machine and it will become an EC2 with the names that we choose or with the names that we have. And this is basically how a migration works on every cloud provider. May not be the same services or the names that you see, but it's the same thing. Even in Azure, you will first discover and then you will install the migration agent or migrate service agent on the machines, replicate it to the vault, or we call it as recovery services vault. And once the data is ready, we go ahead and do a test failover. And once the test failover is confirmed, we go ahead and do the actual failover and then clean up. So this is the same process even in other cloud providers. So that's why I keep telling you, don't memorize, don't try to learn the tools, understand the fundamentals, or learn the process, because tomorrow you may be doing migration. If you're a Azure or a AWS partner, there's no guarantee that you're going to keep migrating everything to AWS. Chances are you will even move from AWS to Azure. At that time, you just have to brush up some knowledge about the names of the tools, but the underlying principles of a migration remains the same. And that is the reason why I'm stressing so much on the drawing and writing rather than just going to the tool and showing you all the options that we have. Okay, next, and we can finish it off. Because if you know what you're doing here, if I give you a task to finish it on Azure, you will just follow the same process and finish it off even on Azure because you're strong with fundamentals and you know the migration principles, not just the tools. Like what is ADS? It's Application Discovery Services. You go to this option, download the discovery agent, and then you install it. Oh, great. Can you do it on Azure? I'm stuck because you just didn't know what to do with. But if you have the basic idea of how the migration works, you'll go to the Azure, you'll read about what is the name of the tool that we have in Azure, where do I download the migration agent from, and what are the steps involved. Okay, it says discovery. I have two options, using import or appliance. Let me see how to download the appliance. Is it for AWS machines or VMware or Hyper-V? And then it says it's a 500 MB appliance, which looks like a very small thing. After you have generated the key, download this file, and then with PowerShell, you install it on any existing machine. Okay, great, which means I don't need a separate machine. Once I start the appliance, I can just read the documentation and configure it and wait for the appliance to be connected, and then the discovery is completed. Great, the first step is done. Now, with the data that we have discovered, here's the tutorial assessment for it. What kind of assessment you want? Is it like as it is, or do you want performance based? These are just the names, okay? And you have the source, and you have the target. You have step-by-step information. And after the assessment, you get a readiness report that tells you ready for Azure. Out of the 8 machines, 2 are ready for migration. 8 needs some modification, and total storage is going to be 32 disks of at least so and so sizes, and then it will cost you almost $230 to migrate these machines. So, and based on that, you can decide how you want to do it. Okay, let's see what's happening on AWS. Oops, sorry. Okay, so it's still okay, great. Look at it. Some of them conversion servers are terminated because the conversion is completed, and one conversion server is stopped, and the last I think terminated, and one is running. So the conversion process is done, and the job is done. So they just terminated itself. Now we'll just see the machines, the new machines getting created. So just to summarize, replication server replicates the data from source. And once you do a failover, what it does is it creates a conversion server to convert the data from replication server. And then it terminates. Then it creates target resources. And post this, you do the cleanup of test failover instances, and then you create the actual failover or the failover instances. Okay, I just want to keep only the running machines. 10. Okay, the conversion server is still going on. Let's check the status here. If you see, I want to know the exact status, how many times this, see the launch history. It's 8 minutes ago. We started it. I selected 5 instances at once. And basically we wanted to launch a test instances. It started. Once it's completed, it can take 11, 12 minutes. Once it is completed, you will see the failed over instances. All these conversion server will be gone, and you will see the actual machine. But if you want to see the exact status, open the job. Okay, 8 minutes ago, I started the test failover. It took the snapshot of 5 machines. Snapshot taking is completed, and then it converted the snapshot into a disk, and then conversion is succeeded. Now it will create the new EC2 instances. So this is basically the process, and you can see it in the, like, it's almost like a log, the activity log or a job log. Okay, there are some questions. What about if we have certificates in on-prem? Very good question. If you have hundreds of machines, we lose count. And if we are on cloud first integration, do we need all these steps again? Okay, I'll answer one by one. So Adil, what certificates are we talking about? Are we talking about SSL certificates for the websites? Yeah, then you don't have to make any changes there. So if you're talking about the machines for the, I'm migrating, what am I doing here? I'm doing a WordPress and then the Office. These are web servers, right? So it will even replicate the servers from the website or the applications because those are inside the machine. Now, what if there are some certificate servers? Like there is a concept called ADCS, Active Directory Certificate Services. What if I have something like that, which is basically the centralized repository of all the certificates of all the machines and applications? You don't migrate that server like this. Good you brought it up. If you know about ADCS or SQL Server, like there is a different way of how to do it. I'll explain that because anyways we have time until this gets created. I'll explain that. And also, if we bring our own license, where do you update that? Superb question again. So I'll go one by one. First thing is certificates on app DB, all of it gets replicated. But what if I have a ADCS service, okay, or a service which is hosting all the applications? So in my source, this is my source, and I have one ADCS service, which is basically the master repo of all the certificates being used by my machines. What do I do in this case? Can I just go ahead and migrate it and will it copy all the data? No. So when it comes to ADCS or anything to do with ADCS or ADFS, ADDS, or SQL servers, you do not go ahead and migrate it as it is. You don't do a lift and shift. Why? Because they have inbuilt replication techniques. Like what? What is the problem if I do this? So when we are doing AD, Active Directory servers, there are a lot of pre-configured things inside them. Okay, they are very, very sensitive. They are very, very critical. You don't just take them and put it elsewhere. Okay, see, I've just migrated WordPress. I've migrated my Office. Just do the same thing for this one. Go ahead and create one more ADFS or ADCS and finish it off. Big deal. No. So there's so much of dependency, right? While this machine is migrated, and if something happens here, everything will stop working. So don't do the normal migration. Instead, the AD servers, Active Directory, Certificate Service, ADS, they have their own replication techniques. So what you do is your app, DB, file servers, you do the normal migration, which we just saw. These machines, you will use the ADS, MGN, Azure Migrate, and migrate it. But for these critical machines, what you do is you don't migrate or you don't replicate the disk. Instead, you will create a new machine. You will install the same role, ADCS or ADDS, and you will replicate it between them. Now, how is it different? You're not copying the data from the disk. You're only sending the settings from here to this and here to this. Now, what difference is it making, and how is it making sure that nothing is broken? So what happens is when you have an AD server, ADDS server, this is your primary domain controller, PDC. I want a copy of it elsewhere. So AD gives me the option to replicate my AD, okay, replication by itself. So I will create a new machine. I will ensure that these two can talk to each other using a VPN. And then I'll say that this is my PDC, primary domain controller, and this is my additional domain controller, ADC. Okay, ADC meaning primary domain control will know, okay, that's my brother. I have to be in sync. He is also somebody I can trust. We both should have the same data. And once you have all the data and replicate it here, you will do the role reversal. There's something called as FSMO, Field Service Master Operations, something like that. It means this will become your PDC, primary domain controller, and this will become your additional domain controller. You're just doing the role reversal. Once that is done, go ahead and decommission the server. So all your machines can talk to the server. That's how you do a certificate server or master domain machines migration, not just the application machines. It is not like promoting a domain. It is promoting a domain controller. You're spinning up a new machine, promote that as your domain controller, and then you decommission the old machine. The only difference is you don't use any AWS native or Azure native, Google native tools to copy the data from the disk. You're literally copying the settings. Not so if you see whatever I've done, like if in the Azure VM, I didn't copy the settings of the configuration or anything. Instead, block by block, I'm copying the data from this 128 GB disk. But if it is an AD server, what I would do is I'll not copy the data that's inside the disk. Instead, I'll say, hey, Jumpbox and DC1. Okay, so this is my domain controller. Okay, now I'm going to tell DC1, hey, Jumpbox is your additional subordinate. Just replicate whatever the settings that you have to this guy without having to copy all the other data. Just copy only your domain settings to this guy. And once it is replicated, I can just go ahead and decommission this. This will become my domain controller. Okay, so that's how you do it. And there are different methods to migrate different kinds of workloads. But like what I just said is this AD replication, SQL replications are native for that application. So just boom, blindly, okay, you want to migrate? Great. I'll go ahead and rehost everything. 100 servers, let's go ahead and rehost 100 servers. And that's where I kept telling you 100 times so far, discovery is important. Discovery is important because these things you will know in discovery. If you do the discovery properly, you'll know what are the services you cannot migrate, what are the services you need to bring the license, which are the services that has a certificate, which services will break if you go ahead and do a lift and shift. That's why spend some days, spend some weeks in doing the discovery properly, because if you mess it up or if you screw it up here and then later you realize something is not working here, you have to again undo everything and go back and start from the scratch. So this is why discovery, because just because cloud is amazing, cloud is great, it's cheap, we keep building up all these hype. I've told you, it's it's not one size fits all. There are applications which may not work great on cloud. There are applications that doesn't need microservices. There are applications you don't have to convert it into serverless. It's use case basis. Take it case to case basis. So spend some time, understand the environment, what they have. Is it required? Maybe their data center contract is expiring in the month of March or April. They have 7 days before March. I want to move all my machines to cloud. Can they do it? Of course, no. Because what if they have some servers running 2003 operating system, 25-year-old machines? They don't run on cloud, but they have 7 days. Do something for me. Please do something for me. Like, what can you do when you migrated it? It's not going to run properly. So what else can I do? I can't do anything. You have to keep those machines, retire or retain, because those machines are not meant for migrating. So there's no one size fits all. And what the next question, what if we have to bring our own license? See, for Windows, we do not have that. Like in Azure, we do have that option of bringing the own license. If I go to the operating system, like let's take my 2019, you see the option called licensing, save up to 49%. You have your own license. If it is Windows license and SQL Server license, say yes, and then apply. That will take care of the licensing. In AWS, we don't have that option. And if at all, if it is a third-party software, right, like Office or some video editing, AutoCAD or Maya, or you have some 3DX software, then the licensing you'll have to check with the vendor that you're migrating the same machine to cloud. Do I have to repurchase it, or is there a different licensing model? You have to ask that to the vendor. Okay, and Kennedy, if you are on cloud first integration, that means no on-prem. Do you need all these steps again? I didn't understand, Kennedy. Like, what can you unmute and ask it?
Yeah, can you hear me, please?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. So yeah, what I mean by cloud first, you know, around we're talking about on-prem cloud. You know, that's
Kennedy, your voice just went down. I couldn't.
Yeah, can you hear me, please? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, you know, here is cloud. Yeah. So if you are not doing any on-prem cloud migration and you're just running your services within the cloud environment, you need any of all these processes?
Okay. Preferably, see, even if it is on-prem to cloud, if you have 4 servers, you don't need all these things. Okay, just understand what they currently have, replicate it, finish it.
Okay.
I have done migrations from AWS to Azure where there were like 45, 60, 50 servers. I sat for days to understand the dependency between the machines. Which machines are dev, which ones are critical, which ones are non-prod. Let's migrate the first set without breaking the setup and confirm the functionality, performance, and all. Then I did it. But there was one customer who has on-prem data center. They wanted to migrate just 4 machines, like all 4 windows. I didn't have much to do the discovery, understand the compatibility. Anyways, they're moving everything. Just install the agent, migrate it, and then that was a great deal for them because they had the option to start, stop, and pay only on what they want. So 4 machines, 2 prod, 2 non-prod, and it was not a big deal. I didn't have to do it, but first few times better do it, because until you get comfortable, you know what you're doing. Okay, even if I miss one step, it is not going to come back to bite me in the later time. Once you are confident to that level, you don't have to. But these are the process, but don't have to stick to it to the T.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. And I saw in a message that somebody has posted that Rolls-Royce is still using Windows NT. That's not the only company, Adil, because I'm working with a customer in UK right now. They have so many Windows NT and 2003 machines that they want to migrate it to cloud, and they don't want to keep it on-prem. They don't want to retain. They don't want to retire it, because even though they're not exposed to the internet, these machines have to stay running, or they have to keep it running. Yes, Jonathan.
Could you compile some kind of list of your takes on which machines work well with clouds and which ones don't? Just like your findings and all of your research and time spent analyzing.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I can do that. So we'll do that. But before that, let's just check what happened to the machines that we failed over. Okay. Okay, all the replication, what is it? The conversion servers are done. What's happening in my job? Let's check. It was 3 pages. Now there's one more. Conversion. Okay, started the launch. Started. 5 machines are getting created. And if I just remove this filter of, okay. Okay, 19 machines. Yes, what's the question?
We launched the CloudFormation template in the beginning for this lab, for this scenario. But if you have, like you showed us inventory spreadsheet, you have hundreds of servers. So how do we prepare the script for that, like to launch all the replication machines?
No, okay. You don't create a Terraform script or a CloudFormation script for migration. Okay. The Terraform script or CloudFormation is only for fresh deployment. So in my case, for this demo, we deployed the source as a fresh deployment, right? Source environment, we deployed it using CloudFormation. But the inventory sheet that I shared that had hundreds of machines, you don't create those machines using CloudFormation. You're going to migrate those machines, but only the machines we've migrated, but your VPC, VPN, your security groups, and IP addresses, IP ranges, all of it, you have to create it using CloudFormation, but it's manual effort. Like sit with the customer, do the discovery. They will tell you that, listen, I have 3 VPCs, one for my prod, one for dev, and one for testing, UAT. Okay. So you will write Terraform or CloudFormation scripts to create a prod VPC with the IP range of this, something like this, and then you will allow what IPs, deny what IPs, and you will do the same thing for dev, UAT. It's manual work for the creation of the resources.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I thought so. It has to be manual.
Yeah.
So initial stage is like you just give them the downloaded version of Discovery Agent to install on all their servers, so we can get all the information.
Correct. And if it is, see, the discovery, if it is more than 20 servers, you will need to do an extensive discovery. Anything less than 5, okay, small projects, don't need weeks of effort. You can just sit with them for one day, understand what is the OS, is it compatible, is it all working, gonna work fine, and then just move on with it, because there's nothing. See, the one best thing about the migration is all these steps that we did since last yesterday night, none of the steps required the VMs to be off, or even if something doesn't work, like we faced some challenges, right? The installation failed, the replication did not happen properly. No matter whatever the troubleshooting I was doing, I was able to do it without impacting the production. Okay, that's why it's called migration, replication, because the business is gonna continue to run as it is. I didn't have to stop any of these servers while I was troubleshooting, while I was installing the agent, while I was replicating the machine. They continue to run without impacting the end users. So anything you want to do, you will be able to play around with it in the console, setting up the necessary services without having to impact the users. So that's the advantage. If something didn't work, okay, now what am I doing? I'm doing a failover, right? So in this failover, if something, it's creating a VM, everything is going well. If something is not working, I don't have a problem, because I'll go fix it, or I'll do the troubleshooting. Oops, there is an error. Let's just go ahead and fix that. I can do it without bringing down my original environment.
Okay. So just one more question.
Go ahead.
So when you migrating and you decide to do failover, and then you have hundreds of databases, like for bank or whatever, and they're updating constantly. So like CDC comes into play, where you have to collect data continuously, right? So when you do cutover, how does it work with the migration?
Superb question. We will see it today when we are doing the database migration. Okay.
Because like you plan for like 10 o'clock cutover, and then your databases keeps
database keeps running. Yeah. Because there will be some data keeps coming into my database, right? Even during the cutover, what do I do in that case? So we will see that once we finish this VMs. We will move to the databases and then we'll see it. We have 2 hours.
Sure.
Okay, very good question. Okay, the machines are all ready, guys. And I don't know if you have noticed the difference in the names, okay? The machines that does not have MID in the name and the header, those are the newly created machines. This, and this, and this. And where's my jump box? Yeah. So jump box is a jump box. There's no name. But the WordPress web and DB, off-biz web and DB. If you see the names on my source, it is MID-WordPress DB, MID off-biz DB, MID off-biz web, MID WordPress web. Same 4 servers got created with the full extension of the full, basically this same name without MID. MID is basically the source, but I've replicated it and then I failed over. Now I have the machines which are running in the target. Let's say C5 large, C5 large, M5 large. These are my target machine, but in the source, T3 small, T3 small, T3 medium. These are my source environment. Now, what I would want to do is I want to go to the Bastion and connect to the Bastion host and log into my newly created machines to check if they are working fine. What's my credentials? Oh, yeah. Okay, the machine is ready. I had 4 machines that I had already connected to. First thing is we will, sorry, instances, jump box. We will try to access my from my jump box. I'm going to connect to the machine that I've migrated in AWS or from Azure. It says it's not connecting. What could be the reason? Is there a, what is the VPC it is in? Is it in target VPC? Okay, it is in, it's not actually in the target VPC, it is my default VPC, but it shouldn't matter. What I'm going to do is, I just open the instance, go to networking. I see there is no public IP address and there's a network interface. Let me just manage the IP. I'm going to give it a public IP just to, okay, let's do one thing. Now it's not working, okay, because I'm in a network which is not connected to my the jump box machine. How many of you have heard of this concept called VNet peering? So you see there is a network called target. Okay, I should have created my machine, or this Windows machine, what it is running should have been here, but I didn't do the launch settings properly, or I didn't configure that properly. It went ahead and created in another network, because of which it's not connecting. But no problem. We can just go ahead and peer this network with my source network. I believe my VPC peering. You know VPC peering, right? Peering is nothing but connecting 2 networks with each other. Now I want to go check where is my jump box or the Bastion host. It is in source network, and my jump box or the Bastion host is not able to talk to this machine because it is in a different network. So ideally it should have been in target, but by mistake it went and sat in another network. So now I want to go ahead and peer or connect the source with this network. Let's do that. Where is peering? VPC peering. peering connections. Okay, so you can see the source and target, or staging and target, or source is connected to everything, but the source is not connected to the machine or the network that I didn't have. So I'm just going to give it as source to default VPC. And the default. Okay, all good. Accept. So now my source network is able to talk to staging, target, as well as my default network. And I hope it should be enough now. Let's try to reconnect it. Oh, sorry. We'll just wait for a minute for the peering status to be up and running. And just like I stressed on the discovery part, it is basically equally important for you to have the launch template mobilize work ready, because otherwise you will get into these issues. Let me just open the other machine and check where are these machines. See, all the machines have been created in the default VPC instead of target VPC. It should have been in target VPC, but it just picked a wrong network and a subnet, but no big deal. Anyways, it's a test failover. So I realized, oh, I made a mistake. And it goes back to my previous point. Whatever the mistake you make, because you're doing it only in the target or in the not touching the source, you can afford to make a mistake because you can always go ahead and fix it. 172 ways jump box. No, I don't think it is gonna connect. Yeah, it's not connecting. No worries. Let's do one thing to make it work. We'll give it a IP address. I'm gonna give it a public IP address just to check if it works. Associate it to my jump box. And yeah. Okay, so now this machine has a public IP. Let me check if it can connect now. It should. Wait, I'll try to connect from my machine also, because if it's a public IP, it should work. So there's something wrong with the machine. I think you can only assign a public IP while launch. No, it's done. I'll verify the SE, because if the port is not open, it won't work, right? Maybe there is no SG associated with this machine. I go to security. See, okay, there's a default and it says allow all, and it still doesn't work. Let's just check what's the problem. So ideally it should work. Okay, maybe I'll just create a new rule. RDP connections. I want to allow from my IP, or my IP, and no, I will say anywhere. Google test. Just give it a name for reference. Save the rules. Now Let's give it a minute. And we will. Okay, yeah, it works. So it was the security group that was not configured, which didn't work. Now, the problem is it works on the public internet. Why is it not working on the private internet? That's something that we got to troubleshoot, but I'll not do it now. But I understand I'm able to connect. Okay, that's now. Once I'm able to connect, I'll just let me log into that machine to check if it has got everything that I need. The Firefox or all the tools that I currently have inside this jump box in Azure, I should have the same thing here. So when I do the actual migration, yeah, perfect. So the only thing that I had in my machine was a Firefox. So I replicated the same machine to Putty. Yeah. So this Firefox and this Putty tool, these are the only two things that I had in my source machine. And I can see the same thing in my target. And if I just go check the name of the machine, want to see if it is the same or has it changed. Okay, the name of the machine is the same, Jumpbox. It hasn't changed because the softwares, files, everything that I have, and maybe I'll just go check the downloads folder to see even if that is replicated to the target. Yep, all the files that I have in my the downloads folder of the source machine is the same that I have it on the AWS machine. So this confirms my replication is successful. And this is the whole point of doing a test failover. Okay, so I will close and look at the difference, guys. If it is a AWS native VM, you have the information about the image and the VM type, VM name, and everything. But you didn't find that on my the replicated machine, which we actually connected from, which we replicated from Azure. So that's a clear-cut proof that okay, it's not. It's basically like it takes the whole image, including the wallpaper, including the folders, files, everything comes along with it. I'll close this, and anyways, these if I want, I can just go ahead and test the same thing of my one sample machine. Where is this? Yeah, I'll just check if it is able to talk with the private IP. The next time we'll do the failover, we'll no, because I don't think it will work, because if it didn't work on Windows VM on a private IP, it won't work even on Linux VM. There is something not correct. Okay, yeah, I know what the problem is. Where is my jump box or bastion host? What's the private IP of this? I'll just allow this machine and go to what machine are we connecting to? Let's just pick one random machine. So in AWS, even if you have the peering, you still have to explicitly say from this, like from this address, you want to be able to access it. Okay, so I'll just say type custom TCP anywhere custom, and then I specify this from this machine. It's my bastion host. Okay, we'll just check if that works. WordPress. From my bastion host, let me connect to this. Is it prompting me for something? No. Okay, so no worries. Any which ways, I'll have to do the actual failover, right? when we are doing the actual failover, we will go ahead and do it. And now I'll go to the source servers. I'm just going to say testing is complete. I'll select all the machines. You see test is in progress. I'll say mark as ready for cutover and then go ahead and terminate everything. So now I've logged into my Windows VM, confirmed all the data because it has a public IP, and I presume that it has all the data on my other machines also. So we're good. And it is going to go ahead and clean up all the machines that it got created, as part of the failover. Now, to avoid such things, okay, like basically when I'm doing the migration, what I do is during, sorry, route table, yes, yes, Adil. So the problem is because the traffic is not going from this VPC to the other, because there must be some explicit route table, like saying that don't allow the traffic from here to go there. So there will be, like, using the CloudFormation template, there must have been some restriction that was applied, which didn't allow us to connect. Yeah. And that's why I didn't want to go troubleshoot each of these route table, NACL, while the problem is, like, we know what the problem is, but we are working on something else. So that's why I just went ahead with it. It's not just about peering. So it's good starting to terminate the 5 instances. And if you want to see the status history, again, go to the launch. Like, launching was done 5 machines 43 minutes ago. And now I've gone ahead and terminated them again a minute ago. Once this is completed, we can go ahead and do the failover. And in the meantime, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and change it. But in the launch settings, I believe I did those, right? Where is the network? Do we have the network? Yeah, public IPs, no subnet, everything is blank. So let's just, while the machines are getting terminated, these are the mobilized work that we have to do. Okay, I'm just gonna go save all the auto configuration. Like, it just took the default settings by itself, right? Let me just go make the changes on all the machines. First, I'll just disable all of it so that I can come back and then change it. Go to the third one, launch settings, disable. Fourth one, oops. And then the fifth one. There are 2 reasons why I didn't do this, okay? Not just the size of the machine. I'll tell you when we are doing it. So all 5 machines, we have said don't take the default settings. So now that instance right sizing is off, it will allow us to go ahead and change the template, or what you want to use, which security group you want to use, and everything. Let's go ahead and modify it. And so the reason why I didn't do that is because it's not just about right sizing. For every time we create a launch template, there will be different names, different description, different configuration. I thought if I have to do for 5 machines with almost 5 different settings, 25 settings we have to configure and remember, let's just go with the default option. But we learned that that's not how it's supposed to be done. Now I'm going to go ahead and create the launch template for the first machine, and then we will also go ahead and do the other 4 machines while the test failover is getting completed. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to give it as, the name is Jumpbox launch template. And then I'll have to select the network, firewall, volume, security groups, and everything. Okay, see, I know it's almost going to be 1.5 hours. You can take a 10 minutes break, guys. Like, I'll go ahead and create the launch templates for all the machines, or at least 3 of it, maybe 1 application and DB plus the jump box. We will just modify it. So in the meantime, what I'm doing is I'm just changing the launch template of all the 5 machines, selecting which subnet they should use, which security group that should be in place. I'm just making sure that they're all in target subnets, target VPC and target subnets, and then the right security groups. And I'm making sure that that's whatever the settings that we just changed is a default version to be used. Okay, so we are done. In the 10 minutes, I just completed this setting up these options. And if I go to the migration service, you can see it's ready for cutover because we finished the test cutover. The whole process is the same. You launch a test instance, it's ready for done. But now you found out, oops, it wasn't working because the security group was not configured properly, or the IP address was not configured properly. You can just go back to the previous setting, ready for testing or ready for cutover. Mine is we are done and we are ready for cutover. Now I'm going to go ahead and launch the cutover instances, all the 5. It will repeat the same process. Conversion server, it will delete the conversion server, takes the snapshot, create the new machine, and then it will go on from there. So while it can take up to 10 minutes, let's not waste our time. Let it go. Okay, I'm just going to go to the launch history and then see. Okay, the test instance was completed. Termination of the test instance is also completed. Now I've launched a cutover instance. And there are other options on the screen, which I want to just cover for a few minutes. We have only 5 and 4 Linux and 1 Windows. It's demo environment. Something isn't works, I go fix it, and then again we troubleshoot it and resolve it. But in the actual migration, you might have to group the machines based on operating system or based on application. All the Java applications we're going to migrate first, and then we'll move to .NET, we'll move to Python, and then we will start the integration apps and so on. So you see the waves option here. You can go ahead and create a wave based on how you want to group it, saying that wave fleet 1, fleet 2, and what is the description? This contains all the apps which are part of the front-end application for testing. And you can just select you create a group of application and then you create the wave. Okay, for now I won't be able to add, or okay, it just says fleet 1, and you have the option called application right here. You can just go ahead and create it, saying that Java apps fleet 1. And whatever the description you want to give the account details, and which are the servers part of your Java applications. My jump box is part of Java application, just for the FYI. Okay. So I can create or group my entire 50 servers, 100 servers based on applications, and then I can create a wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4. I can go ahead and edit, and then my Java application will be part of the wave 1. So you can fail over together at the same time. Like, are these machines good? And then all the 50 machines, like, do you want to go select one by one and then fail over, or group it? Like I can say like 4 Linux and 1 Windows. So I can create one group called Linux group, one for Windows group, and then I can just create it here. And then I have an option to go ahead and do it together. Like, or I can fail over all together, I can cut over all together, I can revert all together, I can replicate the data all together. It is for your reference. Maybe there is a team that develops front-end applications who will take care of migration of front-end. That's called front-end 01 or front-end 02, something. So if you want to do it that way, you can do, or just keep everything here, manage it from one place. When I have small setup, it doesn't matter. Otherwise, I break it into small chunks. And launch history is the same thing that we currently have, where I'm just managing or seeing what's the current status and all of it. So that's about the application migration, guys, because we migrated the jump box, we logged in, we saw all the data. Now we're waiting for all the other machines to be migrated, and then we will be testing it. While that is happening, it can take 10 minutes. I want to ask, did you understand the concept so far? Or I know that's a lot of step, okay? There's a lot of small steps. We may miss out on 1 or 2. The first 3-4 times, it would feel like overwhelming. Like discovery, I have to do 5 things and on 20 machines. And then after the discovery, I have to get the data and then create some inventory and then create the pricing and then start the replication agent using MGN and then group the machines based on the prod, non-prod, and testing. Group the application based on Java, Python, production, and on-prod. And there it creates a replication server, conversion server, test failover, failover, rollback to the test failover. There is so many things. Uh, it feels like there is 20 different steps. But let me tell you this. Did you notice that I didn't even open the workshop throughout the day? Yesterday, at least we were like doing copy pasting, scripting was there. But if you that's how it is, guys. The first time it looks overwhelming and then you can be lost because I'm literally writing, and then we keep creating launch templates and then setting up the default version, which VPC, target, staging, source, 10 different subnets. Do I assign the IP address? Ooh, it feels big, lengthy, because it's, see, migration is a 6 months process, 9 months, 2 months. You will sit and keep working only on this. And I'm trying to do it in 3 hours. So, Peter, what you're saying is 100% I agree with you. Okay, it is overwhelming. There is so much of information to process, but there is only one way out, Peter. Practicing it 2 to 3 times. The first time when I did it, it was in 2022. I was full Azure guy. Okay, then first time I started doing the AWS demos because one of my customer wanted to do it. I felt like, oh my god, so many steps. Why does it look so lengthy and extensive and complex? But here I am just doing it like maybe 4 or 5 times. You can just do it without looking into the book. But if you feel it's overwhelming, there is a book. Just refer the book page by page, do it. But after the second and third time, you will get it. You don't have to come back and then, did I do the step? Okay, MGN, we install the migration, we install the replication. Okay, the auto scaling post configuration. Okay, do we have everything? Don't have to do it line by line, but it comes. It's practice, Peter. Whatever, I don't know what's the current job that you do. If you're a developer or something, whatever the code that you write, when I look at it, it looks overwhelming. Like, how does he even remember this exclamation comma, the flower brackets? Um, what is a class? What is a function? I'm not able to process it no matter how many times I practice. That's because I don't practice regularly, but it feels like that. And a guy who plays guitar, same way. How do you remember the entire note, man? It's like your fingers hurt, and then 100 songs, you have to remember all the notes of the 100 songs. I don't think I'll ever be able to do it. But when you go for a guitar class, you learn it, 3 songs, 5 songs, 10 songs, and then it just comes up, right? Because I tried learning guitar, and the kindergarten rhymes, the Johnny Johnny, and then Old MacDonald had, all these are the songs that I'm able to play. But at least from the first day where I couldn't even hold the string to a kindergarten rhyme, I see, okay, now I know how it works. The same works for the migration and tools. This is the starting point, Peter. And we have more complex things coming up once you master it. Like, not on this demo, but migration is a high paying job because we don't have a lot of people who can do migrations. So please get it somehow by doing it 3 or 4 times. I gave you the material that I'm using. See it and do it. Like it says, type ME, hit next, go here, check this box, go there, click on it. By spending 3 hours and doing copy pasting, if you successfully do it, great. And second time, you may not need to refer completely. Third time, it will be even simpler. But after a few months of working on the same tool, even if I wake you up from sleep, you'll be able to tell me it. Okay, so the migration part on the first half is, we can just test it out in few minutes. So this part is done. Yeah, the migration of these machines are done. Now we need to talk about the database. First time troubleshooting will take time. Second time it will be quicker. Third time it will be the quickest. And I kept telling you from the very beginning, usually I come fully prepared as if everything works flawlessly. And it was a feedback that I got from my students in the previous batches that Gokul, when you do it, it looks like it's a easy thing that next, everything comes naturally and it works. But when we are doing it, we are faltering even in the first step. Even the infra is not getting deployed. And then I get on a call with them, show them what it is. So that's the whole reason I wanted you guys to see the errors, the infrastructure failure, or something is not connecting. Okay, if it is not connecting, let's go ahead and fix it. Okay, the agent is not installing. What could be the problem? The permission. Let's go fix that. So that's how it is. Okay. Even after doing it for 6, 7 times or conducting so many batches, if I'm facing it, first time you're going to have a horrible time, but be ready for it. That's how we learn. Okay. Right. So let's go to the next part, guys. Now, after repeating so many times how the migration works, and then the AD servers migration, and then the fleet, the discovery using the agentless, we need to understand the same flow or the process for the database migration. And somebody even asked me about the CDC. What is CDC? Change data capture. During this cutover, during this migration, what if something gets written on my database? How do I handle that? That's what is CDC. Now, please pay attention for the DB migration. Now, I have the database in a machine, okay, inside a Linux machine. I want to move it from here to a managed database, which is RDS. And let's write down the flow, and then we'll go ahead and repeat it. What did we do for the VM migration? Infra was already there. Let's say source, did the discovery, install the migration agent, all the data that was replicated, we did the failover, and the VMs got created. All okay. We're good. And what about for the DB? For the DB, it is little different. Here, the tool did 100% of the job for you, except those configuration and settings. You didn't have to create any machines, operating systems installation, software installation, nothing, because everything got copied from the source to the target. But for the database migration, we're going to use a tool called DMS, Database Migration Service. So far, we have seen 3 tools: Application Discovery Service, Application Migration Service. Yeah, you might ask me, why is it AMS, Application Migration Service? But it's a name that AWS gave. It's called MGN. So let's go by MGN, migration, discovery, migration. And now we're going to learn about database migration service. These are the 3 tools that we will be using in any migration. Now, how is it different from the application migration? Here, we literally provision everything, and then we are trying to attach the connectivity. Build a house. You build another house, and you connect the 2 houses using a physical wire. That's how the DMS works. Take this as an example. So now this is my source. I already have the machine. What I will do is I'll go ahead and create a target RDS manually. And then I will create a DMS tool. In the DMS, I'll specify what's my source and what's my target. And then I will do the DMS configuration saying that this is my table size. These are the parameters, like my table has so-and-so databases, and then it must be in this format. This must be having so-and-so encryption. I will mention all of it in this DMS and say, go ahead and start copying the data from here to here. And I can keep a monitoring dashboard. This is me watching the monitoring. It will say 10% completed, 90% completed, 99.9% completed. I will keep a watch of whatever is happening. And it is regular, continuous. If you start the replication, just like the VM, it will keep writing the data to the target. Then what do? Then today is Sunday night. It's 9:30 in the evening. So my average usage is primarily over the weekdays, and then on the weekends after 10 o'clock it kind of comes down to almost zero, near zero. Not zero, because there will be some guy who's working and accessing the database at any given time. So we'll notify them saying that, guys, 30 minutes the database will not be available. I'm going to take it down. And you will take down the DB. You'll switch off the source. Now you will not get any requests on this DB because it's down for 30 minutes. By then, this 99.99 becomes 100% replicated, because as soon as it's 100%, you take it down, and then you will create the instances, or you will go ahead and do the connection change to the RDS. So all the users who are accessing your VM will now access the RDS. This is how the database migration works. If you want me to repeat, we'll just do it. One simple activity. First, you already have the source. That's where the DB is. Go ahead and create the target, which is, it could be another VM or it could be RDS. Okay. Now you will connect both of them using a tool in between called DMS. In DMS, you specify the source information, you will specify the target information, and then you will also mention the types of configuration about the DB. And it will start sending the data from source to the target. And you can also see how much is copied, how much is left to be copied, how much percentage is it, 99%, 99.99, 100%. As soon as it is 100%, we can stop the DB, make sure that you do the switch over, and you start routing all the connections to your target DB. And how do you route the connection? Those are your application level changes that your developer will make. You as a migration engineer will focus only on the creation of infra, making sure that you copy the data. Okay, now everything is in RDS. Hey, DevOps team, please go ahead and point the application to RDS instead of the database server. That's it. Is it clear? Is the story clear on what happens behind the scene? Because we're going to do it now. Okay, and while we are waiting for it, let's go and check what happened to the job that we did. Conversion started, conversion succeeded, conversion done. Started the launching. Okay, which means in the next 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, the launch will be completed. The 5 machines, 4 plus 1, should be ready, and we should be able to check it. And please use this link extensively, because I come here for everything. If I want to learn DevOps, or I'm currently learning DevOps for practice, and if I want to do something, you see, CI/CD workshops for ECS, AWS CI/CD workshop. Take this, practice it, and it has screenshot word by word for everything that you're looking for. Oh, okay, this page doesn't exist. Nice. Let's go for another CI/CD workshop. Does this work? Yeah, it works. And guys, they keep changing this. Okay, like not just this lab, but I mean to say that any lab, like as soon as a new version, new service is launched, they'll update it, or they'll remove this, and then they'll change something else. And you see, this workshop will involve these services: code commit, code build, code deploy, Fargate, CloudFormation, Terraform, and it takes up to 4 hours. So if they say 4 hours, it may take up to 15 hours, because we fix, troubleshoot, we go through that way. So it's self-hosted, that is your own account. First, you will create a user, give him the necessary permission, give him the save the URL, go to the service, create your own environment, give it a name, CI/CD workshop. Next. And then go to that console, follow the screenshots. Next. And then open your cloud instance, or like the editor, and start with the first service, which is code commit. What is code commit? It is a service used for storing your Git repositories, and this is what you will be doing. Next. Okay, open your laptop, right? Copy paste this, copy paste this, copy paste this. Next. So this way you will be able to learn anything that you want to do in AWS. Like there is a question from Moshe: how much will AWS charge to do the migration with free tier? Moshe, I don't know if you will be able to do it with free tier, because in free tier you can only create 1 or 2 machines with that, to T2 micro, T2 small, very small machines. But if you see, In my migration alone, we ended up creating almost 19 machines. Like, though they're temporary, in my case, if you see, there's 9 machines currently, but during that conversion, replication, other things, that it just keeps happening, right? So in the lab, what we're using, they said it takes up to $10, but like if you use it wisely. But overnight, if you leave it, because the replication takes long time, then it can go a little longer. But in my case, I think it should be less than $10 maximum. It shouldn't be more than that. I thought code commit was they're planning to, Isaiah. Like, it's not fully out, but I think they announced it that we're gonna stop it. The status of my job. Starting. Okay, so let's not waste any time, because we know what's going to be the target. Like, all these 5 machines are going to be created, and then I'm going to connect to those machines from my jump box, right? That's pretty much the same thing that we just did for the test failover. Instead, we'll move on and we will start creating the database instances to save time. Okay, so here, I just explained to you the wave management, application management. Application groups are nothing but you're just grouping the apps and servers together. So you fail over those machines together and making sure that you don't do it manually. And the same thing is in waves. Waves is basically you creating the wave 1, wave 2, add those machines. It's for easy management. And that's it for now. We will jump into the next one, which is to create the databases. Now, it says, okay, that's it. It just says, like, let's go ahead and migrate the WordPress DB, and it's running MySQL on the VM in the instances. This office, and there's the WordPress DB. Yeah, so this machine, the T3 small, where your WordPress database is there, it's running MySQL database. So we're going to migrate the MySQL from the VM to MySQL for Aurora. Aurora is an AWS flavor of MySQL, which is 100% compatible. So let's go ahead and create it. And I'm going to keep this side by side because there's a lot of options. I don't want to keep toggling the screen. Let me just search for RDS. I mean, I don't need the documentation to create the database, but some settings within the database, uh, which are specific to this lab, I'll have to keep a watch. Okay, I'm creating an RDS with Aurora. I will select dev test because I don't want any bigger machines. And I'm just going to give it a name as MID WordPress, which is Migration Immersion Day WordPress. And the username and password, I'll just say password. I'm going to give it as the same password of what I had for my Linux machine. Very weak. Okay, I'll just say standard. I'll pick a small machine, burstable machine, T3. Oh, that's the smallest. I don't want any replica because it's a dev environment. I don't want a copy of my machine across multiple zones. I'll leave it. Connect to an EC2 instance. What is it? Don't connect and then connect. It says whether you want to set up a connection to the database from a VM. I'll just say yes because I have it in my source, right? I'll just select this and VPC. Okay, it automatically took. Oh, no. So I want to deploy it in my target VPC. And which subnet? It doesn't ask me. Is it publicly accessible? I'll say no. And where is additional? We have any other additional settings? Existing security group. I'll just say target security group. Additional configuration 3306. Enhanced monitoring. I don't want any read forwarding, write forwarding. I'll leave it as this. And additional configuration. And then here we will give the name of the database that I want to create within this database. I think, okay. Well, I don't know what is the version of DB MySQL that we have in the source. Let me see if I can just select the default one. Okay, I think Aurora. The reason I'm selecting the older version is because it's always safe, even if it is one version before the actual current supported version. It is. I just want to play it safe. I don't want to take some risk. I'll just go with the same version what is given in the source documentation. And yeah, look at it. It's going to cost me $60 if I forget to shut it down in a month. Okay, if I just leave it on like that, it will take a month. I mean, if I don't switch it on in 30 days, almost $60 it's going to cost me. So I'll make sure that I delete everything once we are done with the setup. Oh, what is it? There's an error. X enable RD. Okay, I'll just select it because I selected the older version of MySQL because that's what we have in WordPress. Okay, so going back to the diagram, so we created the target RDS and my WordPress is getting created as part of the migration. So source is there, target is there. Now I'll have to go ahead and make some changes in my database and prepare it for receiving the request. So let it get created. I will log into my jump box and from here, I anyways have my source machine while the target is getting created. I'm gonna open that and then log in. Okay, it worked. Yeah, am I able to zoom in? Okay, yeah, hope it's clear. Now, what I'm doing is I want to log into my source database and then I want to create a user with the necessary permission and I want to be able to start the replication from here. Okay, while my Aurora is getting created, where's my Aurora? I'll close it. Okay, here is my Aurora. It says it's creating. I'll just open that. Endpoint is not available yet, but let it get created. In the meantime, I want to just log into my source and I want to be able to connect. And just 1 second. Okay, we'll have to wait for the Aurora database to be ready. Like I'll have to log in from the Linux machine to this. Um, mm, 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 mm. So look at it. It's giving me a warning that the version of MySQL that you're currently using is very, very old. Please upgrade it to the latest version. So, but I still know a lot of users who are still on 5.7. Let's wait for it to be ready, and it can take up to 2 to 3 minutes. In the meantime, let's go check our EC2, whatever is happening on that. Okay, so all those machines are currently up and running. Now we'll try to connect to our machines from here. This time, now that we have given all the configuration properly, let's see if it works. Yeah, I think it will work because the IP is not 172. It's working. And I want to log into my other machines also. The Linux machines, 4 Linux machines that are in the target. Okay, perfect. So now that's an Azure VM which was running in East US data center, replicated to AWS, and then I'm able to access the same machine using private IP address in AWS from a jump box or a Bastion server in AWS. Now I can go ahead and stop or delete my Azure VM because I don't need this. The migration is ready. I'll stop and then I can go ahead and delete this. The jump box is migrated to AWS. I'll just delete the resource group. I don't need this machine because the machine is currently in AWS. Perfect. So now the source is cleaned up because the machine is currently running. The same machine is running in AWS, and I can confirm my migration is successful. And just we created this Windows machine in Azure just to give you that feeling, okay, we moved something from outside of AWS, and we can go ahead and try connecting to the Linux machines also. It will work fine without a problem. Let's just use it WordPress DB itself. Is it okay? Where is the other WordPress DB? WordPress Office Web, Office DB, WordPress Web, WordPress DB. Yeah. So if I try to put this IP address and then log in, it's working. And I want to log in as user and then the password. There we go. Now my migrated machine. So they both are same. Okay, user at WordPress DB, user at WordPress DB. But look at the IP address of both the machines. One is 192, and I believe this must be 10 something. 10, yeah. So this is my source machine. If I go ahead and delete it, I don't have a problem because I have already replicated to the target, which is this, which is in my target VPC. I'm able to access it. I'm able to connect and then check all the resources. And if I want to log in MySQL-u and then admin-p, let me check. Okay, it's asking for the password. Do I have the password? Oh, what's my admin password for MySQL? I forgot about it. Or did I don't know if I even created one. What should I give the password? Admin, I'll give. No, I don't know, but at least it's prompting me for the password, which means I know there is a MySQL. I know it is asking me to enter the password and enter. So we are good. I mean, the migration is good so far. I can see the behavior is expected. And now I can just go to the job details. Its job is completed. I can go to the source. It says, you see, cutover is in progress. Is everything good? Is your cutover proper? Do you want to stop the replication? I'll say finalize cutover. And it says, listen, you're going to do a finalization. Like you confirmed your data is there, MySQL DB, Windows VM. It's all working fine. Do you want to just go ahead and stop the migration? Migration is over. Let's go ahead and finalize it. So the VMs are launched. Cutover is completed. I've stopped the replication from the source and the migration is performed successfully. And what's the next step? Go ahead and clean up these servers and go ahead and archive it. Where is it? Actions and archive. Mark as archive. So we don't have any more servers in Application Migration Services because all the machines are here. It's the source is also running here, which has the name MID. You see MID, 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 and the ones without MID, where you see the WordPress and Office, are your replicated machines. Office and WordPress. So these are running, and I'll just say select all the machines that are running. Yeah. So these machines are the 8 machines. I'm sorry. Okay, the 4 plus 4, basically your source and your target. And the source machines are the T series machines. The target machines are your T series machines, which you just created recently. And now both of it is running. Both of it are running. I'm able to connect to both of them and see my data. There is no problem on that. and I can go ahead and bring down one of the servers just to save cost, but I'll do it after the session. Now let's go back to our RDS because the migration is over. We'll do the modernization or replatforming. Oh, it's taking so long. Let me just refresh it. Guys, as much as the technical skill set that you need, another important virtue that you would need is patience. No, it doesn't have to be Aurora, but Aurora has better features and is AWS native. So the integration with its tools are much better. If you don't want to use RDS, can we share the steps? Yeah. It's the same, okay? Like everything, the creating a user, whatever you're going to see now, it's going to be the same thing, okay? So now I have the endpoint to connect to my Aurora. Let me just put it here. What do we do about recovery database? Oh, great question, Isaiah. I'll come to that. I did that last week and I'll talk about it.
But
Okay, this is mine.
getting from one question, sorry, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
If you are getting from any on-prem or any other cloud, right? Not specific to this what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Do we need to do the rehost first, or it's not mandatory step, right?
No,
to do the rehost?
it's not. It's not mandatory. You can just directly see rehost. We did it so that we learn about migration, and then refactoring, replatforming we are doing just to learn about RDS. This is also possible, but you can just go directly to RDS.
Oh, got it.
Okay. So now I want to just log into Aurora using the script, which is this, and this is my Aurora endpoint. Let me log into Aurora from my MySQL database. Okay. So guys, if you don't know MySQL, let me just explain the command like I always do for the others. MySQL is a keyword _u, which is the user. I want to log into MySQL as admin. And what's the server? Where is the server? This is the host. And how do you want to authenticate? Using the password. That's what it is. -h is host, -p is password, -u is user. And you're just using MySQL command line. So let me just, I'll close this. I don't need this anymore. And this is my source, right? Yeah. Now I'll just write, oh, sorry. First, let me connect to my Aurora. It's asking for the password. Okay, I'm logged into Aurora. And I can just write my commands, show databases, all the MySQL commands that you have. It shows my databases. There is a word. What is this? Oh, okay. So this was WordPress DB is something that just a dummy, okay? Like there's nothing. I was wondering how come there's a WordPress DB even before I started the migration. And then I realized when we created the Aurora, I gave this must be the default or the first database that must be there. The WordPress DB. I'm just giving it as WordPress DB. Okay. Now show tables. There is nothing because Aurora, we just created it. And the database I just created when we deployed Aurora, and there is nothing inside it. Okay, then it's working as expected. I'll say quit. Command C, Control C. Okay, fine. We are back. Let me just log into Aurora again because I want to go ahead and create some users. I didn't select anything. So let me just take the command. Why am I creating the user? The guy who's going to migrate everything or after the migration, you need to have some permissions, right? Create user, WordPress at everything, identified by use the same password that I created. And then give him the permissions for all the databases and tables that you're going to create inside it. And run it. Okay, perfect. The permissions are given. I have created the user. And for now, this is good. So the next thing is your source is ready. This the server is my source. From the server, I've connected to my target, which is Aurora. And now I want to start transferring the data between the two. And how am I going to do it? I'm going to use the database migration service. And one useful information, people, this database migration service is not just to migrate between MySQL to MySQL, PostgreSQL to PostgreSQL. Not just for that. What do you call that as? It's called homogeneous migration. Okay. What in the interview, if they ask you what is a homogeneous migration, Neous migration, it means the source and your target are the same. Like it may be VM to RDS or VM to VM. As long as the source and target remains the same flavor, MySQL to MySQL, or PostgreSQL to PostgreSQL, or SQL Server to SQL Server, or Oracle to Oracle, it's all homogeneous. Okay. You don't change the version of the database. But what is heterogeneous? Heterogeneous means your source is SQL Server, and the SQL Server license is very expensive. So you're moving from SQL Server to MySQL. Or you have Oracle. Let's say you have Oracle. Oracle license is also very expensive. So you want to move from Oracle to PostgreSQL. That's heterogeneous. And this DMS tool supports both. Like you can move from anything to anything, but make sure that you do all the changes. That SQL database must be compatible with MySQL, right? They're all different flavors. Like Postgres won't work on MySQL, MySQL won't work on Oracle, Oracle won't work on SQL Server, SQL Server won't work on PostgreSQL. Nothing will work on some different platform. But if you have to make it work, you have to do some conversion. You will have to make some changes in the source so that the target will be able to accept it. And what do you call that process as? It's called schema conversion. And how do you do that? There's a tool called schema conversion tool. And when do you use schema conversion? When I want to change the schema from one version to another version supportive. Like I want to change from Postgres to MySQL. So I have to change the schema or the structure or the components of the table so that Postgres will go sit on MySQL. And if I want to migrate from MySQL to Oracle, same thing. I'll have to change the schema on which the MySQL is designed so that it will go sit on Oracle. And in my case, I'm moving from MySQL to MySQL in RDS. I don't have to change anything. I don't have to run the schema conversion tool. But if you're moving from one flavor to another flavor, yes, you will have to make sure that it's compatible with the target. So remember, you can use DMS and SCT for everything, regardless of what is the source, what is the target. As long as you're coming to AWS, these two tools should be able to just create everything. So now in DMS, I see everything is blank, 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 nothing. So where do I start with? First thing is, just like how you start any deployment in VMs, you first create a VPC, a network to place that VM, right? So the same way, you're going to go ahead and create a subnet group. And in the subnet group, you will just make sure that mention all the, like where are you migrating it from source, and where is your machines, or what are the subnets that you want this thing to be accessible. Because I'm going to provision the database migration service in such a way that it is, what does it say? Okay, description, I'll just say subnet group for my DMS. Okay, yeah. So now you defined subnets. Replication subnet group already exists. Oh, when maybe I didn't delete it last time after I created it, but just I'll cancel it if it is already there. Okay, it says WordPress. Okay, maybe a subnet group that I created some months back still exists because I didn't delete it and I was not getting charged for it. I didn't bother checking it. Okay, fine. I just created a subnet group which is accessible to two subnets, which is my source private and source private DB. And once the subnet group is ready, the next thing is you have to create a thing, something that copies the data from source to the target. And what do you call that as? A replication instance. And in migration, what did we see? There was a replication server, right? When we were migrating the machines, there was some replication server which currently is terminated. It's the same process here. Yeah, this one. You see, AWS Application Migration Service, replication server. Something similar should be needed for our database migration also. Replication instance that will replicate your data from source to the target. Let's not give anything here. And I want to give it a name. I'll just give it as migration immersion day. Replication instance, WordPress. It can be anything. Like I'll just give a description of a name, replication instance to migrate the MySQL to Aurora RDS. And this instance, this VM, which is going to be running in the background, what should be the size? It can be any size depending on the size of the database you're migrating. I don't need a 32 core 64 GB RAM because my database itself is not even 1 GB. So I'll go with a small default size. If you see the replication server here, it is T3 medium. I'll also use the same instance because it was able to replicate 5 machines together without a problem. I don't even have such workloads here. I'm just going to leave it as the default. I don't have to make any changes on the rest of the servers. I don't have any high availability. I'll just leave it as the normal 50 GB is also way too much. I don't want this. And then it is asking me which network want to deploy this replication instance. I want to deploy it in the source, and I'll just default replication subnet group, whatever. That's the only one that's option available. And now what I want to do is I'll also want to go ahead and deploy which availability zone. Like it's a dev, so technically I don't have any preference, but most of my machine, I think my source machines are in 2A, right? Almost all the machines are in 2A, just to reduce some cost between transferring the data, like data transfer cost between the regions. I'll also deploy my database replication instance in the same. And okay, it asks me what is the VPC security group. I'll just select source or source network. Okay, yeah. So I do have a replication that is source network VPN security or source security group. Yeah, this one. It's basically what you're doing here is you're deploying a server, guys, which is used to copy the data from your database to the target. But you didn't create this machine, it got auto-created. Same thing. You won't have access to the machine, but you just know there is a machine that is running. That's the only thing you got to keep in mind. Don't worry about maintenance. These are just temporary services that we're using. So one last time I want to repeat. This is why I keep telling you, understand the concept, understand the fundamentals, because even if you have never done a database migration, hey, is it not the same thing that Google has been doing since yesterday and today? He creates a source and then he starts a replication of source and then it goes to the target. And it's more or less the same thing, just that you're doing it on a database instead of doing it on a web application. Yes, that's precisely it. And what will I do in Azure? In Azure also, you have the same thing. There's a database migration service, the same name, database migration projects or migration service. You see, same name, nothing changes here. And here too, you would do pretty much the same thing, defining the source, defining the target. What is you want the source from SQL Server to SQL Server. I want source is in Amazon Aurora. And where do you want to move it to? To Postgres. I want to move from MySQL to Azure MySQL. I want to move from Google doesn't even exist there. Okay, Amazon RDS to Azure SQL virtual machines. I can pick and choose what flavor I want here, and I'll just use the same service. From SQL Server, I want to go to SQL Server, and you will create the service. Within the service, you will create all the options that you're just doing it here. And what is it? It says there is a role. This role allows me to create a new IAM role. I'll just go ahead and create it. I don't want to do this. Let me just. Okay, I get an error. Not about same platform. The required IAM role, DMS CloudWatch logs does not exist. Do I really need this permission? Go to IAM console, create this role with required permissions. Let's just see if we can avoid it. PPC associated with the replication subnet group. Update the replication subnet group again. Replication subnet group. Why is it not coming? Just a second. What? Okay. We will just go check what is the replication subnet group that we had associated it. I think I selected the source only. Ah. Okay. I realize what is the problem. Okay. I told you this is a subnet group that I created long back, and I deleted everything that is related to the subnet group long back. Just that I didn't see this, I didn't delete it, I forgot about it. Now, I didn't create a subnet group with that VPC where we have all the components. Now, basically what I'm going to do is it's a duplicate. I'm just going to delete it, create a subnet group with the same name, source, and then the subnet group. Okay, now I think it's like newly created subnet group. So I just saw the same name, then I thought it would work, but because they are like two different resources, even though it's the same name, it's two different resources. Just close it. Now let me refresh it. Great. Now it's gonna work. I leave it. It doesn't matter for my setup. Ideally, you don't select yes, but for now, I'll just leave it like that. That's gonna work. Seems to be. Yeah, it's working. Okay, so it's creating a server which is hosted in another VPC with this size, with this flavor, with this availability zone. It will be available in the next few minutes. Now, while we're waiting for it, what we need to do is we will go ahead and specify the endpoints. So you did define the network. In this network, you deployed a instance. Now, what will the instance do? I need to take it from here, put it there, right? So that's where you have the endpoint. And you have source endpoint, target endpoint. And in the source, you give a name. And what's my source? MySQL. Is SSL on? I'll not say anything, but we will just wait for it because I won't be able to create the endpoint unless the replication instance is ready. Okay, so I'll just wait for it. It's creating. Okay, there's a question in the chat about what do we do about recovery database backup? Isaiah, do you want to unmute and then come so that people will also understand what this question is? Or you can just describe a little better for others to understand.
I was just saying, usually when you have databases, right, in case of some kind of failure or something, right? You wanna go back and get back your stuff from your database, right? You usually have a recovery.
Yes, we do. Correct.
So I'm just wondering, we did all this, just transferred this. Would you, if so you did this for a customer, will they do the recovery by themselves? Like, would they after that create another maybe VM to store their data for, responsible for that, I guess?
Yeah, great. Superb question, Asia. Okay. If I told you I did this work last week, right, for one other customer. Let me tell you what I did while we are waiting for this instance to be created. Okay, we'll take 2 minutes to explain. It's still going on. How CTC achieved. I'll do that. I'll explain that. Now, if this was in my customer setup, okay, my customer has a source which is running in a VM, which is MySQL. What's the first thing? And they're like, listen, I don't want it to be on a VM because in VM, what are the pain points? You need to manage the OS and the database updates, which is very, very often. Next thing is security. The next thing is backup and uh, performance issues. I can't keep scaling up every time I want it. Scalability. All these are the challenges. So they came to me saying that, hey, I want to move to Google or AWS using, and then I want to use the RDS platform. Why? RDS meaning you don't manage anything. Management is removed, and RDS comes with native backup. It takes backup every day. I don't need a database administrator doing that. And then it also does the updates if there are any version updates and all of it. RDS takes care of it, and amazing monitoring. I can see all the things that are happening on my databases when it comes to the monitoring part. I'll be able to just do it directly from here. Okay, if I go to RDS, just deploy the Aurora, right? Everything that I want, I can just see it from the dashboard, performance wise, the usage, the number of requests, all of it. If I go here, I can just view it and active transactions, how many clients, how many requests were executed, almost everything. I don't get all these things in my on-prem, right? So Aurora or RDS gives me much more capabilities that I don't get it on a VM. So they came to me telling that I want to move from here to here, RDS MySQL. So the first thing is, I asked them is, what's the size of your database? They said it's around 10 GB. And what is the growth? It maybe grows few MBs per day, or in a week, it grows by like 100 MB. So it clearly means there's not a lot of change or there's not a lot of churn happening on their database. Clear? So I asked them, what's the usage pattern? Is it Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 business hours? And they said, yeah, it's my internal application. Mainly we use it between Monday to Friday, 9 to 6. It's a peak usage, but Saturday, Sunday, very, very less. But if I tell them don't use it, they don't use it. So I know it's only business hours. Then I was like, okay, if it is only 10, and what are they doing for the backup? How are they taking the backup? They use manual backup. They are using some MySQL dump and restore method for taking the backup from the machine, and they're storing it into some hard drives, okay, .sql file. Now tell me, such a small database, they know they're using it only business hours. They already have some backups. So what do you think would have been the logical approach and the right approach? First thing is no DMS, because DMS is a tool that is used for live migration. I can't afford a downtime. I want to be able to do it only after everything is replicated. I want to do a live replication. Then DMS makes sense. Otherwise, there's so much of work that we're putting in to migrate a dummy database because we want to learn. But let's not go ahead and do the same thing on the production. I told them, can we just do it over a weekend on a Saturday after 9 p.m., 9 p.m. Saturday night? Tell your users not to use it. Okay, DB will be unavailable for 2 hours. For 2 hours. I took a 2-hour window. They gave me the access to the MySQL server. Using the MySQL dump command, I took the backup. It's only 10 GB, right? It's very small. It took few minutes. Take the backup, go to RDS, create the new DB instance, create all the permissions, users, and everything. Now, using the same MySQL command, restore the backup that I took, which is .SQL, to RDS, and then their developer team did the application changes. And in 2 hours, the business is back and running on RDS. This is all we did. And this is how the approach will be even for huge databases, because this change data capture, and like if it is a business application, if they can take 2 to 3 hours or 6 hours of downtime, you just go ahead and finish this. Take a backup, restore it to the new instance, make the application changes so that the application will talk to the new instance, and you finish it. If I have to do the same thing using DMS, what would I have done using DMS? I would have still gone ahead and first thing is take a backup to be on the safer side. So you have a backup. If something goes wrong, you have an option to restore it. Then you will create the DMS instance, create the RDS, whatever we just did for this demo, and then create replication instance from source MySQL VM to target RDS. Okay, then what? That's what we have done so far. What else do we have? Is it ready? It's still being, okay, it's created, it's available. Great. Now what? Okay, the replication instance is ready. I have to go ahead and specify the endpoints. The source endpoint, I'll just give it a name as EC2 WordPress DB. I will select the engine as MySQL. I think so. Let me just confirm that. Create an endpoint. Access information, port number, I don't endpoint settings. Add a new setting. I don't think I have to do anything here, but let me just confirm the documentation, guys. One moment. Endpoints, create an endpoint. Endpoint identifier is source WordPress. We'll just go with the same name. And I don't have to give any server name. Port number is 3305. Password is the same. Okay. Okay, let me just select, is it MySQL or Maria? Okay, it doesn't matter. See, MySQL and Maria are almost like the copy of it, just that they both are acquired by the same company. So we don't have to do that. And then, okay, sorry. Yeah. Server name is basically the name of the server where my VM is. Where is my source? EC2. That's a lot of servers running. Office WordPress DB. Yeah. So I'm going to give this IP address as my server. And what is the port that runs MySQL and Maria? 3306. The username is user. Oh, sorry. I think WordPress. WordPress. And then the password is the password. Okay. Maybe I didn't know that username was WordPress. I just found it from the documentation. I think that's it. We should be good for now. Okay, I'll create the endpoint. Now the source endpoint is ready. We just have to go ahead and create the target endpoint, and we will start the replication. Okay, coming back to this while it is getting created. So create the DMS instance, create the DMS endpoints, and then you have deployed the replication instance. Now configure the replication from source to the target. Okay, then what happens? Everything is there. The data is flowing from the source to target. Now what? Now you will watch, you'll monitor, because every every write that you do in the source is immediately replicated to the target, right? So here you will be able to see, is it 99.99% or is it 100% completed? Is there anything being written? So as soon as you see that 100% data is replicated from source to the target, you can take few minutes of downtime to stop the source server, create the target or cut over to the target, and make the application changes, code changes, or change the app config so that your application can talk to the configuration to the target database. So this is how it works. Now you might ask, so you Gokul, you mentioned TMS is used for live migration, and again, I still have to stop the server. What is it? It's not live migration then, right? I'm meaning I still have a downtime. Yes, it is. When I say live migration, it's near real-time live migration, because at some stage, even if it is 100% in sync, all the data is copied from the source to the target. Everything is like to like replica. I still have to make some changes for my application to talk to the target. So for that, there will be some downtime. And then what's the point? I can just go ahead and do this, right? Take 2 hours, 3 hours of downtime, use a simple backup, and then restore it and finish it off. See, if it is 10 GB, if it is 15 GB, it will take just 1 hour to finish off the whole work. Go ahead and do this. When you have 80 terabyte, oh, sorry, not terabyte, 80 gigabyte, 100 gigabyte, 175 gigabyte, 500 gigabyte, it will go for hours. It will keep replicating for days, 5 days, 8 days, 20 days. And that because it's a very, very critical application. Let's say an airline website where you're booking your tickets. How can they afford a downtime? So you'll plan all of it for the next 3 months. On the June 1st, on 1 o'clock in the night, I'm gonna upgrade my systems. So you will notify your users months in advance. You'll notify your employees months in advance. And for that 3 months, you will copy the data because the size is huge, and you will keep everything ready, automation script, so that whatever takes 5 hours can be finished in 10 minutes. You'll work on all those things, and then you will use DMS for continuous replication. Continuously for 3 months, it will keep copying everything that you're doing daily basis. And then once the time is ready, you can go ahead and do a failover. Did you understand the difference? When I say live migration, doesn't mean that it's zero downtime. It's near zero downtime. Okay. No, not zero downtime. It is literally near zero downtime. Instead of 5 hours of downtime, maybe I can finish it off in 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, near zero, not literally zero. Okay, now, I don't want. Okay, the endpoint is created for the source. Now let's go ahead and create the endpoint for the target, which is basically your RDS. 1 second. Create. I just want to make sure that I'm giving the right names and all of it. Target is Aurora for MySQL endpoint settings. Sorry. Okay, so I did mention that there will be some details that we'll have to give. Oh, so good. Okay. Yeah, this was
one question, Gokul.
Yes, sir.
It's sorry, the replication instance, right? Is that a kind of a middle? It act as a middle layer kind of between the, if you're doing
Yes, it is the middle layer. It is.
It's a mandatory step for any DMS activity.
Yeah, for DMS, you need something to connect between your source and target. This is the guy.
Okay, so it's not directly, we cannot connect using the DMS service from on-prem to the, so it's like
no.
somewhere. Okay,
correct. Your understanding is correct. You can't.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is more like a middleware, a middleman that will take the data from source, or like a handshake.
Got it. Yeah. It's just like a computing service, right? It won't it won't really store anything. It's just like a
No,
compute
it won't
processing.
store. Correct. That's why if you see the I'll show you the instance name also. It won't be see a replication instance is not a VM with an operating system that you can log in and then work on it. It is just a middleman that will copy the data from source to the target.
And once the process is done, once the DMS activity is done, like you can again delete it, right? Or it
Yes,
automatically
yes,
deletes.
you can delete it. You have to delete it. Otherwise, you'll incur charges also.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And the charges are each part of the DMS activity, or it doesn't have a separate
I
charge,
think
right?
30-day there is free, but after that you actually pay for it.
No. But is
Yeah.
that tinker with DMS charges altogether, or it's a separate charge for
It is no. It is the DMS service includes this instance also. Just making sure that everything is included in it. So here I'm just running a test to confirm that my target is able to. Okay, it says testing. The password that I gave and then the network that we selected. Is this thing able to access the endpoint? The endpoint is able to talk to the instance is what it is checking. We'll see. Admin, I don't know if the admin is a user or did we give WordPress? We'll try both. Okay, it says successful. Great. The username, connectivity, everything is good. I can just create 2 endpoints. So my source and my target are ready, and my replication instance is also ready. And if you look at the name, see, T3 medium is name of the family, but it's a DMS optimized T3 medium. Okay, so this it's instance that designed only for T3 medium. I don't have the IP address to log into this machine or anything. It's just a machine which has got some storage, and though I do have the IP, but I don't know the username or password or anything. So you can't take it and use it for something else to host a website or whatever. Okay, so both are ready, and I believe my replication instance is also ready. Your networking part is done. So you created the network, hosted the instance, you defined the endpoints. What's the next thing? Start the data transfer. Just a second. Okay. Just give the name and select your application instance, select your source, select your target. Do you want to migrate once and finish it off? Once all my data is there. It's mainly used for your dev workloads where there is not a lot of change. Or customer says, I have a legacy database of 80 GB. There is nothing that is happening here. So I just want to go ahead and finish it off. What do I do? Or do you want to migrate it and then continuously sync the CDC? You can leave it. Or just make sure that you migrate from now or from a specific date, a specific time. You do have the CDC functionality that we can just customize it. But in my case, I'm not even writing anything. I'll just leave it as it is. I'll finish it. But now there are some settings that I'll have to make for the schema, like how does the table from the source go and sit in the target. Though it is MySQL to MySQL, but it's a managed database, right? There will be some changes that we have to make so that the tables, databases, user permissions, schema can go sit on the target. And especially we're using Aurora. Aurora is, I told you, it's a fork of the MySQL, and then AWS converted or AWS modified it for their performance optimization, for their benefit or their services. Okay. Now, so it's if it is a cut copy paste, MySQL to MySQL, VM to VM, then I don't have to do anything. Take the database, put it, start using it, and just finish it off. Now that we are doing a replatforming, what did we learn the first session? Rehost meaning zero changes and least effort required, right? And for replatform, I told you it's the same same service, MySQL to MySQL, but you will have to do some effort. Some effort is required in changing the template schema so that it runs on a new for running on new platform. And refactoring or re-architecting is the most complex because you're literally building most efforts to build the whole thing. So you didn't think about, okay, what is that effort? Still, I'm moving from RDS to a VM or VM to an RDS. Gokul mentioned that there will be some effort that you will have to require. So that means you'll have to test your compatibility. Are the tables going to be read the same way how it was working on a machine? So those changes will have to be done, okay? And that is what we're going to be doing here. And it will vary from database to database. Then how do I know everything? Like, I personally don't know, but I'll take help from my database administrator, a guy who is good in MySQL databases. He will be able to do that. So you don't have to worry about it. I'll leave everything and yeah, table mappings. Yeah, this is what I was talking about, where the tables from the source should be able to understand this is the tables on the target, and I want to be able to go sit there properly. So I have some small script which I'm copying from the template or from this one. Enter the schema, source, everything. Percentage means it's a wildcard. Okay, so all the source names, all the tables in the source should be included in this transformational job that we're going to do. And what exactly are you doing? You just basically just take whatever it is. Like if you see in the drop tables on the target, limited lob mode. I really don't know what is LOB mode or what is this dropping the tables on the target. I don't know what this is. So I'm just leaving the default options. If anybody is in from a database background here, can explain what is lob and what is the lob size of 32 KB for each table. Is it for the stuff? But I'm not making any of those changes. I'm taking the source name with the source table. I'm just including everything and we'll just go ahead and hit next without making any all these validations of the select privileges, appropriate source of what is the timeout, what is I know what is a foreign key. Like I have some basic understanding of these, but I don't have word by word on okay, when we do this step, it will validate what is local in file to one. What is local in file? I don't know. So I have worked, I have done DB migration, but I'll take some guy who's a DB expert along with me when he's actually doing it. So I think that's it. We don't have to select any other options from what I see.
This will bring all the table schema structure
Yes,
and nothing. We don't have to do
same.
anything manual.
Correct.
Okay, since we are doing to like SQL to SQL,
SQL to SQL, same.
but if
It's
you do
MySQL to
hetero,
MySQL. It can, but it is not within this. I told you we'll have to use a tool called SCT. SCT AWS. If you just Google for it, this one. So it's
okay.
not within the RD, not within the DMS. It is that a tool that you'll download. You can just download it, look at the versions. So from source, you can move to any of these. From this source, Microsoft SQL can be moved to MySQL, PostgreSQL, Aurora Postgres, and from MySQL, you can move to MySQL to Postgres, Aurora Postgres, Aurora MySQL, and the normal Postgres. So this tool allows you to do everything. And where do you like you can download it, install it locally, download it for Windows or Linux or Fedora, and follow the instructions here.
Okay, if it is hetero like Oracle to
yeah, only if you
Redshift
want to
or
move from one source to another. So you see the source and target. If it fits into your requirement, then use this SCT tool. Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's go back and see why this option is grayed out. Maybe I'll have to check something. Okay, yeah. I didn't have any to run any assessment. Just untick it. Is there anybody from database background, guys, in this meeting? LOB, used for media picture. Oh, okay, it's a data type. Thank you, Hamid. Never thought about it. I didn't think that people are actually storing audio and video in a table database. Adil, I hope you got the answer for the CDC part, where when we are running the data for months or the CDC for months using DMS for live migration. So, yeah. Okay, so it's creating the task. And I believe it's all, you're able to process it logically, guys. Forget about the tool or the endpoint and stuff like that. But it's basically how, even if it is a carpenter or a guy who's doing a construction, what's the first thing that you do? Make sure that you finalize the plan within the space, and then you start the foundation. If foundation is ready, we'll build the parking, and then the first floor, second floor. And once the building is ready, you start giving the electricity connections. And probably before that, the water, all of it has to be there in that entire area so that you can build the house on top of it. It is almost the same process for a VM migration, database migration. It's like make sure that you have the source prepared, deploy the target, and then deploy something in between that talks between the target and source. And then once the data transfer is done, switch off the source and switch over to the target. And the same thing is applicable for VM migration. You have VMs, do the assessment, check if they're all compatible, which are the ones which needs to be migrated, install the migration agent. Once the replication is ready, first start with a test failover, confirm the data is there, files are there, okay, migration is going well, take a downtime of 2 hours, fail over everything in groups when you have a large setup, and then perform the cutover so the business runs there. So this process, if you explain it in interview, that is good enough, because this is the same process in Google, this is the same process in AWS, this is the same process in Azure, this is the same process even when you're migrating a database in on-prem. The flow, the concept, or the logic, if you're able to clearly understand and explain, that is more than enough. And you can see it's starting the migration from WordPress MySQL to Aurora. I hope it goes through, and we can see how, and you can see the how many tables, how many errors when the tables, all of it can be done. So if Adil wants to know that it's a huge database which is running for months, I have like around 40 tables and 400 schema that I have configured. I can literally know how many have completed, and okay, one table has a problem. Let me just pick it up and see what that is and fix it. So this tool can be used throughout for monitoring everything from one place to another. And I believe it is going to go smooth. Oh, it failed. Great. What is the problem? Okay. Uh, Last error. No tables were found at the task initialization. Either the selected tables or schema no longer exist, or no match was found with the table selection parameter. If you would like to start the task that does not initially capture any table, set the task setting fail on no table captured to false, and then restart. Meaning the changes, if you see in the database migration task, remember there was some options that we were playing around with the table, what's the structure and so on. Modify. Let me just see. Start task on modify. Okay, I don't want this. Target. Did I miss something here? Let me just check. Wizard schema include. Okay, validation with data migration. I don't want to do that.
We need to uncheck the drop tables on target.
Which one? Okay, but
instead you should take the truncate option.
What does it do? Truncating?
Yeah, drop table, it will actually dropping your table at the target, whereas truncate, it will flush out only data.
Okay. The structure would remain the same. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, but I don't have anything in the target actually. But we'll try it. Let's try it. No problem. We'll just save it and then we'll reinitiate the job. But I felt it was somewhere in the schema, the percentage or what to select, what not to select, right? So that's where it is, and we will just restart it once it is saved. And table statistics, there is nothing. Okay, let it go through. I'm inside my databases. Hey, databases. Oh, sorry. Let me log into my MySQL. And use WordPress DB. So tables. Do we have some tables? No. Okay. Which means nothing is migrated.
And your source, can we check on source? Do we have that?
Yes, I will check that. 1 second. So now I'll exit from my I don't know what is the username. That's the problem. Maybe I'll have to refer the no, not even user. Admin, I'll try. I don't know actually. Like I didn't use it, or I'll have to again go back to the workshop documentation, probably check what is the username, but I don't know. Maybe let me just see if I can check it here. Application discovery. We will explore the environment. This is the setup, and okay, no, there is no mention about the database password for the source. We will see if there is anywhere else. DMS host name, okay. DB name, user. No, maybe we'll have to just create a new user, set up something like this. Did we have one? WordPress is the user, and then the password. Let me try. Did I try WordPress? No, I'm not able to find the username to connect to it. But nonetheless, let's just go back to the replication to see now that we have restarted it. Okay, it failed again. Pre-migration assessment is not created. That is fine. Okay, migration process is 100%, but the status is failed. It's full load. What is happening? No, nothing. So which means it still didn't copy anything from the source. I think I know what is the problem. Okay, guys. So even yesterday, when we were actually trying to uh, check the application status, right? We had two applications. One is the Office, and the other one is your WordPress application, right? The WordPress application wasn't working even when we were actually trying to access it, probably because the database was not correct or the application. I didn't bother checking that. But if you see, there are two applications, okay? One is Office and the other one is the WordPress. So when we were trying to play with this, the WordPress is not loading. Maybe there was no data, or it could be the configuration or the database wasn't working. But at the same time, the Office ERP, when we tried accessing it, it works. So now maybe the reason why it's not getting copied and it says that there's no tables, there is no table, could be because of the same reason. So there is no problem with Office. The information is coming up or the page is loading, but the WordPress, even during the deployment process, like it's a simple WordPress application, and the backend of this WordPress is MySQL database, and it just doesn't load. And there are chances that during the CloudFormation template deployment, it didn't get deployed properly, and that is why we may be facing this issue, because the source itself is not working, and due to which there are chances that it's not getting copied to the target. It says no tables were found at the task. So it has to copy the data, and looks like there's no tables found because there is some issues with the CloudFormation template that we are using for this workshop. Like this the immersion day that we are deploying here, connect to this CloudFormation template that we have. There is some issue because of which it was actually failing, even the deployment. If I go to the CloudFormation, I kind of get what it is now. So look at it. It said something has failed, something has failed. Source WordPress. WordPress deployment actually failed, and it failed to create the web server. And it is basically an entire stack, which the WordPress is a separate part, which because of which the Office worked fine. There is no problem, but the WordPress deployment itself has failed. And maybe that is one of the reason why we are not able to migrate the database, because it didn't have anything deployed, or it didn't have any tables deployed properly. But if we can fix this, or if AWS can fix this, probably we can try it. But if there is any alternative databases that we have it, you can actually practice it. And if needed, we can just get on a call and troubleshoot it if you face any problems. So that is the only thing which I can actually suspect, because the WordPress stack itself didn't get deployed. And this template installs the WordPress with the MariaDB in the database, but the entire stack did not get deployed. And that may be the reason. Okay, it says database server is created, but the web server got failed. And when we are trying to copy the data from here, I'm not able to pull anything from it. It says there is no tables available. So, but if there was, or if the stack deployment went fine, then it would have been a simple, straightforward 100% migration. And then when we go log into the target database, we should be able to see the data. But that's something that I want you to either practice it with the same lab, or if you have some sample database, create a Windows server, deploy some MySQL databases using the database migration task, go ahead and migrate it to the target. Clear? How much will this project cost? Theoretically, approximately $10 for 2 to 3 days. Okay, so now guys, I also like it depends. Okay, DB admin, and then see the CloudFormation DB admin. Okay, there is one more thing, Hamid. The main reason why this CloudFormation stack kept failing was because of the AWS config service. Okay, this was not used in this template before. And the config is where you define the what is it, the compliant services, if there are any drift from what you're expecting. So here you store some secrets about your stack information, and it was also failing. So that may be the reason why it didn't deploy properly, or the config service itself had failed during the deployment. Yeah. So, and these are the things that I wanted to show you, and that's why I had two subscription. But otherwise, this is basically the flow, and there are enough labs on AWS, as well as there are a lot of Azure hands-on labs, which also gives you pretty much all the capabilities that you want to practice on Azure. They are on GitHub. Okay, if you go to the GitHub, if you search for Azure or Microsoft, you should be able to find Microsoft HOL. Search for HOL. Okay, I don't want any search for this. The repository is Microsoft Learning. Okay, that's a repository. Let's just search for okay, so you have AWS Labs, AWS samples. There are some for Azure also, which I had used before. Okay, Azure local hands-on labs, DevOps labs, CSU Azure labs. Oh, okay, I think this is where it is. HOL hyphen. So there is like 6,700 from Microsoft. HOL hyphen. There we go. Hands-on lab. It takes me to. Okay, there, I know a name. Maybe we'll just use that. Azure Migration Hands-on Lab. There we go. Okay, so this is whatever you just did on AWS. Azure also gives you the same environment to prepare in a Hyper-V environment, and then migrate the workloads to Azure, but on a Hyper-V to VMware. Sorry, Azure Hyper-V to Azure virtual machines. And there is like I think they changed the location, guys, because I have used Azure Migration Labs, Migration Modernization Lab, or Azure HOL, something like it used. I forgot the name. Okay, HOL Migrate. Yeah, I think there's one Azure hands-on lab. It used to be in GitHub only, like, but I'm not able to get the exact link. But I'll try to find it. If you need it for Azure, I'll share it with Subti. But this is in Azure GitHub. But do we have the HOL dash? See, it's just gives you two labs. I'm not sure whether to change any names. Lab. Yeah, DevSecOps workshop. Okay, this is one. There is a data service labs, IAC, Terraform labs, and then Cycle Cloud. That's a third-party tool, hands-on lab. So yes, I think we'll need to do some searching, but we will find it. It's not like everybody has it. Otherwise, nobody can actually learn without practice. Thanks, Mahesh. So, like first, I want you to use the AWS workshops, deploy your infrastructure, try migrating some like the workloads first VM to VM, and then move from VM to RDS. There we go. Okay, this is a DevOps labs, right? This is the AZ400. AZ400 is the Azure DevOps, but let's not go there. For now, we'll focus on infrastructure. And guys, one last thing before I let you go. I know we are like over by 10 minutes. Just like we face some issue, I'm doing it through some internet. I found some ad and I was just doing it there. It's one of my friends who are taking the session, so I'm just joining there. So you see the stack, okay, this migration immersion is a stack that caused some issue. When we are deleting it, even deletion fails due to some conflict. Okay, if you're going to use the same thing, please make sure that you make sure that you check everything, manually delete all of it. The stack, what you see as 11, should be 0. Now that I've started the deletion in progress, I want you to just stay for another 5 minutes or 4 minutes till it's completed. Okay, see, creation failed. Like this, you will also find some errors in deletion also. So go fix that, come back and delete it. Go fix the other one, come back and delete it. So that way, you don't get charged for anything once the resources are deleted. But anything that you created manual, like our database migration, jobs, the tasks, the subnet groups, all of these, I want you to make sure that you do it manually. So CloudFormation deployment can have some issues, but that's fine. But there we go. See, it says delete failed. What is the problem? There's a group called ADS group, which it couldn't delete. Go and delete it manually. So all these challenges that I faced, I wanted you guys to be aware of. So it doesn't come as a surprise. Why is it failing for me when it was not failing for him? Okay, now that it's done, let me go ahead and retry delete. Okay. So it asks you, do you want to force delete the stack? I say yes. Now it will run from 11 stack, it came to 8. Now I'll wait for a few more minutes. It will be like 3. And if something else fails, I go fix that and I'm going to do the rest of it. So this is it, guys, where like there's nothing much you or me can do about the issues in the CloudFormation template because it's free, right? The focus also is not that much. If it is a paid service, you can raise a request. If you have a support, you can go to AWS and say that, you know what, there's a problem in your stack. But they're giving it for free and it does the job for me. And I'm just using it. I kind of find a way out to come out of any trouble if I face it. And we just take up another lab, practice if we face any issues. If there is a way to give feedback, we do, or we just have to find a way to come out of it. So unless you have any questions, we can wind up for the day. I'll inform Tumti to stop the recording. Also, I don't think, like maybe if you want to practice something for this week, we can connect again next Saturday. If you want to talk about post-migration stuff like modernization, if there is any specific question, unless there is a demand, we can connect, or you can just reach out to me. Yeah, I think, wow, Microsoft Learning Repositories. Thanks, Mahesh. Okay, so if there is no questions, we can, I think I'm just deleting all the VMs are going down. I'll share the notepad, Ronnie. I'll just save it right away and then I'll share the notepad.
Can you share your LinkedIn profile for us?
Absolutely. I'll do it right away.
Okay.
Let me share the notepad. Okay, I've shared the link and I'm stopping the screen share. And if you need any help during this learning or practicing, if you face any blockers, feel free to reach out to K21 or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. We can work together or we can troubleshoot it together. Okay, I've pasted my LinkedIn profile. You can feel free to send an invite.
Excel doc was encrypted. Which Excel, Murshid? The inventory? Sorry. Oh, okay. Could be the reason. Fine, I'll check that. Because I think it worked for others. Let me see. Excel for the inventory, right? Let me just share it with you now. And one moment.
Gokul, we just see the homogeneous migration. So heterogeneous as well, like, are we talking about that or not?
See, not right now, because
Okay.
here the concept is about migration, okay? Because
Okay.
the heterogeneous migration, it has to be done by a database administrator, okay? Or he will make all the changes to the database, and then you will take the data and move it to the target.
Yeah, basically why I am saying, even the error that was here, it was again related to that concept only. So when we say heterogeneous or even homogeneous, the object that you want to migrate, okay, that has been assessed already in the assessment phase.
Yeah.
So that should be selected and then transferred. In heterogeneous, one additional step is that you need to say from Microsoft to Oracle or vice versa or any other database. Sometimes they do not support each of the operator. Just like,
Yes.
yeah. So we can say from Microsoft support double asterisk, whereas Oracle required caret sign.
Yes.
Okay. So this kind of stuff we required not even DBAs, we required developers, database developers. Okay,
Yes.
who will rewrite everything.
Correct.
In fact, store procedure and those things. And one more thing that you just saw, table stats. Okay, that does not require DBAs or even developers.
Okay.
That is the additional step for post migration. Once you have like your target server is or target database is populated with your data or your tables or object, then you run the collect stats command. Okay. Or sometimes some of the like say Microsoft migration assistant, they actually provide that step. Even Oracle provide that step. So we collect that stats, and that is what it's table statics. So table statics is basically all the information which required for effective querying of these data. So
All
that is the
right.
additional step. In either like even homogeneous we do it, and heterogeneous also we do it for
Correct.
comparison. So that is
Correct.
the
What Mahesh saying is it's actually correct, because this schema conversion tool is not a magical wand that you select the source, you select the target. It doesn't go ahead and convert everything. The how the database reads the caret sign or the dollar sign or the asterisk sign, all those, if it is different between the source and target, we will literally have to fix all of it manually, and then we'll have to start the migration. So it's a DBA or the application developer, because the application code has to talk to the backend database. So all those changes will have to be made, and it is a months of work, guys. It
Yeah,
won't be done within.
it's long task basically. It's not that
Yes,
straightforward.
yes. Okay, so now I will have to sit and start cleaning up my environment with all the resources. It failed again, the CloudFormation stack. It failed. I'll have to see what is the problem this time. There's some S3 bucket that is preventing me to delete the stack. I'll go ahead and start cleaning up those. You start practicing it with the workshops.aws. And if you have any issues, if you face any issues, if you need some help, do not hesitate to reach out to us. We can connect again and discuss it.
Gokul, one question.
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to understand the basic. When you have on-prem, other vendor, and then you provide them with the discovery tool,
yeah,
and they go ahead and install. So how does he communicate back? Is he has to communicate back to the same account where you download it and provide them the file, discovery
Yes.
file?
Yeah. In the discovery, like if you, I don't know if you noticed the script. Let me share my screen again. See, in the command itself, okay, the discovery or the migration installation, you are mentioning which region, and
All right.
you're also giving the username and key, right? So this user and key belongs to some specific account, the user I created.
So only that account will be able to see the
Yes.
activity.
You use Gokul to install the agent. So wherever Gokul is located in that account, it will come and sit. And then you also mentioned US West 2. So in that region, from this account, it will come and sit.
And also the prerequisite for this, the on-prem needs to be talking to some sort of AWS environment somehow.
We
Or
need
not.
access.
Or it just goes to the
on.
cloud and you log in and check.
No. So see, to send the data from on-prem to cloud, there has to be some communication, right?
Communication.
So you will need to allow 443 from your machines. And what if you can't access the machines? What if you can't expose the machines to the internet because they're sensitive information? So there are chances you will have either VMware and you will have to use the agentless discovery. But in a case there is no VMware, there is no internet access.
VPN.
VPN is fine. VPN can work. But when I say internet access, even VPN is internet only, right?
Yeah.
So in that case, it's manual. Create an Excel sheet, whatever the information that you're looking for, IP address, operating system, kernel, size of the database, do a manual discovery based on that, take a call.
Okay. Yeah. So it all will be available on your account under the discovery app, and you can just pull Excel sheet from there. And
correct. And look at this. I was playing with the Azure inventory sheet. I found one which is a sample. Okay. Look at Azure migrate import template. Like this. This is like all the VM names. What's the IP address? How many core? How much is the memory? What is the OS name? What is the version? Is it x64 or 32-bit? Is it virtual machine or physical machine? What is the hypervisor? Is it VMware or Hyper-V? CPU utilization, memory utilization, network utilization. Is it BIOS or UEFI? All that information. If I for Azure Migrate, this is a template. So if I upload this to Azure Migrate tool, it will pick up the keywords and then the discovery is done for these 10 machines.
Okay.
Yeah. So AWS will have some format that it can read, or it depends on the size. I told you, right? For 5 machine, 10 machine, nobody does discovery unless it is for the first few times. But it depends. Like once you get better with your experience, you won't go through the process one by one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll share this with you as well. And then the notepad, I see a few people didn't get it. Let me just save the day 3 and day 4 notes. And then I'm going to share both of it right away, along with this Excel sheet. Now, guys, first and foremost, after the migration is done, after you do the cutover, you will work on some post-migration activities. First thing is create a knowledge transfer document. Why? Let's say you're a partner who's working for your end customers. You cannot be the, like, migration is done, everything is done successfully, you got the sign off. So you have to hand it over the signed off documents with them, right? So it is for future reference of the end customer or their IT team, for future reference or support related issues. And maybe they want to make some changes. They don't need your dependency. Like otherwise, for everything, they have to keep coming back to you, right? So you hand it over in such a way that they should be able to just do run on their own. And in this knowledge transfer document, you will create end to end, like start with the introduction of the project, and then you will create the table of contents, and then you will start with the proposed architecture and every details, the technical details of the network, IP range, security rules, all of it. And so it's not like a solution architect who does it, but one of your team member, a cloud engineer who worked on this, knows much better than anybody else. So you will let them do it, and then we can use tools like Visio or this draw.io to create diagrams like this. So if I'll just zoom in a little bit. If you see, this is a simple architecture where the end user, it's a web, it's a 3-tier architecture, okay, like front end, middleware, and then the backend databases. So if you see, the end users are reaching the Route 53 service for DNS, and there's a web application firewall for filtering any malicious traffic. And then it goes to the cloud front for caching. If there is any static content, they can cache it using CDN, or it just goes through the API gateway and then the auto scaling group. So if it is web UI, okay, this is the first landing page, and then you do something, and this is the backend server, Node.js application server. And this is an architecture that we had proposed for a video and audio processing customer. This was a few years ago. So if you see, the request comes in, there's a WAF and CDN and API gateway. The request hits the web UI, and then all the processing and everything happens in the front end itself. But for any backend activity, like if you want to read something from the database, I don't want all the requests from these front end machines to go to the MySQL. So what I can do is I can create a cache, like a Redis cache software. Redis is the most common caching tool. I have placed it in between the MySQL and then the front end so that all the reads will be done by the Redis itself, but only the writes will go to my MySQL database in the backend. You can, this is optional. You can even eliminate it if you don't want it, but it will add so much of reads and writes onto your database. Now, then you have all the monitoring, email services, system manager, and application tracing. These are all the requirements that I got from the customer. This is a production setup. That's why I have it on 2 different zones, zone 1A, zone 1B, 2 zones. And you have the services running across the zones. So even if the entire zone, one side of the setup fails, you still have the computers or servers running in the second zone. And this is done in such a way because of it's a production setup. But if it is not a production setup, we don't need the same high level architectures, right? So if you see the non-prod architecture, look, I've just eliminated everything on one side. So I don't need a highly available database. I don't need multiple web UI and everything. It's mainly for non-prod. Only your internal users would be using it. So I can just simply go ahead and set up a single zone setup. And then you see there's a users. Okay, the end customer, not end customer, like the internal employees who will be using VPN to access the jump box. And the jump box is the bastion server, right? From here, they can access all the other machines which are here for the management. So it's basically the same replica, but in multi-zone is for use for prod, but just half of it. I don't have any fault tolerance or high availability, which is for the non-prod. And this is just a flow diagram. You don't need to focus on that. You can just ignore it. Yes, definitely check. You need some documentation guide. Yeah, I will share a sample document if I could, okay? Because I'll try to remove some details. I do have it. But what I want you to focus on is, you guys need to know how to design an architecture, okay? Because that's the most important thing. At least when somebody tells you this is my requirement, you should be able to focus or at least understand or visualize what is it, like what is it to that point that I can go ahead and do it. And so I use this tool called draw.io. It's a free one from Google. So for example, if I have to do that, I'll just draw a simple architecture, okay? Simple architecture for AWS. Let's do a 2-tier architecture. With this is the region, I'll say
Mumbai region, and then zone. Within the Mumbai region, I'm going to do it in 2 different zones. Put it again, zone 1 and zone 2. Yeah. Okay. So within this zone, I want VPC. So the VPCs are across the zones, right? It's not just you don't create a VPC just for one zone. So I'll just put it across the zones. Yeah. So in Mumbai, there is a VPC, and then within the VPC is spread across 2 zones, easy 1 and 2. Now, I'm gonna add the subnets. So the subnets has to be like, you see public subnet and private subnet. So we will just put in the front end, you will always have public subnet, right? Just gonna make it like this. Okay, I have a public subnet, and I'll have another public subnet in the other region or another zone, sorry. So 2 private subnets, and then maybe I'll just add 1 more private subnet for database. So once the network is in place, draw.io. Yeah, that's correct. Please give the link of the architecture to it's draw.io. Correct. Thanks, Jack. Okay, so you have 2 zones, and then I've created multiple subnets within them. I'm going to give it a name as Bastion subnet. And this is my web server subnet. And then this is my DB subnet. Okay, so let's go ahead and place the machines. EC2. This is EC2, right? EC2 is the server. So I have in the Bastion subnet, I'm placing an EC2, and I'm going to give it as jump box. That's called Bastion. And now I want to have some web server. Oops. I want the web servers to be in the respective subnets. It's a production setup, so I want it across web server 1, web server 2. Okay. Now, and then I have my database. I want to use RDS. I want to use RDS for MySQL. Do we have a better image? I think I'll use this. And this is my RDS, MySQL RDS. Now RDS read. There's a DB replica. I'll just keep it that way. I will keep a replica in another zone just for the simple accessing. Now, what I want is I want to just extend it a little bit because there are other services that we'll have to place. So DNS or Route 53. Where's DNS? Here. I keep it outside because it's outside. I mean, though it's within AWS, I'll just keep it my DNS registrar. I also want a WAF for web filtering or the traffic filtering. Anything that comes to my network should be scanned properly, and I'll place it within the VPC. Oh, okay. Okay, now the users. users. They're all outside AWS, right? And then the admin. That's your IT team, because you will have to log in and then work on these systems. So this is good. Now let's actually draw the connections. Okay. So the first thing is the request comes here, and then anything that comes to the DNS goes to the WAF. From the WAF, it goes to these two machines. Okay. And all the requests from the web server goes to the DB read replica. Okay, it goes to the read replica. And obviously the same from here also, it will go to the read replica only. So do you understand the flow or the architecture now? From the end user, they are accessing your web application using the URL. All the request comes to the WAF. And from the WAF, it gets forwarded to the backend machines. And from the backend machine, all the reads will go to the read replica. But if there is anything, it will actually have the writes. But now we can even make it better, but it's just that I'm using it. This icon, this DB instant read replica is not a, what would I say? It's not like the supported one. If you see the difference, you see all these are AWS icons, but this is not an AWS icon. It's something that I just took it from here, right? And what would your admin do? They also need to connect from here, right? So I'll just draw a line like this. And it should have been the other way around, because the admins will connect to it, but I couldn't drag it from there. But so this looks fine. And there is one more additional information that you need to add. One component that's missing. The web server, DB server, they're all in private subnets. The green box is your public subnet, right? So all these machines that are in private subnet do not have internet access. Even if you want to update them, patch them, secure them, you can't do it. So what is the component that we need? Since you guys are from AWS background, I want to know, I want internet access for my machines in the private subnet. How do I give access to that? So these machines do not have internet access, but they can receive the request. Okay, the user is trying to access, incoming is there, but I don't have a way to go back to the internet. So Srini has mentioned in the chat, it says NAT gateway. So we need a NAT gateway. So there is a NAT gateway. I'll use this, which is the latest one. A NAT gateway is a service that you place it in the public subnet, so that all the requests, if it needs outgoing requests, instead of exposing my machines, web server, databases, rather than giving public access from the internet, I'm just gonna place an NAT gateway in the public subnet, and then I'll configure, saying in such a way that you want to give internet access to these machines, go through the NAT gateway. Anything that goes from here to the outside, it will go first, it will hit the NAT gateway, and the NAT gateway will forward the request to the outside world. So this is to ensure that your machines are much more safe and secure. And when I say safe and secure, it's because nobody can reach these machines from the internet, because they don't have a public IP. Then if they don't have a public IP, how are they accessible from the internet? That's because I missed one important component. Can someone tell me what is the component that I've missed? There is a mistake in my architecture. I didn't add something in the diagram. What is that? Can you have a look at it? Anurag, router for what? Just look at route table for what, Hamid? Look at the diagram clearly. Look at the diagram clearly. I have two web servers. The requests are coming from the internet. Who decides
which request goes to which web server. Correct. I didn't add the load balancer. API gateway or the load balancer, either one. Okay. So now I'll place the load balancer here. So all the requests that comes from the WAF, after making sure that it's a safe one, it hits the load balancer. Okay. And the load balancer will forward the request back to the machines. So this way, I'm not exposing my machine to the internet. All the request comes to the load balancer because load balancer has a public endpoint, and then they hit the web server. So there's nobody who's going to hack it or log into it because it's a load balancer service, not a server. So for incoming, it's sorted. And for outgoing, I have the NAT gateway, which will take care of the outgoing communication. So someone wants to check, wants to know what kind of load balancer. It could be both, like whatever the type that you want. It can be an application load balancer or a network load balancer or the classic load balancer based on what kind of traffic. Is it HTTPS traffic? Is it specific UDP traffic? Based on what you want to use, but you can use any of the load balancer depending on the architecture, what it demands. So now it looks complete. There are a few things that we will also have to add, which is your monitoring. CloudWatch. And you don't have a specific requirement that a CloudWatch, I want to monitor only the web server. I want to monitor only the DB server, right? You will just monitor everything. CloudWatch, and you also will have something like IAM users who are who is using all your services. I'm just using a wrong icon. This is a Google icon, but it looks, I like this one. So IAM users, and then the logging, Cloud Trail. So you will add all these components to let your end customer know that all these are in place without having to tell them each and everything that you do. You can just simply go ahead and let them know that, okay, this is the architecture and I've put everything S3 buckets for the backups and whatever you want to let them know. You just tell them using this architecture and we just put it across. Like it's going to be a 2-tier architecture. My production setup will have highly available setup for both DB as well as my web servers are highly available. I'm not exposing anything outside the internet, due to which it is much more safe and secure. I've enabled monitoring and logging for all the services that are in place. If I have to connect from my outside world, I can just, let's say, even the office, right? Office, we'll just put it as office building. Yeah, this is my on-prem office. So I want to connect from there to the jump box. So this looks neat to me, but there is always room for improvement. And so this is one of the things that you will have to put it across, okay? You need to know how to design an architecture. Yeah, you may be a cloud engineer or a level 1, but at least reading it or watching it or seeing it, you should have some understanding of what it is. Yeah. Do we have anything else? I don't think so. Yeah. So this is, see, it was pretty straightforward, right? It's more like a storytelling. I just explained you what is my requirement. I told you I want to do a 2-tier architecture, and preferably I like to have it as a highly available setup. But if I'm a very cost sensitive customer, just don't worry so much about high availability. I'm okay with whatever AWS gives me. Just give me the cheapest one, so I can just remove the highly available setup. I just focus privately. I don't even, yeah, a load balancer can be there so that it's secure, but if they don't want that, you can just remove that. Okay, that's it. It's we can just keep these as a blank just to show that everything is in one zone and the other zone is literally empty. So you can use it for your non-prod environment. Single machine with single database, and you have an ad gateway and jump box to connect and manage. So there is a question called, do we also need transit gateway? No, I have never used transit gateway in my experience so far. Unless somebody asks for it, don't bring it in unnecessarily for it because it adds extra cost as well as it also adds complexity. Okay, so it's the tool that I use, and you can it's one of the most popular tool, and it's free, and it's cloud based. So whatever the architecture that you design and practice, you can always save it on your Google Drive. So that's one of the things. And now what we can do is we'll also use ChatGPT to go ahead and prepare a process document. Okay, just allow me 1 minute. Okay, so what we can do is, hi, I am preparing a KT document for my end customer after the AWS migration project is over. Please help me with the high level outlay of the document with the headings and subheadings within it. Export it to the objective of the document. Who are the target audience? Just give a summary of the project, and then the architecture before and after migration. So pre-migration was like this, and post-migration looks like this. And what were the AWS services used? What were the source that were in place? What is it like? Did we use rehost or replatforming? And what were the tools that we used? And then the migration steps that were there. Finally, the machine type configuration that you're currently using. Why RDS? What is the SKU of the RDS? How did we move the data from S3 to Google Cloud or vice versa? And then the users who have permissions for it, how did you enable the logging? And the cost comparison, like these are optional. Okay, like this is just a high level skeleton, right? So the point of contact, if you face any issues or common issues, like if the VM stops, check. If the machine's disks backup is not working, check. And so that's basically the structure where, I mean, if you give a better prompt, probably you would have got a better response also. So if you're using Microsoft Word or any the Google Gemini for the Google Workspace products, so even instead of using ChatGPT, they themselves, Microsoft and Google, are giving AI and assistance within their own product these days. So you can just take it up, start using it, and create your own custom AT document. Make sure that you include the company logo, customer logo, and so on, and modify it accordingly. That's the first phase. Okay, like you design an architecture, you create a document, and to create the document, you don't have to sit and break your head. Architecture has to be done manually because you can't ask a chat GPT to tell you what the architecture should look like, but it's based on what you did and how you worked. So that's how you design the architecture, and then copy it, like copy paste it. You can just take it and paste it in wherever you want to in the document and submit it so that they can actually start using it. Now, any questions on it so far? The first thing, once the migration is done, you will have to, before you get the sign off and closure, make sure that you create this. That should include this, and everything else, and you submit it to the customer. Are you clear? What's the next thing that you would have to review? So optimization. What kind of optimization? There are two optimization. First is cost. The second is performance. Performance optimization. Because when we shared the if you paste the diagram, it will tell me the flow. Oh, okay. If it tells you where the Madhya, are you talking about the chat GPT, or I think it should? Yeah, correct. Like the latest versions do have it, but I'm saying at least you have to create the document or the diagram based on what you did, right? Or how the end future state architecture that you propose the customer, right? So coming back to the optimization, it can be two.
Okay, first thing is cost optimization and the performance optimization. Now, I want you guys to either unmute or put it in the message. Whatever you think as cost optimization methods, it could be not just servers, databases, blob storage, it could be anything. Can you tell me some of the cost optimizations levers that you know in cloud that's available? Any cloud, not just AWS, because these are whatever I'm trying to for the last few days. I kept repeating, right? Don't just think it is AWS. Like whatever you learn from here can be used on Azure. Whatever you learn from here can be used on Google. So everything that we have learned so far is not, it's more of I'm trying my best to keep it cloud agnostic. So you're not tied only that I know AWS, but I don't know other cloud. Just if I push you into the water, you should be able to swim regardless of which cloud you're in. Guys, I have come to you with this dashboard. I have a $20 bill every month. $20 is a little too much for me. Tell me, how can I save some cost? What would you ask the first thing? Lambda, auto scaling. No. Why Lambda? Why auto scaling? I want to know the answer for it. Why Lambda and why auto scaling? Says make alert. How will the cost come down if you make an alert? Serverless. Okay, how will the cost come down if you make it serverless, Obert? See, that's not optimization, guys. All the serverless, Lambda, auto scaling does not come under optimization. They all come under modernization. You see, optimize and modernize. Why? What is the problem? It's just a two different name, but is it going to reduce my cost? If yes, just go ahead, do it, right? What's the big deal? See, optimization meaning what all the things you can do without literally spending so much of effort on it or without making any changes to it. But if I have to literally make an application serverless or to use Lambda or auto scaling group, there's so much of work, right? I just moved to AWS yesterday. My engineers are just getting used to the new tool. And 3 days later, you're asking me, no, this is not the right one. Let's go to serverless. Why? Because it's going to reduce the cost. Okay, but how long am I going to work on this to make it serverless? It's going to take you just 6 months. They'll be like, just leave me alone. I don't think I need to do this because I am learning AWS services for the last few weeks. And now you're telling me go write another code to make it serverless. That makes no sense to me. Correct. So, Madhya, if you set the alerts, it will notify once you cross the budget. That what you're talking about is budgets. But how will I want to optimize the cost? Okay, now I told you, I gave the example. It's $22 a month. Just assume it is like $22,000 a month. Okay, approximately. So, what are the ways I can reduce the cost of my existing setup? This I can make serverless 1 year later because that will take 3 months of my effort. So all these are modernizing my application so that they are much more capable than what it is. But I don't have time or bandwidth to again develop a team or create a team that can develop modernized applications. So tell me what can I do today to reduce or to confirm that I'm not overspending. Budget alerts, okay, which means I'll know if there is any alerts that are going above the threshold, right? As soon as it crosses $20, I should be able to get the notification. Okay, then CloudWatch for what? CloudWatch for what, Kenny? What do you use the CloudWatch for?
Maybe, I mean, compute usage based on the load times kind of.
Yeah, basically to monitor the performance, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you put it under this, okay?
Yeah, if it is like when the users are more, have it, everything like entire capacity versus having the less capacity in the night times.
Okay, great. Sizing, right sizing. That's the right word. Okay, good. I think it was Srini, right? I used. Oh, sorry. Okay, and Hamid, you said. So Hamid said SQS and SNS. What is that for? And can you explain me how that works? How will the SQS and SNS reduce my cost?
I mean, you'll get the notification whether you're going above the.
Okay, but using the service, will it bring down my cost? AWS spend.
Just now we will get the notification.
Okay, correct. Which is basically the same budget alert, right? When I'm creating a budget, I have to create the SNS notification or SQS to send the message, which is like it won't bring down my cost anyways. At least I'll know if my or the cost is going up. Okay, fine. So guys, whatever you said, okay, they're like not very accurate, but yeah, you are very cautious about the bills. You don't want anything to go out of your control, all that thing. Okay, but please remember, this is basically how it works. Okay, you migrated the machines. I told you while one team was working on creating the documents to put together to get sign off, there will be you'll have to monitor the usage, monitor the cost and performance for few days, for maybe for at least 7 days or 14 days, just to understand the pattern, the peak usage, average usage, lowest usage. Is it a Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. usage application? Or is it a application that is like on Saturdays and Sundays is a peak usage, like Netflix and Prime, the streaming would be much, much higher on weekends, and also in the night. But during the business hours, the usage still is high because of the user base, but it is not as high as the streaming in the evening, right? So you will have to monitor the cost and performance. And once you have some fair understanding of how the pattern works or the usage works, we will right size the instances. If you're running Kubernetes clusters, if you're running EC2 instances, you will check the machines and then you will check if the machine is even crossing 60%. So I'll go to CloudWatch. All the machines that I'm using are latest generation machines. I've been using a machine that is like 10-year-old or 6-year-old in the on-prem. So I don't need such a same capacity or higher capacity machines on cloud. I'll just put it as 1 week data or maybe 2 weeks data. So I think since all the machines are deleted, it doesn't show any data because I cleaned up everything. So based on this, you can see the CPU utilization, disk reads, writes, and network in, network out, packets in, packets out, and everything, all the information, and you can even create your own custom metrics. So based on this, you can right size the machine because I've provisioned a machine with 4-core 32, but they're not even using 50% of the CPU or the RAM. So go ahead and reduce the sizes, number one. The second capability is basically auto stop and auto shutdown. Okay, auto stop and start. Your dev, stage, UAT machines are being used by your developers or engineers or DevOps team only during the business hours, right? 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. So why to even keep them running at night, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock? So go ahead and enable the auto start and stop machines, which are not being used during the business hours. So this way, you only pay for what you use. So at least for 12 hours of usage, you will save the cost, save the compute cost, right? So that's another way. But oh no, what if I want to start and use it? Yes, you can always start and use it, but at least you will know, right? Most of the machines or these machines are not used in the weekends, or these machines are not used for testing purposes on a working day after 10 o'clock in the night. So you can enable the auto start and stop so that the machines don't they don't incur cost when you're not using it. So right sizing is done, auto start and auto stop is done. Great. So is there anything else that you can do to reduce your spend? So your dev UAT prod is taken care. sorry, dev UAT stage is taken care. Your production machines have been right sized, so they are like optimally running, because if I need 2 core, I'm provisioning only 2 core. If I need 16 GB RAM, I've kept only 16 GB. I didn't do any for overkill. What else can I do? Because there must be some way which we can just bring down the cost further, other than stopping themselves, because I have to serve these users 24/7, because that's why they're in production. Guys, have you heard of reservations? In Azure and AWS, we call it as a reservation savings plan. But in Google, I think it's called sustained usage benefit, or like they still have reservation, but there's something called as continued usage or committed usage benefits or commitments. So what this does is, I know a machine that is running 24/7, and I'll be using this at least for the next 1 year or 3 year or 5 years or 6 years. So you're telling AWS, I'm going to be using your services for the next so many years, and I'm going to give you business, right? Like every month I'll be paying something. So can you give me some discount because of my long-term association with you? I'll commit to be using for a long time. So give me some discount. So you see in the billing, you have savings plan and reservations. So are they the same, or why is it two different things? We'll see. Okay, first we'll see the reservation. Reservation means you're just reserving your machine, the EC2 that you're running. You're reserving it for 3 years, saying that I'll use this EC2 for next 3 years. Give me some discount. And everything is blank because I don't have anything that's running. But you can just go to the recommendation or utilization. So look at this. If it is EC2 and for 1 year and 3 year, do you want to make all the upfront payment or some part of it, or no upfront payment? Like you just keep making monthly payments. And give me the recommendation based on the last 60 days. But everything is blank currently because there's no machines. But it tells you that if you purchase it for 10 machines, you will save approximately $400 a month. Like basically like on demand if you don't buy it, versus if you buy the reservation. So you'll in this dashboard, you will literally be able to see how many machines are there, what should be the reservation, and so on. Like, so what is it like? Does it mean that I'll have to use my card, or do I have to purchase something? It says purchase the reservation. You don't do anything here. Okay, the machine that is running will continue to run. You're just telling AWS that I'm committing that this instance, EC2 instance, this will be staying with you for the next 3 years. And from today, as soon as the reservation is processed, you give me the 40%, 30%, 20% based on the machine type, you get the discount. So that's how the reservation and savings plan work. Let's just go to the AWS calculator and create a sample estimate. And this is what you will also be proposing it to your customer, right? So you need to show them the data, right? Go reserve it. They'll be like, how much is my saving? That we'll figure it out later. You can't do that. So EC2. Okay, I'm just going to configure it saying that this is my prod server with pay-as-you-go rate. Pay-as-you-go in Ohio. And I have how many machines? 4 machines in prod. And I'm using a R series because they are my database, or I'll use M series. Okay. M6, 4 core, 16 GB RAM. Okay. So this is my machine. M6IN X large. How much is it? It's 0.278 per hour. And I'll just go for on demand for now. I don't want to make any changes. I'm going to keep it 100% of my time. Utilization is 100. And all of these machines will have 120 GB hard drive. No snapshots, no backup, nothing. Just added it. So for how many machines did I say? 4 instances. The 4 machines, to keep it running 24/7, it's going to cost me $851 a month just to keep this thing running. If I don't switch it off 24/7, after 30 days, I'll be paying AWS $851 at the pay-as-you-go rates. Now let's go ahead and tell them that we'll do a comparison of what would be the cost if I go for 1 year reservation, reserved instances. Same everything. And here I'll just go for reservation. Where is it? Yeah, standard reservations. 1 year, no upfront, meaning I'll pay every month and update it. Okay, so from 850, if I do a reservation, my monthly bill has come to 550. We'll do a quick comparison of 3 year versus 1 year.
So which press is up there? Like,
Sorry?
can you go back? I saw a press over there was in 20,000. So which presses are which press is that? Like there was
Wait.
a press called.
Okay, I'll check it. Yeah. So we'll just add this also and then go back there. Okay. Okay, this is 3 year.
Yes, 23,000 for which presses?
Okay.
Which press are this?
Okay. I'll tell you. Yeah. I'll explain that. Why is it still showing? Okay, is there a tool issue? 3 year or 1 year? Sorry. 1 year, no upfront, standard. Okay, and then we'll go to the 3 year, no upfront. Perfect. Okay, so this is the one you're talking about, right? Is this the one?
Yes.
Okay, so what it does is it is ignore this. Okay, it's basically this into 12. So I said 851 per
in
month.
a year time.
Yeah,
in a year
so
time it's going to be
yeah,
21,000.
if you do this, it was 10,218. But in this calculator, I've kept it for 1 year and 3 year also, right? So all these into 12 is this number. Okay, so ignore this because it just tells you that in a year,
Wow, this is a
1753 into 12.
This is kind of it might be, it may not be expensive for the enterprise if they're going to
No.
use it for 1 year. So what is the
Yeah.
price?
See, there is nothing. There is no upfront cost, right? We are not paying anything upfront, so there is no upfront cost. Look at it in the shared tenancy. 4 instances, utilization 100%, and it's pay as you go on demand pricing. Okay, but if I go to the next one, 1 year no upfront. Next one, 3 year no upfront. So forget this. You just focus only on this. Now, if you tell them, in place of 850, if your bill is going to be only 350, every month you're going to save $500. I don't think it's a bad deal because 4 machines of decent size, 4 core 16 GB machines running Linux with 128 GB of super duper performance disk. It's not even $100 a month. So divided by 4, 87, including the storage cost. If I remove the storage cost, it's going to be even cheaper. So 87 per month is fairly okay for the configuration I'm getting. So I just added a duplicate here for your comparison. Same machine at pay-as-you-go price is 851, but if you go ahead and do a reservation, it came down to 351. So it makes sense for me to share it as a proposal that 351 into 12 is this much for 1 year. The total cost of all your machines. Now, this is reservations, right? But if you notice, there were few other options as well. Like it says compute savings plan, EC2 savings plan, on-demand, spot instances, and then standard reservation, convertible reservation. That's too many, isn't it? Just to save cost. Do we have so many options? It's going to be amazing then. Let's put all of them together. No, that's not how it works. So reservation, you are committing to AWS that I'll be using this M6IN X large machine. But what if you want to change it in the future? You may, after 2 years, after 12 months, there are chances you want to upgrade it or you want to move to another family, M series 2.
B series or R series. You won't be able to do it if you purchase a standard reservation. You commit something that I'll be sticking to it, and I'm just going to use only that. But if you may want to change it in the future, you will go for convertible reserve instances. It lets you convert your reserved instances from M6 IN large. I may want R6 machine, R6I large or ID large, which is 2 core and 16 GB instead of 4 core and 16 GB. I won't be able to do it if I go for standard reservations. You'll have to cancel it or you'll have to purchase it another one. But if you do convertible, you can always move from one family to another and the pricing will get adjusted accordingly. So that's the convertible. As the name suggests, standard or fixed reservations or convertible reservation. You can keep converting your reservation based on the usage. But then this is on demand. We know what it is. There's no discount. You pay and you consume it. There's a savings plan, just like ignore the 2 savings plan. It's just understand the concept first. The savings plan, and then the reservation. Reservation, I told you, you reserve it, use it. Then what is this? And here too, it's a 66%, 72%. Great. It gives us so much of savings. And in the interview, they may ask you guys, what is the difference between a reservation and savings plan? Okay. The reservation, as the name suggests, basically you just purchase a reserve, or you're reserving a machine for 1 year or 3 year. Simple. Based on your usage or the forecasting that your team does. So what is SP? Savings plan. So if I have, I'll give you an example and then I'll explain it. If I have 10 machines, okay? 10 machines, they're running 24/7. They may be using they're all in the same region, Mumbai or Singapore or Virginia, okay? I know I'm operating it at a smaller level. I'm not a global company where I don't have any 20 regions or 20 different countries that I'm serving. My developers are all in Mumbai, and then my end customers are in US. So I'm hosting everything in Virginia. That's it. I'm sorted. 10 machines, buy 10 reservations and finish it off. Simple. 10 RIs and forget it. Easy peasy. Now, there are chances that I'm operating at multiple regions. I'm using multiple families of machine, multiple instance types. And sometimes I'm even using serverless like Lambda. I'm also using Kubernetes services across many, many regions. So, and then these things keeps going up and down, like serverless can keep going up and down. Kubernetes nodes will keep going from 0 to 10, 10 to 25, 25 to 11. So I don't know exactly what's my usage to be precise. And then I have small presence in India, and I'm mainly operating it in Southeast Asia, which is Singapore. That's my core business, but I'm also starting operations in USA. I do have a small customer base in European Union and Middle East or Africa. Now what do I do? What's the big deal? Just keep buying reservations in each region for each instance type. What's stopping you from doing it, right? If it is one region, one machine, one subscription, it's easy. When I don't know what's my actual usage of the machines, because I keep creating machines left, right, and center, I delete it, or even the machines that are running 24/7, I keep scaling it up and down because the traffic is completely variable. And the African team that we have currently may not be there, probably because it's a 6 months project. And Singapore, I told you, it's my bigger market. It is growing. So I buy all the reservations today, and then 4 months later, I need some more reservations. And then I have my US team, that EU team that is also growing. It's a much bigger headache for me to keep a track of all the cost and making sure that they're all running at its optimal performance and cost, right? It's a bigger headache for me. Too much to figure out and math. So what savings plan does is, savings plan tells you, don't worry about how many machines you're using. Don't worry about which regions you're in. Don't worry about
what kind of services are you using? Just tell me approximately what is the dollar spent per hour. Like you have an AWS account. In your AWS account, if I go to my billing, and then if I go to my bills, let me check what's my usage for EC2 instances last month with all the demo and everything that we did. Okay, so I see the EC2 usage for last month is $9 in only in EC2 instances. Okay, so you see there is a NAT gateway. Don't worry about NAT gateway, just the EC2 instances, 2.96 and 1.6. Let's assume $3 and 1.5, right? $4.5 is my monthly spend. So let's just take an example that I'm spending approximately all together, put together, I'll open the calculator. My EC2 spend, the compute spend has come to around $4,500. So if it is per month, 4,500, how much is per hour? Divided by 730. Okay, so I'm spending almost $6.16 per hour. So 6.16 per hour. So what AWS tells is, see, you're spending almost $6 on your compute every hour. So you commit that you will continue to use the same thing. I'll give you discounts. Okay, that's the same thing you said you will do it here also. Why should I use savings plan? Whatever I'm committing, I can just go ahead and commit the same reservations and continue to use it, right? So how is savings plan different? So here you're making an hourly commitment, but the advantage or the beauty of it is you don't have any restriction on the region or the family or the machine type. So I tell AWS, guys, I'll spend $6 every hour with you. Okay, I just want to keep some buffer. So that's why I committed $6. Now, the $6 can be any region, any machine, any family, or even if it is any different service, compute services like Lambda or Kubernetes or EC2, auto scaling group, any VM or the compute instances that you use can be covered under the savings plan. So now this is easy, right? I go to my bills or my recommendation, the savings plan recommendation, and then AWS tells me, listen, you're spending almost $20 in an hour. So you commit something, I'll give you the discount. I'll say, okay, I'll reserve 80% of it. Like I'll $15 minimum I'll spend on your services every hour. It can be in any region, but I may keep changing the families of the machine. Give me some discounts. So the savings plan gives you the flexibility of any instances, any region. Okay, more flexibility. But because it gives you more flexibility, the discount is less. But in reservation, it's not very flexible, right? If you buy a reservation in Virginia, those machines have to be in Virginia. If you buy something in Mumbai or Singapore, those machines must be in Singapore. And you can't even keep changing it, or you can't move from one machine to another. So the flexibility is less, correct? But because the flexibility is less, savings is more. That's the major difference between the reservation and savings plan. Reservation means you're reserving or you're committing to that machine in that region for so many years. But savings plan is for your overall AWS spend or for your all the compute instances that I'm spending in AWS almost $20 for my compute services. Give me some discount, I'll continue to use or I'll continue to spend the same thing. So AWS is like, okay, take it. You're spending $20. I'll give you 50% discount, but the discount is less. I will give you, let's say 50% discount because I'm giving you the flexibility. Go create machines anywhere, any machine that you want, or any services and auto compute services that you want to do it in any of these regions in AWS. Anything that you have here, okay? As long as you meet this commitment, I'll give you the discount. So that's why I'm giving you more flexibility. Do whatever you want. Just cross this threshold of spend, you'll get the discount. But here, I'm not giving you much of the flexibility. So the discount will be sometimes 58%, 60% based on whatever the machine types you have. So here you have more discount, but it's little less flexible. But here in savings plan, it is little less discount, but you have much more flexibility. This way, you can reduce your cost by more than half substantially. Okay, like more than half is much, it's substantially, right? So remember, savings plan and reservations, you will think about it at least after few weeks, because on day one, you won't know what is the right size. On day one, you won't even know what is the actual usage of your machines. You will observe it, you will right size it, and then after right sizing it, you will play with your dev and test machine so that you can auto start and stop, and then we'll go for the reservation and savings plan. Is it clear, guys? So here you're saving some money, and then you're saving the cost of the times that you're not using it, and then you're saving another 50% or more based on the type of reservation or savings plan that you're going to go ahead and use it for. Is this making sense? Is it clear? Because I don't know if it's supposed to be going over your head because there's no numbers. It's all like story that we're building around the setup that we have. So yeah, maybe 5 days later, if I ask you the difference between SP and RI, may have forgotten all these points, but as long as you can just read something and then make sense, we're good. Okay, very clear, right? So savings plan for better flexibility, but because you get more flexibility, some discount, maybe 3-5% is less. Reservation is the old, the grandma guy, okay, where you reserve it, marry somebody, and then you live with that person forever. And that's little less flexible. But yeah, that's the savings are more, or it's less problematic that way. Okay, so that's easy way to remember. Reservation is the go-to, but savings plan is like something that just keeps changing. From the names will be different from each cloud providers, but this is it. And you can choose whether you want the savings plan or reservation. So if I go for the, and don't try to understand this for now. Okay, the savings plan can bifurcate it further, right? Compute means every compute services, EC2, Fargate, Lambda, everything. And the discount is up to 66%. No, 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 no. I'm not using Kubernetes. I'm not using Lambda. I have only EC2 instances die. I don't have any other services. Give me the discount for that. Then instead of savings plan on compute of all the compute services, let's go for this one. As the name suggests, EC2 savings plan. So the savings plan is applicable only for EC2 and the discount is more. It's 66, this is 72. So almost, how much is it? You only pay for 1/4 of the cost. So what is this EC2 savings plan? Everything that I told you about the savings plan, all the regions, all the instance types on EC2 is applicable, but not for serverless, Lambda, or Kubernetes. So any instance type in any region, provided it is a EC2 service only, because even Lambda is a compute service, or Kubernetes, Fargate is a compute service, but you're not using any of it. Why should I use or have the leverage or the space to leverage all this? Just give me more discount. I'll stick to EC2 only because we are new to AWS. I don't have any plans of using Lambda or Fargate at least for a year. I'll just go for this. Simple. So that's the savings plan. And there is one last option, which is 90% savings. It's called spot instances. How many of you know what is a spot instance, guys? Spot. Spot instances. What is it? Can someone tell me what is it? Okay, there is so many options, right? Like start, stop, automation, reserve instance, savings plan, EC2 savings plan, compute savings plan. And now we have last one, which is spot instances. What is that? Why is it named spot? Okay, like Hamid says it's like auction. So if I bid more than you, will you lose it or will I get it, or how is it?
Rini, Obert, check. Others. Okay, so guys, AWS, Azure, all of these guys have pre-provisioned the data centers at a size that is unimaginable, right? These are the things that you and I, or even the huge, large corporations, even I would say, except these hyperscalers, okay, Amazon, Azure, and Google, unnecessarily nobody wants to go for this extreme size data centers where they know they're not using it, right? Like for example, take Dell. Dell has data centers all over USA, and they do have data centers in India. And anybody like Dropbox, Spotify, think of anybody, they all have huge data centers, but they provision it to a size that they only need it, right? But if you see users like Amazon, Microsoft Azure, and Google, they're not using it only for their services. These guys are the service providers for the entire world. New York Stock Exchange. In India, we do have a lot of stockbrokers running their applications on AWS. Netflix, Amazon Prime, Apple iCloud uses S3 in the backend. Though it's a iCloud, which is an Apple cloud, Apple Cloud iCloud runs on S3. So for you, it doesn't matter, right? You pay $1 or $5 based on your plan, and you get the storage to back up your phone. But Apple built that iCloud on top of S3. Netflix runs on S3. Amazon Prime runs on S3. Hotstar runs on S3. So these guys, New York Stock Exchange, New York Times, CNN, everything like BBC, they all use AWS. So we don't know, like Amazon can't tell a BBC or Amazon can't tell Netflix, hey, please don't launch any of your series for the next 2 months because I'm upgrading my storage. And then they can't say like we're not releasing any new titles in Amazon Prime because currently we are upgrading our network so that the capacity is there. They can't tell you that, right? They need at least 10x more capacity than the usage because these things can just the unpredictable workload. Nobody knows the traffic when there is a India versus Pakistan match or a Super Bowl match or a FIFA World Cup that is being live streamed. So there'll like millions and billions of people watching it, and AWS can't say that, guys, I can only accommodate 1 million or 10 million, 60 million. So what these AWS and Azure do is they always have excess capacity in their data center. Every region, like Ohio, Virginia, wherever you're trying to deploy anything, the region that you pick, let's say this is in Virginia. Okay, one of the biggest regions of Amazon is Virginia, East West, and I want to launch an instance. I get to choose which zone you want, what's the operating system, and everything. But I also have the option to choose the spot instances. Where's the spot? Yeah, you see, when I'm trying to create an instance, I get to choose either you want to go for on-demand, the basis on which the cloud runs, or you can go for request spot instances at spot price. And it says open, or do you want any specific capacity? Like you can just select what's the price that you want to bid per hour, how long do you want to use it, or do you want to keep it persistent if it says one time persistent. There's too many options. And interruption, oh, that's not what I want to see. Interruption behavior, it says stop, terminate, or hibernate. Uh-oh, that's not good, right? Like I want to keep my things running all the time, and it gives me a disclaimer, there will be an interruption. So what is this actually? What is spot? Like, can I just on the spot I get a machine and within a blink of an eye the machine goes off or what? So apparently what AWS and Microsoft and Google does is, guys, there is millions of machines that we have the capability to provision, but we are not using it all the time. In our data center, there is so much of excess capacity that we don't know what to do it with. So I'll give you for a dirt cheap price. Can you take it and do whatever you want to do?
for your usage. But there's a catch. The catch is I'm giving it for very, very, very cheap price. So when I need the capacity, I'll take it back. So here, savings plan, reservation, and everything you committed that I'll have to give you the machine all the time. But there may be some instances that you're doing some batch workloads, or you're running some data warehousing, or you're doing some computational analysis that you're using 100 machines at the same time to do the same job. Or you may be doing 2,400 EC2 instances at the same time for some calculations, supercomputer calculations, or weather forecasting. You're doing some in extreme computational intense workloads, okay? So you have all these machines running together for the same task, for the exact same task. So out of the 2,400, even if 20 machines, 100 machines, 150 machines goes down, it won't make a big difference because I have at least 2,000 more machines doing the same thing, right? And or maybe I'm a freelance developer, a freelance web developer. I just host my blog website, my portfolio website. I just create a website and host it. And it's okay if it goes down for a few minutes because it's just to showcase my skills, right? So I want to host a EC2, which I get at least 90% discount, but at a disclaimer that, listen, when AWS needs it or somebody is ready to pay as you go rates, I'm going to take it back. I will take it back. Or what you can do is alternatively, give me at the spot price all the time. Okay, 90% discount. But when there is no capacity and you want to take it, I'll pay for pay as you go rates. Or in cases where you want to hold two machines doing the same thing, one can be in pay as you go, one can be in spot. So you get even better discount. So that's why it says, I want to launch a spot instance. It says spot instance, you have two options to. One is maximum price or request type, and then all these disclaimers you have to do. So I'm saying, what is the maximum that you can pay? For example, what machine did I choose here? I want to choose T2 micro. Let's pick a bigger machine. I'll go for R7. Yeah, 64 core. That's pretty big. Let's go for something small. Yeah, 8 core, 64 GB. So 8 core 7 R7i 2x large. That's the machine, and on demand is 0.5292. This is the on demand price. If I go for the machine creation, I'm going to be paying $half, okay, 50 cents per hour to keep this thing running. But I don't want to do it. I want a spot instance. So here I get to choose. I'll go for spot instance. I can set a price instead of half cent per hour. I am willing to pay 0.25 instead of 0.5. Give it for this many hours, and I want to keep it persistent. And when is the expiry? I don't have anything, or use it just for one day and then you can terminate it. If at all, if Amazon is not able to give you at 0.25 because somebody else is willing to pay 0.5 at the pay as you go price, I'm going to take it back and give it to that person who is looking for this machine. So what should I do to your machine then? Don't delete it, or it's okay if you delete it. I don't have a problem because I can just spin up a new machine. You can set it to interruption behaviors terminate, saying if I take this machine away from you because you're paying too less, I'm going to give it to somebody who's willing to pay the full price. I'll terminate your machine with maybe 120 seconds notice, or I'll put it to hibernate, or I'm going to stop this machine until you start it. So I'll say stop it, because if the machine goes down because I can't afford to pay more, I'll start the machine for the time being and then use the pay-as-you-go model. So here it gives you that flexibility that even if you want to use it at a much cheaper price than the savings plan and reserve instances, you can do that. The only disclaimer is don't host non-persistent workloads here. Or sorry, don't host any persistent workloads here. If you want something to be running 24/7, very, very critical, you can't afford a downtime, use savings plan or reserve instances to save some money, 60%, 70%. But if you have something that is like not so critical, if it goes down, I'll just start it and continue to use it. Then use Spot instances, because any machine that you can afford a downtime, go for Spot. Otherwise, don't do it. So let's just do a quick comparison. I said 3 years RI is 380, 351 for 4 machines. We'll just see how much would the cost be if we do a 3-year or instead of prod server using Spot instances. Shared tendency. Where is the Spot instance? Yeah. So historical average for this machine that I selected is 60%. Assume the percentage discount for my estimate. Let's keep it 90%. Actual Spot instances pricing vary, blah, blah, blah. I'll keep it that way and keep updating it. So the 50% discount that I was getting for reserve instances, if I say that I'm going to bid it for 90% discount, from $850, it came down to $120. $850 to $350 because I reserved it. And from $350, I can go up to $120 for 4 machines. That means per machine is $30. So that's a huge discount. But the catch is, these are Spot instances. If somebody is willing to pay more, the machines are going to go to them. So, but at that time, your machine will stop. You'll have to start it manually. That's the catch. I hope all the 4 options are clear. Right sizing, auto start and stop for the non-prod machines. See, you can either do this, either use auto start and stop for dev stage and UAT, or run these workloads in Spot instances. Either one works. If you don't know the exact timings to start and stop, put these machines in the Spot instances. And for your production machines, use reserve instances savings plan based on how your business operates, or whichever gives you the maximum discount, go for it. Simple. If you're cost conscious, go for the ones with maximum discount, which is RI. Or if you're looking at flexibility, go for savings plan. And for the non-prod workloads, use Spot instances or auto start and stop. These 4 will solve majority of your cost issues. So the first part of optimization is good, right? The optimization is done. And what are the optimizations have we done? The right sizing is also a performance-based optimization, right? Like you check the CPU usage, memory usage, and then you do the resizing. When I say right sizing or resizing, it is not reducing the size. Remember that. Okay. You may have to increase the size because the machine that you provisioned is not performing it to its best, or the disk type that you selected may not even be the right one. So optimization or the resizing or right sizing is not always that, okay, I've over provisioned, let me just reduce the size. There are chances that you may also have to increase the size because the size that you provisioned, expecting the traffic, is not able to handle the traffic. So you will have to increase the size, observe the performance, and then you go for the reservation and savings plan and everything else. And there are times that the reads and writes are not as you would expect. So you will also go ahead and increase or change the disk type, disk size based on that. So all these are size performance optimization. Okay, like the request is coming in, my WAF is blocking some of the requests. How do I address that? The load balancer is not doing the load balancing properly. How do I address that? Or without actually making the underlying changes or to the architecture or to the setup, whatever you can do to optimize the performance. Maybe you want to use a CDN and stuff like that. And then once all these are streamlined, you will look into the cost optimization because that's on the business front, right? I want a way to reduce my costs, and then I'll also every 3 months, every 6 months, we actually do this review to confirm that the purchase savings plans, are they being fully utilized? Are my reservations being fully utilized, or am I wasting so much of money after purchasing it? Or what about any other machines or regions that I didn't cover it part of reservation or savings plan? Let's go ahead and buy the savings plan for that. And what about my Spot? How many times did my machines get terminated? How many times that I was able to use it with Spot without having to worry about the capacity? All of it, we will have to review it every 3 months, every 6 months, just to make sure that we are intact or aligned with the cost benefits. And we use the levers that you guys mentioned in the chat, like budgets, to get any alerts when it goes above the 80% of the threshold, and notifications so that everybody are aware of it. So all these are part of optimization. Okay, monitor and then do something, fix it. But you don't change the base or the entire operating system and stuff like that. This is the architecture, right? So this is my architecture. I've gone ahead and resized my machine and DB jump box. I have set it to auto start and auto stop so that I use it only when I need to. Yeah, where is it? Yeah. I thought I had a okay, let's just I thought I had a high level architecture on this. No worries. So here I've gone ahead and purchased reservations for all my production machines, savings plan or reservation for both. And my Bastion server, I can start and stop. No problem on that. And then static contents are being offloaded to the CDN. Security wise, I'm all good. Everything is great. And it's been few months, okay? Or I am still using the old way of doing things, hosting everything on a virtual machine, because all I did is a virtual machine is a 20-year-old technology, right? VMware came up with this virtualization concept in 2005. So we are in 2025. So the EC2, Azure VM, VMware, Hyper-V, these are the technology that is at least 20-year-old. But the technology has gone or evolved so much that we have moved away from virtual machines to the next ones, the containers. And then from containers, we have moved to serverless. And then from serverless, there must be something like quantum and so on. And we are still in virtual machines and trying to save cost by going for spot instances, savings plan, and reserve instances. Too outdated, right? So what do we do in that case? Oh, we are using a 20-year-old technology. I don't have a problem, but it's still very old, right? Let's just go break something that is working. I want to go ahead and change it to containers. Okay, but what is it, the business specification? What benefit is it bringing in? I don't know, but everybody are using containers. I want to use containers. Okay, is it going to reduce the cost? I don't know. Probably it is 2x the cost or investment, but containers are the latest trend. Let's go to containers. But it's difficult to manage also, right? Oh yeah, that's correct. Then how about serverless? So how is it going to solve the problems that containers can't solve? I'm not sure, but serverless is a great approach. Everybody are using serverless. Let's go to serverless. So let's forget about quantum for now. And that's not how it works, right? You don't move one technology from one skill set or one environment to another just because there is something that's available. May not even be the right fit for you, or your competitors are using it. So I also want to be containerizing my workloads. Your competitors are using serverless. I also want to use serverless, but it's a different product altogether, or it works in a different way. But you just want to try new things. No, there's no harm in trying new things, but let's not try to fit in something which is not meant to be fit into the box. So what happens after everything is rehosted? Okay, you have rehosted everything to AWS. Rehosting means as it is, right? Lift and shift. And things are going well. Yes, we will. So Prasad has a question. Will we get any warnings or alerts before it's going to stop? If you choose, yes, you get 120 seconds notice. Before that, they will notify you. 100 seconds.
Seconds? Is there like something, few hours or
No,
something like that we can set up, or
because
no?
they don't know, right? See,
Okay. Kind of autolog.
let's yeah, for example, it's an India-Pakistan match, okay? So you kind of expect that it's 20 crore people are watching it, and then the last 5 hours, the 20 crore can become 40 crore, 35 crore, 65 crore, or anything. So AWS can't tell you 1 hour before saying that, guys, we may have need some capacity after 2 hours because Virat Kohli is batting, but or as soon as Dhoni is out or Virat Kohli is out, they may never be able to scale because we know we're going to lose a match and probably will switch off the TV, right? So AWS doesn't know when the traffic is going to come, so they can't tell you in advance, 1 hour in advance, saying that if we get the traffic, I'll take your machine. Otherwise, I'll not let you do that, or we won't take it. So this 1 hour notification won't work for them because it is auto scaling. It is on the fly. I may need one machine today or at 12:19, 9:19, and by 9:30 I may need 250 machines because suddenly there is a surge in traffic. Everybody are glued to the TV because it's the last final few hours of the cricket match or a FIFA opening ceremony. Let's say there's a Shakira or some famous celebrities performance that the entire world is watching. As soon as the performance is over, probably they'll just wait for the match to begin. For the next 2 hours, the traffic may go down. So it's fully variable. It's fully fluctuating, fully unpredictable. So AWS can't notify you 1 hour in advance for the snatching of the machine. So you get 120 seconds.
And I mean, in that case, like, I mean, I mean, how to bring it back the servers up again? Will they
So
do
you
it
said,
or?
yeah. So you have the option that you said. So when the AWS takes it away, do you want them to stop or you want them to terminate the machine? So you select stop so that the machine will be off. You go ahead and start it again.
And
But
we have
you'll
to
be paying
change
it.
the plan again? Change
Yeah,
the
yeah.
plan.
Like it will run on pay as you go.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
So it won't be
Or
kind
you
of
can put it to hibernate. No. See, you can always bring up the machine, or
Yeah.
you tell AWS that I'll pay for the same price as pay as you go. It will continue to run.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
part don't keep any instances or don't keep any workloads that you can't afford a downtime. Simple as that. Even if it
Right.
is a non-critical one, like if let's say you're doing some testing, tuck, the machine goes off. Okay, let me begin all the testing from the scratch. That's not a great idea, right?
Okay.
Use it only when you're doing this batch workloads, 100 machines, 200 machines running together, out of which 20 machine goes off. I don't have a problem. 80 machines can still do the job.
So you can distribute your missions.
Yes.
Spot and
Yeah.
reserve kind of.
Yes. Spot and on demand, spot and reserve, spot and something. So if you have 5 machines, so in this case, look at this. I have 6 machines in this architecture, but they're like Web 2, Node.js 2, video and audio processing 2. But this is not actually two machines, or it's not the total of 6. It is behind an auto scaling group. Okay. Meaning they can keep scaling. So what I would do is at any given time, I need 2 machines. Web UI, 2 machines will be running in pay as you go. Don't take it away from me. I want them to be running all the time. But when it scales, the 2 becomes 5, 5 becomes 8, 8 becomes 3. Those I want it in spot. So 2 machines, I'll pay full price. I want them to be running all the time. Don't take it away. But whenever the machine scales, because the user base or the traffic goes up, all the new machines that you're creating must be as Spark instances. So if they go down, I can scale or spin up another machine. That's fine. But that excess capacity that I'm using, I will not pay the full price. I'll pay 90% discounted price. Did it make sense now?
Yeah,
Now,
got it. It's
yeah.
clear.
So always there are 2 guys on standby to serve the request. Whenever it goes up, let me not pay the full price, because if the AWS takes it away, I still have 2 machines back to business.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Now, coming to the modernization. So one of the things in most of my conversations that I had with my customer, we always push for this. First, you come to AWS, and then we'll see later. First, you migrate your machines to Azure. We will figure out the rest later. The reason is, if somebody in on-prem, they want to try serverless or containers, the opportunity or the scope is very, very limited. But if you're on AWS, I have a machine, everything is running fine without having to touch this. I have millions, no, I mean, just kidding, hundreds of services for hosting the same application and databases available in AWS. I get to pick from, like, I look at the compute services. There's a app runner, batch, EC2, and then image builder, Beanstalk, Lambda, Outpost, and then the parallel computing is for the HPC workload. To host the same application, I have 10 different options. And for a database, I have 10 different database types. If it is for caching, I use this. If it is for NoSQL workload, I'll use this. If it is for NoSQL but MongoDB, I will use this. And if I have any key value store, I'll go like Cassandra equivalent, I'll go for this. And there's another Oracle database. So even for the database alone, I get to pick 10 different ways of doing the same thing. And for my DevOps, even more. So all these capabilities are not available in the on-prem, right? For everything, I'll have to learn a new tool, purchase the licenses, and somebody has to form a team and then do the R&D. Okay, great, it works great. Probably we'll move forward in the next quarter because by then the teams will be ready. We have 12 months time, or when I say next quarter, at least 3 months time before we reach there. But if you're on cloud, I keep my databases running, take a copy of it, put it on DynamoDB, put it on RDS. If I want to test something, I can test it out within few hours. And then once I'm done with it, I can just go ahead and delete that instances. So it gives me that extra free hands that I can just do anything I want so that the innovation or the R&D that we do is always top notch when you are on cloud. So that's why I say like the whatever you want to do after 2 years, you figure it out once you're in cloud, because that will be much, much faster rather than starting with the drawing board in the on-prem. Now, the machines are on cloud, reservation, the optimization, all of it is done great, wonderful, everything is fine. But there are some issues in scaling because your application doesn't want so much of resources because only the user base is taking up so much of space or the load, but everything else is just the same. So you might be like, listen, I think we should just re-architect the application with some latest trends like containers, because there's actually a problem that containers can solve. I can scale the containers individually. I can design the containers with self-healing capabilities. What is self-healing? If something is dead, it will automatically heal itself and come back to business. In Kubernetes, you can do that. And you can actually do the scaling much better and faster releases. And what else? Faster bug fixes. Why? Because testing time is lesser. How is testing time lesser? Because it is modular approach. Why is it modular approach? Because you build each piece of your app as a separate application. And then do what? You will host all of these pieces as a individual application microservices or individual microservices. Now, this sounds good, not because somebody else is doing it. I think there is a problem in my setup. When I say problem, in terms of scaling, in terms of releasing new things, because I have a huge monolith application that I'm not able to release every day. There is a new bug fix or there is a bug. Okay, let's bring in our testers. Guys, we are planning to release a new bug fix. Go ahead and test everything from scratch in terms of front end, back end, integration, API, and then we will release a new bug fix. That's literally going to eat up so much of my time because the application is so big that even if I want to fix some bug here, I have to literally test everything here. But if I, instead of having a huge application, I have small, small chunks of application, my developer who's doing the backend don't need to worry about the UI or UX testing team. He can just go ahead and write his bug fix here and release it to the next level because it's modular. Oops, not working. Don't worry, just undo it, clear it, and then you're back to business. So when you have a problem, you have to solve it with a way that works great for you. And is it going to bring down your cost? If you do it right. When I say do it right, you are breaking your application, the huge application, into small, small chunks. What does it mean? It means they require much lesser compute capacity than this huge machine. But then the other argument is no, it's the same application, but I just broke it down to small pieces. Technically, I still need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 microservices. So it's based on how you design it, guys. What right sizing again? This container requires 128 MB, and this one requires 64 MB because it's a backend one. And probably the front end needs maybe more than that, 250 MB. And they all need small, small storages. So just like how you solved the application challenges, if you are able to plan and then decide the right services for the right kind of workloads, your cost as well as the manageability will be much, much simpler. And because these are like all full-fledged individual applications, the observability and monitoring is also wonderful compared to your monolith application, because monolith, one dinosaur, a big box, everything is happening inside this. You don't have much better visibility. But these are like individual applications, so you can fully monitor at the ground level, and whatever you want to make the changes, you can always do that. Apart from that, is there anything else that you can think of? Come up with your open mind, open answers for. Is there any problem that containers can solve if they move away from the older legacy applications? I have something in my mind, but I want to hear it from you guys if that is a valid use case. No answers. How about this, guys? When I build a monolith application, it's a huge application, and the entire tech stack is based on the one framework, right? .NET or Java, JavaScript or something. But when I have a monolith where entire tech stack is on one, but when I have microservices, I can have a Java, a Python, a Node.js for the backend, and then the Flask, Python Flask for the front end. I can have Python if there is any ML integration or AI integration, and then Ruby, Rust, and anything for that matter. So all of them can do, like, I don't have to depend on just one framework because Node.js is the most popular backend one, right? And then XML, Node.js, and all these are the backend frameworks. But I'm very good at, I was able to find a Python developer who's really good in Flask. So you can ask him to develop your UI with Flask and then host it, while the Flask can communicate with Node.js for the backend, while the other UX are done through JavaScript. And then you have a Rust as well as some Python logic, which does the data and the ML work. And all of them can work together. And the dependency on each other is much smaller because I can just do my work. Somebody else is doing their work on their expertise skill set. And that's about it. It's much simpler to manage the team that way. And yes, okay. The other thing is good that Isaiah brought about the OS. So in most of the monolith part, I told you if it is .NET, or there may be a chance that they're using Windows or SQL Server, right? So the containers are fully open source, most of them, okay, fully open source, meaning the framework, the tech framework, the tech stack, or even the platform on which the machines are being hosted, everything is open source. So this actually brings down the cost substantially, not just on the hosting the machine. Machine cost, there's AWS, but you and think about it, you're already paying for the machines, and then you're also paying for the Windows licenses and SQL Server licenses, which is another pain to overcome. So these containers are based on fully native open source stacks. So that can literally eliminate your VM and the licensing or any proprietary tools that we want to use. And most people are comfortable with Visual Studio Code. That's also a free tool. And then Docker, which is also free, and Kubernetes, which is also a open source. So this will cover a developer's life forever, because the tools that he uses, the platform that he builds, and then the technology on which he's hosting that application or containers is fully open source. So, and he can just do the same thing. It's not technology tied to something. He can always move away from it if he is not comfortable, and then there will be an equivalent of it that he can continue to use it. So that's the first phase. Okay, like now the problem is the application has to be modernized in such a way that they run on containers because it has all these advantages. So you form a team, okay, new team for a version 2 application building. Your team will start converting the monolith to Dockerized image, Docker images, and then host it on cloud. Okay, works wonderful. And let's observe the cost. Okay, makes developers' life easier because you can keep building Docker images every day and then create a CI/CD pipeline for DevOps, and it's much faster. Whatever the features that you were releasing every 4 weeks, now it can go in every 2 weeks or 1 week because these are like small changes, small updates. You can keep pushing them continuously, and that can take care of the user performance issues or bug fixes and everything. Nice. Then probably we should just move away from monolith to microservices and host it on AWS because cost-wise, performance-wise, feature-wise, it works great. So what do? Lift and shift is done. So all the things that you have currently hosted in lift and shift, you do a refactoring from VM to containers. Okay, but again, the only drawback is the containers, the learning curve is a little longer. You can't just, how you learn AWS, how you learn migration in 4 days. And I explained the logic remains the same. So tomorrow I'm asking you to do something on Azure. Like, okay, same discovery, assess, mobilize, migrate, optimization, spot instances, reservation, nothing changes. But when it comes to these containers and these technologies, it's you gotta have strong fundamentals, like fundamentals on what? Very good knowledge on Linux, the tools, the developer tools, and Dockerization, and then Kubernetes. So these tools you need to master, and then these are like very lengthy ones. I won't say they're complex because otherwise you wouldn't have millions of engineers who are working on it. But I mean to say that these are somewhat longer, or these are somewhat, it takes months to master something. Yes, Maida, I see you're drawing something on my screen. What happened, Adya? Okay, all right.
Was it me? No.
I think I saw your name, so that's why I called you.
Unless I did by mistake. I'm sorry. I
No
don't know what to
problem.
draw.
No, I thought you were drawing an arrow to point something, and that's why I just
No,
cleared my screen.
I must have moved to my mouse by mistake. I'm sorry.
You do all these green dots. No
Computers can be
problem.
funny.
Okay, no worries.
Okay.
Fine. So we moved from monolith to microservices. From rehosting, you moved to refactoring, and things are going well. Instead of VMs, I moved it to a smaller chunk of containers, right? So for example, this is a VM, and then my app VM, so web and app, I that has all the application logics, and then the front end, back end, all of it is running. So instead of that, we have gone ahead and hosted it on a Docker image, which is small images, which can do 8 things because all the capabilities of these servers, you broke it down into small features, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now great. And I can scale it based on the containers, the load on each container, because these are all individual applications. When there is a spike in the traffic here, I can just add a few more containers of this application alone. So this orchestrator, we use Kubernetes. Now, this is great, but is there any way that you can actually automate some part of it? Or is there moving away from monolith to containers is okay. Now, it is doing a great optimization for my performance or for my users. Now, what else can you move apart from containers? We can even explore serverless. Serverless is also just like how you are moving away from monolith to microservices. Serverless is also microservices. So rather than hosting these applications on the machine, because they don't run all the time, only when a user places the order processing application runs. Only when a new user signs up, the email server sends an email. Hey, welcome to our website. Thanks for signing up. And here's the link to click and activate your account. Or as soon as an email is received, something triggers in the application logic. So I don't need the containers. Containers are great. It doesn't consume much, but why to even keep it running all the time? So this thing is my email application, which will keep sending the emails as soon as a new person signs up or then they delete the account. So what I can do is I can take it out. It's just a piece of code which is running Python code. What I do is I just take that code and host it on Lambda. What do I tell the Lambda? Hey, Lambda, look for any order numbers generated by this guy. As soon as a new order number or a new user is signed up, run this code, which will send the email. And that's about it. So just do that. And Lambda can also say when an order is placed, it can take the order number from the database and it can send an email. Or it can take the data, remove the duplicates, feed it into the next column. It can take the table, hide all the credit card details or the user's email address and physical addresses, and then it can pass it on to the necessary users. So all of it can be done using the code Lambda. And because it is serverless, it is much more cost effective because all these examples that I gave, you don't have to host it on a server like a monolith, or you don't even have to create a container and host it on a machine, which is running all the time. Keep them as individual business logics, which will have some code running. And whenever you trigger the code executes and then it does the job what it is expected to be doing, what we are expecting it to be doing. And that way, it is even more, what is it? Like it's decentralized. I'm not keeping everything in the same server. I made it into container. Now, even in that container, I don't want to keep everything there. I've just put it separately as an individual servers. So this can scale if you want it to be scaling. And this has no other dependency. Like for it to run, I see an order number. Let me just trigger this. I see new user has joined, send a welcome email. I see somebody has terminated their account, send a confirmation saying that we have removed all the data from your account. I see the money is credited, send an SMS. I see the account or a new payee is added to the bank account, say that, hey, the payee is added, go ahead and start transferring the money in 30 minutes. All of these are individual logic, individual workflows, which has no other dependency. For me to receive a SMS confirmation, I don't need my account managers or my relationship managers from bank to give me any sign off, right? All these are automated workflows and they can be put into the serverless, which can work wonderful if you use it in the right way. But what else can we do? Guys, now that containers are done, serverless is also working wonderful, okay? Like these are like function as a service, right? I'm just doing individual functions hosted on Lambda to trigger based on the event. It could be a time-based event, it could be S3-based event, or let's say you have a application like social media application. As soon as a new user uploads a photo, so when the S3 bucket gets a new image, trigger an app that gives you filters. to edit your photos. That's a valid use case, right? As soon as a new trigger is, Gokul has uploaded a photo in S3. Tuck. As soon as the file is there, the filters will start coming up on my application. Where are these functions hosted? And Lambda. Now, all these are great. The cost has come down substantially. I have decentralized. I have made sure that nobody is dependent on each other. I just made sure that my Flask team does what it is supposed to do. .NET team is doing what it is supposed to build. Python team is really good at the logics and the connectors, that the APIs that they're building. And they can just keep releasing fixers like twice in a day, thrice in a day, features every few days. Amazing. What's left for me, guys? Where do I go from there after that? Containerization is done, serverless is done. I've moved everything to RDS because that gives me all the automatic backup and other capabilities. What's my way forward? Is it the end of the life for me? Because that's it. I'm there. Everything is sorted, and I can just chill because I don't think there is any better way of optimizing it. What else can we do or bring in?
DR, security, as mentioned.
Security. See, security is a...
DR.
Sorry?
DR plan.
DR plan, that's for infrastructure, right? So see, those are, again, you will do it in the optimization, okay? Where in cloud, you have much better SLA than everywhere, than all the on-prem providers. But if you are a banking application or very, very critical web applications like social media, which cannot afford to go down, so you will have disaster recovery plans already. Okay, disaster recovery. Even before the migration, once the machines are migrated, I'm going to go ahead and enable the replication to a secondary site. So this is not a step that you do after serverless. This is something you should have done it after you migrated to AWS. So we'll just take the good point. We'll just go here. What next after migration? Monitor right size, and before you do the reservations and all, so you can just enable the disaster recovery to the secondary site. And then monitoring and everything, you would have done it even during the migration. Otherwise, how will you monitor the CPU to do the right sizing? The monitoring is all basic. It's not a optimization. Optimization is making something better than what it is. Monitoring is not making something better. It is must. You do the monitoring on day one or very first minute your machines are on cloud. Okay. So disaster recovery is there. Security is also around the clock job. There is no compromise on security. Even before you migrated all the machines, you would have set the security group, VPNs, so express route, all of it. So monitoring and security are not a post migration work. Those are even before you migrated, you should have checked it. That are my security plan in place. The rules are there. Are they all automated? If there is a problem, will I get a notification? If somebody hacks into my machine, how do I mitigate that attack? All that part, you would have done it far before you touch the serverless or containers and so on. Guys, how about this? Like we have these amazing things that AWS, Azure, GCP has to offer, like serverless and containers, but there is also the latest trend, artificial intelligence, AI services. So in AWS, there is a service called Bedrock, okay, AWS Bedrock, which gives wonderful AI models. I'm not sure how many of you have heard of Bedrock. The easiest way to build and scale your Gen AI with foundation models. So if you want Grok or if OpenAI, ChatGPT models, or anything from Hugging Face, so you do have the models available like Anthropic. Meta has Llama, right? Llama is a open source model from Meta, Facebook. Llama, you have different versions. And the reason why it says request failed is because maybe I didn't enable the service or my subscription is not eligible for it, but that doesn't matter. Anyways, you're not creating it. So Nova is a AWS model, which is very, very popular. And they're as good as Meta and Google's model. And Microsoft also has something called as PHI, fee. It's a small language model introducing fee 3. Okay, these open models are small language models, SLMs, not LLMs. LLMs are large language models like ChatGPT and DeepSeek and all these, right? Hugging Face has so many, Mistral, Meta, NVIDIA, everybody has a model. And all of these are LLMs. And P is a Microsoft model, it's a SLM, small language models. So what is the difference between LLMs and SLM, guys? It has nothing to do with AWS, it has nothing to do with your interview, but I just want to know if you guys have heard of SLMs. What is the difference between LLM and SLM? No? ChatGPT is an LLM, right? Large language model. Meta's Llama is also LLM. All these Hugging Face that you see 7 billion MPT, 7 billion, and then 1.3 billion, 127 million, 2.7 billion, 3 billion. So all these billions and millions and thousands. What is that? Small database. Okay, so it's SLM means these are also models, but they're trained to do a specific task wonderfully well. So if you see this, I'm just taking a random model from DeepSeek, okay, R1. I just want to see if there is any that tells me how many billion parameters. Okay, 70 billion, 11 billion, 70 billion parameters, 90 billion parameters. So these are all LLMs, large language models, which are trained to do various tasks. It can write a poem, it can solve the math equation. If you ask about physics, it can tell you that. If you ask to solve a computation chemistry, it can help you. If you are trying to solve Python, it will help you. If you're trying to solve JavaScript or PowerShell, it will help you. Because it's a large language model, it can do anything and everything. But because they're trained on 70 billion parameters and 100 billion parameters, they know a lot of things, but they're not specialized for only one thing. Can this be used for making me a PowerShell expert? Is this a Python expert? May not be solving everything, but they're still good, right? But these small language models are models which are developed and trained for a specific task. If you're building a robot to clean your house, do you think that robot needs to know about Python classes and JavaScript? No, right? The robot's job is just to clean your house and mop it after sweeping. Or let's say you make a tool or an AI model or something that talks about that is specifically for cooking, where people who are not good at cooking, you have somebody who can help you with cooking. I can build a SLM that is specializing on being a best chef rather than training him with models about my traffic information about the dust pollution or air quality in Bangalore, or about the astrophysics or the Pluto is a planet or not. That model doesn't need to be knowing all of it. It is a small language model which is trained on a specific set of tasks, which is used for accurate and relevant information. It's meant for specific deployments, and that is good only in that job, and it's precise with that information what it is going to give me. And you can decide what you want. Like either you build and the advantage is it's a small model. It can be trained quickly, it can be built quickly, it can be deployed quickly. But if I go for something like this, it can take years and years and so much of compute capacity for me to train 70 billion parameters. It can go for months before I have a working model. So that's the advantage of having a SLM and a LLM. So Hugging Face is one place where you can find so many. And look at this, it's for text generation. And this is also text generation, text to text generation, and then text summarization. So it only does this. You give some script, it will tell you the summary of it, like rephrase it, do something. And then it says Distilbart X sum. So I don't know, maybe some mathematics model. And then 1 billion. Each model does something specific. Okay. So it depends on what you want to do. And then you will be able to do specifically that. If it is for audio, see, there is a Whisper large V3 model. It only does the speech recognition. ask this model, hey, can you help me solve a PowerShell error or syntax? There are chances that it may not be able to do it, but it is too good in what it does because it's specifically trained only on that task. So that's the difference between SLM and LLM. And now I have an application which is independent, that is decentralized, that is uh, on its own, right? So probably I can even leverage some services from AWS or Azure or OpenAI or Grok, which is the Elon Musk's AI services, to learn more about what is happening, and then probably it will be able to recommend, like maybe it's an e-commerce website that I'm currently having, like Amazon.com. So I can build some recommendation engine or analyze the user behavior. Like it's a social media example I gave you. So this user, every time he goes on a vacation, he does a check-in or I track his location. As soon as he's on a vacation, I know he's going to come and post some images or with a caption, with a hashtag or something. So based on that, I can suggest him to leverage or show some advertisements. Okay, now that you're in Indonesia or Vietnam, and these are the places to try some local cuisines. So I can give the advertisements based on the user behavior or usage pattern of the user. So, and I can use AI services for that because it gives me that ability to think and do something. I mean, again, serverless, AI, containers, microservices, CI/CD, everything is optional. Okay, you don't, just because you're on cloud doesn't mean that you have to try out everything. But if there is a problem that you're trying to solve with these technology, wonderful. Nothing beats the power of cloud because see, think about it, guys. Is there any way that I could have just tried out these models within few clicks if I didn't have AWS? Like if I have it on Azure, I have OpenAI, but I can just take from any of these models from one place and I can start using it. And 70 billion parameters is like a big model, really big model. I don't even have the compute capacity to use it and train it. But AWS Bedrock gives me that capability. 70 billion instructions. It means performance means efficiency. What is the last date? Okay, it was released just 3 months back. And maximum token. Okay, tokens are nothing but the input. Okay, how long the sentences can be, and these languages are also supported. So it says if you want to use this model, integrate this API request into your code. I don't know how to do that, but like if you are a developer, I'm sure you would know it. Or there's always the documentation available from all of them, and we can just go ahead and deploy the models that we want directly on AWS and then integrate it with your application using APIs. And that's pretty much it. And you can just start deploying it. Just try it. Model ID, DeepSeek R1, number of instances, I just want one. And look at the sizes of these machines. MLG6. These are G6 machine. G models are actually for the graphics enabled machines. These are the GPU models. It will create the machine, and then if I hit deploy, it is gonna burn my credit card already because it's such a expensive machine. G6 12x large. How much is it? I'm just curious to know how much is this machine. G6 LX large. Okay, how big is it? 12x. Yeah, this machine. $5 per hour. And if I go for mine is anyways on demand, right? So it's $4,000 for one machine per month, and it's almost $5 per hour if I forget to shut it down. So I don't want to do that. I'm not deploying my model. Firstly, because I don't know how to play around with these DeepSeek and other models, but my expertise is only on migration and infrastructure and a little bit on containers and Kubernetes. So that's it, guys. I think from there on, whatever your business takes you, you should be able to move on. But please remember, there is nobody thinks about slowing down, or nobody just relaxes, or you can't slumber, because every day new technology comes up. There is always something that can solve the problems that you're facing in cloud. Using the right services for the right tools is the right way to go about it. just because it's there. Like you saw so many models in Bedrock. I don't need any of them. I didn't use it, but using the right model will keep your costs low, and then it will also be much efficient in getting where you want your organization to be. So yeah, like that ends the discussion for today. If you have anything, we have an open mic. We can just unmute and talk or ask or tell me if you have anything else to share. And otherwise, we can just wrap up for the day because optimization, modernization, yeah, these are the things that we have it. And okay, one last thing before, okay, now that after you practice few times on migrations, like I told you, if you cannot afford to pay for the workshop because it's expensive, set up a small machine, a T2 micro, host a small website inside it, and migrate it from Virginia to Ohio, Virginia to Oregon, Virginia to Mumbai, Osaka, somewhere. Okay, just one machine, deploy something inside it, replicate it, failover, and then check if it works. Do it 3, 4 times because I'm not asking you to memorize how the migration works. I'm asking you to do it 2 to 3 times so that you're familiar with the tools and the services that the options which you have within the tools, not because the process remains the same. Install the discovery, install the migration, replicate it. Okay, once everything is replicated, create the machine with the replicated data. That's it. Nothing fancy about it. But when you're trying to use a tool, what command, what's the permission, IAM users, the role doesn't get created. Issues you're going to face, you got to keep in mind. So practice it 2 to 3 times so that you are comfortable with the tools and then the approaches that you will be taking. Once this is done, then you go ahead and modernize. You see, there are containers immersion days there. Modernize your application with a tool called app to container. In this workshop, you'll use app to container tool to modernize your Java or .NET application. I'll just open it. And then I'll also container. And there is a container immersion day. Let's see, what does that tell you? This container immersion day provides AWS hands-on workshop to host your containers on these AWS services. Wonderful. So this is modernization. You go pick a workshop. They will give you all the necessary tools that you need to so that you can build it. Okay, they'll tell you first launch this Cloud9 IDE, create a new project, and then start cloning the repository. Now that the repository is in there, the Cloud9, go to the script folder, edit your account ID, edit the region, edit your username, password, and so on. And then go ahead and create a key for SSH key, pub key and pub private key. And they're teaching you what is containers, what is Docker. A container is a box within which you have an application code along with the OS, dependencies, all the configuration is all put together into a box. So there is no compatibility problem because whatever you need for the code to run, it is also with the code. This will solve majority of the compatibility issues. And then let's learn about Docker. What is Docker? How is it revolutionizing the software development? And to practice it, we're going to practice fundamentals of Docker either on your machine or you can use AWS Cloud9 service. And this is the command to check the Docker version. This is the command to pull the Docker image. This is the command to check the images. This is the command to run the application. And then after some practice with so many commands, you will be little comfortable. And let's go to a fictional application. They're not just telling you one command, single line command. Mythical Misfits is a fictional pet adoption nonprofit web application. And here, this is what they do. So in this point, you're gonna store some data in the S3 bucket. From there, you will launch this website as a container. And here's your lab. This is your final architecture. Build and test a monolith container image. So you will push the image here and then you'll host it in AWS. And it gives you everything. Like even if you're a novice who doesn't know what is container, it tells you everything. The only thing what I need you or what I'm expecting you to do is patience to read and understand and proceed further. So after all these are done, Okay, your basics of containers and Docker is clear. There's a website that you have gone ahead and optimized, or you have converted a monolith to a Docker image by this. Now what? You have to go ahead and deploy that container in AWS. So if you practice this lab alone 5 times, once in a day, that's like 2 hours in a day, that is sufficient enough to make you an expert in this specific. I mean, I don't want you to use this app to containers. I don't recommend. Why? Because app to container is an AWS native or AWS specific tool. You see, what is app to container? It is a tool to analyze, containerize, and deploy your application to ECS, which is a AWS proprietary tool. So don't use it. But the previous one that I shared is a classic example of working with open source tools. So just pasted the link. See if you can somehow finish your immersion day. Or if you think, no, I'm not from the developer background, I'm gonna master the migrations. This is a lab that we use. You will face the issues the first time. There will be something that you would not do it right. Follow the instruction. It says this lab is reaching end of its life. Go ahead and use the other labs, day 1, day 2, day 3. They have given it as 3 different labs. First, you migrate it. The next, you move to containers. Finally, you will move to the database. So even if you can do it, do it. But whatever you're doing, make sure that you get better with it. Like it shouldn't be that, okay, I learned something, I'm going to forget it after 10 days any which ways because I don't use it. And I'll come back when I have an interview again. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm telling you this because I have been in this situation. Okay, I want to learn coding so badly. I keep learning Python every few years or few months, but I don't use it extensively unless there is that 1 or 2 homework that I get from the instructors, and then I forget it. But I've come to an acceptance that, listen, I don't do coding every day. And in case if I do it, then at least I'll be in touch. But now I don't practice it anytime. What's the point about cribbing about it? There's nothing that I can do about it, right? So it's better that I move on from the code to something else which I'm good at. Okay. Which link? The app to container, Hamid? Hamid, let me not give you the link. Okay, just workshops.aws. Okay, just go here and search for container. You'll find not just those 2 that I showed you. Like that was just an example I gave, but pick anything that you want. But that's like a gold mine. Okay, if you want to be good at AWS, because AWS being the most popular cloud provider, and they are also telling you they're giving you the labs and to simulate the real world scenarios. Just spending some time there can make us a master. Or even before the interviews, if you guys sit and spend some time to upskill or revise your knowledge, that is more than sufficient. Because I don't think if you don't find something there is no way you could have found it by yourself in the on-prem. So workshops.aws is the go-to place. Any technology in AWS you want to practice, it's there.
And that's a wrap. We hope this video gave you a clear and practical understanding of how the AWS migration works and the amazing tools that AWS offers to help you make that transition smoothly. Now, if you found content like this helpful, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to K2N Academy for more helpful content like this. And please leave any comments with any questions that you have, or you could even just share your thoughts normally, as we really love hearing from you. Now, if you're looking to dive deep into AWS migration and you want to take your skills to a next level, be sure to check out our free exclusive class hosted by our cloud expert Atul Kumar. In that free class, he covers everything from the basics of cloud migration to AWS services like database and data migration. Plus, you'll also get a demo at initiating the migration steps. So click the link in the description below to get access to your free class. With this, thanks for watching and I'll see you all in the next video.